My name is Wen Qian. I woke up suddenly, sitting up in bed, my heart racing. It was pitch dark and completely silent around me. Using the faint moonlight, I scanned my surroundings and froze when I saw where I was. This was my home. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. July 4th, 2123, 11:14 p.m. I was back, a whole month before the apocalypse. Just moments ago, I had been fighting off robbers and then caught in a massive earthquake. How was this possible? Looking out the window, I saw a familiar scene. Some elderly men playing cards under the streetlights. I remembered seeing this exact scene before, but now it left me stunned. These were the same men I had once seen mutate and attack each other on the night of the apocalypse. Back then, I thought it was just a fight and called for an ambulance, not realizing it was the start of the end of the world. Grabbing my phone, I recorded the scene. My breath caught as I saw the bodies of the fallen men begin to move. They were supposed to stay dead or take days to mutate, but here they were, rising already. This was real. Then, a strange voice sounded in my head, Apocalypse Awakening System activated. A prompt appeared, asking if I wanted to accept a beginner mission. I quickly agreed, and the next thing I knew, I was in a mysterious space, a small grass hut, a well, and a tiny vegetable patch. This was some sort of survival space, a perfect shelter for the apocalypse. Excited, I started completing missions to expand the space. The first task was to gather supplies worth 5,000 yuan. I began moving everything I could find in my house into the space, discovering that items here stayed fresh forever, like a popsicle I had left untouched. Hours flew by as I worked tirelessly, but my mind kept returning to my family. My parents and brother lived next door, and they had all died protecting me in the previous timeline. This time, I would do whatever it took to save them. Finally, I completed all the beginner tasks, and the system rewarded me with a family member slot for the space. I could bring someone in. Overwhelmed with emotion, I rushed to find my mom, who was calling me for breakfast. Seeing her alive and well, I couldn't hold back my tears. My dad and brother soon joined us, confused by my emotional outburst, but relieved I was safe. This time, I was determined. I wouldn't let anything happen to my family, no matter what the apocalypse threw at us. Together, we would survive. I've survived 10 years in the apocalypse before, and I had forgotten what it even felt like to cry. Back then, I lost my parents and brother. Our home was taken, our supplies stolen, and I was forced to run, constantly fighting to survive while avoiding men with sinister intentions. Eventually, I was cornered and had no choice but to kill to protect myself. One kill turned into many. At first, my hands trembled, but over time, I became numb. I killed enough to scare others away, earning a reputation as someone not to be trifled with, a demon of the apocalypse. But now, looking at my mother, Liemo, alive and standing before me, I wiped my tears and smiled. I reassured her that everything was fine and there was no thief, even though the house was now nearly empty. When I told my family that the apocalypse was coming soon, they were skeptical. So, I showed them the video I recorded of the card players mutating. They still doubted me. That's when I revealed my secret. I had a space that could store anything. To prove it, I took my mother into the space. She was shocked, but I quickly explained everything. The system even gave me the ability to bind her to the space, so she could enter with me anytime. She'd be safe now. When we returned, my father and brother stared at us in stunned silence. Slowly, the reality set in. My brother asked, "How much time do we have?" 1 month, I said, though I warned them it could happen sooner. I explained what I remembered: extreme weather, water and power outages, zombies everywhere, and the greatest danger, people. My family didn't hesitate to trust me. My brother called his company and took a long leave, while my father immediately suggested going to the hardware market to prepare. Their support warmed my heart. This time, I wasn't alone. Together, we would face the apocalypse and protect each other. And anyone who dared to threaten us, they wouldn't stand a chance. After splitting up tasks with my family, my brother one rang, and I got to work. He went to handle the rooftop security while my parents headed to the market for fresh food. As for me, I took the car to the city's biggest high-end membership supermarket to stock up. I wasn't concerned about morality at this point. Survival came first. The system had my back, even blocking me from appearing on security cameras, so I started my shopping spree. Grabbing bulk food supplies, cooking oil, spices, and more, I loaded them into my space. The system even rewarded me with extra storage for every 1,000 yuan of supplies I gathered. Next, I moved to the cold storage section, picking high-quality meat. Service staff watched, likely thinking I was a reseller, but I didn't care. Every item I touched went straight into my space. With time ticking, I hit the electronics section. Knowing my space had power, I prioritized practical appliances like air purifiers, dishwashers, and even a few indulgent items like gaming consoles for when rang. By the time I finished, I had collected over 159,000 yuan worth of goods. The apocalypse was coming, and I wasn't leaving anything to chance. I moved quickly through the store, grabbing everything I thought we'd need. When I saw a set of food storage containers, an idea struck me. Since the space keeps everything fresh, I could prepare meals in advance and store them for quick and easy access. I loaded up boxes of containers, kitchen knives, paper towels, wet wipes, trash bags, and more, racking up 20,400 yuan in supplies within minutes. Thanks to the system's bonus, my storage space expanded to over 380 square meters. Excited, I stepped into the space to check on everything. My previous small house had upgraded to a 2-story villa, and the supplies I had gathered were stacked neatly. It was a surreal moment. I felt like I was building a fortress. Determined to get more, I returned to the store, hitting sections for beauty products, toiletries, and even luxury liquor. I knew sunscreen and skincare items would become highly valuable in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. Next, I stocked up on fresh fruits, meats, and grains. My strategy was simple: take enough to prepare without clearing out the shelves, avoiding suspicion. The system rewarded me further, doubling the space for every 1,000 yuan of goods gathered within an hour. By the time my shopping spree ended, I had gathered over 403,250 yuan worth of supplies and expanded my space to 806 square meters. I didn't stop there. Throughout the day, I hit several other high-end stores across the city, targeting essential items like rice, flour, oil, salt, and more. By the time I got home at 8 p.m., I had purchased over 3 million yuan worth of supplies without spending a dime, thanks to the system's cloaking ability. The space was filled with food and essentials, and for the first time, I felt a real sense of security. When I got home, my family had also made good progress. My parents had stocked up on meat, eggs, and long-lasting vegetables, while my brother had arranged for glass enclosures and reinforced nets to secure the rooftop. They were surprised when I only carried in a few plastic bags, but I reminded them, it's all in the space, no need to flaunt it. When my mom hesitated about the morality of taking things without paying, I explained gently, these supplies will be destroyed within a month when the floods come. No one will be able to go out and gather resources. We need to prepare now to survive the coming years. That's what matters. Their concerns softened, and we settled in, ready to face whatever came next. After explaining more about the apocalypse to my family, the mood turned serious. My dad, Wen Chongning, worried about the possibility of a tsunami since we lived near the coast, but I reassured him it wouldn't happen for at least 15 years. Our current location was safe from the initial flooding, and the building would eventually become a base in the future. When my mom, Liamo, asked about zombies, I explained their danger and the lack of any cure for infection. My dad resolved to get in shape, not wanting to hold us back, while my mom decided to stock up on essential medicines. I also asked her to find the locations of hospitals and vaccine storage facilities for when chaos broke out, so I could secure critical supplies. As we discussed survival strategies, my brother, Wen Rang, brainstormed ways to defend ourselves. Guns were out of reach, so we focused on acquiring bows, crossbows, and even traditional blades like tang swords. My dad immediately got excited, offering to call his connections to secure weapons. The conversation shifted to other preparations, like downloading entertainment to keep us occupied during downtime. My brother, ever resourceful, knew someone who sold hard drives, so we decided to get some and stock up while the internet was still operational. Despite the heavy topics, I felt a sense of warmth. My family trusted and supported me fully, throwing themselves into preparations without hesitation. This time, we were going to be ready for whatever came our way. When Rang drove to the place, the hard drive with the largest capacity in the store was 20 TB memory, which was sold for 2,300 yuan each. When Rang didn't even blink and asked how many were left. In the end, he bought 30 and took them home. Normally, a 1 TB hard drive can store about 100 movies and 20 TB can store 2,000 movies. But if you want to download high-definition Blu-ray movies, one needs about 30 to 50 GB memory and 1 TB can only download 20 to 30 movies. In any case, these 30 hard drives are enough for the time being. Back home, when Rang and Wen Qian turned on all the computers in the house and spent a lot of money to open several super VIP download software, downloading movies and TV series overnight. When Rang sat in the study and couldn't sleep, while Wen Qian took the opportunity to enter the space while working on the computer. She was a bit obsessive-compulsive, and she felt uncomfortable throwing so many supplies together in the space. And she was busy during the day, and she hadn't taken a good look at the upgraded new space. After a day of hard work, her little thatched house had been upgraded to a luxurious villa with 3 floors above the ground and 1 floor underground. Even the vegetable garden in front of the villa has been expanded a lot. Wen Qian made some plans. Since the space has plans to open up quotas for family members, it means that her father and Wen Rang can come in the future. There is an audio-visual room in the basement of the villa, where everyone can sing karaoke and watch movies in the future without worrying about disturbing others. Wen Qian plans to use one of the other rooms next to the audio-visual room to store wine, one to store hard currency such as cigarettes and tea, and the remaining one to store instant noodles and fast food such as self-heating hot pot ham sausage and boiled eggs. Although she now has the conditions to cook by herself, she will inevitably go out to meet other people in the future, so she still has to pretend to be nice. In addition to the living room, the first floor also has a kitchen, a dining room, and 3 rooms with bathrooms, which is just right for their family of 4. There are 3 rooms on the second floor for storing clothes and shoes, as well as daily necessities such as paper towels, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, etc. The remaining rooms are for books and some valuable cultural relics and antiques that will be obtained in the future. She plans to convert one of the rooms on the 3rd floor into an operating room and use the remaining rooms to store medicines and equipment. As for other things, they will be temporarily placed in the backyard of the villa. There is a yard of about 100 square meters behind the villa. Unlike the vegetable field in front, it is made of cement. Wen Qian plans to build some large shelves like those in the supermarket here, and then put the items here by category and label them so that it will be easy to find them when needed in the future. If the space will be increased in the future, she can also throw the containers in directly. After a simple plan, Wen Qian started to act. After sorting for a while, she found that she could actually use her consciousness to move objects. But maybe because she just got this space and was not proficient, she could only last about 5 minutes before she felt dizzy. Combining automatic and manual operations, Wen Qian was busy in the space for 3 hours and finally finished sorting out the materials collected today. Just when she was about to go out and bring back some more things, she received a new task from the system.
Ding.
Start the Doomsday farming and animal husbandry system. Please complete the tasks of live chickens 0/10, live ducks 0/10, live geese 0/10, live pigs 0/3, live sheep 0/3, and live cattle 0/3 within 24 hours, and you will be rewarded with a fish pond. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows slightly. Fish pond? Does that mean that she can eat fresh fish and shrimp at any time in the future? What a good system. It really wins the hearts of foodies. Wen Qian quickly left the space and told Wen Rang and the other 2 about this. So, after breakfast the next day, the few people continued to act separately. Li Mo went out to buy medicine, Wen Chongning and Wen Qian went out to buy livestock, and Wen Rang went to find a way to get bows and crossbows. There was a large livestock trading market on the outskirts of the city, and Wen Chongning drove straight there. Originally, he planned to come alone and didn't want Wen Qian to follow him and smell the smell here. But Wen Qian said that he couldn't bring back so many things in one car, and it would be more convenient for her to follow, so he had to agree. Although Wen Chongning was a rough man, he grew up in the countryside, farmed and raised pigs, and later sold a lot of things as a vendor, so he was very experienced in doing business in the market. In order to conceal his tracks, he even found someone to rent a truck overnight. When he arrived at the place where chickens, ducks, and geese were sold, Wen Chongning picked out 10 native chickens weighing about 2 kilograms, 8 hens, 2 roosters, and 5 black chickens. 16 ducks, according to the feeding ratio, of which 14 were females and 2 were males. 12 geese, 10 females and 2 males. 3 live pigs, 1 male and 2 females. 3 live sheep, 1 male and 2 females. 3 cows, 1 male and 2 females. Wen Chongning turned his head and saw rabbits again, and took 2. This thing is easy to raise and has a high reproduction rate. Even if other livestock are killed in the future, they can still eat rabbit meat and rabbit heads. Then he bought 2 donkeys. It is said that dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground are delicious. And even if you don't eat it, you can pull the mill and let them pull the mill to make tofu. After buying all these, a total of 76,000 yuan was spent. The boss saw that the 2 people were dressed and did not look like they were in the livestock business, so he curiously asked them what they were buying these for. Wen Chongning smiled and replied, "I plan to open a farmhouse, the kind that can be used to eat and feed animals. We can't afford the expensive ones, so just buy some cheap ones. Anyway, the children in the city have never seen anything now." The boss nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, then these are enough. After the 2 chatted, Wen Chongning asked the boss to send someone to help deliver these to the car, and then drove into a place where no one was there and no surveillance. Wen Qian immediately put the livestock into the space and completed the task. After getting the fish pond, the 2 immediately went to the aquatic market to buy fish and shrimp. Carp, crucian carp, grass carp, black carp, bream, mandarin fish, perch, silver carp, bighead carp, 3 scaled fish. All of these varieties were bought in large quantities. Wen Chongning had only raised ornamental fish before and did not know the skills, so he asked the boss a lot of questions. Wen Qian also stood aside and listened, occasionally looking around to see if there was anything else she needed to buy. When she saw the seafood stall, her sight paused. In a few years, the global ocean system will be contaminated by nuclear wastewater. Wen Chongning turned around and saw his daughter staring at the seafood stall. He hurried over and asked, "What's wrong, daughter? What are you greedy for? Dad will buy it for you." "No, I just think it's a pity." Wen Qian leaned over to Wen Chongning's ear and whispered to him about future marine pollution. Wen Chongning frowned after hearing it. "I thought his family lived by the sea and couldn't lack seafood, but I didn't expect that there would be seawater pollution." He couldn't help but curse, and then touched Wen Qian's head. "Dad will buy some for you to raise. Forget it, it won't survive. Raising seafood requires regular water changes, and we won't have the conditions in the future. We'll raise it as long as we can. If it dies, we'll eat it." Wen Chongning was not discouraged at all. He walked to the seafood stall and started chatting with the boss. In the end, he not only bought all the seafood, but also bought the glass fish tank used for breeding. He planned to go back and study how to raise seafood for his daughter at home. He spent 50,000 yuan at the seafood market and drove away. On the way back, Wen Chongning talked to Wen Qian about her space. When he learned that he could grow crops in it, he immediately found a place to buy seeds and seedlings. Coriander, cabbage, eggplant, persimmon, pepper, potato, garlic, green onion, lettuce, cabbage, chrysanthemum, and other common ones. Take 100 bags of seeds. Apple, cherry, banana, plum, blueberry, strawberry, grape, pear, peach, hawthorn, these fruit seedlings, take 10 plants each. After spending more than 30,000 yuan, the 2 came to the building materials market again. They bought 10 large-capacity solar batteries, 10 solar charging panels, 20 portable solar night lights, 5 gasoline generators, and 5 diesel generators. These things cost 200,000 yuan. Wen Chongning swiped his card and turned to ask Wen Qian if she needed anything else. Almost done, let's go back first. When the two returned home, Wen Rang and Li Mo just happened to come back. Everyone reported today's shopping to each other. Wen Rang bought 10 satellite phones, each for 6,000 yuan. 10 satellite phone cards, each for 100 yuan. Each card can talk for 300 minutes, but the validity period is only 1 year after activation, and the validity period is 7 years if the card is not activated, so he didn't dare to buy more. In addition, he asked a friend to get 4 crossbows and 1,000 arrows, and arranged to pick up the goods tomorrow. Li Mo went to several hospitals and pharmacies and asked people to buy common medicines worth more than 100,000 yuan. She also went to several markets far away from home and bought 100 kilograms of sausages and 100 kilograms of eggs in each market. She didn't dare hang around the neighborhood because she often went there with acquaintances and neighbors who were doing business there. If the news got out, wouldn't all these people come to her house and smash the door when the Doomsday really came? Li Mo, some medicines are limited in purchase, and I can't get much. I see that they're still available in online pharmacies. Let's buy some online later. Wen Qian smiled and nodded and agreed. The whole family went out together, and the work efficiency was high. Several people took out their mobile phones and shopped separately, all choosing to deliver the goods the next day. After buying the medicine, Wen Qian placed an order for 10,000 pieces of warm baby stickers. This thing is a treasure when going out in extremely cold weather. There are 10 pieces of warm baby stickers in a pack. She placed an order for 50 packs in each store and mailed them to the address of the Cainiao post station in the nearby community. Post stations are now 24-hour self-service. As long as you don't take someone else's things by mistake, no one will ever check the surveillance to see how many packages you have taken. It is very convenient and fast. After a simple meal at home, several people went out to spend money again. This time they went together, and the purpose was to buy some clothes and shoes. Most of Wen Qian and Li Mo, as clothes now, are skirts and fashion shoes. Even if they have sneakers, they don't have many pairs. Arriving at the mall, everyone picked out the Martin boots and jackets that suited them, then went to buy light pants and finally thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, and down jackets. It was summer and thermal products were on sale, so there were many people picking them up and no one suspected their purpose. After buying these, Wen Qian and Li Mo carried their things into the bathroom. This was the only place in the mall without surveillance, so Wen Qian quickly put all the things into the space. When walking out, Wen Qian saw several sports equipment stores. Her eyes lit up and she pulled Wen Rang, the humanoid card reader, into the store to choose baseball bats, helmets, protective gear, outdoor tents, sleeping bags, and other things. When swiping the card, she couldn't help asking Wen Rang, "Brother, you have only been working for a few years. Are you going to spend all your salary these days?" Wen Rang sneered and glanced at her. "Ignorance is not a crime. I will forgive your ignorance this time." Wen Qian pouted and planned to continue swiping his card in the future. Anyway, she was still a college student, not graduated, and a pauper. Wen Rang threw all the things to Wen Qian and asked her to go to the bathroom to collect them. Then everyone went to the underground supermarket together, each pushing a cart to buy some daily necessities and food. Wen Qian continued to shop like crazy for 0 yuan in places where no one was paying attention, buying all kinds of instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, rice noodles, spicy hot pot bases. When she left, in addition to the things that Wen Rang and others bought with credit cards, she also bought hundreds of boxes of instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, and other fast food, 500 kilograms of rice, 300 kilograms of noodles, and more than 1,000 bottles of mineral water. In the evening, the family returned home with a full load. When walking back in the underground garage, they met Zhang Yang and his family, the neighbors downstairs. When Wen Qian saw them, her face suddenly sank. Zhang Yang and his wife Su Yan used to be colleagues, with Li Mo in the same hospital. Their son Zhang Xiang is the same age as Wen Qian. The two went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school from childhood to adulthood. When Li Mo bought the house in this building, he had already resigned from the hospital. She thought that if she got sick in the future, It would be easier to get things done with an acquaintance in the hospital, so the Zhongyang family chose to live downstairs from her and intentionally mentioned to her from time to time that they wanted Wen Qian to marry Zhang Ziyang after graduating from college. When the two of them moved into the house they bought for Wen Qian, she didn't say anything, because she didn't want her daughter to leave her side in the first place. If the two children really fell in love and got married, it wouldn't matter if they lived in her house. After all, the other party knew everything about her, and with her and old Wen by her side, her daughter wouldn't be wronged after marriage. But Wen Qian had the final say in everything. If she didn't like it, no matter how much the Zhang family hinted, it would be useless. "Hey, old Wen, where did this family go?" Zhang Yang and his 3 family members walked towards them with a smile and asked. Wen Qian had already thrown the things she bought back into the space, so when Chongning replied, "I went out to eat. It was hot, and I didn't feel like moving, so I didn't cook at home. What about you?" Zhang Yang shook the big bag in his hand. "I went back to my dad's to eat. Look, the old man and the old lady brought me some things." Zhang Ziyang couldn't take his eyes off Wen Qian when he saw her. He walked a few steps to Wen Qian. "Qian, let's go to the movies tomorrow, and then I'll take you to dinner." "No, I have something else to do." Wen Qian refused coldly. "What can you do?" "It's just shopping for clothes." "I can accompany you." Zhang Ziyang looked indifferent and wanted to hold Wen Qian's hand. "I know a very delicious and expensive restaurant. I'll treat you. Really, I have something to do." Wen Qian quickly dodged and took Wen Rang's arm. "My brother and I are going out tomorrow. If you don't believe me, ask him." Wen Rang knew from his sister's reaction that she didn't like this boy, so he cooperated very well. "Yes, we have something to go out for." Zhang Ziyang said nothing more when he saw this. Several people entered the elevator together. When they reached the 29th floor, the Zhang family left first. After entering the house, Su Yan rolled her eyes and couldn't help cursing. Wen Qian, that girl, I don't know why she is so crazy. Yang has been pursuing her for a long time, but she never nodded her head to agree. If her family didn't have some money, I wouldn't look down on her. Zhang Zi, Mom, don't worry, after she and I get married, the 2 houses in her family will be ours. And the Kian her father bought for her, I can drive it to work. The Zhang family was calculating, but they didn't know that Wen Qian had seen through them a long time ago. After returning home and closing the door, Wen Qian sat down on the sofa. "Mom and Dad, do you remember what I said before, that our family will be targeted by the neighbors in the future?" The 2 nodded repeatedly. "But I didn't tell you at the time that the instigator was the family downstairs." At first, Su Yan came up to beg for food, crying and saying that her family was about to starve to death. "We thought that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and we will see each other sooner or later. If we help each other, maybe we can overcome this hurdle, but they don't think so." Wen Qian recalled the Zhang family's outrageous actions and smiled coldly. "We gave it on the first day, and we gave it on the second day. But on the third day, we really didn't have much food left, and we also felt that his family's attitude was not right, so we refused." As a result, Su Yan turned around and went to the community group, saying that our family had a lot of supplies but chose not to help, which caused many neighbors who were already starving to death to instantly become furious, and then chose to band together and attack our house. We were not prepared at the time, and they were outnumbered, smashing doors and windows. After breaking in, they took away all the food we had left. But the family downstairs was still not satisfied because they had been eyeing our 2 houses for a long time. Moreover, their family clearly had 100 kilograms of rice at the time, but they were reluctant to eat it. They didn't come to our house to beg for food because they were desperate. Wen Qianyan calmly recounted what happened at the time, and Wen Chongning was so angry that he cursed on the spot. He looks like a decent person, but he's actually a beast. I've known for a long time that the family downstairs is not a good thing. His son is ugly, but he wants to be beautiful. He thinks about my daughter every day." Li Mo's face was not looking good. After a moment of silence, he asked Wen Chongning, "Old Wen, you contacted someone to buy a knife yesterday. What did the other party say? When can I get it?" "Tomorrow. I'll get the knife as soon as I get up tomorrow morning." Whoever dares to come to our house to make trouble, I'll stab them to death. Wen Chongning was so angry that he was panting heavily. He wanted to go find the family downstairs to fight at any minute. Wen Rang's reaction was calm, but the murderous intent in his eyes was no less. Wen Qian, I'm not telling you this to make you angry, but just to give you a heads up. The end of the world is coming, and everyone will be a villain. If we are soft-hearted, others will want to kill us, so we must prepare in advance. Yeah, my girl is right. Wen Chongning nodded repeatedly, holding his phone to the side, researching what kind of self-defense weapons he could make. Wen Rang turned his head, met Wen Qian's gaze, and asked, "How much can you put in that space? Is there a limit?" For the time being, it's basically 1,000 yuan of supplies for 1 square meter of space. Now, in addition to a 1,000 square meter villa, we have also been given 1 acre of land and about 1,000 square meters of vacant land. It should be increased later. Wen Qian didn't hide anything because she originally planned to let them all enter the space. The space will issue me tasks from time to time. I currently only have 1 family member quota, but since this hole has been opened, there will definitely be others in the future. Then you and Dad will be able to go in and see what it looks like inside. Okay, got it. Wen Rang was not hypocritical. Then I will broaden my horizons and see what the Dabii looks like. A night passed, and after breakfast in the morning, Wen Chongning went out to get knives, while Wen Rang went somewhere else. Qian, accompany your mother to your grandmother's house. I want to move back the relics they left behind. Wen Qian's grandfather used to be an old Chinese medicine doctor. He and his grandmother died in a car accident, leaving behind many books and medicinal materials. He originally planned to let his daughter inherit the family business, but Li Mo took the initiative to study Western medicine, which almost angered the old man to death. Later, he set his sights on Wen Rang and Wen Qian, but Wen Rang had no interest in that aspect since childhood. As for Wen Qian, she had been brought up by her brother since childhood to watch TV series about forensic medicine, such as Washing Away Wrongs, The Judge of the Song Dynasty, Forensic Qin Ming, Bones, etc., and was determined to train his sister to be an outstanding female forensic doctor. Finally, when Wen Qian was 10 years old, she was finally caught by Li Mo, who came back from overtime at the hospital. After beating him up, he stopped fooling Wen Qian. Wen Qian couldn't help laughing when she thought of the scene where Wen Rang was already 15 years old that year and was chased by Li Mo around the house and wailing. Wen Qian drove back to the old house with Li Mo. The house was full of dust, and the 3-floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were full of books. After the two cleaned it up, they directly put the bookshelves into the space, and then went to check the medicine cabinet and put away some of the medicinal materials that could still be used. Daughter, you said that it will be difficult to find Western medicine in the future. What about Chinese medicinal materials? You can find some, but they are few because the climate is extreme and the living environment in the wild is dangerous. In addition to the zombies everywhere, there are also some people who rob and kill. Then can you grow medicinal herbs in your space? It should be possible, but I have never grown it, so. It's okay, Mom will do it. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have listened to the old man and learned more from him. It's not too late now, not to mention that we have prepared in advance. I will get a few sets of medical equipment later. If Western medicine can be used for treatment, Western medicine will be more effective. Li Mo nodded in agreement. She chose to study Western medicine because she felt that Chinese medicine was too slow. After shopping outside for a day, when she got home in the evening, Wen Chongning had already brought back what Wen Qian wanted. Wen Qian looked at the 5 Tang swords on the sofa and rushed over in surprise. So many! She thought it was good enough to get one. Wen Chongning sat next to her, looking at his daughter's happy expression, and crossed his legs with a proud look on his face. This is called money makes the world go round. A knife costs 40,000 yuan, and 5 of them will be 200,000 yuan. However, he was very nervous on the way back, for fear that he would suddenly encounter a traffic police checking his car, and it would be difficult to explain if he saw this thing. With weapons, Wen Qian felt more at ease. In the next few days, the few of them went out shopping as usual. Wen Qian brought back a few sets of fitness equipment, intending to let Wen Rang and let them all have a good workout. Wen Rang bought 10 speedboats, rubber boats, life jackets, and other things. Wen Qian did not dare to ask how much they cost. In short, when the things were thrown into the space was visibly expanded a lot. After a busy week, it was finally the day to install the glass house on the rooftop. Wen Qian followed to supervise the work. Seeing that Wen Rang was fully responsible for measuring the size and designing the finished product, she couldn't help but want to praise her brother. Awesome. When Wen Rang said before that he wanted to install a sunroom and diamond mesh, she thought the diamond mesh was on the outside of the glass. Because normally, it is designed like this. But unexpectedly, he asked the merchant to put the mesh inside. Wen Qian moved closer to Wen Rang and asked in a low voice, "Why is the diamond mesh inside?" Wen Rang answered, as a matter of course. "You said before that the weather will be bad in the future, and I'm afraid it will be corroded by acid rain or something." Wen Qian didn't say anything, but Wen Rang knew from her expression that he guessed right. Wen Qian sighed. Although she didn't want to admit it, her brother was indeed smart since he was a child. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted to Wadaiku Vocational and Technical College. The noise of the installation soon attracted the property of the community. The security guard called Wen Chongning and said that this was an illegal construction and could not be done. Wen Chongning cursed in his heart and responded with a smile on his face. "Then let the neighbors report it, and I will tear it down when the report is successful." "You don't have to be embarrassed, you go and report it too." The security guard hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand for a moment whether the other party's attitude was good or bad. There was no way, he had to do what Wen Chongning said. But reporting such things takes time. After a series of procedures, it will take at least half a month to implement. It is not certain whether there will be anyone to take care of this matter by then. It took most of the day to install the sunroom. The roof was equipped with a manually controlled honeycomb sunshade, and the south side was designed with several sliding glass windows to facilitate ventilation and heat dissipation in summer. At the same time, the side where the window can be opened is equipped with a highly transparent diamond mesh to prevent mosquitoes. As long as you open the window and pull down from the upper window frame, you can pull the diamond mesh out of the box and then fix it on the lower window frame. For this small design, Wen Rang spent an extra 10,000 yuan. Wen Qian looked at the installed glass room with satisfaction. The installer had just left the house, and the next second, the voice of the system rang in her mind again after a long time.
Ding!
Turn on the Doomsday defense system. Congratulations on completing the defense upgrade task. Rewards include defense system upgrade, eternal temperature in the defense space, and a spot for a defense technician. Defense upgrade? Eternal temperature? A spot for a technician? Wen Qian was stunned. Before he could figure out where the technician came from, he saw that the glass house that had just been installed had changed. The thickness had changed, and it had become a professional bulletproof grade. And you can only see outside from the inside, and no one from the outside can see anything inside. Not only the glass in the glass house, but even the original windows in the house have been upgraded. When Rang's voice came from the gate, he rarely swore. Wen Qian ran over when he heard it, thinking something had happened to him. "What's going on?" When Rang saw her and pointed at the front door of her house. He was taking out the surveillance equipment and preparing to install it, but the door suddenly changed its appearance, which scared him. Wen Qian laughed out loud when he saw that his front door had become a bank's explosion-proof security door. Looking at the things in Wen Rang's hand, he reacted belatedly. The technician. He must be talking about him, right? Wen Qian quickly pulled Wen Rang over, and in the blink of an eye, the two entered the space. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, which made Wen Rang's heartbeat speed up. He stood there in a daze for a while, then looked around. "Is this your space?" "Yes, I'll bind your information first, you can just browse around." All his personal information was displayed on the panel that Wen Rang could not see.
Name, Wien Rang.
Gender, male. Age, 24 years old. Height, 185 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, programmer. Relationship, brother and sister. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian quickly bound his information and went to find Rang. When Rang was in the villa, and when he found that his sister had already decorated their bedroom, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay, she still has some conscience and didn't let him live in a doghouse. Not bad, right? When Qian leaned on the doorframe and looked at him, pointing at his bed, electric bed, worth more than 40,000. Not bad. When Rang walked over and tapped her forehead, don't let outsiders know about the space, otherwise your dog head will explode in minutes. Don't worry, I know. When Qian knew the dangers of the end of the world better than he did. When Rang had just tried it, and he couldn't leave here alone without Wen Qian. It was probably the same if he wanted to come in. This also meant that no one could steal things and leave safely on his sister's back, which made him feel relieved. Otherwise, the little girl would cry to death if she had worked so hard to store so many supplies and was swept away by someone. When Rang was reluctant to let Wen Qian do farm work, although he had never done it since he was a child. But he still helped her plant the land, except for the grass. The two felt that the land would definitely become larger and larger in the future, and they would do it. Chui hit it off immediately, and they went out of the space to buy seed drills, pesticide sprayers, harvesters, crushers, rice mills, etc. After a long time of work, the two finally found a local agricultural machinery equipment factory and called to arrange a meeting the next day. Then when Rang continued to install the monitoring equipment, and when Qian decided to go out again. She always had a bad premonition that the end of the world would really come early. Taking the elevator to the underground garage, when Qian unexpectedly ran into Zhang Ziying downstairs again. He was walking in front and talking on the phone, and did not notice when Qian's appearance. Zhang Ziying, I said I would definitely go to the class reunion and bring my girlfriend. Why don't you believe this? Who is my girlfriend?
Wen Qian. Who else could it be?
Haha, she is quite difficult to pursue, but it depends on who is pursuing her. I decided to get a marriage certificate with her after graduating from college. I am so handsome, and my family is well off. Why does she disagree? Isn't she going to get married sooner or later? When Qian followed behind, resisting the urge to kick him away, and continued recording with her phone. Zhang Ziying, yes, let's go by car. What car?
Just a Qian.
I've already told her that after we get married in 2 years, I can use the car to go to work. It's okay, but to be honest, I don't really like her car. I plan to ask her dad to buy me a G-Class in the future. Yes, her brother drives that one, but I heard he bought it himself. When Qian sneered, this little abacus is quite loud. Zhang Ziying didn't notice anyone behind him at all, and he was bragging. Until when Qian's eyes passed him and saw a white stray cat lying on the roof of her car, she excitedly said, Xiaobai. When Qian ran over quickly. Was it really Xiaobai? Zhang Ziying was startled by her voice and found an excuse to hang up the phone. He watched when Qian run to the car, catch a dirty wild cat that jumped off the roof, and shouted quickly. When Qian, throw it away quickly. Cats are dirty. You can't keep a cat, otherwise it will affect your ability to have children in the future. When Qian didn't listen to his nonsense. She carefully checked the kitten in her arms. When she confirmed that it was Xiaobai, her eyes turned red. Xiaobai was a long-haired stray cat with heterochromatic eyes. One eye was yellow, and the other was red. It was extremely beautiful, but it was not a beautiful waste. It could be said that it had no rivals in the garbage dump nearby. In the previous life, when Qian became interested in it after witnessing it fighting 3 enemies at once and winning a great victory. She tried to attract it with the fish fillet she had just bought, but she was not. It really followed her home. Even in the end of the world, when she had no dried fish to feed it, it still stayed by her side. Xiaobai rubbed against her arms, meowing all the time, as if it was saying something. After Zhang Ziying came over, it suddenly stopped acting like a spoiled child, stepped on Wen Qian's arm and jumped over and slapped Zhang Ziying in the face with one claw. Zhang Ziying's face was scratched with 3 bloody marks. He cried out in pain, covering his face and looking at the wild cat that might pounce on him at any time, and threatened. I will kill you. Xiaobai, meow.
Come on.
When Qian couldn't help laughing when she saw Xiaobai's act of protecting his master. She opened the car door and shouted, "Xiaobai, let's go." Xiaobai turned around and jumped onto the passenger seat. Wen Qian looked at Zhang Ziang, who wanted to follow but didn't dare to, and her smile disappeared, and she said coldly, "Go get the injection, send me the money you spent, and I'll transfer it to you." After saying that, she drove away. After leaving the community, Wen Qian found a pet hospital and immediately arranged a big package of bathing, deworming, and sterilization for Xiaobai. At first, Xiaobai didn't react to where this place was. When he was carried in by the shoveler and saw his peers, it was too late to escape. "Xiaobai. Meow 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 meow.
Can you be a human being?
Do you want to cut off my again?" Wen Qian pretended not to hear it scolding him, touched its head, and persuaded it in a low voice. "It's better to cut it off. It will be cured once it is cut off. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find a companion for you in the future. Sterilization is not a major operation." Wen Qian added money and arranged it immediately. Xiaobai didn't resist too much, but he cursed very dirty throughout the whole process. The whole hospital could hear his cursing. After Xiaobai came out of the operating room, Wen Qian heard the voice of the system.
Ding.
Activate the Doomsday Battle Pet System.
Name, Xiaobai.
Age, 2 years old. Gender, male. Wen Qian looked at the question mark on the panel and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, Xiaobai was dizzy at the moment and couldn't see, otherwise he would definitely be furious. After paying, Wen Qian carried the cat box to the car and turned to the supermarket. She wanted to stock up on food for Xiaobai. Stock up on canned food. Stock up on dried fish. Stock up on cat litter. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wen Qian received a call from Wen Reng, asking her where she was and whether he needed to pick her up. Wen Qian was already downstairs at this time and said that she would be home soon. Wen Reng was relieved and hung up the phone. Wen Qian happily carried Xiaobai home. After a long busy period, she had already stocked up 2,000 kilograms of cat food for Xiaobai, 1,000 bags of cat litter with 13 kilograms per bag, more than 500 boxes of catkin food, and countless bags of dried fish. Wen Reng and the other two sat on the sofa. If Wen Qian didn't come back, they couldn't sleep. Seeing Wen Qian carrying the cat into the house, Wen Reng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That useless kid downstairs who wants to live off you has come to us to complain, saying that he was scratched by the stray cat you picked up?"
"Yeah."
Wen Qian admitted with a smile. He should be thankful that Xiaobai hasn't mutated yet, otherwise his head would have been moved with one claw. Wen Reng was stunned. "Can animals mutate? It was like this in my previous life. Anyway, our Xiaobai has changed and is as majestic as a big lion. Therefore, she not only has to stock up on cat food but also has to go out and stock up on more meat for it tomorrow." Wen Reng became excited when he heard this and turned to look at Wen Chongning. "Dad, I want a dog." "Wen Chongning, arrange it. I want one too." After a night, the next morning, Wen Chongning went out to buy a dog, Li Mo went to the market to buy meat and vegetables, and Wen Qian and Wen Reng went to meet the manufacturer who had agreed to sell agricultural machinery and equipment yesterday. The other party didn't expect that the two young people came, and they couldn't help but be confused, not understanding why they bought such things. Wen Reng replied, "My family has leased a lot of land and wants to build a farm." The merchant nodded in sudden enlightenment. This was a young entrepreneur. Then he took them to see the products. Wen Qian knew nothing about these things, but she didn't expect Wen Reng to be able to chat with a merchant so well. He didn't look like a novice at all. She couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "Did you study farming in college?" Wen Reng turned his head to look at her with disgust. "The information I checked last night, do you think I am you?" What's wrong with her? She's also very capable. Following Wen Reng as a useless person, Wen Qian was thinking about how to stock up some gasoline and diesel. Logically, she should be able to get the oil from the gas station, but what to use after arriving at the space? While she was thinking about it, Wen Reng had already negotiated with the merchant. Harvester, tillage machine, seeder, sprayer, irrigation machine, feed crusher, forage cutter, corn peeler, corn thresher, rice machine. The two bought 10 machines in one go, spending more than 100,000 yuan. After the transaction, The merchant happily asked them where they wanted to send the goods. When Qian replied, "We'll drive in front to lead the way and deliver the goods to the village entrance. You put some oil in the car and our people will come and drive back, which is a good opportunity to try our hand." The merchant quickly arranged for workers to load the goods onto the truck and left with the two young and promising customers. When Reng drove the car to the rural area where his grandparents used to live. Now there is basically no one in the village, and even if there are, they are all elderly people. No young people want to stay in the village. They either go to the city to buy a house or go out to work. The truck driver and the workers left immediately after unloading the machine. They were very happy that they didn't have to work anymore. After when Qian waited for them to walk away, she put the machine into the space and took Wen Rang in to take a look. Just as she had expected before, the space was still expanding, but the speed had slowed down. It was obvious that the exchange amount was no longer at the ratio of 1,000 yuan per square meter.
Ding.
Congratulations on completing the farm equipment task, and you will be rewarded with a place as a farming member. The system's voice came again, and when Qian chuckled after hearing it. Her father is the son chosen by heaven to farm the land. There is no running away. Wen Qian told Wen Rang the good news, and Wen Rang was also very happy after hearing it. In this way, their family of four can all enter and exit the space. The two drove back, and when passing by the grain store and the market, they bought another 500 kilograms of rice and flour and 200 kilograms of beef. When they returned to the vicinity of the city, Wen Qian suddenly found a good place. "Brother, do you think that is the storage area of several major e-commerce companies and supermarkets?" When Rang found a safe place to park, looked in the direction Wen Qian pointed, and then opened the map to take a look. It should be correct, but the security measures there must be very strict, and you can't get in. We have to go in even if we can't. When the end of the world comes, there will be heavy rain for the next month. Even if we have a chance to come, most of the things inside will be soaked. It's better to give it to us. For the next month? When Rang was surprised. Bincheng is a mountain city. If some people live on the mountain, naturally some people live at the foot of the mountain. The city doesn't have much rainfall in the summer, but occasionally there will be a serious rainstorm and the neighborhoods and vehicles will be flooded. If the rainstorm lasts for a month, then. When Qian leaned back in the chair, clasped his hands over his chest, and nodded. That's right, it will rain for a month, day and night. The villa area downstairs from us was flooded, and even our building was flooded to the 5th floor. When Rang remembered that Wen Qian had said a few days ago that there would be frequent floods in the past 3 years, but it would not affect their family. It was her family, not their community, and this keyword was very important. When Rang was silent for a while, and after digesting the news, he started the car and drove to the e-commerce storage area. The two of them in broad daylight must not be too obvious in their intentions, so they drove around the outer roads, asked Wen Qian to memorize the terrain here, and then left. When he got home, Wen Chongning had already bought the dogs. He bought 4 German shepherds, 2 males and 2 females, but they were all puppies. Xiaobai also came over when he smelled the dog, and after seeing the 4 little ones, he felt that this world was not worth it. "You are a shoveler. Not only did you cut off but you also wanted there to be dogs outside, right? You don't love me anymore, right? The feelings have faded, right?" When Wen Qian felt something was wrong, she was holding a little puppy in her arms and stroking it. She realized the murderous intent belatedly and slowly turned her head to see Xiaobai's face as he caught her in bed. Xiaobai didn't even scream, but just squatted there silently, staring at her intently. With a look of "let me see how you explain it," Wen Qian was so scared that she threw the dog away reflexively. The little puppy didn't know much about cats and was not used to being suddenly out of the owner's arms, so it hummed and rubbed against Wen Qian's legs and wanted to hug him. Listen to my explanation, things are not what you think." Wen Qian didn't dare to neglect it and quickly walked to Xiaobai and squatted down. "They are all my little brothers arranged for you. In the future, you will leave all the dirty work to them. When there are troubles that they can't solve, you can come out again. Isn't this the only way to make you look more powerful?" Xiaobai. "Meow meow meow meow. You scumbag, I believed your ghost." When Qian tried hard to coax her here, and the four little puppies came over with their tails wagging and surrounded Xiaobai. Xiaobai drove them away with a claw, and they came back again, trying to get close to him. This went back and forth several times, and Xiaobai finally didn't bother to pay attention to them. It proudly raised its tail and went to the rooftop to bask in the sun. Several puppies followed behind happily, as if they had decided to hang out with it in the future. When Qian was also very happy to see the dogs trying to please their big brother. Because her battle pet size increased, the system rewarded her again.
Ding.
Battle pet size increased. Reward a natural sand pool. When Qian immediately entered the space to check, and indeed found a huge pool of 2 meters by 4 meters, and it was already filled with cat litter, which looked no different from the ones she made in the mall. Moreover, there was also a flushable squat toilet next to the pool. It was obvious that it was for the convenience of the shoveling officer to clean the sand pool in time. What kind of fairy space is this? This is too spoiling the owner. When Qian happily turned around and hurried out of the space to name the dogs with everyone. After a few people discussed for a while, in the end, when Qian's dog was named Xiaohei, when Rang's was named Xiaolu, Li Mo's was named Bei Bei, and when Chongning S was named De Zhuang. After the name was chosen, the system immediately updated the information. Then when Qian brought Wen Chongning into the space and bound his information. Name, Wen Chongning. Gender, male. Age, 48 years old. Height, 178 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, businessman. Relationship, father and daughter. Loyalty, never betray. This was the first time when Chongning entered the space. He was like discovering a new world. He went upstairs and downstairs, inside and outside the house for several times. Finally, he returned to Wen Qian excitedly and hugged her. My daughter is amazing. The most amazing. Wen Qian's body stiffened for a moment, because before her rebirth, she hadn't seen her father for 10 years. Not to mention the taste of a hug, she was almost forgetting his voice. When Chongning felt Wen Qian's discomfort and wanted to let go with a little loss in his heart, but was hugged by Wen Qian. Dad, I miss you so much. Wen Qian lay in his arms and whispered. In the last life, the first person to leave her was Li Mo. Li Mo was stabbed to death by Zhang Ziang on the day they were driven out of their homeland because he protected her from being defiled by Zhang Ziang. The second person to leave was Wen Chongning. He was found and killed by a group of scavengers when he was out looking for supplies, and then
8.
When Rang was left. In order to protect her, when Rang joined the alliance. He was very good and climbed to the management of the alliance in 2 years. But it was precisely because of his excellence that those narrow-minded people felt a sense of crisis. In the end, they conspired to plot against him and let him die in a mission. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, when Qian lost the 3 people who loved her the most. It was also after they left that she awakened her superpowers and began to become stronger little by little. When Chongning looked at his daughter in his arms and touched her hair clumsily. Dad is here, and Dad will always be with you.
Yeah.
Daughter, will your body feel burdened and uncomfortable with this space? When Chongning was a little worried. This space is so big, what if his daughter is exhausted? Wen Qian smiled and stood up straight, shaking her head in reply. It's okay, I don't feel anything. Think about it. God has opened such a big back door for me, so it must be good for me. Otherwise, I will die because of the heavy burden on my body, and such a big masterpiece will be gone, right? When Chongning thought about it and felt that his daughter was right, he was no longer worried and turned around to go to the field to work. Wen Qian greeted him and first left the space to go to the post station with Wen Rang to pick up the express. The things the family bought online have arrived. While most people are at work in the afternoon, the two of them took out all the express deliveries and threw them into the space, and then Wen Rang went to a nearby shopping mall to buy 50 mobile phones with the largest memory. Wen Qian was dumbfounded when she saw him coming back with a box of mobile phones and asked him, "What are you buying these for?" Listen to music, take pictures, and record things as souvenirs. The end of the world is bitter, so you have to find some sweetness for yourself, right? Wen Qian was shocked. This straight man is actually quite romantic in his bones. The rich and willful young master went into the study room with his cell phone in his hand and went to work. Wen Qian went into the space to help Wen Chongning with work. In the evening, the two of them went out to eat together. Then, when it got dark, Wen Qian and Wen Rang went out together. She was really thinking about the storage factory she saw today. Although the stockpiled goods in the space were enough for their family of 4 to eat and drink in the end times, no one would complain about having too much property. The richer the family assets, the more confident they were, and the more confident they would be when fighting with others in the future. When Rang drove to the vicinity of the storage factory and found a place to park the car, the two walked towards it. There were residential buildings nearby, and some people went out for a walk at night, so they were not conspicuous. When Rang, did you see the 2 security guards at the door? They looked about 1.9 meters tall. You are not even as tall as their legs. Do you want to pretend to be an ant and crawl in when no one is paying attention? I plan to let you use a beauty trick, okay? Wen Qian looked sincere. After hearing this, when Rang turned around and was about to leave without saying a word, but was grabbed tightly by Wen Qian. Brother, for your sister's happiness in the second half of her life, please sacrifice yourself once. Don't be happy, just make do. While the two were playing, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Wen Qian's mind.
Ding.
The end of the world begins. Limited time mission unlocked. Collect 100 million supplies within 24 hours and reward weapons exchange system. Wen Qian was stunned in place, which scared Wen Rang. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Wen Qian slowly raised his eyes, looked at Wen Rang, and said word by word. The end of the world is coming. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, lightning flashed continuously on the dark sea in the distance, and rumbling thunder followed, shaking people's ears. Wen Rang didn't expect that things happened so suddenly, and the heavy rain came so hard. The two stood there and were soaked to the bone. Before they could run back to the car, they heard a loud bang, and then the vision became pitch black. The lightning strike blew up the nearby electric poles. Wen Qian's heart moved. She threw Wen Rang into the space without hesitation and ran towards the gate. She didn't have much time left. She had to get the goods here quickly, then go to the gas station to stock up on oil, and go to the hospital to get medicine and equipment. Otherwise, in a few hours, the city will be flooded, and it will be difficult to drive. After a week of relaxation after returning from the end of the world, Wen Qian has completely entered combat mode. She rushed over quickly while the security guards had not had time to turn on the backup power supply system and hurried back to the security booth. Then she jumped over the railing of the parking lot. 3 minutes later, the dark park was restored to light. The staff turned on the backup power supply and lit up the lights in the park. Wen Qian hid carefully. Fortunately, the rain was so heavy that the security guards patrolling everywhere had to go back to take shelter temporarily, giving her the opportunity to take action. She kept running back and forth in the rain, starting with the container closest to the building and then approaching the gate little by little. In the space, Wen Rang was still sulking because he was thrown in by his sister and couldn't help. He was worried about Wen Qian's safety, but when he saw something suddenly appear in the open space, his heart slowly fell again. Half an hour later, Wen Qian took all the containers outside, a total of 68. She knew that there must be more supplies in the factory building, but the workers and most of the security personnel were in the building and went to the trouble. She couldn't waste time here anymore. Moreover, as more and more containers disappeared outside, it finally attracted the attention of the security personnel. Wen Qian looked at the dozens of security guards rushing out of the building and hurriedly ran towards the exit. The security guard guarding the gate also received the notice, rushed out in the rain, and faced Wen Qian face to face. However, Wen Qian wore a mask on her face, so the other party couldn't see her face. But looking at her figure and clothes, you can tell that she is a girl. Several security guards couldn't help but be stunned. Their first reaction was not to regard her as a prisoner, but to think that it was the staff in the office building who came to inform them of something. But Wen Qian couldn't get out without knocking them down, and she didn't want to waste time acting with them, so she had to take action. Her moves were fast, accurate, and powerful, and she knocked down the 3 security guards with 2 flying kicks and elbow strikes. The fourth security guard at the gate saw that she was difficult to deal with and immediately raised his electric baton. But the next second, the electric baton fell into the hands of the female thief. Wen Qian stunned the person and ran out of the door. She ran back to the parking place in one breath, opened the door, and got into the car, feeling that her heart and lungs were about to explode. Dozens of security guards rushed out of the park, but they hadn't caught up yet. Wen Qian panted and pulled Wen Reng out of the space. "Drive quickly. They are catching up." Wen Reng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He started the car and left the place at a high speed. The young master had been a thief for the first time since he was a child, but he didn't expect to make such a big one. His heart was pounding, and he drove the G-Class with the momentum of a fighter jet. A few minutes later, when the security guards were completely out of sight, Wen Qian asked him to stop the car. The car stopped on the side of the road, and Wen Qian put the car and the person into the space. Then he released his Qian that he had prepared in advance, and the two changed cars and continued to move forward. After changing cars, Wen Reng didn't drive so fast anymore. Because the incident happened suddenly in the park, and they didn't understand how one person could steal so many containers. When they drove out to chase them, Wen Qian and the others had already changed cars, and there was no danger at all. While Wen Reng was driving, Wen Qian went back to the space and changed into dry clothes. Then, she asked Wen Reng to stop at a gas station they passed by. It was late, and the storm was coming. The staff thought that no one would come to refuel, so they lay in the house and played games. Wen Qian saw that there was no one at the gas station, so she got out of the car and started to make trouble. She tried to operate it, but she didn't expect it to be successful. The refueling tool disappeared with the oil underground and entered her space. Wen Qian saw this and immediately collected all types of oil and then ran to the next gas station. At the next station, the operation was even simpler. The considerate space no longer collected the same refueling equipment, but only collected oil. Just like this, they drove back to the city and swept more than a dozen large gas stations. Wen Qian stopped. Not for anything else, because her dear space spoke.
Ding.
The oil storage in the system has reached the upper limit, unlocking the battle preparation achievement. Reward for unlimited oil usage privileges for an unlimited period of time. Wen Qian was surprised. She could refuel at will in the future. Fill up number 98. No need to feel bad anymore. Wen Qian told Wen Reng the good news and then called Li Mo. When the call was connected, Li Mo's worried voice came from the other end. Qian, where are you now? On the way to the hospital. Mom? Don't worry, I'm with my brother and I'll probably be home in the second half of the night. You and Dad must not go out and don't open the door to anyone. We brought the keys and we will open the door ourselves when we go back. After Wen Qian instructed Li Mo, she hung up the phone and looked down at the map that Li Mo had drawn for her in the photo. The map clearly marked the location she was going to. The car drove to the place, and this time Wen Qian didn't rush to let Wen Reng enter the space. They found a place to put the car into the space, and the two walked into the hospital with umbrellas. The power outage here was also caused by lightning strikes, but the hospital's backup power supply can be activated within 10 seconds and can run for more than 96 hours, so it was basically not affected. We took the elevator to the operating room floor. Outside the operating room, there were family members waiting. Wen Qian and Wen Reng looked at each other and heard screams from inside.
Ah!
A sharp cry sounded, making Wen Qian alert instantly.
Could it be?
Several doctors ran out of the operating room in a panic. Their masks on their bodies and faces were covered with blood, and they ran and shouted, "Call the police! Call the police quickly!" The patient suddenly went crazy and bit Director Qin to death. Wen Qian heard this and tried to grab Wen Reng, but Wen Reng dodged him. "If you dare to throw me in, I will break your dog claws." Wen Reng looked at Wen Qian seriously. Now should be the weakest stage of the attack power of the ghost thing. If I am afraid of them now, how can I live after they mutate in the future? He can't always rely on his sister's protection to live. On the contrary, he needs to become stronger and protect her. Wen Qian was choked by his words, because he was right. The early stage of the apocalypse was the weakest stage for zombies. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, Then you follow closely and hide behind me. Wen Rang sneered and nodded nonchalantly. Wen Qian was the first to open the door and walked into the corridor of the operating room. The zombie patient who was just undergoing surgery but mutated in the middle of the operation came towards her. He was a worker at the construction site. Because of the sudden storm tonight, the steel bars that were blown down stabbed his abdomen, so he was sent here for emergency surgery. Wen Qian looked at his white eyes and uncoordinated movements, knowing that he had been infected and there was no hope. She immediately took out the Tang sword from the space, raised her hand and swung the sword, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. Wen Rang stood behind Wen Qian, and even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the extremely shocking scene in front of him and took a step back. Killing someone. No, killing a zombie. And the movements were extremely skillful, without any fear or hesitation. Wen Qian looked back at the frightened Wen Rang, said nothing, and turned to enter an uncontaminated operating room. She collected 3 sets of surgical instruments and equipment, and when she came out again, Wen Rang looked much better. He looked at Wen Qian expressionlessly and said, "Get me a baseball bat." Wen Qian took something out of the space and threw it to him, and the two ran to the intensive care unit. Screams would come from every floor of the hospital from time to time, and even the morgue had movements. This place had unknowingly become the first place of suffering since the end of the world. Wen Qian took away the monitoring equipment from the intensive care unit and hurried to the hospital's drugstore. The pharmacy was off work at this time, and the door was locked. Wen Qian saw this and went forward to pick the lock as if she had expected it. Wen Rang thought she was joking, but he didn't expect that it only took about 10 seconds for the door to be opened. Rushing in and putting all the shelves and medicines into the space, Wen Qian pulled Wen Rang out of the hospital. Along the way, they also encountered several zombies. Just like in the operating room, Wen Qian cut the zombies with her knife, not giving them any chance to be arrogant in front of her, nor did she give Wen Rang behind her any chance to show off. Murder. Someone nearby saw Wen Qian chopping off the zombie's head and screamed wildly in fear. Wen Qian didn't bother to pay attention to them and rushed to the hospital gate in a hurry. The entire hospital had fallen, and the exit of the parking lot was in chaos. Fortunately, Wen Qian had put the car into the space when she went in just now. She dragged Wen Rang to a nearby road without surveillance in the rain and took the car out again. Wen Rang drove the car in silence, occasionally turning his head to look at Wen Qian sitting in the passenger seat. Wen Qian also said nothing. If possible, she didn't want him to find out that she had become so cold-blooded and cruel so soon. In his heart, he must like the old self more, right? No one would like a female Yama who kills without blinking an eye. Wen Qian laughed at herself and calmly accepted the reality. "You drive back first, I have something to do. I'll go with you." Wen Rang refused straightforwardly. "Were you injured just now?"
No.
Wen Rang's throat rolled for a moment, and he turned his head to look at Wen Qian again. "I am a little scared, but not afraid of you. You know, some scenes are different when you watch them on TV and in person. Although I am mentally prepared, but those things are still too disgusting. I need some time to adapt." Wen Rang recalled the heroic figure of Wen Qian swinging a knife to kill zombies just now, and after sighing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "What are you laughing at?" Wen Qian found that he was laughing and couldn't help asking. "Laughing at how awesome my sister is. If the kid named Zhang downstairs saw it just now, he would probably his pants in fear, right?" Wen Qian thought about the scene of Zhang Ziang peeing his pants, and his mood couldn't help but improve. On the way home, Wen Qian went to the epidemic prevention station and 2 large shopping malls again, and cleared out all the supplies he could see inside. There were also about a dozen tobacco and alcohol stores along the way. At 3:30 in the morning, when she and Wen Rang arrived home safely, the system's time-limited task had been successfully completed. Inside the house, Wen Chongning and Li Mo had not slept all night. The power was out at home, and the two turned on a charging night light, sitting on the sofa anxiously waiting, while Xiaobai and the 4 puppies were guarding by the side. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two hurriedly got up and ran to the door. After seeing that they were all safe, Li Mo wiped away tears in fear. Fortunately, they were fine. If they had any accidents, how could she live? It's okay, Mom, don't cry. When Qian changed the blood-stained clothes outside, she went forward to hug Li Mo and patted her back gently. Because it rained too hard, many sections of the road were flooded and blocked, so we came back a little late. When Rang went forward and pulled Li Mo into the house, his voice tired and a little excited. Don't cry, Mom. If you knew what your daughter did tonight, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to cry. When Qian. Why don't these words sound like good things? Fortunately, Li Mo didn't take Wen Rang's words seriously. She glanced at Wen Rang and warned him calmly. Don't talk nonsense. If your sister gets hurt, I will break your legs.
Vin Rang.
Mom, do you have any misunderstandings about our current fighting power? The storm, lightning, and thunder continued outside, and the sounds of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks on the streets in the distance continued. Li Mo and Wen Chongning both had a bad premonition. They looked at Wen Qian and asked in a low voice, Is it ahead of schedule?
Yes.
Wen Qian nodded and admitted, more than half a month ahead of schedule. Fortunately, we acted quickly and were well prepared this time. Wen Rang, zombies have already appeared at the hospital. I don't know how they were infected. Wen Qian. In fact, it's not that there are no traces. The Earth has been overdeveloped for nearly 100 years. Wars, pollution, natural disasters, and viruses have occurred, but humans don't care. This made Li Mo deeply understand. As a doctor, she had to experience a virus infection almost every few years, and each time it was more serious than the last. Humans are too small and are vulnerable to the counterattack of nature. Several people went back to their rooms to rest, and when Qian took Xiao Bai and 4 puppies into the space. The materials collected tonight made the space change drastically again, almost 5 times larger. In addition, the buildings and facilities have been upgraded. It should be the reward for her unlocking the stockpiling achievement. She stockpiled too quickly tonight, and many material storage tasks were completed ahead of schedule, so she did not receive the task reminder and got the reward directly. When Qian didn't rush to see what was in the more than 60 containers. Anyway, the space can preserve the original state of the items, and even if there are fresh food inside, it won't go bad. She remembered the reason why she was crazy about stockpiling tonight: the weapon exchange system. Hot weapons are difficult to get, but they are indispensable. Although in the late end of the world, they can also be bought outside. But there are more cases of being robbed by the thieves. When Qian clicked on the panel, and there was indeed a label of the weapon mall on it. She clicked it with joy, looking at the rows of treasures on it, and was so excited that she wanted to scream. Because there are not only various individual weapons such as rifles and pistols, but also heavy weapons such as artillery, tanks, submarines, missiles, fighter jets. Even, it has nuclear weapons of mass destruction. When Qian was anxious to get a gun to warm up her hands, but she found herself a pauper the moment she clicked to buy. The cheapest gun in the mall costs 10,000 coins, and the balance in her account is 0. Obviously, this mall coin cannot be exchanged for money. When Qian studied it for a while and figured it out, all outputs in the space can be recycled by the system. For example, if she doesn't need the land she grows and the fish she raises, she can sell them to the system. In this way, the system will give her a certain amount of compensation, which is the mall currency. When Qian was happy and worried. How long will it take to make a fortune and buy weapons by farming? But she was relieved immediately. Her space dotes on the owner so much, it will definitely not make things difficult for her. Maybe there will be other ways to make money in the future. And she doesn't understand farming, so she might as well ask her parents and Wen Rang to study it together tomorrow. There is strength in numbers. When Qian reluctantly closed the mall system and went to the villa. Her villa has not been expanded since it was upgraded to 1,000 square meters a few days ago. But the facilities around the villa are brand new. In the backyard behind the villa, there is a swimming pool about 50 meters long. Next to the swimming pool is a large lawn, and there is also a hot spring pool. This is the best place to relax and have fun in the future. In the front yard of the villa, Xiao Bai and several dogs have also prepared their homes. Next to their nests is the natural sand pit, which is very convenient for the pups to solve physiological problems. A little further away is a super large parking lot. Next to the parking lot is a refueling device. Now, parked in the parking lot are her Qian, Wen Rang's G-Class, Li Mo's X5, and Wen Changning's domestic wooling magic car. That's right, Wen Changning bought luxury cars for them all, and he himself drives wooling when he goes out. Behind the cars of the family of 4 are the seed drills and other things she and Wen Rang bought. The system has organized them neatly for her, and it seems that she has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In front of the parking lot is a fruit forest and a fish pond. When Qian walked over and was surprised to find that next to the fish pond, there was another pond. The capacity of the pond is not as large as the fish pond, but it is also about 30 square meters. When Qian was a little dumbfounded because the pond was filled with the seafood that her father bought for her at the seafood market a while ago. Since when Changning bought these things, he has been going into the space to take care of them every day. He was afraid that if he was lazy, his daughter would not be able to eat seafood in the future. The seawater needs to be controlled in temperature and replaced regularly. In addition, the water needs to be oxygenated with an aerator to maintain a high dissolved oxygen content so that seafood can live longer. So when Changning went to the beach to fetch seawater whenever he was free and kept it to replace the water in the fish tank later. In just 1 week, he has prepared 10 large tanks full of seawater. At present, all the seawater that Wen Changning brought back is in the pool, and the seafood he bought is swimming in the water with full energy, with no signs of dying. Her space can raise seafood? This is really great. Wen Qian happily picked up Xiaobai, who was following her, and spun around. Xiaobai. We really don't have to go hungry in the future. Xiaobai. Meow. In the previous life, Wen Qian also gnawed tree bark and drank muddy water when he couldn't find food. The feeling of hunger penetrated deep into her bones, and she would still remember it vividly even if she lived again. Now, not only she, but also her family would not have to die because of hunger. When Qian breathed a sigh of relief, ran to the hot spring pool in the backyard to soak for a while, and then went out of the space to sleep. When she woke up the next morning, she was surprised to find that her body was unusually light. She thought she had too much exercise yesterday, so her muscles would ache today. After all, this body was hers before, not the one that had been beaten for more than 10 years in the apocalypse. When Qian got up and moved around, suspecting that it was the effect of the hot spring. The space would not give useless things. This hot spring must be a treasure. The heavy rain fell all night, and there was still no sign of abating. The low-lying areas in the city center had long been flooded, but the power supply system was temporarily restored. When Rang and the others woke up as well, as they didn't sleep much last night. The thunder outside the window was louder and louder, shaking the windows as if they were shaking. Li Mo cooked millet porridge and steamed dumplings, and several people sat around the dining table, eating and talking about today's plans. When Rang used his phone to browse Moments and Weibo, suddenly he saw a video. After watching it, he handed the phone to Wen Qian silently. Wen Qian took the phone and glanced at it. She found that the video of her chopping zombies in the hospital last night was filmed by someone with a mobile phone and uploaded to the internet. The rainstorm last night came suddenly and fiercely. Although many people were caught off guard, this kind of thing was still acceptable to people. But blatantly killing people in the hospital, this. When Qian in the video had a high ponytail and black marten boots on her feet. She wore black overalls on the lower body and a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body. A leather belt around her waist perfectly showed her slender waist. She held a sharp tang sword in her right hand and pulled a young man who was half a head taller than her with her left hand. They were walking out in a hurry. Suddenly, a man with strange behavior rushed towards her. She did not dodge, nor was she afraid. Instead, she waved the tang sword in her hand, making the man's head fall to the ground easily, like a ripe fruit falling from a tree. Blood spurted out, and the man's body fell to the ground. Along with it, the onlookers screamed in shock.
Ah!
Murder. The video was only a dozen seconds long, and it ended here. When Qian finished watching it and was calm. She wore a mask, and Wenrang also wore one, so no one could recognize her. Even if they recognized her, she was not afraid. There were already tens of thousands of comments under the video, most of which said that she was a murderer and asked the police to catch her and shoot her quickly. However, a small number of people saw something wrong. The man who attacked her looked like a zombie. That's right. I think he looks like a zombie too. According to reliable information, there was an outbreak of zombies in the city center hospital last night, and it has been blocked by the police now. I also have reliable information. Several major shopping malls were swept clean by mysterious aliens last night. Wen Qian glanced at the comment area and threw the phone back to Wenrang. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had just finished watching the video together, and their faces were not very good at the moment. Li Mo was better, as he used to be a doctor, and was used to seeing bloody scenes. Wen Chongning, however, could not even eat, so he simply put down his chopsticks and made a statement. Killing is wrong. Wenrang, the one in the video is your daughter. But killing zombies is okay. My daughter is so handsome, like a female warrior. But what's up with the guy behind her? Why is he like a weak chicken? Dad, can your double standards be more obvious? Wenrang was so angry that he laughed. Your son, was not weak in the knees and asked her to carry me back last night. I'm already very impressive, okay? I'm not weak, I just saw that thing suddenly and was a little slow to react. Wenrang was right. He had performed very well last night and did not hold Wen Qian back at all. He even drove the car all the way out of the hospital, helping Wen Qian to buy things. Wenrang would never admit that he was a weakling, but he also realized that there was a qualitative gap between him and Wen Qian in terms of strength. So after having breakfast and resting for half an hour, he began to exercise seriously. Wen Qian put all the fitness equipment upstairs, so there was an empty floor between the 29th floor and no movement could be heard from below. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were not idle either. They took advantage of the fact that there was still water and electricity at home, and cooking would not attract attention and jealousy, so they quickly made some dishes and put them in the space. Boiled fish, pickled fish, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour pork, 3-cup chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried green beans, dry pot cauliflower, etc. These are the dishes that Wen Qian likes. Make more of everything for food. Seeing that they were all busy, Wen Qian went into the space alone to sort out the supplies collected last night. She hadn't opened the 68 blind box containers she had brought back yet and didn't know what was inside. Officially starting to open the blind boxes, Wen Qian opened the first container, which was full of canned pet food that hadn't been unpacked. There were cans of beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and venison. A large container would probably contain around 100,000 boxes. Wen Qian nodded with satisfaction. She had originally thought that the food she had stockpiled for Xiaobai and the others was a little too little, but now it was enough. The second container was full of canned beer. Her dad and Wenrang would definitely be very happy if they saw it. The third container was filled with happy water, Coke, Sprite, Red Bull, and Pocari Sweat. Herbal tea, coffee, fruit juice, coconut juice, there are many categories. The fourth container was opened, and a gust of cold air hit my face. It was ice cream. The fifth container was still filled with frozen goods, including fish tofu, cuttlefish, lobster, beef, fish roe buns, crab sticks, shrimp slips, tripe, lasagna, yellow throat, duck intestines, and other ingredients for hot pot. The sixth box contained towels, bath towels, socks, underwear, as well as daily consumables such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, and disinfectant. The seventh box contained snacks such as potato chips, melon seeds, shrimp crackers, biscuits, chocolate, and lollipops. The containers at the back were opened one by one, and they contained fine fruits, rice, flour, oil, grains, steaks, lamb chops, salmon and sweet shrimps, household paper, edible salt, children's milk powder, nutritional supplements, beauty and skincare products, home clothing, etc., etc. There are a lot of things, all useful. Wen Qian counted them and looked satisfied. She put all the containers in the east and also put the things she got back from the mall last night there. As for the good wine and cigarettes brought back from the tobacco and alcohol store, they were put in the wine cellar in the basement. Then she went to check on her chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep, and only left after seeing that they were all alive and well. The sky outside seemed to be leaking, and it kept raining. Because of the heavy wind and rain, the windows of some neighbors' homes were of poor quality and had begun to leak. There were thousands of messages in the community group, all discussing the heavy rain and what happened in the hospital last night. When Qian lay on the recliner on the rooftop, with one hand behind her head and the other holding her mobile phone, Zhang Ziang also sent her the video on the internet and a message. Zhang Ziang, the world outside is too dangerous. Qian, tell me where you want to go in the future, and I will go with you. Wen Qian sneered when she saw this. Wen Qian, don't you think that the girl who chopped people looks like me? Zhang, how could it be? You are so gentle and well-behaved. You would never do such a thing. Wen Qian, then don't you think the one she chopped looked like a zombie? Zhang Ziang, where did the zombie come from? Qian, don't listen to the nonsense of those people on the internet. They are all making up stories to attract attention. After posting this content, Zhang Ziang directly sent a video call. When Qian rejected it without thinking, then put her phone on silent and threw it aside, stood up and started exercising. She was busy stockpiling supplies in the past few days. Now it is difficult to go out. It is a good time to exercise. She must take advantage of this period before the surge of zombies to try to get her body back to its previous state. After warming up, Wen Qian ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill. Then she did 500 jumping jacks, 5,000 mountain climbing runs, 500 alternating shoulder touches, and 10 minutes of plank support. When she finished this series of exercises with sweat dripping profusely, she found that her parents and Wen Rang were sitting on the sofa, staring at her motionlessly, stunned. Wen Rang had just run 10 kilometers, and he thought he was pretty good, as he ran without much effort. But now compared with his sister, why does he feel so weak? He, Li Mo, and Wen Chongning looked at each other, stood up at the same time, and walked towards the fitness area. Hurry up and practice. Don't be the one who drags your feet. Wen Qian couldn't help laughing at their actions. She asked them to sit back on the sofa and made exercise plans for them. Wen Rang will be the main fighting force in the future, so he must practice hard. Wen Qian asked him to run 10 kilometers with her every day before breakfast, 10 kilometers after lunch, and 10 kilometers before going to bed at night, to build up his physical fitness first. In addition, the two of them will do 1 hour of strength training and 2 hours of sparring every day. Wen Rang said with an inner struggle after listening to his sister's plan. Let's not talk about whether I can stick to this intensity of training, just say that running 30 kilometers every day, will it kill my knees?
No.
Wen Qian replied calmly, I forgot to tell you that there is a hot spring pool in the space, which can quickly restore the body's functions to the best state. Wen Rang nodded and understood. What his sister meant was that if you train yourself to death, as long as you have a breath left, the space will be able to save you. After Wen Rang's plan was finalized, the next one was Wen Chongning's. Although Wen Qian did not intend to let him charge into battle with him, he must be stronger than other ordinary people. At least when an accident occurs, he must be able to protect himself. So he now needs to run 10 kilometers every day and then do 1 hour of strength training and 1 hour of sparring with Wen Qian. As for Li Mo, he only needs to run 5 kilometers and 1 hour of strength training. After hearing what Wen Qian said, Li Mo frowned slightly and was a little worried. Mom knows you feel sorry for me, but compared to your training, am I too relaxed? No, I know you have a lot of other things to do. Everyone has a different position. Li Mo does not need to do too many things that require physical strength, but she needs to take care of the daily life of the whole family every day, and she also needs to seize the time to study and review the medical knowledge that she has abandoned for many years. Wen Qian knew that Li Mo had downloaded and printed a lot of medical information recently. In the end of the world, it is impossible to go to the hospital to see a doctor when you are sick. Li Mo knows the importance of his existence very well, and he has to read and study until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night every night. After Wen Qian told everyone about the exercise plan, he also told them about the space that can be exchanged for weapons. We must grow more food as quickly as possible, and at least everyone should have a gun for self-defense. Wen Chongning was no longer sleepy when he heard this. After exercising, he immediately took the initiative to ask to enter the space and go to farm. After not entering the space for a day, Wen Chongning was shocked when he entered again because the changes inside were too great. The original 1.5 mu of land has now become more than 10 mu, which makes Wen Chongning excited and full of energy. His wife and children are working hard, so he must work harder. Roll up your sleeves and do it. Wen Chongning renovated the extra new land first and then planted corn, wheat, rice, and other major grains. Next, he planned a piece of land to grow fresh vegetables for the family to eat every day. After planting the seeds, he began to water them. After watering, he walked to the breeding area. The grass in the space grows very well, and it seems that if it is eaten on the first day, it will magically grow again on the second day, so it is so easy to raise livestock here. He first went to the chicken shed to pick up eggs, then cleaned the pigsty, filled the trough with food, and then fed the donkey and rabbit. The cattle and sheep are all free-range, eating grass every day in a fixed area, so there is no need to worry. Ducks and geese stroll by the fish pond every day, and from time to time they have to swim in the water to eat fish, so it is not surprising that Wen Chongning picked up duck eggs and goose eggs near the fish pond. After running around for several hours, Wen Chongning returned to the residential area and saw the hot spring pool in the backyard that his daughter had mentioned. He quickly went back to the house, took a shower, changed into a swimsuit, and went to soak in the hot spring. When Wen Xian came in and called him out for dinner, he was so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. "Daughter, this hot spring is so comfortable. I feel like my back pain has eased a lot." Wen Chongning has a serious back disease, and he has to go to the hospital several times a year for physical therapy and acupuncture. The doctor suggested that he have surgery if the pain was severe, but he was afraid that the operation would fail and he would be paralyzed in bed and add burden to his family, so he kept dragging his feet and didn't agree. When Wen Xian heard his words, her heart moved. This space is full of magic. Maybe it can really cure her parents' old illnesses. "Dad, we will come in and soak for an hour every day from now on." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The two of them left the space and told Li Mo and Wen Rang about their plan to take a hot spring bath. Then they ate while watching TV. The warm scene was in sharp contrast to the storm outside the window. The heavy rain had been going on for a day, with no sign of getting smaller. Zombies attacking people also occurred in various areas, plunging the entire city into chaos. Some people in the community group had begun to panic, vaguely feeling that this heavy rain was not simple. What was even more terrifying than the rain was that the vegetable market downstairs in the community was closed. The vegetable market was located in a low-lying area and was half-soaked. The vendors heard rumors that zombies were biting people, so they stayed at home, preferring not to make money in the next few days to ensure their own safety. It is July now, and the weather is hot. Vegetables and fruits are easy to spoil when bought, so no one has too much stock. There is still some rice and flour, but who can eat without vegetables every day? For a time, all major online shopping platforms were flooded with orders. Everyone wanted to order takeout and buy vegetables and fruits on e-commerce platforms, but found that no one took the order at all. They have money in their cards now, and they all spend "I won't go out." Wen Xian had just finished reading the news in the community group when the light in the house suddenly dimmed again. The whole community was covered in darkness, and the power was out again. Wen Xian quickly turned on the backup power supply at home so that several computers that were downloading things could continue to operate. However, she did not turn on the lights, but lit a candle, then moved a recliner, sat on the rooftop, stroked the cat, ate ice cream, and listened to the wind and rain. This bad weather has lasted for 5 days, and some people have run out of food at home. But the rain still doesn't stop, and what's even more frightening is, there was also a zombie bite incident in their community. A young couple in building number 5, because they were really hungry, put on raincoats and rain boots and wanted to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some instant noodles to fill their stomachs. But when they walked to the gate of the community, the security guards suddenly rushed over and threw them to the ground and bit them. This scene was witnessed by several other neighbors who also wanted to go out to buy something. They were so scared that their souls flew away and turned around and ran home. After finally running back home, they immediately notified the news in the group. There are zombies in our community. The terrifying scene at the entrance of the community was also seen by many neighbors living on the lower floors. Some even took videos and posted them in the community group. In an instant, the group message exploded. It's really a zombie biting people. What should I do? I just called the police, but the line was busy and I couldn't get through. 120 was also busy. What the Hades is going on? When will the rain stop? My family is running out of food. My family is the same. Now there are only 2 packs of noodles left. I dare not eat them at all. Is the end of the world coming? Every household locked the doors and windows, and all stood by the window and stared at the movement downstairs. When Qian took out the telescope and looked down, and found that there were already dozens of zombies wandering around. It's just that they are distributed all around, and it has been raining and foggy for the past 2 days, so they haven't been discovered. When Ran saw this scene, and his mood was complicated. If they hadn't made preparations in advance, they would definitely be like other neighbors, anxious and afraid. When the rain stops, I'll take you downstairs to practice with zombies. When Qian turned to look at Wenrang, causing Wenrang's smile to disappear when he was about to praise his sister as a precious fairy. When Chongning and Li Mo heard this, their hearts suddenly jumped. But neither of them said anything, letting their daughter make the arrangements. When Qian noticed their worried expressions and smiled to comfort them. There's nothing to be afraid of unmutated zombies in the early days of the apocalypse, but there's one thing you have to remember if you really meet one in the future: don't yell. Zombies have poor vision during the day, but they are very sensitive to sound. Just as when Qian finished speaking, a loud cry for help came from the street in the distance. Help! Help! Several people looked over and saw a car driving out of the villa area downstairs. The roar of the engine attracted the zombies' attack. The driver thought he had hit someone at first and got out of the car in a panic to check. As a result, as soon as he got out of the car, his calf was bitten hard by a zombie lying on the ground, and even a piece of flesh was bitten off. The smell of blood drifted through the air, attracting zombies from farther away. In less than a minute, the driver and the car were surrounded by more than a dozen zombies. The driver shouted for help, but who would dare to come forward to rescue him in this situation? The nearby residents all leaned on the windows, timid and looking at the bloody and cruel scene in surprise. A dozen zombies quickly dismembered a living person. They were so strong that they could tear off a human's arm with their bare hands. Then, they ate the person bit by bit, leaving only bones. This extremely shocking scene scared many people to tears. When Qian and the other 4 had binoculars in their hands, so they could see more clearly than others. When Chongning felt sick and wanted to. In comparison, when Qian and the other 2 were much calmer. Limo's face was a little pale, but he could hold on. She looked at Wen Chongning, who was sweating all over, and patted his shoulder. It's okay, we'll just stay here and watch for 2 days. We should be able to get used to it. When Rang had seen zombies up close in the hospital that day, and he stayed up late to watch several bloody zombie TV series these days. Now his psychological defense line is much higher. As for Wen Qian, she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. She even felt a little hungry after watching it and wanted to fry a steak. This zombie not only bites people but also eats people? When Rang asked with concern, then how can people become zombies if they eat all the people? Good question. Wen Qian smiled and gave him the answer. Zombies are also divided into different categories, some eat humans and some don't. The ones like the ones downstairs that eat humans are a minority, but they will also be the first batch of mutations in the future. They will be much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. When Rang wanted to swear, this Doomsday copy was too difficult to beat. When Qian, half of the villa area is now flooded, and it will be completely flooded tomorrow morning. Within 3 days, the first floor of our community will also fall, and within a week, there will be civil unrest in the community, and our house will soon be targeted. In fact, some people have already started to target her family. 29th floor, Zhang's home. After witnessing 2 zombie attacks in succession, Zhang Yang's family of 3 was so scared that their legs went limp. The husband and wife are both doctors at the city central hospital. They know that the hospital is in chaos and the situation outside is far more serious than what they see. The 3 ran into the kitchen and took inventory of the remaining food at home. 5 packs of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, a frozen chicken, and a pound of pork in the refrigerator. However, due to the power outage, the food has now thawed and cannot be preserved for long. The fresh vegetables have been eaten up, and there are only 2 cantaloupes left as fruit. There is still a lot of rice left. Someone came to visit the house a while ago and gave 100 kilograms of rice. They thought the gift was too shabby at the time, but they didn't expect it to be a life-saving food now. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, frowning. This won't work. The outside world will only get more and more chaotic. I don't know when it will end. 100 kilograms of rice can only last us 3 months at most. What should we do in the future? His wife, Su Yan, also had a worried look on her face. I heard from Lao Jiang at the hospital that many of our doctors and nurses on duty have died. It's not safe outside now, and we can't go out to buy food. There's no movement at all in the community, and it's impossible to expect them to distribute relief food. Zhang Ziang was silent for a long time, then looked up at the ceiling. Zhang Yang and Su Yan noticed his actions and looked over, puzzled. Su Yan, son, why are you looking at the ceiling? Qianqian's family, the food has always been good, right? Zhang Ziang slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Zhang Yang and Su Yan. Her family is so rich, and they are very particular about food and clothing. Maybe there will be a lot of things at home. Yes. Su Yan slapped her thigh. How could I forget about her family? Let's go upstairs and have a meal. The 3 of them packed up and went out. The elevator was out of power, so they could only climb the stairs. When they reached the 30th floor, the 3 were a little dumbfounded. Did the Wen family's front door look like this before? Where did her doorbell go? Inside the house, the monitoring system installed by when Rang discovered them, and the computer issued a warning. When Rang and others heard the sound and immediately ran to the study, where they saw Zhang Yang's family on the surveillance screen. Zhang Yang, when did her family change the door? This door looks strong enough, and it can be seen that it cost a lot of money. Su Yan, what a prodigal son. They just spend money on useless things. Zhang Zi, Mom, don't say any more. Anyway, all the money will be ours in the future. Let's go in and have a meal first. Li Mo was so angry when he heard their conversation. This Su Yan used to love to take advantage of small opportunities, and now her appetite is getting bigger and bigger. She even cares about how we spend money. When Changning, I'm going to chase them away. Wen Qian stretched out her hand to stop her father. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Zhang Yang's family knocked on the door, but no one responded. They put their ears to the door, but still heard nothing. Su Yan, they are not at home, right? The family of 3 exchanged glances, and Zhang Ziang suggested in a low voice. Mom, how about we pry the door open and go in to take a look? Zhang Ziang's simple words caused ripples in the hearts of the 3. They looked around with a guilty conscience and discussed in a low voice. Su Yan, but we don't know how to open the lock. How can we pry it open? Zhang Zi, don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have studied it at home these 2 days, and it's a good time to try this lock. Zhang Yang, that's right, if it succeeds, this will be our home in the future. Su Yan's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a sky villa. She couldn't afford it in her lifetime with her family's wealth. That witch Li Mo, she didn't expect to have such a good life. She used to find a guy from the countryside who had no education or background and didn't even have a proper job. He was a fruit seller, who among her colleagues in the department didn't laugh at her at the time. Unexpectedly, after a few years, when Changning's business was getting better and better, she even asked Li Mo to resign and become a rich wife at home. Although Su Yan didn't say anything, she was almost jealous in her heart. They both graduated from the same school. Why should Li Mo's husband make more money than hers? She is obviously more beautiful than her. This is not fair. Su Yan thought of these trivial things, gritted her teeth, and knocked on the door of the Wen family twice. Li Mo, are you home? I'm Su Yan. Open the door. There was still no movement in the house. Seeing this, Su Yan decided to let her husband and son pry the door open. So the family of three went home to get tools. On the way back, Zhang Ziang called Wen Qian, but the other party still did not respond. After a few minutes, the three Zhang family members reappeared at the door of the Wen family. Wen Qian looked at their operations, sneered, turned around, and walked towards them. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had planned to follow them, but were stopped by Wen Rang. Don't go. My sister can handle it alone. Wen Rang leaned back in his chair, staring at the surveillance screen on the computer lazily, looking like he was watching the excitement and not minding the trouble. Outside the door, the three people who were bending over to study how to do it were not prepared at all. They determined that there was no one in the house, otherwise why would they not open the door for them? So, when the door that could withstand artillery shells was suddenly kicked open from the inside, the three of them were knocked to the ground in embarrassment, and their noses were bleeding. The back of Su Yan's head hit the wall, and she screamed in pain. But the next second, the son beside her shouted even louder than her.
Ah!
The dagger in Wen Qian's hand, which was shining with a cold light, flew straight to the base of Zhang Ziang's thigh, almost destroying his life. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ziang's pants were stained with blood. Zhang Ziang's face turned pale with pain. He looked up at Wen Qian and asked fiercely, "What are you doing?" Su Yan was heartbroken to see her son injured, and she cursed, "Are you crazy, you little girl? I will beat you to death." "Oh, sorry." Wen Qian leaned against the door frame, apologizing, but there was no guilt in his eyes. "I thought it was some shameless thief who came to pry open my door, and I had to take action to protect myself." She walked towards Zhang Ziang. Zhang Ziang thought she was coming to help him, but unexpectedly, Wen Qian stopped in front of him, bent down to pull out the dagger, turned around, and went back. The nerves that had been numb from the pain were touched again. Zhang Ziang was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. His body tilted, and he fell into Su Yan's arms. "Mom, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Zhang Yang stood up first, picked up his son, and was about to go into the house. Seeing Wen Qian blocking the door, he scolded sternly, "Get out of the way.
Call your parents out."
You hurt my son. Your family must be responsible." "Su Yan, that's right. Let us go in and treat the wound." When Qian didn't say anything, she just kicked away the three people who insisted on breaking in. The three people didn't expect her to be so strong. They were kicked to the ground, and their bones seemed to be broken. When Qian looked down at them with a cold look, "There is no food in my house. My parents are so hungry that they can't get out of bed. My brother and I are so hungry that we want to bite people. Are you sure you want to come in? Itchy teeth? Want to bite people?" The three Zhang family members grasped the key words keenly and trembled with fear when they thought of the zombies eating people they saw not long ago. Could this girl Wen Qian be infected? Otherwise, how could she get the strength to kick them away? Inside the house, when Rang heard his sister's words, smiled maliciously and shouted, "Why do I seem to smell blood? Is there anything to eat?" His two words frightened the three members of the Zhang family so much that they got up in a panic and wanted to run. But Wen Qian was like the god of death, blocking the fire escape. She looked at the three people expressionlessly, her red lips slightly parted, and said word by word, "If you plan to attack my family again, I will kill you. You dare." Su Yan spoke faster than her brain, and spoke reflexively. After hearing this, Wen Qian smiled, which made her shudder.
"You will know if you dare to try."
"I will only give you one chance, so take care of yourself." After she said that, she turned around and went back home and locked the door. The three members of the Zhang family returned downstairs in a panic. After the couple treated their son's wounds, they couldn't swallow this breath, no matter how they thought about it. "Zhang Yang, what's the matter with Wen Chongning and Li Mo? They taught such an uneducated thing. Wen Qian, that little witch, she is so bold that she dares to threaten us." Su Yan put one hand on her waist and took the phone with the other hand to call 110. Unfortunately, the call was not connected, and she was so angry that she cursed. Are these people all dead? They don't even answer the phone. What's the use of them? Zhang Ziang lay on the sofa, unable to speak in pain. How could he have suffered such an injury since he was a child? Thinking of Wen Qian who hurt him and didn't let him go to her house, Zhang Ziang was also full of anger. Since she is not obedient, I will teach her a lesson. Zhang Ziang's eyes were full of ruthlessness. Thinking of the scene of pressing Wen Qian under him and torturing her severely, he spoke weakly in a low voice. Dad, Mom, we have to let the neighbors know about what happened today. Zhang Yang and Su Yan were stunned and listened to him again. Now there is more than one family without food. Everyone knows that the Wen family is rich and will definitely want to ask them for help. If the Wen family still has this attitude, it will arouse public anger. When they are desperate, they will naturally come to us for help. Zhang Ziang really wanted to see Wen Qian kneeling in front of him, crying and begging him. In the whole community, we have the best relationship with her family. They have no choice but to ask us for help. Once we get into the 30th floor, we can do whatever we want of them. Zhang Ziang's words made Su Yan and the others a little excited, but they still calmed down a little. Zhang Yang was worried. We don't know if the 4 members of his family have been infected. Wen Qian suddenly became so powerful. What if we can't beat him? Su Yan, it's okay. There are so many people in the community. Can't we deal with them? Let's unite the people on the 28th floor first. If we can drive the Wen family out, each family will get one of the 2 houses. Then we will find a way to deal with the 28th floor. What do you think? After the 3 members of the Zhang family had discussed, Su Yan immediately went to call the neighbors downstairs. After Wen Qian returned home, she also made preparations. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the quiet community group began to become lively. Su Yan first at Li Mo and then sent a photo of pants covered in blood, questioning. Su Yan, your daughter hurt my son today. How are you going to deal with this matter? The whole community is trapped at home, hungry and bored. Seeing this excitement, they all have a sense of gloating. Just as Su Yan expected, someone immediately asked her what happened. So she added fuel to the fire and began to make up stories out of nothing. Su Yan, when we were at home today, we heard strange noises upstairs. We were a little worried, so we wanted to go upstairs to see what was going on. Su Yan, as soon as I knocked on the door, Wen Qian rushed out and stabbed my son with a knife. Su Yan, she also said that even if her family had food, they would not give us a bite, and asked us to get out as far as possible. Su Yan, heaven and earth are my conscience. Su Yan, we didn't go upstairs to ask for food today. Although my family is out of food now, I went there because I was worried about her family's situation. Su Yan at Li Mo, I have worked with you for more than 10 years, and this is how you do things? Su Yan, don't play dead, come out and apologize immediately. Then give me a solution. Su Yan, Wen Qian also said that she is itching to bite someone now. Is your family infected? Su Yan sent out a series of messages, which made some people who originally just wanted to eat melons quietly unable to sit still. Infected? Want to bite someone? This is a big deal. For a while, everyone came forward to attack the Wen family. So much blood has been shed. The attack is really cruel. People care about you with good intentions, but you stab them with a knife? Come out and apologize quickly. I didn't expect that there would be such a neighbor in our community. Who can feel at ease living in the same community with such people? If his family is infected, then we are all doomed. Contact the property management and let them come to take a look. Such hidden dangers are best driven out directly. Within a few minutes, the group messages had reached more than 100. Wen Chongning and Li Mo were furious when they saw the messages in the group. They didn't expect the Zhang family to be so shameless and confuse right and wrong. Li Mo was so angry that his fingers were shaking as he tried to type out an explanation, but Wen Qian snatched his phone away. Mom, don't waste your words on them. When Rang had already saved the surveillance video, Wen Qian intercepted a section and threw it into the community chat group. In the video, the Zhang family of 3 were sneaking around, planning how to usurp the throne. Zhang Yang, when did they change the door? This door looks sturdy, and it's obvious that it cost a lot of money. Su-Yan, what a prodigal son. He just spends money on useless things. Zhang Zi, Mom, don't say anymore. Anyway, all the money will be ours in the future. Let's go in and have a meal first. Several people knocked on the door, but no one responded. Zhang Zi, Mom, how about we pry the door open and go in to have a look? Su-Yan, but we don't know how to open the lock. How can we pry it open? Zhang Zi, don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have studied it at home these 2 days, so it's a good opportunity to try this lock. Zhang Yang, yes, if it works, this will be our home in the future. In the picture, the faces and voices of the 3 people are extremely clear. After Wen Qian posted the video, Su-Yan asked, Wen Qian, is this what you call worrying about us? Su-Yan didn't expect that there was a surveillance camera at the door of her house, and they recorded it. The other onlookers didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly, and they all fell silent. Wen Qian, everyone knows what special period it is now. I just want to ask you, if a neighbor suddenly comes to pry open your door, will you panic? Wen Qian, listen to their conversation, and you will know that they have been practicing at home for a while. Which good person has nothing to do at home these days to practice unlocking and prying doors? Prying my house today, what about tomorrow? Su-Yan panicked for a while and quickly appeared to explain. Su-Yan, stop talking nonsense. We were obviously worried about your safety, so we wanted to go in and take a look. Wen Qian, oh? You mean you never thought about my family's things? Su-Yan, do you really think you are some kind of rare treasure that everyone would think about? Su-Yan, Wen Qian, let me tell you, my family is rich. I don't care about your stinky money. Su-Yan, people like you who don't respect their elders, I don't like you at all. I don't like my son either. Su-Yan, don't think that you like my son, and if you can't pursue my son, you can turn the tables and frame us. Wen Qian looked at the messages she sent and chuckled. She threw another video to the group. It was recorded in the garage that day when Zhang Ziyang boasted to others that he would take her to the class reunion. In the video, Zhang Ziyang didn't notice anyone behind him at all, and the abacus was clanging. Who is my girlfriend? Wen Qian.
Who else could it be?
Haha, she's hard to chase, but it depends on who you chase. I've decided to get married to her after graduating from college. I'm so handsome, and my family is well off. Why would she disagree? She's going to get married sooner or later, isn't she? Yes, we'll go by car. What car?
Just a Qian.
I've already told her that after we get married in 2 years, I'll get the car to work. It's okay, but to be honest, I don't like her car. I plan to ask her dad to buy me a G-Class in the future. Yes, her brother drives that one, but I heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian not only recorded the sound, but also let Zhang Ziyang show his face. In this way, even if Su-Yan wants to deny that it is her son, she can't. Wen Qian asked after posting the video. Wen Qian, I'm chasing your son? Does he deserve it? Do you deserve it? Su-Yan, delete the video for me. You are infringing on someone else's portrait rights. I can sue you. Wen Qian, idiot, go and sue. Wen Qian, I still say the same thing. If you try to target our family again, I will make you die on the 30th floor. Just try it if you don't believe me. After Wen Qian finished her speech, she remembered something else. She flipped through the dialogue box between herself and Zhang Ziyang, found a conversation, and took a screenshot. Wen Qian, your family clearly still has 100 kilograms of rice that they haven't eaten, but you're thinking of going to the neighbor's house for a free meal first. Do you have any shame? Su-Yan was stunned. How did Wen Qian know that her family had food? Su-Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? Where did my family get so much rice?
Did you give it to me?
Wen Qian smiled and sent the screenshot. Wen Qian, see for yourself. A week ago your son complained to me that people nowadays are getting more and more shabby and giving gifts, and he only gave you 100 kilograms of rice when he came to your house. Wen Qian, you must not disown your own good son. Wen Qian, also, guard the door of your house well. 100 kilograms of rice is enough to eat for many days. Her words made Su-Yan's back chill instantly. It was impossible to admit it, so she immediately denied it, saying that Wen Qian's picture was photoshopped and that her family had no food. But whether there was any or not, the onlookers already knew it in their minds. Su Yan was afraid that they would come to her house to steal food, so she was scared and deleted all the building numbers and house numbers she had noted. But what's the use? She had already remembered everything she should remember. When Chongning and Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the evidence their daughter had thrown out, and they felt much better. Su Yan argued madly in the group again, but no one paid attention to her this time. Everyone was worried about future survival. Since the second power outage, the power supply system has not been restored. Now there are power outages all over the city, and the staff can't fix it at all. Power outages, food shortages, and zombies. Fatal problems appeared one after another, and some smart people began to take out the pots and pans at home and stockpile water. If the water resources are also polluted in a few days, or the water supply is cut off, then there will be no way to survive. They didn't know when the higher-ups would send someone to rescue them, so everyone was thinking about whether the homeowners committee could take the lead and work with the property management to go to the supermarket near the community to collect food. The group was full of heated discussions, and when Qian saw those words, but she just thought it was ridiculous. They were afraid of death. They didn't want to starve, so they asked the homeowners committee and the property management to go out to find food for them. When Qian silently took note of the few people who were clamoring for others to go out to find food, and then prepared the ingredients for the hot pot with Li Mo. Other people's homes were cut off from water, electricity, and food, but hers was not. And her home was not hot even without air conditioning. The system notified her that day that the temperature in the defense space was eternal. When Qian noticed these days that her home has always been neither cold nor hot, and it is very comfortable. She moved a table to the rooftop garden, which was blocked by other rooms, so the neighbors and other buildings couldn't see them even with telescopes. Because Li Mo couldn't eat spicy food very well, she chose a shuangyang pot for the base of the pot today. Half was spicy and half was tomato. Beef, mutton, grass carp fillet, tripe, yellow throat, duck intestine, luncheon meat, fish, shrimp paste, potato chips, kelp slices, lettuce, green bamboo shoots, winter melon, baby cabbage, enoki mushrooms, and oil curd skin. All the dishes that everyone liked were served, as well as beer, cola, coconut milk, and hawthorn juice that had just been taken out of the refrigerator. When Qian originally wanted to eat some pig brains, but was afraid that her father would associate it with other things and affect his appetite, so she gave up. The family of four gathered around the table, eating and chatting, and had already forgotten about the shameless family downstairs. After eating and drinking, when Qian threw the kitchen waste into the processor, and the other garbage was temporarily placed in the space. She emptied a container and put all the garbage in it, planning to throw it away together when she went out one day. Anyway, the garbage will remain in its original state in the space, and it will not ferment, breed insects, or become smelly, so she can accept it. After filling their stomachs, the family began to get busy again. When Qian took Wen Rang to exercise, Li Mo went to the study to study, and when Chongning was thinking about his farming and animal husbandry business in the space, and was anxious to go into work to save money for her daughter to buy weapons. After a few days of exercise, Wen Rang could clearly feel his physical strength improving. Moreover, he went to the hot spring in the space for an hour every night, and his muscles did not feel sore. Wen Rang followed his sister to practice with confidence. After running 10 kilometers, the two did strength training for an hour, and then went into the space for sparring. Wen Rang practiced Sonda when he was a child. At first, he didn't dare to use all his strength against Wen Qian for fear of hurting her. As a result, his sister came up and knocked him down with one move. The sharp tip of the dagger hung on the tip of his nose, almost taking his life. Since then, Wen Rang has not restrained himself. But even if he tried his best, he still couldn't hurt Wen Qian's hair, so he was speechless. On the training ground, Wen Rang was panting. If I remember correctly, didn't you learn piano and ballet when you were a child? Yeah, what's wrong? Wen Qian looked at Wen Rang, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, and asked with a smile, "Do you look down on us artists?"
No, no.
Wen Rang struggled to get up. I will avoid you when I meet you in the future, and I dare not provoke you. After being beaten for 2 hours, Wen Qian took a break, and then took Wen Rang to practice crossbow shooting. When Changning finished his farm work and took a few little puppies to practice in the same way. When Wen Qian and Wen Rang finished their practice today, the 3 of them and the 4 dogs left the space together. It was already dark outside. From time to time, there were screams and calls for help in the community, and some people who had stayed at home and were not bitten by zombies also began to have attacks. The flood completely submerged the villa area downstairs and spread into their community. Everyone remembered that their cars parked in the underground garage would be flooded, and they felt so distressed. Some people in the group started discussing about forming a group to go out and look for supplies. Some people even cursed the property management for not sending anyone to help them solve the problem and threatened that they would never pay the property management fees again. After seeing this, Wen Qian silently cursed him in her heart as an idiot. She was lying on the sofa and found that Zhang Ziang had sent her a message again. Zhang Ziang, Qian, why did you say that in the group today? Do you know that you make people sad? Zhang Ziang, how much I have liked you all along. You know better than anyone else. You know that I am not chasing you for your family's money. I really like you. Zhang Ziang, apart from me, you can't find another man who can treat you so well and so loyally. Zhang Ziang, don't be willful anymore. There are 4 people in your family. Even if there is food at home, it won't last long. Zhang Ziang, why don't you come to my house and I will protect you? Zhang Ziang, I can also treat what happened today as if it never happened. As long as you apologize to me and be my girlfriend, I will forgive you. After reading the message, Wen Qian deleted the friend with a backhand and felt that the world was much quieter. She threw down her phone, hugged Xiaobai and walked to the window. Xiaobai has a very sensitive sense of smell. He smelled the smell of zombies outside and became a little irritable. Wen Qian patted its head soothingly. Don't worry. Wait until the rain stops. You'll have someone to kill. She held Xiaobai for a while and felt that it was a bit too fat. Xiaobai and a few puppies have been spending most of their time in the space recently. And in the past few days, their growth rate is incredible. Xiaobai was only about 7 or 8 pounds, but now it is 13 pounds. As for those puppies, they were still wobbling when they first came home, and they couldn't even run steadily. Now their size is almost catching up with Xiaobai. Xiaobai couldn't figure it out. A few days ago, the puppies that he could slap away with one paw suddenly grew so much. But the puppies still listen to him very much, and he is very satisfied with this. Outside the community, there is a row of solar street lights about 100 meters away. Wen Qian leaned against the window frame, looking at the zombies attracted by the lights, feeling calm, and his mind was empty. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in her mind.
Ding!
The limited time mission is open. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's combat power will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of any member in the reward system will be increased by 10%. When Qian heard the news and instantly became energetic. She ran to Wen Rang's room and found Wen Rang, who had just finished washing and was about to read a book before going to bed, with an excited look on his face. Brother, let's go out and kill zombies. Wen Rang leaned on the sofa, scratching his ears with an indescribable expression. Just looking at his sister's excited expression, he thought he had heard it wrong, and she was going to take him to a nightclub for a drink. In the end, it was to go to the grave to dance. When Rang looked out the window, somewhat reluctant. It's still raining heavily. Can't you wait until the rain stops to train me? The system has issued a mission. For every 100 zombies killed, your combat power will increase by 10%. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Wen Rang jumped up and went to the cloakroom to find clothes. Wait for me. Wen Rang has been abused by his sister recently, and he has been eager for combat power to the extreme. Although Wen Qian did not tell him how much reward the system gave her. Wen Rang also cleverly guessed that the system must have given her more than himself. But the fat water did not flow to the outsider's fields. His sister is strong, so he is strong. It doesn't matter if he can't beat his sister, as long as he can beat other enemies in the future. When Rang and Wen Qian changed into combat uniforms, put on masks and goggles, and put on raincoats outside. After saying hello to Wen Chongning and Li Mo, they went out. When Wen Chongning and Li Mo learned that they were going out to kill zombies, they were worried and tears fell. But the two gritted their teeth and refused to say a word to stop them. The end of the world is here, and it is definitely not possible to live like before. The children have grown up, they are stronger than them, and they can see farther than them. Since the daughter thinks that they should go out to kill zombies now, it must be right. They can't stop them from growing up and hinder their steps. After Wen Qian and Wen Rang left, Wen Chongning locked the door, then took the baseball bat and Tang's sword left by his daughter, and walked to the window with his wife in his arms. His daughter said that they would deal with the zombies near the community first. So standing by the window should be able to see. Wen Qian and Wen Rang walked down the fire escape stairs one floor at a time. It was the first time for Wen Rang to hunt zombies, so he couldn't help being nervous and took every step very carefully. What surprised him was that they didn't encounter a single zombie in the building. They arrived at the first floor smoothly. The unit door was tightly closed, and the wind blew in from the door, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, extremely harsh. Wen Qian slowed down his pace, looked back at Wen Rang, who looked serious and nervous behind him, and asked, "Are you scared?" Wen Rang hesitated for 2 seconds and chose to tell the truth. "A little, but I can overcome it." After living for more than 20 years, Wen Rang had never killed even a chicken. Now, he was suddenly asked to jump to the level and directly kill zombies transformed from humans. He would definitely not be able to adapt. But he could overcome it. Everything has a first time. Wen Rang knew that he had to take this step. So, he did not look back. "Don't worry, I will never let you get hurt." Wen Qian smiled. In the early days of the apocalypse, she still had this confidence. Wen Qian held a Tang sword in her hand and chose a crossbow for Wen Rang. By the way, she also took out a speedboat from the space. Now most of the outside is flooded, and only their community is barely holding on. So Wen Qian planned to lead all the nearby zombies to the entrance of the community and then move to other places. Seeing that Wen Rang was mentally prepared, Wen Qian opened the door of the unit. The storm rushed towards him, and the mask and goggles on his face were instantly wet. Wen Qian walked outside against the wind and rain, and when he arrived, he knocked the gate of the community. The sound of the iron door was particularly loud in the middle of the night. This not only attracted the attention of the zombies, but also shocked the residents in the building. They leaned on the window and tried to see what was happening below. When they saw that someone was deliberately making noises, they all thought they were crazy. So, the community group that had been quiet for several hours became lively again. Where did those 2 idiots downstairs come from? If you don't want to live, just jump down from the building. If you are bitten to death by zombies, won't there be 2 more zombies? There are idiots every year, but there are especially many this year. The zombies outside are all gathered here. What on earth do they want to do? Are they going to drag us to death together? If you want to die, stay away. Don't dirty our place. The mocking and scolding continued, but within 2 minutes, the wind direction changed again.
Wait.
Are they killing zombies? In the storm, Wen Qian felt that the number of zombies was a little small for the first time. She almost took a loudspeaker and shouted, "There are new people here, come and bite them." But why did only more than 30 come? Wen Qian was very dissatisfied and vented her anger on the zombies. So, when Rang watched helplessly as those first-generation mutant zombies, who were so ferocious not long ago and had eaten all the living people, were killed by his sister with a machete, one by one. Wen Qian raised her knife and the zombies' heads fell to the ground first, but their bodies were still conscious. After a few seconds, they fell one by one. When Rang stood behind his sister, and his blood began to boil. He raised his crossbow and aimed at a zombie that was rushing towards them with its fangs and claws bared. After holding his breath for a short time, he accurately shot through the zombie's head. Beautiful! Wen Qian couldn't help but shout out. Awesome! When Rang was so excited that his palms were covered with sweat after successfully shooting a zombie for the first time. He didn't dare to relax and continued to cooperate with Wen Qian. Half an hour later, more than 50 zombie bodies had piled up in front of the big iron gate. Wen Qian continued to knock on the gate to attract zombies, but the speed at which the zombies came was far slower than they killed them. If this continued, it would only be a waste of time. So, Wen Qian decided to change places. The two took off their masks and breathed in the fresh air. They carried the speedboat and planned to go to the city. The central hospital was a severely affected area, and there must be a lot of prey.
Wait.
Wait for us. Just as the two were about to get on the speedboat and leave, an excited voice suddenly came from the community. God of War. Let's go together. When Qian was slightly stunned and turned to look, 8 or 9 people rushed out of the community. They all had no food at home and had been wanting to come down to collect food but didn't dare. Now that they saw someone clean up the zombies near the community, they quickly seized this opportunity and tried their best to hold on to the thigh. They saw it clearly upstairs just now. These 2 people killed zombies easily and happily. They were not ordinary people at a glance. Several people rushed over quickly, and after seeing clearly who the god of war they were talking about was, they couldn't help but be stunned.
Wen Ram, Wen Qian.
Why are you here? The Wen siblings are well known in the community because they are not only good-looking but also have good academic performance. One was admitted to Tsinghua University and the other was admitted to the School of International Studies. Every parent who mentioned these 2 children was envious. Wen Qian looked at their shocked expressions and spoke indifferently. What's the matter? Wen Qian's cold voice brought several people back to their senses, and everyone rushed to speak. Why are you here? Are you going out to find food too? Can you take us with you?
Yes. Take us with you.
There is strength in numbers. Please, for the sake of being neighbors, please help us. We have no food at home. We're starving. Wen Qian looked at their anxious expressions, without being moved at all. But she changed her mind and agreed. Okay, let's go. Wen Reng raised his eyebrows when he heard his sister's answer, very surprised. According to his understanding of his sister in the past half-month, Wen Qian should not have agreed. Firstly, they were short of time, and secondly, these people had no combat experience at first glance, and they would not be able to help at all if they encountered zombies. Wen Qian's words made several people overjoyed, and before she regretted it, they quickly jumped on the speedboat and sat down. Wen Qian met Wen Reng's puzzled gaze, smiled slightly, leaned over and whispered, "Such a group of people will definitely attract more zombies." Wen Qian doesn't have that kind of great spirit of selfless dedication. In the end times, being able to survive is already a luxury. It is impossible for her to desperately protect people other than her family. The reason why she agreed to take them is only because they can be used as bait. She stepped on the edge of the speedboat and said the ugly words to the people on the boat first. I agree to take you with me, but I can't guarantee your life or death. If we meet zombies, I must first ensure the safety of myself and my brother. If any of you is scratched or bitten by a zombie, I will kill you without hesitation, do you understand? Several people nodded repeatedly, knowing that she could have refused. Seeing that they were still obedient, Wen Qian started the speedboat and headed for the nearest supermarket. The speedboat sailed away quickly, leaving those onlookers in the community building with mixed feelings. Although they were only trapped at home for a few days, everyone knew that such a disaster would not end for a few months. It might even take a few years for them to regain their previous lives. Supplies will become increasingly scarce in the future, and now is indeed the best time to go out and find food. Otherwise, when everyone is starving, the things in the supermarket will have been snatched away long ago. It's just that everyone understands the truth, but when it comes to actually taking action, they become timid again. What if they go out and get bitten to death by zombies? Zombies eat people. Now, they see someone killing dozens of zombies, and it seems to be very simple and easy, and their hearts begin to jump again. Maybe zombies are not as difficult to deal with as imagined? Just take a knife and kill casually. If others can do it, they can do it too. So, after Wen Qian and others left, more than a dozen people rushed downstairs. But this time, they were not able to leave safely but were killed on the spot by the zombies that smelled the blood from a distance. Zombies are much stronger than humans. They move slowly during the day but can move like normal people at night, and their vision is much better than during the day. Screams and cries rang out at the gate of the community, causing the next group of people who were eager to take action to close the doors and windows again, and dared not step out of the door again. On the speedboat, several people hugged each other and looked around nervously, fearing that the zombies would pounce on them. Fortunately, Wen-Qian had just attracted all the zombies here and killed them, so they didn't encounter them for the time being. They looked at the brother and sister who looked calm and not afraid at all, and remembered the little episode that happened in the community group during the day, so they chatted with them. "Why are you two the only ones out? Where are your parents?" Wen-Qian glanced at the person who asked the question and answered slowly, "My parents are in poor health and they are hungry, so only the two of us can come out." After hearing this, several people nodded. When people get older, their bodies will have all kinds of minor ailments. They all have children at home. Because of this, they would risk their lives to find food and don't want their children to starve. When Qian's simple 2 sentences made everyone believe that her family had no food. After all, if there was no shortage of food and drink, who would run out to die? In this way, even if the Zhang family said anything in the community group in the future, no one would believe it. The speedboat soon arrived near the supermarket, and there were indeed many zombies gathered here. When Qian stood up and glanced behind him, the shivering man put on the mask pulled down to his chin again and drew his sword. When the zombies saw this group of living people, they looked like they saw a buffet and ran towards them howling. Wen Qian jumped from the speedboat and landed steadily on a car parked on the side of the road. Before everyone could react, a cold light flashed and blood spurted out. The newly mutated zombie still had human blood flowing in its body. When Qian chopped off the zombie's entire head with great strength, glanced at the neighbors who were so scared that their legs were weak and they couldn't move, and shouted loudly, "Don't stay on the boat all the time. Go into the supermarket." When Rang led the way in front, "Follow me." Several people came back to their senses and hurriedly followed when Rang's footsteps. When Qian looked at the increasing number of zombies, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, her eyes shining. They are all damage buffs. Come on, babies. Her desire to kill zombies was so strong that the zombies that rushed in front of her felt her malice. But now that they were here, how could Wen Qian give them a chance to escape? There were no living people nearby, so there was no need to worry about accidental injuries. Wen Qian was killing people everywhere, and it had been a long time since she had killed so happily. In front of the team, when Rang's movements were becoming more and more skillful. If he could kill him, he would kill him, and if he couldn't kill him, he would run to his sister. A group of 10 people entered the supermarket without any danger. Some staff members inside turned into zombies, and they were successfully solved by Wen Qian and Wen Rang. The neighbors who were traveling with them didn't expect the two to be so powerful. Looking at their clothes and appearance, they looked more and more familiar.
Ah,
I remember it. Suddenly, a neighbor remembered the video he saw on the internet a few days ago. He looked at Wen Qian with sudden realization. The female warrior who killed zombies in the hospital, it must be you, Wen Qian, right? Yes, it's me. Wen Qian did not deny it. It would be good for them to know how powerful she is so that even if they want to take over her family in the future, they will have to consider their own weight. Let us not talk about this for now. Let's see if there is anything we can take. Most of the things in the supermarket have been soaked in water. Since Wen Qian is here, she has to pretend. However, she was not interested in the rice and noodles that had been soaked in water. She only took a few packets of instant noodles and dried noodles and a few bottles of mineral water. When the neighbors saw that she didn't take the rice and noodles, they advised, "Those things are not edible. You should take something decent. You take them first." Wen Qian smiled obediently. "It's not easy for you to come out once. My brother and I will come out to look for it after we finish eating in a few days. The things in the supermarket have been looted, and there are not many left, barely enough for them to share." This time, Wen Qian and Wen Rang put in the most effort, but in the end they didn't fight with them for the things, which moved the neighbors so much that they wanted to cry. What a wonderful child. Wen Qian looked around and heard the movement of zombies again. After making sure it was safe here, she and Wen Rang went to deal with the zombies first. Wen Qian, Hurry up and take them, and wait for me at the checkout. Remember not to run around, or I can't save you. Okay, we definitely won't run around. Listen to the boss at the critical moment. When Qian asked them to go east, and they would never go west. Time passed quickly. It has been more than an hour since they left home. Wen Qian and Wen Rang have killed a total of 137 zombies, and they have also felt the rewards given to them by the system. Wen Rang's feeling is not too obvious yet, but every time Wen Qian kills a zombie, he will feel more and more relaxed. He went outside to deal with dozens of zombies attracted by the smell of blood, picked up a few neighbors, and sent them back to the gate of the community. When Qian saw those fresh and hot neighbors who had just turned into zombies, she took all the heads without hesitation, and then asked the neighbors who were traveling with her to go home quickly. Where are you going next? The neighbors asked in surprise when they saw that they seemed to have to go again. My mother has a bad heart. She was so angry about the things in the group today that she felt unwell, so I want to go to the pharmacy to find some quick-acting heart-saving pills. Wen Qian replied in a deep voice, which made several people feel distressed instantly. Look at those people in the Zhang family. What wicked things they did. Wen Qian watched them enter the gate of the community, turned around and smiled at Wen Rang. Is your acting skill okay? It's a pity that I didn't get into the drama. The speedboat restarted and headed straight for the city center. Just as Wen Qian thought, the city center was completely occupied, and the number of zombies was several times more than that of her home area. With Wen Rang with her, she did not dare to be careless. And Wen Rang also used facts to prove to her that her brother was not only smart, but also much better than others when it came to fighting. From home to the supermarket, and then to the central hospital. Wen Rang's hands became more and more steady, and more zombies died in his hands. From dusk to dawn, the brother and sister went on a killing spree, their adrenaline soaring, and they didn't feel sleepy at all. Some survivors hiding in the building found them killing zombies, and they were shocked and couldn't help but take their mobile phones to record and post them online. So, when Wen Qian and his partner returned home at night, they were already like the saviors of the community. Even many people on the internet pinned their hopes on them, leaving comments and leaving their community addresses, wanting them to kill zombies. In 24 hours, the two killed a total of 3,000 zombies. Without hot weapons, they had to rely on manual labor, and their arms were almost useless. They hurried into the space, took a bath and soaked in the hot springs, and then they fell asleep on the bed because they were tired without even eating a bite of food. This sleep, the two slept for 15 hours before waking up. Li Mo knew that they were exhausted, so he prepared a table of delicious dishes for them. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised fish, sour soup beef, spicy fried clams, garlic lettuce, green pepper pork shreds, dry pot baby cabbage. Wen Qian and Wen Rang saw this, like starving ghosts who hadn't eaten for a week, and they were crazy and showed off. In the end, Wen Qian ate 5 bowls of rice and finally felt alive. Wen Rang ate more than her. The two of them stood up with the help of the wall, supported each other, walked slowly to the living room, and fell on the sofa again. Wen Qian lay there, not wanting to move, and kicked Wen Rang with her foot. Today is a day off, so you won't exercise, right? Thank you for thinking about this. If you don't exercise, I won't exercise today, even if you kill me. Wen Rang didn't want to move even more than her. After 24 hours of extreme exercise, although he took a hot spring bath after returning, it was obvious that the amount of exercise on this day had far exceeded the range of his body's ability to bear, so that after the hot spring bath, his arms were still sore. Wen Qian didn't feel any pain, but just felt tired and simply didn't want to move. The two hit it off and decided to play for a day. Wen Qian held the pad to watch the cartoons downloaded in advance, while Wen Rang first checked the WeChat messages. The news that they took a few neighbors to the supermarket to buy things last night has spread. Many people added him as a friend, hoping that he would take them out next time. Wen Rang showed the information to Wen Qian. Wen Qian frowned, put the 10 packs of instant noodles and 2 packs of dried noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water that she bought from the supermarket last night on the table, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Wen Qian, eat these things sparingly. They are enough for a month, so I don't plan to go out within a month. As long as the system doesn't give her any more tasks, No one can ask her to go out on a rainy day. Fighting on a rainy day is really too uncomfortable. Raincoats are completely useless. When they came back last night, they were soaked like a drowned rat. Fortunately, they have a good physique. If it were someone else, they would have caught a cold and fever by now. When Wen Qian was collecting supplies last night, those neighbors saw it, so she was not afraid of others knowing it. What's more, this little bit of food can't be eaten for a long time. Everyone now knows how cruel she is, and it is impossible for them to come to her to die for this bite of food. On the 29th floor, Zhang Ziang looked at the messages in the group, and his teeth were almost broken. He saw several videos of Wen Qian killing zombies in seconds. He didn't expect Wen Qian to be so powerful. If she was his girlfriend, his future safety would be guaranteed. Even if there was no food at home, he could let her go out to find it. But how could he make her agree? Zhang Ziang started pursuing Wen Qian since high school, but Wen Qian rejected him on the grounds that I just want to study hard and not fall in love too early. Later, when he went to college, although he failed to get into the same school as her, they were still in the same city. But Wen Qian rejected him again on the excuse that I am too busy with studies and don't accept cross-school relationships. Now that Wen Qian has become so powerful that she can easily kill zombies, it is definitely impossible for Zhang Ziang to force her. Zhang Ziang opened the bedside table and looked at the bottle of medicine he had prepared long ago. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He had wanted to use this trick for a long time. He didn't believe that when she became his person and the rice was cooked, she would still refuse to be with him. Zhang Ziang was calculating in his mind and excitedly opened the dialogue box with Wen Qian. He must first ease the relationship with Wen Qian and let her relax her vigilance against him. Zhang Ziang put aside his pride and chose to apologize to Wen Qian first. Although she was wrong in that matter, he chose to forgive her. But after the message was sent, Zhang Ziang's face turned black in an instant. The other party has turned on friend verification, and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and you can chat after the other party passes the verification. When Qian deleted his friend, Zhang Ziang couldn't help it for a moment and threw his phone the ground. The dead girl who didn't drink the toast and drank the penalty. Zhang Ziang was calculating with all his heart, wanting to get Wen Qian, but Wen Qian didn't take him seriously at all. The end of the world is tormenting, and it would be a bargain for him to kill him with a knife. She had to let him experience the fun of the end of the world more. After completing the system's limited time task, her combat power increased by 3,000%.
What is the concept?
It means that she can now break his neck with one hand, and killing him is as easy as killing an ant. After Wen Qian and when Rang rested for a day, they started high-intensity training again. The first time when Rang went out on a mission, he shot all the arrows he had stored. He could still find time to collect the arrows when there were fewer zombies at the beginning, but he really didn't have time later. Wen Qian was worried that he would be in danger, so she didn't let him leave her side and said that he could use the mall system in the space to exchange them in the future, so he used them boldly. But now, he didn't have any arrows in his hand, which made Wen Rang feel insecure. There was no other way. He could only learn from Wen Qian how to chop zombies with a tang sword. When Changning went into the space with them, after watering the land, feeding the livestock, and shoveling cat and dog feces, he followed his son and practiced together. Several people stayed in the space for 4 hours, and it was dark when they went out. The power supply system of the community has not been restored, and even the water flow from the faucet has begun to decrease. The underground garage has been flooded, and the neighbors living on the lower floors are so worried that they dare not even sleep. They asked in the group if there are any kind neighbors who can take them in. As long as they give them a room, they can pay. But at this time, everyone can't spend the money in their cards. Who would let strangers into their homes for that little money? The atmosphere of the end of the world is getting stronger and stronger. In addition to the continuous heavy rain and the increasing number of zombies, even the temperature has risen. In fact, when Qian and when Rang discovered on the night they went out to do the task that it was like hot water in the sky. It is hard to imagine how high the temperature will soar after the rain stops. Fortunately, their home has a constant temperature. No matter whether it is extremely hot or cold outside, they can be comfortable at home. In the evening, the family sat around the dining table, eating and chatting. When Chongning, the grain and fruits in the space are estimated to be mature in 2 months, and there is no need to apply fertilizer at all, and there are no insects. It's really worry-free. Liamo, I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel that after drinking the water in the space and soaking in the hot spring every day, my body is much healthier than before. Wen Qian smiled after listening to what the two said. Don't we have a lot of hospital equipment? Tomorrow the whole family will have a full physical examination, and we will know if we are really healthy. Liamo nodded. This is a good suggestion. Go to bed early tonight, and I will wake you up tomorrow for a physical examination. When Reng wanted to say something, but the surveillance system at home suddenly sounded an alarm. Several people's faces changed, and they all stood up and walked towards the study. Wen Qian walked at the end, wondering which desperate person dared to come to her house to cause trouble. If it was the ones downstairs, she would open the door and throw them out to feed the zombies and would never give them another chance. In the study, when Rang frowned as he sat in front of the computer. Li Mo and Wen Chongning stood behind him, also with doubts on their faces. Wen Qian leaned against the door frame, looked at the expressions of the three people, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?" Wen Rang, "It's not a ghost, it's a man with a child. I don't know which floor he is from. Why did he come to us? A man with a child? Who is so shameless that he comes to beg for food with his family?" Wen Qian was a little curious, so she went to the computer to see what was going on. As a result, she gasped when she saw the face on the screen. Guran? Wen Rang and the other two were stunned by her reaction. They didn't know the neighbor, but she knew him. Outside the gate, Guran was holding a 3-year-old girl in her arms. He looked up at the gate in front of him in confusion. Would a normal family install such a professional explosion-proof door? After observing for a few seconds, Guran found the location of the monitor. He stared at the direction of the monitor and spoke politely. "Hello, is this Limo's house? I am Gu Ki's son. My name is Gu Ran. My sister's sick. Can you help take care of her?" Liamo was shocked after hearing this.
Gu Ke's son?
Why is he here? Liamo bit the corner of his lip and didn't plan to open the door. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang thought the same thing, pretending to be dead to the end, and wait until he got impatient and left naturally. But what they never expected was that the female devil in their family turned around quickly and ran to the door and opened the door with a click. Wen Rang and the other two were dumbfounded. Wen Qian opened the door and confirmed once again that she had not recognized the wrong person. She looked Gu Ran up and down and asked simply and directly, "Is she injured?"
No.
Wen Qian looked at the child in his arms again. "What about her?" "No, she just has a high fever. Come in and talk." Wen Qian pulled the person into the house. She closed the door, turned around, and met the eyes of Wen Rang and the other two. "Liamo, how could you open the door for a stranger?" Wen Chongning, "You actually opened the door for a strange man?" Wen Rang, "I see. It turns out that you are a love-brained person." The three did not say anything, but Wen Qian guessed what they were thinking by looking at their eyes. She rolled her eyes and said to Liamo, "Mom, this child has a high fever that won't go away. You should take a look at her first." Liamo, "How can I see? There is no equipment or medicine. How can I take my life?" Liamo did not want to show off his wealth, but unexpectedly, Gu Ran said, "Aunt, I know you have medicine at home. My dad said you bought a lot of medicine from the hospital a while ago. I really have no other choice, so I came to you. My sister is really seriously ill. As long as you cure her, I will take her away immediately." Afraid that Liamo would not believe it, Gu Ran took out a few loaves of bread and a 10-pound bag of rice from his backpack. "This rice is for you. I can eat bread. I just want some medicine, no other request." Liamo frowned, but looked at the child who had fainted from the fever and felt a little distressed. She looked at Wen Qian, and after seeing Wen Qian nodded, she sighed and carried the girl into the house. Guran looked at her back worriedly, but had no intention of going in. He had been standing by the entrance door and said to Wen Rang and the other two, I'll wait here. Don't worry, I won't go in. When Qian smiled, you've already come in through this door. Does it matter where you stand? Come in, I just have something to ask you. She bent down to find a pair of slippers for Gu Ran, threw them in front of him, and turned back to the living room. When Chongning and when Rang saw her actions like this, they felt an indescribable sadness and bitterness in their hearts, similar to the girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. When Chongning, his daughter, actually treated a strange man so well in front of him. When Rang, his sister, is really a love-brained person. After when Chongning and when Rang glared at Gu Ran fiercely, they also turned and went into the house. Gu Ran felt the hostility of the two, hesitated for a while, and changed his shoes and went into the house. He was very dirty, with mud and blood on his body, so he didn't sit down but stood aside and looked at Wen Qian. What do you want to ask? Where are your parents? Gu Ran didn't expect her to ask this right away. He lowered his head, his eyes reddened, and answered after a moment of silence.
Dead.
My mother was bitten by a zombie on the way home from work. My father wanted to bring my sister and me to your house to ask for medicine, but he was also attacked by zombies on the way. Gu Ran's voice was flat, but everyone present could hear his sadness. When Rang winked at Wen Qian, signaling her not to ask such a heart-wrenching question. As a result, after his sister saw his eyes, she immediately asked again. Apart from your sister, are there any other living people in your family?
Wen Rang.
Is his sister so bad at chatting? Wen Chongning, his daughter, is really good at asking questions. Gu Ran's face turned pale, and he shook his head. Gone, all dead. Wen Qian, before coming to my house, have you been to the pharmacy and the hospital? Yes, the hospital has been completely occupied, and I went to several pharmacies, but they were all emptied. I really had no choice, so I came here. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully, looked at the dirty clothes on his body, and then turned to look at Wen Rang. Brother, take him to your room, find him some clothes, and let him take a bath. Gu Ran, no. Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I'll take my sister away when she's better. Where can you take her at this time? Wen Qian sneered. Do you think you can feed a 3-year-old child with those 2 loaves of bread in your bag? Gu Ran's body stiffened, and his face turned black. When Rang quickly got up and dragged Gu Ran to his room to take a shower. He was so afraid that his sister would say something sarcastic again. This atmosphere was too deadly, and he couldn't stand it. After entering the bathroom, when Rang whispered, there is a backup power supply system at home, but don't turn on the lights. I put your clothes outside. They are all new, and I haven't worn them. Gu Ran, thank you. After closing the door, when Rang hurried back to the living room and sat down next to Wen Qian. Stinky girl. Why didn't I realize you were this kind of person before? When Qian was puzzled. Who am I? You judge by your appearance. Love-brained. Do you think I'm blind? You saw that guy's face on the surveillance screen just now, and you smiled immediately. Your eyes were shining. You opened the door for him without saying a word, and said you fell in love with him? When Rang's words confused Wen Qian. She looked at him with a headache, and then looked at Wen Chongning. Dad, do you also think that I let Gu Ran in because I like him? What else? Zhang Ziang downstairs wanted to come into her house. How did you treat him? Girl, don't be too obvious with your double standards. Wen Qian smiled bitterly and sighed. She leaned back on the sofa, folded her arms across her chest, tilted her head, and looked at Wen Rang. I know Gu Ran because of you. He used to be your subordinate, very loyal to you, and saved your life. In the end, he died for you. Moreover, he is a retired Special Forces soldier with strong combat power. It is beneficial for us to keep him. When Rang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Wen Qian, think about it, he was able to run from the east to the west of the city with his sister alone, and went to the hospital, pharmacy, and even the supermarket, and he was not injured. This is enough to prove his strength. When Rang, that's right, but if it happens again, we can't be sure whether he will be as loyal as before. Wen Qian, so we have to observe. If he has any other intentions, kill him immediately. I don't keep useless people, let alone disloyal people. With your and my current strength, killing him is not a problem. Wen Rang and Wen Chongning were relieved to hear her say this. Wen Chongning, I was scared to death. I thought you had a boyfriend behind your father's back. Wen Qian, Dad, I'm focused on my career and don't fall in love. Wen Chongning, then we should still fall in love. Finding the right person to fall in love with is a very happy thing. You can see me, and your mother will know. Wen Qian didn't want to discuss this issue with him, so she got up and went to Li Mo's room. She received a system prompt that the unconscious injured person had 0 attack power and asked her if she needed permission to bring the injured into the space for treatment. Li Mo had already done a simple examination of the little girl. When he saw Wen Qian coming, the two immediately took her into the space and checked it again with professional instruments. Li Mo looked at the results of the CT scan and frowned. If you come a little later, the child can't be saved. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li. Wen Qian hugged Li Mo and told him about Gu Ran's situation and why she opened the door for him. Li Mo was relieved after hearing this, took the medicine, and took the child out of the space. Gu Ran had already finished showering and changed his clothes, and was standing nervously in the living room waiting for news from Li Mo. Li Mo pushed the door open and saw his tense appearance, and suddenly felt sad. Just now he heard from his daughter that his parents were dead, and his sister was the only relative left in the family. Li Mo put himself in the shoes of his own family, imagining him as Wen Rang, and could not accept that such a thing had happened. I have already given her antipyretics and an injection. You can go in and take a look. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Ran hurriedly thanked him, then went into the room and sat by the bed to guard his sister all night. The little girl's fever subsided at around 4 o'clock in the second half of the night, and she fell asleep again after waking up for a while. Gu Ran didn't close his eyes all night, staring at the little person on the bed, with an indescribable fear in his heart. Originally, he didn't have much affection for this sister. Because she was born when he was in the army, he was not at home in the past few years and had not seen her many times. But now he has retired and returned, his parents are gone, leaving only her and him to depend on each other. Gu Ran's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't even dare to close his eyes. He was afraid that if he was not careful, even this little girl would leave him. In the early morning, when Rang knocked on the door and asked Gu Ran to have breakfast, Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and refused. No, I still have bread, just eat that. I brought your share, don't be polite. When Rang walked into the room and walked to the bed, touching the little girl's forehead. The fever has subsided, don't worry, come back after you are full. Gu Ran refused several times, but was finally dragged out of the room by Wen Rang. He was shocked to find that he was not as strong as Wen Rang, and he couldn't understand what was going on. On the dining table, hot wontons and beef noodles were placed there, making Gu Ran drool. He didn't expect that the Wen family could still eat such food after being trapped for so many days. Being pressed on the dining chair by Wen Rang, Gu Ran looked at Li Mo embarrassedly. Thank you, Auntie, for saving my sister and giving me food. I will take my sister away when she wakes up. It's so chaotic outside now. Where can you take her? Li Mo sighed. Why don't you stay here? My house is big, and there is room for you to live. Gu Ran was stunned. He looked at Li Mo in surprise. He really didn't expect that she would ask him to stay. In this situation, everyone has problems protecting themselves. How could they be willing to let outsiders stay at home and share their food? But Li Mo spoke up, and Wen Chongning and the others seemed to have no objection. They nodded in agreement. Li Mo, your father and I are friends. If it weren't for his help, I wouldn't be able to buy these medicines. Wen Chongning, it's not peaceful outside now. It's really not easy for you to take care of your sister. Just stay. Wen Rang, to be honest, my family has a lot of stockpiled goods, so it won't be a problem with 2 more of you. Wen Rang said this deliberately, thinking that if Gu Ran showed any intention of seizing his family's supplies, he would take action to deal with him. Gu Ran's eyes were already red with emotion. After hearing what Wen Rang said, he immediately turned his head and looked over, reminding with a serious face. Don't say this kind of thing to others casually. It will be dangerous.
Wen Rang?
Am I not thinking of stinging enforcement? Otherwise, I would not have said it. When Qian smiled, "You can bring your sister across half of the city to my house by yourself. You must be very skilled. We provide food and accommodation, and you are responsible for protecting our safety. How about it?" At a time like this, showing goodwill for no reason will only arouse more suspicion. It is better to make a deal and make him feel better. Sure enough, Gu Ran's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He thought for a moment and nodded. "You saved my sister's life and are willing to help us. I am really grateful. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your safety." As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in Wen Qian's mind.
Ding.
2 more combat personnel are added, and the prosperity of the space increases by 20. The reward for the farm to increase production by 20%. Wen Qian originally wanted to pick up a strong teammate, but she didn't expect there would be an extra surprise. She happily accepted the reward from the system, and then bound the information of Gu Ran and his sister. Name: Gu Ran. Gender: male. Height: 182 cm. Age: 23 years old. Blood type: A. Occupation: former Special Forces soldier. Loyalty: 90%. Name: Gu Wanwan. Gender: female. Height: 90 cm. Age: 3 years old. Blood type: A. Loyalty: 100%. The information was successfully bound, and Wen Qian was ready to continue eating, but the system sent several notifications in succession. The system prompts that personnel with loyalty below 90% cannot bind information. After successful binding, the system will automatically increase the loyalty to 100%. If the member's subsequent loyalty decreases to 80%, the system will automatically kill the member and no longer issue prompts and notifications to the host. Except for permanent residents in the space, every 100% increase in the prosperity of the space rewards system personnel who are ready to fight for 2 hours of space activity time, which can be accumulated. To ensure the safety of the host and space, all members in the system are forced not to leak space-related information to outsiders. System member information updated. Gu Ran, loyalty 100%. After reading these contents, Wen Qian was so happy that he wanted to go out and chop hundreds of zombies to celebrate. A fairy system that only favors the master, right? If this were a man, she would marry him on the spot. When Reng looked at his sister's happy look and felt a little disappointed, and she said she was not interested in Gu Ran, how happy was she to hear that he agreed to stay. It was simply unbearable to watch. Wen Qian didn't notice her brother's eyes that wanted to kill someone. After happily filling her stomach, she took Xiao Bai to the rooftop to play. After Gu Ran finished his meal, he heard crying in the room. He hurried into the room and found that Gu Wanwan had woken up and was looking for him in a panic. "Brother." Seeing Gu Ran, the little girl rushed over. "Brother, don't go." Gu Ran squatted down and held her in his arms, whispering to comfort her. "Brother won't leave. Brother will always be with you." The little girl sobbed in fear for a while, and then spoke softly. "Brother, I'm hungry." Gu Ran was a little embarrassed. He had just finished beef noodles, and it was unfair to give his sister bread. But he couldn't open his mouth to go out and ask his aunt for food. Just when Gu Ran was struggling, Wen Qian appeared at the door. She raised the things in her hand. "My family happens to have children's milk powder, which is quite suitable for her age. Give her some first. My mother went to make porridge for her, and it will be ready in a while."
Gu Ran, this.
"Thank you so much. We are all family in the future, so don't be so polite. Just ask if you need anything." Gu Wanwan hid in Gu Ran's arms and looked at the strange sister at the door with curiosity. "Brother, who is she?" Wen Qian smiled and waved, saying hello. "Hello, my name is Wen Qian and I'm your brother's friend. This will be your home from now on. You can come to your sister for anything you want to eat." Gu Wanwan's face was full of confusion. "Her home?"
Her home is not like this.
Gu Wanwan looked around and asked, "Brother, where are Mom and Dad?" Gu Ran's body suddenly stiffened. He did not tell Gu Wanwan about his mother's death. When his father died, Gu Wanwan fainted due to a high fever, so she did not see it. Now, how should he tell her this? When Qian looked at Gu Ran, who was so nervous that the veins in his neck were exposed, sighed, and helped him out. Your mom and dad went to a faraway place to carry out a mission. Gu Wanwan, what is a mission? Wen Qian, TSK. That is, to help others. Your dad is a doctor, right? He is very good and can treat people. There are many people who are sick there, so he went to help. Gu Wanwan thought about it and nodded. Then I understand. Dad has gone out to carry out missions before, and it took a long time to come back. Wen Qian, well, this time it will be longer than before, but your brother will accompany you, so don't be afraid. Gu Wanwan hugged Gu Ran's neck tightly, as if she was holding a life-saving straw, unwilling to let go. Gu Ran thanked Wen Qian gratefully, and Wen Qian nodded casually, then turned and left, leaving the space to the brother and sister. When she was a child, she also loved to pester Wen Rang. When her parents were not at home, Wen Rang was her sky, so she could understand this little girl very well. Gu Wanwan drank a glass of milk, and then left the room with Gu Ran. Seeing a few strangers, she was a little restrained at first. But then, after drinking the vegetable and shrimp porridge brought by Li Mo, and seeing the dogs and cats in the house, she gradually became energetic and soon went to the rooftop to play. When Qian was afraid that Xiao Bai would be annoyed and call over with a paw, so she also accompanied her. Within half an hour, Gu Wanwan became familiar with her, calling her sister sweetly, which made Wen Qian feel quite accomplished. Seeing that they were having fun, Wen Rang walked silently to Gu Ran and asked in a low voice, "What do you think of my sister?" Gu Ran thought for a moment and answered seriously, "She's a very nice person, very kind."
Vin Rang.
You may have some misunderstanding about my sister. Before the end of the world, when Qian was innocent and kind, which was absolutely true. She had never suffered any hardship or grievance since she was a child, and was protected by her family, so that she didn't know the dangers of the world. But after the end of the world, she had been struggling for more than 10 years, and she had nothing to do with the word kind. When Rang coughed lightly and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister?" Even if Gu Ran was stupid, he understood what he heard. He was so nervous that his breath was choked, and he shook his head repeatedly. I didn't mean that. Don't worry, I will never do anything to your sister. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me. Not to mention, I have someone I like. After the egg, his sister didn't play anymore. When Rang suddenly felt a little bit of pain, but the emotion had just spread out from the bottom of his heart, and was dragged to the next room by Wen Qian and taught it. He was abused by his sister without fighting back and could only be wronged. After cleaning up Wen Rang and making him fully understand that he only regarded Gu Ran as a teammate, Wen Qian went for running training. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the community had no water. There was a lot of wailing in the community group, but Wen Qian was as steady as an old dog. In addition to the water and the space, she also stocked up some extra water at home. 2 large bathtubs and 5 oversized plastic buckets are enough for daily washing and brushing. Before Gu Ran came, he knew that the Wen family should have stockpiled some supplies. His father said that the Wen family is very smart and has a long-term view of things, otherwise it would be impossible for them to buy so many medicines before the disaster. But after arriving at the Wen family and seeing what kind of food they eat every day, Gu Ran couldn't help but be shocked. Now outside, people would fight to the point of bleeding over a pack of instant noodles. But the Wen family always maintains a high standard of meals with a combination of meat and vegetables. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, maokshuang, pine nut corn, dry pot cauliflower, tune shoots, and shredded potatoes. Not to mention the end of the world. Even in the past, not every family could eat these. When Gu Ran thought of the bag of rice he brought, his face turned red to his neck with shame. After 2 peaceful days at the Wen family, Gu Ran hadn't slept so soundly for a long time, and the same went for Gu Wanwan. At noon on the 3rd day, after finishing their meal, several people stood by the window to observe the situation around the community. The flood had already reached the 2nd floor of their community, and the people living on the 3rd floor were also uneasy and trembling with fear. The neighbors on the 2 floors below. There was no choice but to move their luggage to live in the corridor, living in fear all day long for zombies to run out. Fewer and fewer people were talking in the community group, and no one wanted to use their phones unless it was something important. Because of the power outage, the power bank at home was almost out of power, so they had to use it sparingly. Ran held up the telescope with a serious expression. There were more and more zombies, and even the flood could not repel them. Those zombies were washed everywhere by the flood, so now there were many more zombies floating from other areas downstairs. Ran had planned to go out these few days and bring back some supplies. Although the Wen family has a lot of stockpiled goods, sooner or later they will run out, and they must not live off their resources. Moreover, the Wen family saved his sister and took them in, so he must do something in return. But looking at the current situation, even if he can swim out, it will be difficult for him to successfully avoid the zombies in the water. There are too many of them. Wen Qian also saw the situation below, but she didn't mind the number of zombies. She also hoped that when the rain stopped, her baby system would suddenly give her a limited time task to increase her combat power, so that she could go out and kill as many zombies as possible. Just when Ran was worried and when Qian prayed that the next limited time task would come soon, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky in the distance. It was the sound of a helicopter. When Qian raised his eyebrows, and the other survivors in the community were ecstatic. They opened the windows one by one and shouted for help desperately. The helicopter hovered in the air for a while, and when Qian heard someone make a notice with a loudspeaker. Starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, supplies will be distributed in the Black Mountain area 5 kilometers away. At that time, staff will clear and kill the zombies along the way in advance, but there is no guarantee that there will be no fish that slip through the net. The killing time for zombies starts at 12 o'clock in the morning and ends at 4 o'clock. Residents are advised not to go out during this period. Everyone who brings their ID can receive a survival kit, first come, first served. After the helicopter notified this area, it moved on to the next area. After listening to this, Wen Qian and Wen Reng looked at each other silently. They guessed that Ran would definitely not miss this opportunity and would go out to get the supplies. In order to pretend, they had to go out together. However, Wen Qian really wanted to observe Ran's combat power up close. On the road to Montenegro, in addition to zombies, there are bound to be other people who rob supplies along the way. Going out tomorrow, there will be a fierce battle. Sure enough, after listening to this, Ran looked at them with shining eyes. You stay at home tomorrow, I'll go out to get the supplies. Wen Rang, there are so many people, it won't take you long to get the one you bring back. Wen Qian, and I will go with you. Ran was surprised that he would actually suggest taking Wen Qian with him, and immediately refused. No, it's too dangerous. She should stay at home and wait for us. Wen Rang also refused. No, it's dangerous if we don't take her. He doesn't feel safe at all without his sister. Wen Qian smiled, I'll go with you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Ran was still a little worried and hesitant, but when he thought of the 30 kilometers Wen Qian ran every day and other training, he felt relieved. No matter what, she must be better than the other girls. Wen Reng also looks like a capable fighter, so it shouldn't be a problem for the two of them to protect Wen Qian. Thinking of this, Ran nodded and agreed. Okay, the three of us will set off together tomorrow morning and try to go early and come back early. But, can you all swim? What's swimming? We have speedboats. Wen Reng answered calmly, which surprised Ran again. They actually prepared even this in advance? No wonder they can make a lot of money. They have a long-term vision. After making a travel plan for tomorrow, Wen Qian lay on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. Everyone in the community group was discussing how to get to Montenegro tomorrow. Suddenly, someone mentioned that the Wen family had a speedboat. The Wen brothers and sisters used a speedboat to take a few neighbors to the supermarket to collect supplies last time, and this matter has spread throughout the community. Therefore, everyone hopes that they will be willing to help this time and use the speedboat to pick up the neighbors in the community to collect supplies. Wen Qian looked at the screen full of messages about himself and Wen Reng, closed his eyes, and suppressed his anger. His white fingertips typed a few words on the screen and sent them out. I owe you? Wen Qian didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless, and they all asked her to pick them up. She refused immediately, and any hesitation would be disrespectful to herself. Soon, Wen Qian's refusal aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. Even the family downstairs came out to join in the fun. Suyan had always been resentful of Wen Qian for beating her son a few days ago. Seeing Wen Qian being criticized by everyone, she was very happy and expressed her own opinions. Suyan, you have a speedboat at home. What's wrong with helping everyone? Suyan, the situation is special now. If it is not necessary, everyone can help. The family will not be willing to beg you. Suyan, don't be too selfish. Helping others is also helping yourself. Wen Qian laughed angrily when she saw what Suyan said. What a saintly white lotus. How can she say these things with a flattering face? Wen Qian, there are thousands of people in the community. Who should I take with me and who should I not take with me? Wen Qian, even if I do nothing and pick you up from morning to night, I may not be able to send everyone off in a whole day. Wen Qian, besides, what do you give me in return for picking you up? Wen Qian, don't mention money to me. I am not short of money. Everyone knows that the most useless thing now is money, because it can't be spent at all. Wen Qian at Suyan, if I remember correctly, your family has 2 rafts. When your son asked me to go to the beach to play a month ago, he sent me photos. Do you need me to find a screenshot of the chat history and show it to you now? Wen Qian at Suyan, since you are so selfless, remember to bring a few more people tomorrow. Wen Qian, as for me, I won't take anyone. Don't be dissatisfied. After sending the message, Wen Qian threw her phone aside. She returned to her room, closed the door, and entered the space. A batch of vegetables that Wen Chongning planted in the space have matured. Because there are too many stocks to eat, they are simply sold to the system to recycle some. So Wen Qian now has 3,000 mall coins. Looking at the weapons on the mall panel, Wen Qian was almost crying with greed. But she still gritted her teeth and spent the 3,000 yuan. There are also bows and arrows for sale in the mall. The arrows are very cheap, 1 mall coin per arrow. Wen Qian bought 3,000 arrows for her brother. After spending, Wen Qian started her daily training again. After dark, Wen Qian and others lay down to rest early. At 12 o'clock in the morning, they heard bursts of machine gun fire in the distance. Zombies were being cleared outside. Wen Qian continued to rest, and at 4 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Wen Qian, wake up, we should leave. Gu Ran's voice came from outside the door. Wen Qian sat up and stretched and replied, I'll be there soon. She went into the bathroom to wash her face, and after a complete set of skincare, she combed her hair into a ponytail and left the room. When Rang had already made instant noodles, Wen Qian went over to eat and told her brother that she had bought 3,000 arrows, which made Wen Rang feel more secure. After the preparations were completed, the 3 of them said hello to Wen Chongning and Liu Mo and went out. Gu ran, and Wen Rang walked in front with the speedboat, and Wen Qian followed slowly with a bag on her back, as relaxed as if she was going on an outing. When they reached the lower floor, there were neighbors living in the corridor, and there were neighbors who were waiting for them. Seeing them appear, a group of people all rushed up, wanting them to take them away with them. Wen Qian stood on the stairs and looked down at them. I thought I had made my words clear enough yesterday, but there are still people who don't understand what I say.
You.
Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, everyone wanted to use force and seize the speedboat. But this time, Wen Qian didn't even have to say anything and was directly dealt with by Gu Ran. After being beaten by Gu Ran with bruises and blood on his head, everyone fled in panic. Wen Qian and his friends stopped on the 3rd floor, jumped out of the window of the escape passage, and then boarded the speedboat and headed straight for Heishan, where supplies were distributed. After several hours of killing, there were indeed no living zombies on the streets for the time being. Many people had already set out from their homes, some swam, some sat on inflatable swimming pool floats, and some dismantled their own bedboards overnight and made simple rafts to travel. There were also people like Wen Qian who took the speedboat, but they were very few. Wherever the speedboat went, you could hear cries for help. The few people did not stop and arrived at Heishan at the fastest speed. The distribution site was set up halfway up the mountain. Gu Ran carried the speedboat and walked in front without even taking a breath. After climbing the mountain for more than 20 minutes, they finally reached the final destination. At this time, there were nearly 2,000 people queuing in front. The first ones to arrive were residents living nearby. There were staff members with guns on both sides of the team, so no one was seen snatching supplies for the time being. Wen Qian wore Bluetooth headphones, listened to music, and lined up quietly. More than an hour wasted like this, and finally, it was their turn in the team. After taking out his ID card to verify his identity, Wen Qian got the survival supplies. Each bag contained 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 packs of noodles. Although there were not many things because there were too many people receiving supplies, the total was not a small number. After Wen Qian and the other 2 received their things, they turned around and walked down the mountain. Wen Reng took Gu Ran's share and handed it to Wen Qian. Wen Qian pretended to put the things into his backpack, but actually threw them into the space. The road down the mountain away from the team was not so peaceful. At the bottom of the mountain, there were already many robbers waiting here, intending to rob supplies. When they found Wen Qian and the other 2 with the speedboat, they surrounded them immediately, like crazy. Wen Qian was blocked behind Wen Reng and Gu Ran. She admired Gu Ran's neat and tidy movements, secretly feeling that he was worthy of being a former Special Forces soldier, and his skills were really beautiful. And her brother was also amazing. Although Wen Reng had not received professional training, he had practiced Sonda since he was a child. In addition, he had been trained hard by his sister during this period and the combat power bonus awarded by the system a few days ago. So he is actually better than Gu Ran now, but he does not have as much practical experience as Gu Ran, so he does not look so comfortable. Wen Qian did not have the opportunity to make a move, and stood in the corner chewing gum in boredom. Unexpectedly, more and more people surrounded them. Some wanted the supplies in their hands, and some wanted their speedboats. Some people were neighbors in their community. Because Wen Qian refused to bring them here, they were resentful, so they wanted to take this opportunity to teach Wen Qian a lesson. Wen Qian saw a few familiar faces and smiled coldly. It seems that her reputation in the community is not that high, otherwise how could someone dare to mess with her? More and more people were besieging them, and Gu Ran was a little overwhelmed for a while. He caught a glimpse of several tall and strong men holding folding knives and walking towards Wen Qian, and shouted anxiously, "Wen Qian, be careful." Gu Ran moved his hands fiercely, trying to kill the people in front of him in seconds. Unexpectedly, the dozen or so people who rushed over later all had some kung fu skills, so he failed to do so. Wen Qian stood where he was, looking at the 5 strong men running straight towards him, without changing his expression. "How old are you, little sister? Do you have a boyfriend? It doesn't matter if you have one. The brothers don't care. You are so beautiful. You must be from a rich family. TSK, it must be very pleasant to do it. Don't be afraid, little sister. The brothers are good people. Come with us, we have food." "Yes, there are a lot of food, one every night to ensure that you won't be hungry. How about it?" Several men said dirty words, looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. Wen Qian looked at them coldly, and when one of them tried to reach out and touch her shoulder, she grabbed the man's wrist. "Ah!" The man's face changed instantly, and he shouted, "Let go. You let go." "Ah! It's broken. My hand is broken." Wen Qian obeyed, and let go of his hand. The next second, she kicked the man away. The man flew 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. This dramatic scene made several men around dumbfounded, and they didn't react for a while. By the time they reacted, they had already suffered the same fate as the man. Wen Qian dealt with several people with an indifferent expression and walked towards the familiar neighbors. When they found that Wen Qian recognized them, they turned around and wanted to run. But how could Wen Qian give them this opportunity? The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Then, it reached its peak when a man with a dagger rushed behind Wen Qian and wanted to stab her to death. Wen Qian drew out the Tang sword, turned around, and chopped off his head neatly. This was the first time Wen Qian killed a living person after the apocalypse, and it felt no different from killing zombies. What does it mean? It means that for some people, being alive is no different from being dead, just a waste of air. When Qian wiped the blood off her goggles, turned her head, and looked at the remaining neighbors nearby. The neighbors who wanted to sneak attack her just now but were now scared to their pants, asked word by word. "Who gives you the courage to rob me?" Before, when Qian took action, Gu Ren always thought that the Tang sword she carried on her back was for Wen Reng. But now he realized that he was so wrong. Wen Qian's every move was a killer move. Seeing her chop off a man's head with one hand, Gu Ren began to doubt his own strength. Even if it was him, he might not be able to beat her, right? No wonder Wen Reng had to bring her out. The people around were frightened by Wen Qian and fled, shouting help. Murder. Wen Qian didn't bother to pay attention to them. She jumped on the speedboat and sat down, saying to Wen Reng, "Brother, go home, I'm hungry." There were constant gunshots outside last night and she didn't sleep well at all. Today she got up early again, so she was sleepy and hungry now. When a person is hungry, his temper is easy to be irritable. Wen Reng knew how strong his sister's fighting power was when she was irritable, so he quickly pulled Gu Ren to jump on the speedboat.
Go home. Go home now.
Just bear with it for a while, and let Mom make you something delicious when you go back. The speedboat started and drove quickly towards home. Leaving behind a headless corpse, there were dozens of robbers who were beaten so badly that they couldn't get up, and they were too painful to struggle. On the way back, the three encountered several waves of zombies. There were too many people going out today, so the zombies that escaped in the morning had another chance to have a good meal. Gu Ren initially thought that Wen Qian would be afraid of zombies. After all, she was a girl and might be a little timid. But soon he found out that he was wrong. Wen Qian's ferocity when killing zombies was beyond his reach. When they were almost home, they met Zhang Yang's family of 3 downstairs. They went out earlier than Wen Qian and the others and came back earlier too. They escaped the group of robbers at the foot of the Black Mountain, but not the group at the door of their home. When they saw Wen Qian, they shouted to her as if they had seen a life-saving straw.
Wen Qian, Wen Reng.
Help. Qian. It's me.
Zhang Ziang. Wen Reng.
Help Uncle and Aunt. Uncle and Aunt will be grateful to you forever. The robbers saw them calling for help and looked over. When they saw the speedboat coming, greed flashed in their eyes. But when they saw the girl standing on the speedboat, holding a Tang sword and wearing black clothes, like the god of death, they felt a chill on their backs for some reason and did not dare to stop her. Wen Qian looked straight ahead, as if she did not see Zhang Ziang's family, and left directly. The 3 members of the Zhang family were so angry that their faces turned red. Not only were the supplies they had just received robbed, but even the raft was taken away by the robbers. Fortunately, all the zombies nearby were killed by Wen Qian, otherwise they would not be able to return home safely. After returning home, Wen Qian went into the house to take a shower and change clothes. Gu Ren looked at the Tang sword she threw in the living room and began to doubt his life. After Wen Qian came out, he asked puzzledly, "You are much more powerful than me. Why do you still keep me in your house? What's the use of a person being powerful?" Wen Qian sat on the sofa, opened a can of iced cola, and handed it to Gu Ren. "I agreed to let you stay because you are strong enough for me to recognize that you can be my teammate. The end of the world is coming, and there will be more and more enemies in the future. I don't think I can fight 100 alone, and I think you are the same." Gu Ren felt mixed emotions after hearing her words. It is a happy thing to be recognized by a strong person, but this strong person is a teenage girl, which makes Gu Ren feel inferior. Seeing his complex emotions, Wen Qian said, "I am very strong, and it doesn't conflict with you being strong. There is no need to get stuck in this dead end." Gu Ren thought about it and felt that it was true. There are people better than people, and there must be many people in this world who are stronger than him. What's wrong with girls? Too many women are stronger than men, and there is no need to feel inferior for this. Gu Ren was relieved immediately, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Wen Qian was only admiration. When Chongning and Li Mo came out of the room holding Gu Wanwan and asked them if there were any accidents when they went out today. Wen Reng, how could there be no accidents? The streets were full of robbers. Fortunately, your son is very capable and scared them all away. Wen Chongning, Why did the higher-ups decide to distribute supplies today? The heavy rain hasn't stopped yet. It's so inconvenient for everyone to go out. Because it will be too late if we don't distribute it now. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran and asked, "You should have noticed something, right?" Gu Ran nodded. "Yeah. When we started in Heishan, the people who maintained order on the mountain saw it, but didn't intervene." Wen Qian also noticed what Gu Ran noticed. If it happened in the past, they would have been taken away immediately, but today they were able to return home safely. Gu Ran, I think they definitely didn't want to take care of it, but because they didn't have enough manpower to take care of it. That's right. Wen Qian nodded and agreed with his point of view. The reason they chose to distribute supplies today is probably because the meteorological department found that the rain would not stop in a short time. Now the whole city is basically without water and electricity. If some supplies are not distributed to the residents, I'm afraid many people will really starve to death. When she went to collect supplies today, the staff also saw the Tang sword on her back. But they did not confiscate it, which shows that the higher-ups now tacitly allow residents to protect themselves to a certain extent. The entire city, the entire country, and even the entire Earth are currently in chaos. The higher-ups have realized the seriousness of the matter, and it is obvious that Bincheng is not on their first rescue list. Wen Qian, if I'm not mistaken, after today's batch of supplies is distributed, there should be no second time. Liamo. Why do you say that? Wen Qian. Because of our geographical problems. Bincheng is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and only one side can be entered and exited. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the transportation is extremely inconvenient. Now that the whole country has fallen and there are zombies everywhere, the cities that the higher-ups want to rescue first must be those developed transportation hub cities, not here. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were stunned, when Rang and Gu Ren also opened their eyes wide. The 4 thought about it and felt that what Wen Qian said made sense. If there is no rescue, what will become of the city in the future? All of a sudden, their mood became heavy. Okay, let's take it one step at a time. There's no point in thinking too much now. Wen Qian broke the silence in the room, looking quite optimistic. When Rang and the others thought of her space and the preparations they had made in advance, and they all relaxed. If they couldn't live in this city, then they would move somewhere else. Anyway, no matter what happens, as long as their family can be together, it's fine. Liamo got up and went to the kitchen to study what to eat for lunch. Wen Qian followed closely, and when Rang took Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan to the study to play games. Half an hour later, Liamo and Wen Qian brought the prepared meals out of the space. Several people sat on the rooftop to eat, and then went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. After waking up in the afternoon, Liamo made a few pots of dumpling stuffing, and everyone started making dumplings. Now there are more people in the family, and the demand for food is more than before. Liamo goes into the space to cook whenever she has time, but she still wants to make dumplings with everyone. Because there are more people, it's faster to make dumplings, and everyone can sit together and chat to keep in touch. She prepared 3 pots of dumpling stuffing, 1 pot of sauerkraut pork, which Wen Qian likes, a pot of Spanish mackerel stuffing, which Wen Rang likes. There was also a pot of leeks and shrimp, which was Wen Chongning's favorite. Gu Wanwan was young, but she was not to be outdone. After washing her hands, she sat aside and imitated everyone's movements. After a few minutes of hard work, she really made a small dumpling. Although the dumplings leaked the filling, they were still well received by everyone, who applauded in affirmation. After spending several hours wrapping these dumplings, Wen Qian helped Liamo take everything into the kitchen and then sent them to the space. Her murder today had spread throughout the community, through the mouths of some neighbors. Liamo and Wen Chongning received many private messages from neighbors, blaming them for not educating their daughter well and raising such a murderer. It was as if the people who had been begging Wen Qian to take them out were not them. Liamo and the others were not angry after reading the messages. They no longer cared about what outsiders said, not to mention that they did not think their daughter had done anything wrong. Liamo and the others did not care about rumors, and Wen Qian and Wen Rang cared even less. Wen Qian carried Xiaobai into the space for 2 hours of training and came out with a pad, went to Guwanwan to watch cartoons together. She really liked watching Tom and Jerry and thought it was okay for children to watch, so she let Guwon watch for an hour every day. The big and the small nestled on the sofa, eating snacks and fruits while watching cartoons happily, as if it was no different from before the end of the world. If the system hadn't suddenly issued a task, Wen Qian would have continued to immerse herself in this simple happiness.
Ding.
Limited time task started. Collect materials on the map within 24 hours and get a steel plant as a reward. An additional 5,000 square meters of preparation space. Hearing this voice, Wen Qian jumped up excitedly. She hasn't gone out to collect supplies for a long time. The last time was the day of the end of the world. The system thoughtfully prepared a map for her, which clearly marked the specific places where she needed to go to buy goods. Wen Qian took a look and found that most of them were in the suburbs, including a grain processing plant, a canning plant, 2 garment factories, a building materials market, and a cement plant. The system meant that she should clear out all these places and then build a steel plant for her in her space? Is this the rhythm of taking her to do something big? Wen Qian was in high spirits. She quickly ran to Wen Rang's room and told him about it. When Wen Rang heard the reward given by the system, he also felt that it was not simple and immediately prepared. By the way, are you taking Gu Ran with you this time? Wen Qian hesitated for a moment. Take him away temporarily while I collect supplies. It is safer for the 3 of us to act together. As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the system rang again.
Ding.
The team's joint combat mission is started. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's defense will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, any member of the system will be rewarded with a 10% increase in defense. Wen Qian couldn't help it. She jumped a few times in excitement and screamed, "System!" She loves the system. Last time, she had increased her combat power by 3,000%. This time, with Gu Ran, a powerful fighter, the data will definitely be higher and not lower. If her defense is increased again, what weaknesses will she have? In the future, when she goes out, there will be 2 words written on her forehead: invincible. When Rang was shocked by her behavior, and after hearing her talk about the system's additional tasks and rewards, he couldn't help it. He immediately ran to Gu Ran's room and dragged him out. "Change clothes. Let's go out." Gu Ran was a little confused. "It's dark outside. It's not safe to go out at this time, right?" Wen Rang. "The less safe, the better. Otherwise, how can we hone our physical and mental will?" Gu Ran. Although it sounds weird, it makes sense and is completely irrefutable. After the 3 of them were ready to go, they went out after talking to Li Mo and the others. Wen Qian walked downstairs with the speedboat and frowned slightly when she met the neighbors living in the corridor. "Which floor is this?" The neighbors were shocked to see her, because her notoriety had spread. Everyone said that she was crazy, the kind of crazy that murder is not against the law. "What are you doing downstairs?" A dozen people huddled together, looking at Wen Qian's trembling voice, and asked. They were all residents who were flooded downstairs. Because the escape passage of this building was relatively wide, they simply gathered together after discussing with each other, thinking that more people would be able to take care of each other. At this time, several tents had been set up in the corridor, and a candle was burning on the ground. In the weak candlelight, they looked at Wen Qian's cold eyebrows and felt that the knife in her hand seemed to be about to chop them down at any minute. "I asked you which floor this is." Wen Qian didn't pay attention when she went downstairs just now. She looked around and didn't see the building sign, but she always felt something was wrong. Everyone was frightened by her sudden increase in decibels and hurriedly answered. "5th floor. This is the 5th floor. Everything below is flooded. We had no choice but to come here." Wen Qian got the answer, and his face became even uglier. The flood has already submerged the 4th floor? In the previous life, after the heavy rain for a month, only the 5th floor of their building was flooded. But now, just half a month has passed, and it's already like this. Realizing that the situation this time is much more serious than last time, Wen Qian no longer delays and immediately jumps out of the window to collect supplies. The three of them drove the speedboat towards the suburbs and encountered some zombies along the way, but Wen Qian chose to avoid them all, which made Gu Rand a little puzzled. Aren't we out here to experience? Why do we kill the zombies when we see them? Wen Qian raised his eyes and glanced at him. Don't worry, there are several factories in the suburbs. I want to try my luck and see if there are any supplies. Gu Rand suddenly realized that stockpiling supplies is indeed more important than killing zombies. They had to race against time and try to get there before others. Fortunately, the supplies had just been distributed today, and the rain was getting heavier, so apart from them, there were basically no other living people on the street. When Rang was sitting on the boat and suddenly felt a little bored, he looked at Gu Ran, kicked his shoes with his feet, and talked to him. By the way, didn't you say before that you had someone you liked? How did you know each other? When Rang suddenly mentioned this topic, which made Gu Ran a little embarrassed, he touched his neck and whispered back, I met her when I was in the army. Also a special forces soldier?
Yeah.
When Rang continued to ask, then where is she now? Is she still alive? Still there? We contacted each other the other day, but there was no news in the past 2 days. I guess she went on a mission. Wen Qian sat aside and looked at Wen Rang, but did not hit Gu Ran. Losing contact at this time is not a good thing. Wen Qian thought for a moment and said, if you contact her again, you can ask her if she is willing to come to our place, and we can go with you to pick her up. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll ask her. Because increasing the number of combatants can improve the prosperity of the space, and the system will also give extra rewards. Wen Qian does not reject the idea of recruiting capable people as teammates. They arrived at the suburbs smoothly. Wen Qian checked the map, and they came to the first grain processing plant. On the way here, Wen Qian was still worried that the rain was so heavy that everything in the factory should be soaked. But when she arrived, she was surprised to find that the factory was actually built on the mountain, which was so foresight. Brother, you two stay outside to prevent other people from attacking. I'll go in and take a look first. Wen Qian ran into the factory first. When Reng understood what she meant and pulled Gu Ran outside to kill zombies, giving her enough time to collect supplies inside. After Wen Qian went in, she first killed the zombies inside, then took a nightlight to observe the equipment in the factory, and found that they were all in good condition, and there was so much food in the warehouse that her eyes lit up. After putting all the things into the space, Wen Qian received a system prompt. The materials of the grain processing plant have been collected, and a total of 500 tons of grain in stock, 200 tons of finished rice in stock, and a set of production management machinery have been collected. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run outside. When Reng and Gu Ran saw that she came out safely, and they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Gu Ran saw that she had nothing in her hands and thought that the inside had been swept away, so he comforted her. It's okay. Let's go somewhere else and have a look. We will definitely find supplies. When Reng smiled and said nothing, looking at his sister's expression, he knew that this trip must be a big harvest. Several people worked together to get rid of all the zombies in the factory, and then ran to the next destination, the canning factory. After arriving, when Reng and Gu Ran continued to guard outside, and Wen Qian went in to collect things. Just like the grain processing plant, no one had gotten there first. Wen Qian cleared out all the equipment and inventory in the plant, and then left a few dozen cans of food and threw them into her backpack, thinking that she would show them to Gu Ran later, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm. The canning plant has collected all the materials, including 10,000 boxes of canned fruit, 10,000 boxes of canned fish, 10,000 boxes of canned livestock and poultry, and a set of assembly line production equipment. The system's voice reassured Wen Qian, and she ran out to tell Gu Ran the good news. Gu Ran looked at her backpack of canned food, including canned yellow peaches, canned strawberries, canned hawthorns, as well as luncheon meat, canned beef, and canned tuna, and a satisfied smile appeared on his serious face. There were 2 more clothing processing factories on the map given by the system, which were far away from here and had to pass through a residential area. So Wen Qian chose to go to the nearby building materials market and cement factory first. Gu Ran was a little confused when he heard her decision. Especially the cement factory. What materials could they need there? Wen Qian couldn't tell him about the task issued by the system, so she had to bite the bullet and said it. It's raining too hard. I want to go to the cement factory to see if there are any cars and sand, and bring some back to prevent floods and disasters. Gu Ran was shocked and turned to look at Wen Rang with an incredible look on his face. Is her ideological awareness so high?
Wen Rang.
After Gu Ran was fooled, he looked at Wen Qian's every move as if it was coated with a layer of light. Wen Qian coughed awkwardly twice, feeling that his skin was not thick enough and he needed to practice more. The number of zombies in the building materials factory was obviously much more than the previous two places, and the distribution of supplies was more scattered, so it took more time than before. Wen Qian ran upstairs and downstairs, killing zombies and throwing things into space. The light was too dim at night, and Gu Ran could barely see the area around him with the light of the nightlight. Moreover, he focused all his attention on the zombies, fearing that he would be scratched if he was not careful, so he didn't notice Wen Qian's strange behavior or even the disappearance of the supplies. Wen Qian collected all kinds of building materials and decoration materials. Although she didn't quite understand why the system asked her to collect so many steel bricks and tiles, she felt that the system must have its own plans, so she was very motivated. She ran non-stop for more than an hour and finally heard the system prompt that she had collected all the materials here. She stopped panting, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and went to meet Wen Rang and Gu Ran. When Gu Ran first found that she was missing, he was so scared that his heart stopped beating for half a beat. Later, he heard Wen Rang comfort him, saying that his sister was afraid that she couldn't do anything with them, so she went upstairs to kill zombies. Gu Ran was relieved. After emptying the building materials market and killing all the zombies inside, several people sat by the window on the third floor, and they were so tired that they didn't want to move. Wen Qian looked at the time. It was already 4:30 in the morning. They came out after 10 o'clock. 6 hours had passed. It was time to take a break. So she took out several boxes of self-heating rice, including Cantonese sausage, Taiwanese braised meat, curry beef, and teriyaki chicken. There were also 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, which contained lotus root, potato, kelp, fungus, cauliflower, and other vegetables. Open the lunchbox, put the rice and vegetable packs in, then add water and wait for 15 minutes, and the aroma of the food will float out. Gu Ran originally wanted to eat some compressed biscuits to deal with it, but he didn't expect Wen Qian to prepare so well. Eating delicious food every day in Wen's house, and being able to have such high-standard meals outside, Gu Ran felt that he must have accumulated virtue for several lifetimes to meet such a family of gods. After eating and drinking, Wen Qian decided to rest for 2 hours on the spot, and then go to the next stop. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had no objection. Several people leaned against the wall and closed their eyes to enjoy this short peace. At 7 in the morning, the 3 set out from the building materials market and headed for the cement factory 3 kilometers away. They encountered several waves of zombies along the way and were killed happily by several people who had recovered their strength. The longer he spent with Wen Qian, the more Gu Ran felt that this girl was too amazing. Whether it was physical strength or combat power, he was far behind. A while ago, he also saw a video of Wen Qian killing zombies on the internet. At that time, he didn't know Wen Qian yet. When he saw netizens commenting that she was a female warrior, he was dismissive and thought that they were exaggerating and had never seen the world. But now, he firmly believes that no one deserves the 3 words female warrior more than her. When they arrived at the cement factory, they were met with hundreds of zombies again. Wen Qian and Wen Rang thought about the rewards given by the system, and they were like chicken blood, and they were extremely brave. Gu Ran was shocked by the momentum of the brother and sister, and was infected. He also rushed forward desperately and started killing. Wen Qian took advantage of the time when Gu Ran and Wen Rang were chased by zombies to collect supplies. This cement factory is very large, and it even has a small quarry and mining site. Tens of thousands of tons of raw materials, gravel, and sand are piled on the ground. Wen Qian is not sure if her space can fit them. And those loaders, rotary kilns, giant industrial fans, grinders, and other machines, she must take them away. She gritted her teeth and stuffed things into the space, for fear that the system would suddenly remind her that the space was insufficient. Fortunately, such a voice never appeared. After she ran around the whole factory like a headless fly, putting everything she could see into the space, and at the same time being threatened by zombies rushing up from time to time, she finally completed the task of the cement factory. Congratulations on completing the cement factory collection mission. Rewards will be issued after completing all the missions. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Qian was about to cry. She ran towards Wen Rang and Gu ran and shouted excitedly, "Brother, let us go." Wen Rang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she had completed the mission here. In this way, they only have 2 clothing processing factories left. In this kind of weather, even if there are people who come out to collect supplies, they are all heading for places with food. No one would think of collecting clothes or something like that. After all, who doesn't have a few clothes at home? Risking their lives to come out and bring back a few clothes. Isn't that crazy? But Gu Ran didn't think there was anything wrong with Wen Qian's doing this. It's unknown how long this disaster will take to end, and they have to come out frequently to kill zombies and collect supplies, and the speed at which clothes are damaged is much faster than that of ordinary people. So, it's definitely right to prepare more. Passing through a residential area, the number of zombies was so large that the 3 of them were numbed. It seems that there was no distribution of supplies here yesterday, so there was no measure to kill the zombies. After so many days, there are almost no living people here. Along the way, Gu Ran was almost caught by zombies several times, but was finally dragged over by Wen Rang and escaped dangerously. After finally arriving at the clothing factory, Gu Ran and Wen Rang still asked Wen Qian to get the things, while they continued to fight the zombies outside. After Wen Qian went in, she got more than 100,000 pieces of clothes, various models and sizes, in boxes and bags. By the end, her waist began to hurt. She didn't dare to slow down her movements at all. She seized every moment and collected the clothing factory as quickly as she could, and then sat down on the windowsill tiredly.
Ding.
The time-limited material collection task has been completed. The reward has been issued to the space. Please check it in time. The Team's joint combat mission is still continuing. At present, the team members have killed 3,600 zombies, and there are 7 hours left in the mission. When Qian turned her head to look at the 2 people outside who were so tired that their movements slowed down. After thinking for a moment, she got 3 bottles of water from the well in the space, and then called them in. When Rang and Gu ran into the factory, closed the door, took the water thrown by Wen Qian, drank a bottle in one breath, and then slowly calmed down. When Rang, "There are too many zombies here. How long will it take to kill them all?" Gu ran, "I didn't expect there would be so many here." Wen Qian, "The people living here are mostly temporary residents who come from outside to work, and there are very few locals. Therefore, the operations of clearing zombies and the policy of distributing supplies are all carried out in several areas of the city first, and they can't take care of them." When Rang and Gu ran sighed heavily. After resting for a while, they were surprised to find that their physical strength seemed to recover very quickly, and they felt that they could go out and kill again. Wen Qian knew that the effect of the well water in the space took effect, so she rushed out with them. Without having to collect supplies, Wen Qian felt much more relaxed. The tang sword in her hand was constantly washed by blood, and wherever she went, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. After leaving the garment factory, Wen Qian rushed in front of Wen Rang and the others, killing her way out. Gu ran and Wen Rang were protected by her. At first, they wanted to struggle, but later they found that they could not catch up with her speed. Her strength was obviously qualitatively different from theirs, and they were not on the same level at all. Wen Qian originally wanted to kill her way back and not waste time shopping in the small supermarket on the street. However, when she saw a large chain store, she couldn't help but be greedy. "Brother." She pulled the corner of Wen Rang's clothes and then pointed to the mall building in front of her left, so that Wen Rang instantly understood what she meant. Changing direction to the mall, Wen Qian felt happy, as if she was about to open a blind box, and she didn't know what was waiting for her inside. The speedboat stopped in front of the mall building, and the flood had flooded the first floor of the mall. Just as Gu ran and Wen Rang were discussing how to enter the mall, they suddenly saw when Qian smashed the thick glass window of the mall with his bare hands and fists, and then called them in. When Rang and Gu Ran were numb, looked at each other, and followed the boss obediently, not daring to breathe. There were zombies in the mall, but compared to the number they had just encountered outside, they were nothing. Wen Qian saw that the danger here was not high, so she said to Wen Rang and the others, "Let's act separately. You don't have to follow me. Go, and see if there are any things you want. We'll meet here in half an hour." Both of them had no objection, so they dispersed and went to collect supplies. Wen Qian strolled around and killed the zombies she saw. There was nothing special she wanted to take. In this way, she walked all the way to the top floor of the mall, and then after kicking open a thick warehouse door, she found a treasure. Generally speaking, supermarkets in major shopping malls are located on the first floor, and the top floor is usually a restaurant or a movie studio. But on the top floor of this mall, there is actually a huge warehouse. And it's full of food and edible salt. Wen Qian didn't expect her luck to be so good. She took all of them without hesitation, and then prepared to go downstairs to meet up with Wen Rang. But before she reached the stairs, she met a group of people in uniform with guns in their hands, who quickly surrounded her. Wen Qian looked at them coldly, but she didn't show any fear on her face. "So many people pointing guns at a little girl like me, is it appropriate?" she asked them softly. Someone in the team ran to the door of the warehouse, saw that it had been looted, and ran back to report the situation to the leader in a low voice. The leading man frowned, put a gun to Wen Qian's temple, and asked sternly, "Where are the things inside? Hand them over." "I don't know what you are talking about. It was empty when I got here."
Impossible.
"We were patrolling here half an hour ago." "Then who told you not to stay here all the time? Since you have treasures, you must keep them tightly. If someone accidentally steals them, you will accuse me, an innocent person, of this. Is that unreasonable?" Wen Qian didn't care what he said, and insisted that she didn't know. Anyway, how could she move so many things by herself? "Wen Qian." Gu Ran's nervous voice came from a distance. Gu Ran and Wen Rang found something wrong downstairs and rushed over. Seeing Wen Qian surrounded by a group of people with guns, the two of them became angry instantly. They ran over to block Wen Qian. "Gu Ran, what are you doing?" Wen Rang. "So many people bullying a little girl, do you have the nerve? We have no ill intentions and don't want to hurt her. We just want to know where the supplies in the warehouse have gone." The man leading the team had a blank expression on his face, as if he had already insisted that the three people in front of him were the criminals. Even if it wasn't them, they must provide some useful clues, otherwise they would never let them go. Wen Qian saw the other party's intention, and her temper rose. "I said I don't know." She threw her backpack to the ground. "If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. I have collected these supplies today. If you really want to rob them, then take them all. Anyway, all my belongings are here. If you want anything else, there is none." The two sides were deadlocked, and Wen Qian stood beside Wen Rang, ready to throw him into the space at any time. If this group of people really fired guns, then she would have no choice but to hide in the space and waste time with them. She didn't believe that they could still stay here after the flood submerged the building. As for Gu Ran, the space prosperity has not yet reached 100, and he is not qualified to enter the space for the time being, so she has no choice. Wen Qian gritted her teeth and stared at the group's movements. The leading man sent people to check around, and only found the speedboats brought by Wen Qian and his team, and no other means of transportation. After a few minutes, the rest of their team, who came to move supplies, also arrived. Looking at the empty warehouse, everyone was a little dumbfounded, and whispered about what was going on. These supplies were specially collected and stored here by them, waiting for the base to clear all the zombies and come to move the supplies back. They have also sent people to guard these days, but half an hour ago, they found a group of residents trapped in a building by zombies nearby, so everyone went out to rescue the residents. The residential building is very close to the shopping mall, less than 100 meters away. Everyone thought that even if someone came to steal the supplies, it would take several large trucks to carry so many things. Then they would be able to see it and catch the person. Unexpectedly, the trucks were not seen, and the things were still lost. The team leader repeatedly looked at Wenqian and the other two and asked them. It seemed that these things were indeed not taken by them. But there has to be an explanation for the matter. They are still suspects, so they decided to take them back. We are from Bincheng base. Since you didn't take the supplies and have nowhere to go, just follow us. The base has prepared shelter and food for the residents. You don't have to go out to find supplies anymore. Base? In the previous life, Bincheng base was built a few years after the end of the world. How come it was built so quickly this time? Wenqian didn't expect to accidentally take the supplies from the base to save people, but now that so many people are watching, she can only deny it. Otherwise, she can't explain how she took the supplies, and the space will be easily exposed. Wenqian interrupted him quickly, who said, "We have nowhere to go. We have elderly parents and children to take care of, and there is a 3-year-old child at home waiting for us to bring food back. I won't go with you. That's not up to you." The other party was very strong and pulled Wenqian and the other two out. Wenqian winked at Wenrang and the other two, watching them put away their guns, and planned to find a time to take action. There were about 60 or 70 people on the other side, and they were obviously professionally trained. Wenqian was held in the middle of the crowd, calculating her chances of winning. But just after walking down one floor, the leader in front stopped. "Commander, why are you here?" Wenqian could hear the fear in the leader's voice from a distance of several meters. She tilted her head, curious to see what kind of tough guy had come. But the dozens of people blocking her were all about 1.8 meters tall, and all they could see were the backs of their heads. Wenqian was furious. "You think you're great just because you're tall, right? I'll cut off all your legs when I get back. Let's see how you can block my sight." Wenqian sighed and lowered her head, and heard the tough guy asking a question. "Why didn't you move the supplies?" His words froze the dozens of people present. The scene fell into a suffocating silence, and finally, the leader mustered up the courage to answer. "Reporting to the commander, the supplies were stolen. Where is the criminal? We caught him." The leader turned around and looked in the direction of Wenqian. The other team members also turned around, and their movements were surprisingly consistent. Wenqian was unhappy when she heard this. "Don't come on. Don't try to wrongly accuse us. Don't think I didn't see that you just want to use us to get away with the crime. You said I stole something. Where's the evidence?" It was impossible for her to admit it. She would never admit it even if she was beaten to death. Because as long as she admitted it, she would have to explain how the things were taken away, and the space would be exposed. The dozens of people blocking Wenqian automatically withdrew to both sides and made way in front of her. Wenqian's vision finally opened up, and she saw the ruthless character as she wished, and then her heart sank suddenly. The man was wearing a black combat uniform, and there were a lot of stars on the shoulder straps, so Wenqian couldn't tell what level of person he was for a while. But just by looking at the fierce eyes and his aura of majesty without anger, she knew that this man would definitely not be easy to deal with. It would be very difficult for her to escape from him. Wenqian suddenly became a little nervous and even regretted coming to this broken place. Not only did she delay her leveling up by killing zombies, but she also encountered such an unlucky thing. The man walked over step by step, and the team members lowered their heads and dared not look at him, and even breathed carefully. Gu Ran saw his shoulder straps, and his face was so ugly. When Rang also realized that this man should not be provoked, frowned and looked at his sister, wondering how to solve this matter. And Mohan walked straight to Wenqian, and the two looked at each other, and he spoke softly. "Shall we talk?" Wenqian was panicked, but she never showed her fear on her face. "Do you look like you want to have a good talk with me? You want to torture me into confessing, right? Team leader. How can you talk like that? Watch your attitude." Wenqian glared at him and stopped talking. And Mohan's eyes moved around her face, and then, to Wenqian's surprise, he gave an order for those people to retreat downstairs and wait. Although those people hesitated, they did not dare to disobey the order. In the end, they had to do as they were told and retreated to the stairs downstairs. Upstairs, only Wenqian and 3 others and him were left. Wenqian poked his cheek with his tongue. He wondered if this man had been in a high position for too long and was too confident in his own abilities, or if he really had that much ability. Otherwise, how could he dare to face the three of them alone? And Mo-han glanced at the two people behind Wenqian. Can you talk for a moment? Let's talk here if you have anything to say. Are you sure that everything can be said here? He asked back, making Wenqian lose confidence. She had a bad feeling for some reason. Wenqian hesitated for a moment and walked a few meters away with him. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she seemed to hear him sigh. When he walked to the window, and Mo-han stopped and turned to look at Wenqian. Take the things out, I'll let you leave safely. I just said I didn't take the things. No matter how much you threaten me, it's useless. Since you insist that I took it, then tell me, there are only 3 of us. How did we empty the warehouse? Wenqian's attitude was very firm. She questioned Mo-han with confidence. After hearing the other party's answer, her breath was choked. Aren't you the only one? The things are in your space, take them out. Wenqian? How did he know about the space? Who is this dog man? If you have something to say, talk about it nicely. Don't curse in secret. Wenqian. Mo-han, you have superpowers and I have them too, so I am sure what you did. I need this batch of supplies urgently today, and I must take it away. I don't know what you are talking about. Play dumb, no matter what he says, just play dumb. This kind of person is the best at getting people to talk when interrogating prisoners. He can't know that he has a space. He must be deceiving her. Mo-han seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly smiled. Wenqian was almost blinded by that smile, and then he almost had a heart attack because he called her by her full name. Wenqian, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, I'll give you a batch of the same supplies in a week, but I'll take today's supplies. Wenqian, you. How do you know my name? I not only know yours, but also the 2 people behind you are Wenrang and Guran. Where do you live, and what's the current situation of your parents? Wenqian, are you threatening me? No, I just want you to know my sincerity. I said, I will let you leave safely and give you this batch of supplies in a week. If I didn't have the sincerity, I could kill you and up your space, and even your family. Wenqian hasn't felt fear for a long time. In her memory, the last time she was afraid was when she killed someone for the first time 10 years ago. But now, she was so scared that her hands and feet were cold because of the few words of the man in front of her. Her intuition told her that he was not joking, and he also had the ability to kill her. At this point, she had no choice. Wenqian glanced at the direction of the stairs. Your people are downstairs. How can I get the things back? I'll give you an address, send the things there. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Will you? Mo-han smiled slightly, making Wenqian silently curse in her heart that he was smiling with a dagger. Wenqian silently swallowed the breath and nodded. Okay, tell me, where do you want me to send the things? I'll send the address to your mobile phone. Remember to deliver it before 12 o'clock tonight. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Wait. Wenqian quickly chased after him and stopped him. Another question. How do you know me? Know her name, where she lives, her family members, and even her mobile phone number? Mo-han was silent for a few seconds and answered. Your video is very popular on the internet. It's not difficult to find your information. Wenqian thought about what he said and felt that it was right. Personal information is no longer a secret now. You have to fill in your ID number and mobile phone number when you use an app on the internet. Moreover, when she went to the community to collect supplies before, she also filled in her home address and mobile phone number. If the people above wanted to check her, it would not be difficult at all. Wenqian sighed helplessly. For the first time, she hoped to disconnect from the internet as soon as possible. She didn't want to be filmed and uploaded to the internet every time she went out in the future. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. Once this person becomes famous, all kinds of troubles will come to her. Look at her. Didn't she encounter a big one today? I have something to do, and I'll leave first. I'll send you the delivery location in an hour. I'll contact you again in a week to inform you of the location, to collect the supplies. And Mo-han didn't say anything else and strode away. After Wen Qian waited for his figure to disappear at the corner of the stairs, she finally couldn't help it and slid down to the ground against the wall. Wen Rang and Gu Ran ran over quickly. Gu Ran, are you okay? Wen Rang. What did he say? Wen Qian curled her lips, looked up at Wen Rang, hugged his legs, feeling aggrieved. Brother. I was scared to death. She didn't lie. She was really scared. The other party knew her background clearly, but she knew nothing about him. That person said that he also had superpowers. What were his superpowers? The ability to see other people's superpowers? When Rang helped her up from the ground, don't sit on the ground. It's cold. How did he scare you? He told me to return the supplies and give me another batch in a week. Vien Rang? Is this a scare? Gu Ran? They didn't take anything, so how can they return it? Wen Qian felt annoyed when she saw the expressions of the two men. She looked at the time. The man told her to return the supplies before 12 o'clock, and the task given to her by the system was until 10:30 tonight. So in other words, she could return the supplies after completing the task, and it would not delay her time. Wen Qian poked her head outside, and after making sure that the group of people had all left, she picked up the Tang sword and walked out. After leaving the mall, Wen Qian was bloodthirsty. Wen Rang followed behind her, and he could feel his sister's murderous aura from a few meters away. It can be seen that this girl was really stimulated today. Wen Qian kept slashing zombies along the way and encountered several waves of survivors. Not surprisingly, she was filmed and posted on the internet. At 10:30 in the evening, Wen Qian and the other two killed a total of 6,000 zombies and successfully received the generous reward from the system. Ding! The team's joint combat mission has been completed. The host's defense has increased by 6,000%. Please select a member within the system to receive the reward of 600% increase in defense. Wen Qian immediately gave the reward to Wen Rang and then heard the system say again. The achievement of the first team combat mission is unlocked, and the reward is 100 space prosperity. Prosperity? Wen Qian remembered that the system had prompted a few days ago that for every 100 increase in space prosperity, the system's combat personnel would be rewarded with 2 hours of activity time in the space. So that means that now Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan can also enter the space and can stay in it for 2 hours. Although the time is short, if she encounters a crisis like today again, she can take them to shelter together. Godly system. She loves it. In an instant, Wen Qian's mood, which had turned bad because of the little episode that happened in the mall, finally disappeared. She was full of joy and asked Wen Rang and Gu Ran to go home first. I still have some things to deal with. I will be home before 1 o'clock, don't worry. Before Gu Ran could refuse, Wen Rang dragged her away. After they left, Wen Qian took out another speedboat from the space, then took out her cell phone, saw the address sent by the strange number, and headed there cursing. When she arrived at the place, Wen Qian looked around vigilantly, but found no one ambushing here. Although she was a little reluctant, she still took out all the supplies. After throwing them down, she left without looking back. 10 minutes later, she received another message. The supplies have been received safely and are being sent to the base. Wen Qian didn't expect that person to send another message and also told her where the supplies were. Base. In the previous life, Bincheng also built a base, large and small. There were more than a dozen bases. But there was only one official one, which was the Bincheng base. Judging from the outfits of that group of people today, they should be from there. Wen Qian wondered again why they moved so quickly this time. It was obvious that in the last life, the official base was not built until the 3rd year. She felt strange, but did not delve into it. After all, there were many strange things. For example, she could be reborn, her system, and how that rascal knew that she had a space. She continued to walk home, and arrived home on time, before 1 o'clock. Several people in the family were still waiting for her in the living room. Seeing her come back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and went back to their rooms to rest. Wen Qian was pulled into the study by Wen Rang and asked in a low voice, "How did that person determine that the supplies were taken by us today?" "I don't know, but he knows that I have a space, and he knows all the details of all of us." When Rang frowned, not expecting things to be so tricky. He thought for a while and asked again, "Then what are you going to do? Can this space be taken away?" "I don't know about the space, but at present, the other party should not be hostile. He even promised to return the supplies to me, so there is no need for us to move. And at this time, it is almost impossible to find another place to live like ours. He knows our details very well, and he may have been monitoring us. Even if we move away, he will still come to our door, if he wants." When Rang nodded, but still couldn't figure it out. Why would he be willing to return the supplies to us? There is such a good thing? It won't be a trap, right? It doesn't feel like a trap. Maybe he saw that I have superpowers, so he wants to win me over. It must not be difficult for them to get a batch of supplies, but it is not easy to find someone like me. She said this not because she was arrogant, but because it was the fact. With her current combat power, killing zombies is easy. After raising her defense today, zombies can't even catch her and hurt her. She didn't believe that there were people as strong as herself around that person, so it was completely understandable that he wanted to win her over. When Qian, forget it, don't think about it for now, just take it one step at a time. We work hard to complete the tasks and upgrade, and when we have replaced all the weapons in the space mall, we will have the confidence and don't have to be so afraid. When Rang, well, there's no point worrying about this now. But we should not go out in the next few days. There are too many videos about you on the internet, and some people even broadcast live to wait for you in various places. Our whereabouts are completely transparent now, so it is better to be careful. I know, as long as the system does not issue tasks, I will stay at home until the rain stops. After the two finished chatting, when Qian returned to her room, she went into the space to take a shower, and after changing her clothes, she went to check the supplies she had collected today. When she was at the cement factory, when Qian had been worried that the large equipment and sand and gravel she threw in would crush all the land her father had worked so hard to grow. Now that she saw that the fields were not damaged in any way, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The space is much larger than before. After when Qian came out of the villa, she walked for more than 20 minutes before she saw the steel plant rewarded to her by the system. When Qian looked at the steel plant in front of her, a little confused, because there were several other factory buildings near it, which were not in the original space. When Qian walked over to check in confusion, but couldn't open the door. When she looked up, she found a red exclamation mark above her head. "Do you want to unlock the grain processing plant function?" When Qian widened her eyes slightly and agreed immediately. The next second, the locked door in front of her opened automatically. When she walked in, she was stunned. All the equipment she moved back from the grain processing plant today were inside, and they looked brand new. When Qian's heartbeat quickened a little, she turned around and went out to check other nearby factories. "Do you want to unlock the canning factory function? Do you want to unlock the garment factory function?" When Qian clicked agree to all of them, and then received a new task. The factory's 24-hour fully automatic operation function has been turned on. Please write the program yourself and start it. When Qian was dumbfounded. How could she do such a thing? But a light bulb went off in her head, and she immediately left the space and dragged Wen Rang, who was just lying on the bed and preparing to go to sleep, in. "Brother, don't sleep. Get to work. What are you doing in the middle of the night?" "The system asked me to write a program. Take a look." When Qian took him to the outside of the brand new factories, and when Rang was also shocked. "Is the space function so powerful? This is amazing." When Rang visited the factories inside and out like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and then suddenly saw a computer operating interface in front of him. He quickly scanned the code on it, sat down against the wall, and began to get busy. When Qian looked at the garbled codes that appeared out of thin air and couldn't understand them, he couldn't help, so he just sat aside and waited. When Rang's 10 fingers quickly wandered on the keyboard, and half an hour later, he hit the enter key.
Done.
As soon as he finished speaking, the system voice sounded.
Ding.
The factory automatic operation mode has been activated, and the space prosperity has increased by 400. The cloud warehouse storage function in the system is enabled. Please check it in time. When Qian was confused and opened the control panel, sure enough, she saw several new options next to the weapon mall. She clicked in and studied for a while and figured it out. The goods produced by these additional factories in the space will be directly stored in the cloud warehouse system every day. In this way, they will no longer occupy space in the space. The number of products that have been stored will be displayed behind each product, such as 10,000 steel bars, 10,000 kilograms of rice, 10,000 cans of beef, and 10,000 pieces of cotton cloth. If she needs it, she can click the Takeout button and fill in the number she wants to take out in the options behind it. If you think the storage volume of goods is too much, you can sell them to the system for recycling. This function is so convenient. They have one more way to earn mall coins. When Qian was so excited that she dragged her brother to run around in several factories. But she suddenly remembered something. She went to the cement factory today and brought back a lot of sand and gravel raw materials. The building materials collected in the building materials market were also gone. Where did they go? The two searched around but couldn't find them. Finally, when Qian made a suspicious guess. These factory buildings, they are not built with the materials I brought back, right? No wonder the system asked her to go to the cement factory and the building materials market. It turned out to be this reason. After hearing what she said, when Reng nodded thoughtfully, that should be it. The two had fun in the space for a while, and then went out to rest. The next day, they pulled Wen Chongning and Liu Mo in, and they were both shocked. Liu Mo, why does this space change every day and get bigger again? Wen Chongning, don't these factories need people to work? They run automatically? Can those things be sold? The merchant blood awakened, and Wen Chongning was a little eager to move. As soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by Liu Mo. It's so chaotic outside now. Who are you going to sell them to? Zombies? Wen Chongning smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I just said it casually. I won't really go out. Wen Qian, not now. Maybe in the future. More than a dozen bases in Bincheng will be built and operated in the future, and they will definitely lack supplies. Wen Qian told Wen Rang and others about this. The group of people we met yesterday are from the Bincheng official base. In the end times, it's hard to survive alone, so we have to find some more capable teammates, otherwise our combat effectiveness is still too weak. The only ones who can really go out to fight now are Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran. But looking at the condition of Xiaobai and the dogs, maybe they can be taken out in another month. Xiaobai has now successfully grown to more than 20 kilograms, and his size is no different from that of a dog. After visiting the space, the few people returned home and were busy with their own things. Liu Mo went back to his room to continue reading and studying, while Wen Qian took Wen Rang and Wen Chongning to the rooftop for training. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan heard the noise in the house and came out to join their team. Wen Qian watched Gu Ran teach her father and brother self-defense moves, thought for a while, and said, Gu Ran, shall we have a competition? Okay. Gu Ran agreed, without hesitation. In fact, he had wanted to compete with Wen Qian for a long time, but he had never dared to say it. After all, he was a grown man and lived in someone else's house. If he said in front of Wen Chongning and Wen Rang that he wanted to compete with Wen Qian, he would be thrown out by the father and son. Wen Chongning was worried when he heard what they said. Wen Rang smiled and said nothing. He pulled his father and Gu Wanwan to the side to watch the fun. Wen Chongning pointed at Gu Ran and warned him seriously. I'm telling you, don't be too cruel. If you hurt my daughter, I will never let you go. Gu Ran nodded and said yes, and then within 2 minutes, he was knocked to the ground by Wen Qian. Wen Chongning slapped his thigh when he saw this scene. You kid! I asked you to let go, but I didn't ask you to do it so hard. You're letting go of the sea, right? No, let's do it again. Gu Ran was lying on the ground in a daze. Although he had just promised Wen Chongning, he was really serious when fighting, and he didn't mean to let go at all. He knew that Wen Qian was very strong, but wasn't this too strong? Gu Ran touched his arm, wondering if it was broken. He only knew that Wen Rang was strong before, and every time he pulled him, it was as easy as pulling a chick. But now compared with Wen Qian, he felt that Wen Rang was gentle. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran looking at her with a confused face and rubbed her nose awkwardly. The combat power bonus given by the system last time was too much, and she hadn't adapted to it yet, and she lost control and killed the man in seconds. Next time there is a combat power bonus, she must give some to Gu Ran. Gu Ran thought she would lose, but she didn't think she would lose so quickly. He was a little shocked, so after dinner, he kept training frantically in the fitness area until dark. Gu Ran did this for 3 days in a row, and Wen Qian quickly stopped him. She couldn't let Gu Ran go into the space to soak in the hot spring every day. If he continued to train like this, his body would be ruined sooner or later. Wen Qian pulled Gu Ran to the living room, sat on the sofa, and said seriously, "To tell you the truth, the reason why I'm so strong is not because of training." "Then what is it?" "It can't be born, right? I mutated. Do you know what mutation means? Look at those zombies outside. Some of them are transformed after being bitten, but some of them mutated by themselves. My situation is similar to theirs, but I'm just stronger." When Qian lied and Gu Ran was half believing and half doubting. Seeing this, Wen Qian said again, "Look at my cats and dogs. Aren't they different from normal ones? Because they have also mutated. So you don't have to train yourself so hard every day. You just need to wait for them to mutate, and you will naturally become stronger." Gu Ran suddenly realized no wonder they grow so big. So, this is the reason. But soon he was discouraged again, but mutation is not something that can happen to everyone. "Don't worry. You will definitely change. My home is a feng shui treasure land. Whoever comes will change. I still have this confidence." When Qian patted Gu Ran's shoulder soothingly, "I am just stronger than you now, but I still lack practical experience. Let's continue to learn from each other, make progress together, and strive to be mutated." "No, strive to mutate more powerfully." Gu Ran's eyes were full of clear stupidity. He nodded vigorously, and his whole body was full of energy again. "Try to live well. Strive to mutate as soon as possible." After untying Gu Ran's knot, Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and went back to the house with his mobile phone to watch the live broadcast. Now the internet is still connected, and everyone is stuck at home, relying on the internet for fun. When Rang said a few days ago that many people are now broadcasting live, waiting for her in various corners of the city. But Wen Qian has been staying at home these days, so they all waited for nothing. Wen Qian turned on the live broadcast and watched netizens discussing when she would appear in the live broadcast room, and she thought it was quite interesting. Suddenly, she saw a comment. "This person is my neighbor. If you really want to wait for her, come to our community." Wen Qian frowned, and at first she thought it was someone who was trying to attract attention. But after that idiot typed out the address of the community, she took a deep breath. "If you don't believe it, come here to wait. But to be honest, it's better for you not to come. She is a lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. Do you know why she always wears a mask? Because she is ugly. I have seen her in person. She is ugly and short, with pockmarks all over her face. She is at most 1.5 meters tall. She is simply a short melon." Wen Qian wanted to curse. "You are the shorty. Your whole family is shorty. I am 168 centimeters tall, which is almost 2 meters, and I can kick you off the top of your head with one kick." She was so angry that she punched the bed twice, and then there was a knock on the door. When Rang came in with his mobile phone, trying to suppress his laughter, and found that Wen Qian was also watching the live broadcast, so he couldn't help it. "Did you see what that comment said?" Wen Qian raised his fist and waved it, scaring Wen Rang so much that he quickly took 2 steps back. "Don't get excited. Brother will help you find out whose idiot this is. Just wait." After he said that, he went into the study. Wen Qian followed him out of curiosity, thinking he was joking, but after some operation, Wen Rang actually found the man's IP address and located it. Downstairs from her house. When Rang turned around in his chair and teased, "Zhang Ziang, is he going to destroy what he can't get? I really want to see if his head is full of water." Zhang Ziang posted her home address on the internet, and there will definitely be people coming to her house. Some will come to ask for protection, and some will come to steal supplies. After all, she has been out so many times and killed so many zombies. No one will believe that she has no stockpiled supplies at home. However, with so many zombies outside now, it is not easy to successfully get to her side. There are many companies around Wen Qian's house, and residential buildings are also next to each other. It is a highly densely populated area. If those people really have the life to come here, then she will let them leave without a life. The apocalypse has been open for more than half a month, and the heavy rain has been falling for more than half a month without stopping for a minute. The flood has now flooded the 6th floor of the community, and more people are living in the corridor of the fire escape. In this way, internal fighting is inevitable. Everyone has realized that this disaster cannot be ended in a short time, and the supplies distributed by the community last time will not last long. Therefore, they did not dare to go outside the community to find supplies, so they set their sights on their neighbors. In the entire community, only Wen Qian's building is designed with 1 elevator per household, and the others in other buildings, 2 or 3 families, live on 1 floor. Everyone tried every possible way to grab supplies. Some tried to pick the locks, while others just broke down the doors. As for those who lived in the corridors, they were the first to be robbed. Their supplies were robbed by others, and they had no food or drink, so they could only rob other people's homes. Even Wen Qian's family was not spared. In the past 2 days, the surveillance alarm at home has never stopped. Every day someone comes to the door of the Wen family, trying to open the seemingly unbreakable door. Wen Qian was. The alarm was so annoying that she decided to install an electric fence on the door. There was also the wire mesh that she and Wen Chongning had bought at the building materials market. She went out and kicked away a few sneaky people outside the door, then went to the 29th floor to guard the stairs, letting Gu Ran and Wen Rang work upstairs. The screams of the men who were beaten attracted the idea of the people on the 29th floor. Su Yan secretly opened the door, intending to watch the excitement, but when she opened the door, she saw Wen Qian standing outside her house like a death god. She was so scared that she almost couldn't breathe and fainted. "What are you doing at my door?" Su Yan asked in panic. Zhang Yang and Zhang Ziang came over when they heard the sound. When they saw Wen Qian, they were shocked and scared. Qian, is there no food at your house? I still have some at home. Come and live at my house." Zhang Ziang opened his mouth to make an invitation, but was stepped on hard by his mother. Wen Qian smiled slightly, which made Zhang Ziang's breathing a little rapid, and some yellow waste began to appear in his mind again. She looked at him for a moment, then opened her red lips and asked softly, word by word, "Guess, will I let you live until the day you finish eating the food?" Wen Qian had a smile on her lips, which was breathtakingly beautiful, and frightened the 3 Zhang family members. The door was closed with a bang, and Zhang Ziang didn't dare to answer her question, and immediately locked the door. Wen Qian sneered at his useless look. With such little courage, he dared to do small tricks behind her back. Wen Qian sat down on the stairs, waiting for Wen Rang and the others to finish their work. Some people came up and tried to pry the door open, but when they saw her, they looked like they saw a ghost and turned around and ran away. After scaring off several waves of people, Wen Rang and Gu Ran finally fixed the electric fence. Wen Qian patted the dust off her body and went upstairs to go home. She looked at the electric fence on the door with satisfaction and went to the next door with Wen Rang to install the door over there. The electric fence was installed successfully, and the power was turned on. Wen Qian received a system prompt.
Ding.
The defense system has been manually upgraded. The system reward defense bonus has increased by 100%, and the combat power of all members in the system has increased by 10%. Wen Qian gasped.
Wow.
I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. She quickly opened the door and saw that the power grid that had just been installed had changed. The wire was a lot thicker and looked stronger. As for the doors and windows at home, there is not much change for the time being, but it must have been upgraded. Gu Ran was shocked to see the changes in the power grid. He and Wen Rang installed this power grid by themselves, so he knew best what it looked like originally. Wen Qian looked at his surprised expression and smiled calmly. Didn't I tell you that my home is a feng shui treasure land? Not to mention people and animals. Even this power grid can mutate. Now you believe it, right? Wen Qian closed the door and brainwashed Gu Ran. You've been in my house for so many days. I think you should have changed more or less. Feel it for yourself. Do you feel that your combat power has increased? Gu Ran slowly clenched his fist and waved it twice. Wen Qian nodded repeatedly when he saw this. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the combat power has increased by about 10%. Really? Really? Believe me, it must be right. The system said that everyone's combat power increased by 10%, so it must be true. Although this little bonus is just a drop in the bucket for her, it is still a drop in the bucket. If it accumulates slowly like this, Gu Ran and the others will definitely become stronger. After Wen Qian finished speaking, she went back to the house happily. Gu Ran felt inexplicably that he had really become a little stronger. So he was in a particularly good mood and smiled all day long. When Rang wrote another program so that the power grid would not trigger the switch when the door was open normally. Their goal was very clear, simply targeting those rascals who wanted to break in. When Qian posted a piece of paper outside the door, which reminded them that there was electricity on the door, and those who wanted to break in would bear the consequences at their own risk. At first, no one believed it. The community had been without power for so many days. Where did her family get the electricity? The power grid? A spider web is almost the same. Are you kidding a 3-year-old kid? As a result, the first person who tried to cut the electric fence with tools was electrocuted to death on the spot. The remaining people saw this scene and were so scared that they ran to the 29th floor. They looked at each other, all shocked and speechless. The Wen family actually has electricity. Where did they get the electricity? This matter quickly spread in the community group, and everyone whose mobile phone still had power and was not turned off saw this exciting news. The Wen family has a large place, so they must have stockpiled a lot of food. They have electricity at home, and maybe they even have water. This made a group of people who had been without water and electricity for several days feel like hungry wolves seeing rabbits, and they were filled with evil. Go to the Wen family. As long as they can kill Wen Qian and drive them out of the house, that place will be their home in the future. Although Wen Qian is powerful and can kill zombies, she is a woman after all. As long as there are enough of them, they will definitely be able to defeat her. They thought of Wen Qian's beautiful face again, and other evil thoughts spread in their hearts. The Wen family is rich, and Wen Qian has been well-fed and well-clothed since she was a child. I heard that she has never had a boyfriend. So, one after another, people who were looking for death ran to the Wen family. Some were bitten to death by zombies in the community before they even entered her unit door. Some desperately reached her doorstep, but were electrocuted by the electric net on her door. Just like that, Wen Qian, who was eating and drinking at home and was free and easy, received a system prompt again. The defense system has killed 50 enemies cumulatively, unlocking the primary achievement of defense. The system rewards the defense bonus by 100%. The combat power of all members in the system increases by 10%. Wen Qian rolled on the bed happily when she heard this. She was so happy that she could upgrade her combat power while lying at home and reading comics. In this way, she stayed at home for a week. At noon on the 7th day, a message was received on her mobile phone. It was sent by the man a few days ago. He gave her an address and asked her to pick up the supplies. Wen Qian looked at the message and was in a daze for a long time. She was not sure if this was a trap, but she wanted to go. There were a lot of supplies in that batch. Although she didn't lack these things now, she would definitely be able to use them in the future. Wen Qian had already talked to Wen Rang and Gu Ran privately. She wanted to build a base. In her previous life, she lived alone for 10 years. Wen Qian knew the importance of teamwork in the later period. She and Wen Rang had also been to other people's alliances, but she really didn't like the atmosphere of other alliances and didn't want to be used as pawns by others, so she wanted to set up her own business. The industrial chain of her space can already guarantee that there is no worry about food and clothing, so her alliance does not need too many people. She doesn't want basic labor, just a sharp team with strong combat effectiveness. In this way, as long as the weapons and equipment can keep up, she will have nothing to worry about. So, she decided to go out and take this trip. She told Wen Rang about this matter, and Wen Rang was very worried. He felt that the man could not be so kind and definitely wanted to trick her over and then take her away. So I have to go alone. If something unexpected happens, I will hide in the space, and they can't do anything to me. By the way, I can also test the strength of that person. She was really curious about what kind of supernatural powers that person had. When Rang frowned, I'm not trying to discourage you. I always have a feeling that the man is very dangerous, and we'd better not offend him. I know my limits. Besides, he asked me out today, and I didn't take the initiative to pick a fight, so he had no reason to attack me. The two chatted for a while, and when Rang saw that his sister was determined and there was nothing he could do to her, so he could only remind her to be careful on the road. When Rang, you are a celebrity now and many people know you, so be careful. Don't worry, I promise to come back safe and sound. When Qian changed her clothes, talked to Li Mo and the others, and went out. As a result, as soon as she left the community, she was spotted. It was dark outside, and the zombies were much more active than during the day. When Qian was not in a hurry to get rid of them after she found someone following her. She chose to go to places with many zombies because she had a speedboat and was very fast, so when she killed the zombies and drove away quickly, the zombies automatically shifted their targets to the pursuer. However, she met two groups of people with a little strength later, who also drove speedboats. But after chasing for several streets, she still got rid of them and lost them. It took Wen Qian nearly 2 hours to finally reach the place the man said. It was a winding mountain road. After Wen Qian took the speedboat to a place without water, she directly moved the car out of the space and drove to the top of the mountain. In the short 10-minute drive, Wen Qian drove very carefully. She kept observing the surroundings, but she never found any signs of an ambush. After successfully reaching the top of the mountain, Wen Qian saw the car on the top of the mountain and raised her eyebrows. The other party saw her coming and got out of the car. Wen Qian walked over and looked into his car in disbelief. You came alone?
Yeah.
Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? And Mohan didn't say anything, and his expression didn't even change. But Wen Qian felt that he was laughing. He laughed at her for overestimating herself. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, looked him up and down, and turned to look at the containers next to her. These things looked no more or less than those found in the mall a few days ago. Wen Qian opened the container and made sure that it was not filled with explosives or garbage, and then put the things into the space. She walked back to the man and saw him standing by the car in a uniform with an umbrella. She couldn't help but say in her heart, he looks decent and handsome. The other party came alone and returned all the supplies to her as agreed, so Wen Qian didn't want to be too hostile. She hesitated for a while and asked him, Can I ask you a question? Ask, and I'll consider whether to answer or not. The other party was also a straightforward person. After hearing this, Wen Qian asked immediately, You said before that you have superpowers. Can I ask you what your superpowers are? You can get so many supplies up here, don't you have a space too? She was really curious and wanted to know the truth. Mo Han stared at her for a moment, his thin lips slightly raised. This question is indeed presumptuous, but I can answer you. I don't have a space, and I sent people to transport these supplies. As for my superpower, he paused, looked at Wen Qian's nervous expression, and said, It's mind reading. So I heard clearly what you said just now about a human dog. Wen Qian. Sorry to bother you. Wen Qian had never been so socially dead in her 2 lifetimes. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, or hide in the space directly, but she held back in the end. She coughed lightly and was a little panicked for a rare time and never mentioned the superpower again. Since you have returned the supplies to me, I will treat the previous things as if they never happened and write them off. I'm leaving, bye. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left, but was stopped again. Wait a minute. And Mohan called out, walked a few steps to her side, and handed her a piece of paper. Wen Qian took it hesitantly and heard him say, This is the radio channel and satellite phone number. You can contact me if you have any questions. You can send a text message. Wen Qian was halfway through his words when he realized the communication network is down.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Wen Qian stuffed the paper into her pocket and did not refuse the possibility of future cooperation with him. She drove away and waited until she reached the foot of the mountain before she breathed a sigh of relief. How could there be such a perverted supernatural power as mind reading? Wow, it's too perverted. Wen Qian walked home cursing. After arriving home safely, she told Wen Rang that the man could read minds. After hearing this, Wen Rang's expression became very complicated. Wen Qian had a bad feeling when he saw this. You didn't scold him that day, did you? More than that. I scolded him so dirty. The brother and sister looked at each other in silence, and finally decided unanimously that if they have the chance to see this person again in the future, they must hide as far away from him as possible. All communication networks were cut off, and they couldn't make calls or go online. Some people couldn't pretend to be online and make trouble. Fortunately, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had downloaded a lot of movies, TV series, animations, variety shows, and documentaries in advance, so they didn't feel bored even at home. Their lives are very fulfilling. In addition to eating and training, Wen Qian also takes an hour every day to teach Gu Wanwan. Gu Ran has been a poor student since he was a child, otherwise he would not have joined the army later. So when he accidentally learned what university Wen Rang and his sister were attending, he immediately pushed his sister in front of them and said seriously, "My sister will be left to you from now on." Gu Wanwan is very well behaved and doesn't make any noise or trouble. Even if she is sick or unwell, she will cry quietly and won't cry and make a fuss like some naughty children and roll on the ground. So, Wen Qian's family likes this little girl very much. Moreover, Gu Ran and she are very sensible. Since they moved here to live with them, the activity space of the brother and sister is limited to their room, living room, and rooftop, and they never run around in other places. They have never entered the kitchen, nor have they asked the Wen family how much supplies they have at home. They just worry when they eat every day, according to their meal standard, whether the family will soon run out of food. Because they eat a lot of fish and meat every day, and everyone has a big appetite, eating several bowls of rice in one meal. So Gu Ran took the initiative to ask to go out to find supplies several times, but was rejected by Wen Qian. She told him to eat boldly. Gu Ran didn't believe it at first, until later, when he saw Wen Qian feeding Xiao Bai and the puppies canned meat and raw bones and meat. He finally believed that the Wen family was really a big family. There was no shortage of supplies because of the appearance of him and his sister. In this way, the days passed one by one, and the heavy rain that had been pouring down like a pot finally began to get smaller little by little. Finally, on the 30th day of the apocalypse, the rain stopped. The survivors looked at the clear sky and seemed to see hope. They even had an illusion that as long as the heavy rain ended, the apocalypse would end with it. The heavy rain lasted for a whole month, flooding Wen Qian's community to the 10th floor. She stood on the rooftop, looking at the dazzling sunlight outside the window, listening to the neighbors opening the windows and cheering again and again, but she couldn't be happy. Because after the heavy rain, there is extremely high temperature. And the high temperature will continue for at least 3 months. The plague is coming soon. Zombies are also going to mutate. On the first day after the heavy rain stopped, the temperature rose to 40 degrees. There were many corpses floating on the water, and they had already begun to rot. The giant view phenomenon can be seen everywhere. Mosquitoes are flying around, and crows are everywhere. Li Mo saw the scene outside and looked worried. As a former doctor, she knew very well what would happen next. Seeing that the rain had stopped, Gu Ran wanted to go out to look for supplies. Wen Qian was actually a little itchy in her heart. After staying at home for a long time, she always wanted to go out and stretch her muscles. But wait 2 more days. Wen Qian still refused. There must be a lot of people going out to look for supplies in the next 2 days. I don't want to run into them. Okay, then wait 2 more days. Gu Ran stood in front of the window looking outside, a little absent-minded, not knowing what he was thinking. Wen Qian and Wen Rang both noticed it, and they exchanged glances. Wen Rang walked to Gu Ran and asked, "The girl you like hasn't contacted you for a long time?" Gu Ran stiffened, then shook his head. "The last time I sent a message was more than half a month ago. Now, All network communications are cut off, and it's difficult even if I want to contact you. When Qian could see that he was very worried about her, and he even ate less in recent days. He wanted to go out today, maybe to find that girl. She couldn't bear to see her man trapped in love, so after thinking for a while, she said, "Well, tell me her name and which unit she is from, and I'll help you find her." Gu Ran didn't expect her to say that. He was surprised but also a little happy. "What can you do?"
Don't worry about it.
"Tell me the information, and I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll accompany you to the unit. We have to confirm whether she is dead or alive, right? If she is still alive, they will try to find her. If she is dead, then they should cut the Gordian knot and stop thinking about it. After all, he still has a long life ahead of him, and he will meet other people again." When Qian has spoken, and Gu Ran did not act pretentiously. He told her the girl's identity information, then watched her turn and walk into the room. In the bedroom, when Qian opened the bedside table, looked at the black and white paper inside, and sighed softly. If possible, she really didn't want to contact this person. When Reng seemed to guess what she wanted to do, and followed her and asked, "Have you thought about it? You have to pay this favor back in the future. Let's try. We can't just watch him think about it every day." Both parents are dead, and the girl he likes is missing. Although Gu Ran pretended to be good in front of them, they all knew that he always cried alone. Even his sister knew it. Once she ran to Wen Qian's room and whispered to Wen Qian, "Sister, brother misses mom and dad, and he is crying again." Then she threw herself into Wen Qian's arms, her little mouth pursed, tears dripping down. "I miss my parents, too. Will it take a long time for them to come back?" Wen Qian couldn't help them find their parents, but this girl still had to try hard. She took the satellite phone and dialed the number Emo Han had given her before. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Wen Qian heard the other party's voice and spoke politely. "Hello, I'm Wen Qian. May I ask if it's—" "Oh no. What was the man's name?" She didn't know. The other party seemed to recognize her voice and answered. "Emo Han, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Well, a little bit. Aren't you very good at finding people? Can you help me find someone?" "From the Special Forces." Wen Qian said straight to the point. "I won't let you look for it in vain. Your base should be in great need of supplies, right? As long as you help me find this person, I will send you the supplies I got last time as a reward. What do you think?" The other party was silent for a few seconds and agreed to the deal. "Okay, I'll contact you after I find out."
Thank you.
"Then I'll wait for your call." Wen Qian quickly told him the girl's identity information, and soon, 10 minutes later, she received a call back from him. Wen Qian knew that this man was quite capable, but she didn't expect him to be so efficient and get it done so quickly. "Found it." Emo Han's cold and indifferent voice came over. "But are you sure that the person you are looking for is called Zhang Duo? Wen Qian was very sure at first, but after hearing him ask this, she was no longer sure. "Wait a moment." She ran to the living room and confirmed the girl's identity information with Gu Ran again. Emo Han also heard it on the other end of the phone and then asked, "What are you looking for her for?" Wen Qian returned to the room and answered in a low voice, "Her boyfriend is here with me, and I haven't been able to contact her for more than half a month. I'm so worried that I can't even eat, so—"
Montag Han was silent.
Listening to the silence on the phone, Wen Qian was a little panicked. She thought she would soon hear scolding like "Don't look for me" for such trivial matters in the future, and she had already thought about how to righteously fight back at that time. "What do you mean by trivial matters?" "I promised to give you the supplies. This is a deal. If you don't agree, you can just not help me." She would say this if he got angry. But after a brief silence, when Qian heard Emo Han say, "Zhang Duo and her boyfriend are both with me." "Who is the boyfriend you're talking about?" Wen Qian was full of question marks. What's going on? Playing 2 games at the same time? What did she get back with a large amount of supplies? She might as well be dead. Wouldn't it be better to die in the mission? Wen Qian didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally Emo Han spoke. "How about this? You come to the base and confirm with your own eyes that this person is the one you are looking for, and then give me the supplies. How about it?" Not very good. She regretted it now. She felt that Emo Han had 99% right to find the wrong person. But she couldn't run away, because the other party knew all her details and they didn't make deals like this. If she went back on her word the first time she took the initiative to find the other party, what would she do if she really needed help in the future? So although Wen Qian felt very distressed, she still gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, we'll be there at 8 o'clock in the evening. After agreeing on a time with Mo Han, Wen Qian hung up the phone and told Wen Rang about the situation. After listening to it, Wen Rang had the same reaction as her and wanted to curse. Wen Rang, what should we do? Should we tell Guran? This brother is too miserable. Otherwise, let's just tell him directly that Zhang Duo is dead. Wen Qian thought about it and refused. Bincheng is not a big deal, and if we run into him in the future, we still have to tell him the truth. It's better to tell him now and let him be hurt once. Wen Qian made up her mind to go out. Besides, isn't it just a broken heart and being cheated? What's the big deal? Love and affection mean nothing in a life and death situation. Women can only affect the speed at which he swings his sword to kill the enemy. The same goes for men. It can only affect the speed at which she swings her sword. Who wants to talk about love in the end times? Are you crazy? When Qian walked to the living room, Gu Ran was still standing by the rooftop window, looking outside absent-mindedly. When Qian took a deep breath, walked quickly to his side, and asked, "How long have you known Zhang Duo?" Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and replied, 2 years. Then how long have you been dating? Gu Ran touched his neck and smiled shyly. We haven't been dating yet. I've been pursuing her. But she didn't refuse. Half a month ago, she told me that when we meet again, she would agree to be my girlfriend. I see, he is a sucker. Wen Qian glanced at Gu Ran's hair and felt so green. After chasing her for 2 years, have you ever given her any gifts? Gu Ran frowned slightly when he heard Wen Qian ask this. Although his brain was not very good, he could tell that Wen Qian's questions were a bit strange. Gu Ran, have you found her whereabouts? Did you find her? Wen Qian, answer my question first. How much money did you spend on her after chasing her for 2 years? Gu Ran was a little reluctant to say, not much. Why are you asking these questions? Nothing, I just wanted to see how badly you were cheated. Wen Qian said venomously, there is good news and bad news. The good news is that I did find her and she is fine. The bad news is that according to reliable information, she has a boyfriend, and the two are still staying together safely and sweetly. Gu Ran's body froze and his face turned pale. When Rang listened from the side, wanting to comfort her but not knowing where to start, so he could only listen to his sister continue to speak venomously. If I'm not mistaken, she has been contacting you just to ask for money from you and treat you as an ATM. Although this is unpleasant to hear, you must face reality now. Gu Ran was a little angry. How do you know that the person you found is her? Is the information you got true? Good question. Wen Qian smiled. So I made an appointment to go to Bincheng Base at 8 o'clock in the evening to meet this Zhang Duo in person. Gu Ran was in a complicated mood. Sadness, anger, luck, and other emotions were entangled together, making him grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly. Wen Qian had no reason to lie to him and would not lie to him, but he was unwilling to admit that he had been an idiot for 2 years. Wen Qian looked at his angry eyes and sighed. Give you a few hours to digest this matter. Let's set off for Bincheng Base at 6 p.m. For the sake of our friendship, I will give you a few more pointers. When you meet people at night, don't show any reluctance or sadness. 1 month after the end of the world, I don't believe anyone's living conditions will be better than ours. So show your momentum when you go to the battlefield to kill zombies and let her know that she has chosen the wrong person. Also, you, Gu Ran, are no longer someone she can afford, do you understand? There is no hurdle that cannot be overcome, and you deserve better. When Qian said everything she needed to say, patted him on the shoulder, and turned back to the room. When Rang handed Gu Ran a pack of cigarettes. My sister is outspoken, but what she said is not wrong. Brother, there is still a long way to go, and it is not worth it to be dejected for such a person. After he said that, he left, and by the way, he also took Gu Wanwan, who ran out of the room to play with her brother, away. Gu Ran sat on the rooftop and smoked a pack of cigarettes in silence. He did not eat lunch and went back to his room alone to face reality. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a helicopter flew in from a distance. Just like the last time when everyone was notified to collect supplies, new instructions were issued in the same way. In order to ensure the safety and living security of residents, an official base in Bincheng has been established. Residents are requested to bring their carry-on luggage and gather at the gates of their respective communities within 1 hour. Staff will then count the number of people and arrange for them to go to the base. Within 1 hour, staff will kill the zombies in advance. Residents are requested not to leave their homes and close the doors and windows to avoid accidental injuries. When the news came out, many people's hearts sank instantly. What does it mean? Let them leave their homes and go to what base? Will there be floods in the future? Those zombies can't be dealt with? Many people thought that things would get better after the rainstorm. But now they are panicking again. No one wants to leave, and there is no place better than home. But they have to go because there is no food at home, and they dare not think about what will happen next. So, listening to the sound of machine gun fire outside, each household hurriedly began to pack their luggage. Wen Qian's family would definitely not move, and everyone was bored, so they lay on the windowsill to watch the excitement. After many days, the second comprehensive elimination of zombies. But in terms of the effect, this time is far less smooth than the last time. Wen Qian observed with a telescope for a while and heard Gu Ran's voice behind him. The zombies have mutated. Wen Qian turned around in surprise, thinking that he would hide in the room until night and come out. Gu Ran also held a telescope, watching the situation below while talking. Previously, if the zombies were hit by bullets, although it would not be fatal, their movements would become slower. But now it is completely different. He just saw that the knees of 2 zombies were hit by bullets, but their movements were only slowed down for 2 seconds, and then they immediately recovered. Wen Qian nodded in agreement with him. Yes, this is just the first stage of mutation. The zombies are more aggressive and their defenses are increased. There is no other way except to shoot them in the head. In the past few days, Wen Qian sold half of the products produced by several factories in the space and has saved more than 30,000 mall coins. She exchanged 2 guns and the rest for bullets, as well as 3 bulletproof vests, which she distributed to Gu Ran and Wen Rang. When the 2 saw it, their eyes widened. Gu Ran, where did you get it? It's a family heirloom. I just haven't taken it out. Wen Qian said casually, my brother has never touched this thing. You teach him how to operate it first. There are gunshots everywhere outside right now. You 2 can warm up your hands. Gu Ran was originally irritable, but he finally found something to distract his attention. He immediately became extremely positive and pulled Wen Rang to practice shooting. Wen Rang was a little scared when he touched a gun for the first time. He didn't expect that after studying poetry and books for more than 10 years, he would eventually embark on the difficult path of abandoning literature and pursuing martial arts. An hour passed quickly, and hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the community. Wen Qian roughly calculated that it was half of the original population of their community, which was already a community with a high survival rate. Because the flood had not receded, the staff could only use lifeboats and other means to transport residents one by one. They first sent the residents to Heishan and gathered with people from other communities, and then waited for the base to come and pick them up. Zhang Yang's family of 3 downstairs from Wen Qian also set off for the base. They didn't want to leave, but there was really nothing to eat at home. There were only a few dozen kilograms of rice left, and they couldn't even eat a mouthful of vegetables every day. They thought that the food would be better at the base, and they knew people at the base so they could use the back door at critical moments, so they left reluctantly. Wen Rang practiced shooting at home for the whole afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the weather was not so hot, so they put on their bulletproof vests and set off for the base. Gu Ran said nothing along the way, and his face, which usually had no expression, now looked even more terrifying. He stood on the boat, holding a gun in his hand, full of murderous intent. The pistol that Wen Qian exchanged for him and Wen Rang had a double-row magazine with a capacity of 34 rounds. The effective range could reach 100-150 meters, and it could choose to fire in full automatic or single shot. When Rang had become proficient at this time and felt that this thing was much simpler and easier than a crossbow. It was so cool to just raise his hand and shoot a zombie when he saw one. It was just that the weather was too hot and there were too many corpses floating in the water. Even the bodies of the zombies began to rot, so it looked too disgusting visually. When Qian and the other two wore masks and goggles and fought their way to the base, they met other neighbors in the community. A quarantine net was set up 1 kilometer outside the base. It was temporarily safe inside the quarantine net. Many residents who had not yet moved into the base were waiting here. When Qian thought that the people in the community had set out so early and must have arrived here a long time ago. Unexpectedly, there were too many people coming to the base today, and they could not arrange them at all, so they waited for several hours in Heishan before being sent here. The neighbors were stunned when they saw the figures of Wen Qian and his sister. It rained heavily for a month. Even if they barely survived, who wouldn't be hungry and thin? But looking at the state of the brother and sister, there is no difference from before. Even the body lines look a little stronger than before. The people of the Wen family have never experienced hunger. They have enough food, but they are selfish. They are unwilling to share it with everyone. When everyone thought of this, they were furious and began to sneer.
Hey, who is this?
Why does she look so familiar? Oh, isn't this the legendary female war god? Oh, I thought she was so powerful, but in the end, she is just like us and has to seek refuge in the base. Stop saying that. We are not like her. Not as selfish and cruel as her. That's right, killing zombies is fine, but she can even kill her own neighbors. She is a murderer. That's right. Murderer. Someone come quickly. Catch her. When Qian heard their helpless and furious shouts from afar and looked over coldly. Although those people were scared to the point of their hearts pounding, they still relied on the fact that they were in the official base and dared to shout at her.
What are you looking at?
Can you kill us? That's right. What do you think this place is? Can it allow you to be lawless? Residents of other neighborhoods didn't know what was going on, but they had seen videos of Wen Qian killing zombies on the internet before. So now they were all staring at this side to watch the fun. Zhang Ziang found that Wen Qian was being attacked by everyone, and he hypocritically joined in. Everyone calm down. We are still neighbors after we get to the base. We shouldn't have conflicts. As soon as he opened his mouth, the men standing behind him became more excited. What do you mean by family? You and she are the only family, right? That's right. Mr. Zhang, tell me the truth. When Qian hasn't been hungry for a month, is your family helping her behind the scenes? I heard that your family has 100 kilograms of rice. How much did you give her? It can't be given for free, right? Several people were not careful with their words, and they went too far and blatantly made dirty jokes. Their eyes wandered over Wen Qian unscrupulously, and their eyes became more and more greedy. Just give me food, right? Then name a price, a few kilograms of rice a night? We still have some stock on hand. If you scream louder, we may consider giving you more. The dirty words came out of their mouths, making some onlookers frown involuntarily. How could Wen Rang and Gu Ran bear to hear this? They immediately walked towards those people. But the one who moved faster than them was Wen Qian. A figure flashed quickly before their eyes, and before everyone could react, Wen Qian was already standing in front of several men. She grabbed one of them by the hair with her right hand, grabbed his head, and hit him hard with her knee. The man's nose was broken instantly, his face was covered in blood, and he was dizzy and about to lose consciousness. The onlookers gasped, not expecting Wen Qian to take action directly. And the next second, something happened that they didn't expect even more. Wen Qian actually broke the man's neck directly. The man's head fell to the ground with an incredible twist, and the other 3 men were so scared that their minds went blank. When they realized that Wen Qian had killed someone, they all thought that this witch was really crazy. So they rushed forward, trying to subdue her together. Wen Qian watched the 3 losers huddled together with cold eyes and kicked one of them in the, smashing him and sending him flying. The remaining 2 attacked her from the front and back at the same time. One attacked her from behind, strangled her neck, and tried to strangle her. One attacked her from the front, holding a dagger in his hand, and wanted to stab her to death. Wen Qian grabbed the arm of the man behind her with one hand, threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, she snatched the dagger from the last provocateur, knelt on one knee, and inserted the dagger in her hand directly into the throat of the man lying on the ground. After dealing with this, she looked at the owner of the dagger again. The other party had realized that he was no match for her at all, so he turned around and ran into the crowd. "Help! Murder!" he shouted as he ran. His pants were soaked with fear. But he had only run 2 meters when his head flew off. His body paused for a second and then fell to the ground. Wen Qian drew out his tang sword and chopped off his head. In just a few dozen seconds, Wen Qian killed 3 people and seriously injured 1. There were screams at the scene, which soon attracted the attention of the staff. Wen Qian stood in place and was threatened with guns by 2 men in combat uniforms. "Put down your weapons. Fighting and killing are not allowed in the base. You have violated the terms of the base and must be punished." As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies suddenly stiffened. This was because when Rang and Gu Ran had already pointed their guns at their temples. No one expected that Wen Qian and her group would have guns in their hands. Wen Qian took off her goggles and wiped the blood off them, then put them on and looked at the 2 stunned members of the base. She smiled and said, "The rules of your base have nothing to do with me. Put down your guns, or I don't mind letting you know whose gun is faster."
Impossible.
"Don't think you can kill someone here and leave alive." Wen Qian, 3.
Bang.
A gunshot rang out from Gu Ran's gun, and the base member standing in front of him fell down. In a blink of an eye, Wen Qian took the gun from his hand and aimed at the remaining man together with Wen Rang. The man didn't expect them to attack first and looked at the fallen teammate and shouted, "How dare you sneak attack?" He started it first. Wen Qian raised the gun in her hand. "The bolt has been pulled, and if he doesn't die, I will die." If Gu Ran hadn't fired just now, she would be the one who would be shot dead now. The sound of gunfire attracted more combatants in the base, and they all ran out. When they saw Wen Qian and his team had killed one of their teammates and threatened another with guns, they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at them. "Put your guns down. Release the hostages." Wen Qian listened to their shouts and found it funny. She lowered her head and played with the gun in her hand and decided to put it in her pocket. "Wen Qian, I don't want to waste time with you. Take me to see Mo Han. He asked me to come." Wen Qian said the man's name, and a group of people looked at each other with unbelievable expressions. "What are you all doing here?" A cold voice came from the back of the crowd. Wen Qian looked over and saw the team leader he met in the mall that day walking out of the crowd. He was also stunned when he saw the scene at the door of the base, and then looked at Wen Qian with an unhappy face and asked, "Did you kill the person?" "Yes," Wen Qian readily admitted, "but he was the one who started it first and wanted to kill me." Yi Xinghua didn't expect to run into such an arrogant man in his own territory. He got angry and pulled out his gun. Then he heard his men beside him speak in a low voice. "Boss, she said that Commander Mo asked them to come." Yi Xinghua was stunned and looked at Wen Qian in confusion and asked, "What's your name?" "Wen Qian." Yi Xinghua was silent and reluctantly put down his gun and asked the people around him to do the same. "Put down your guns." He was ordered by Mo Han to come here to pick up Wen Qian and the other 2. Yi Xinghua couldn't understand why his superior was so busy, but he still wanted to meet such people. He took Wen Qian and the other 2 to Mo Han's office, thinking that he would report them when he saw them later. If the superior knew that they killed one of their own, he would never let them go. Wen Qian was brought into the base unscathed, which shocked the crowd of onlookers. They had just seen with their own eyes how Wen Qian killed the 3 men. Some people had previously suspected that the video on the internet had been processed with special effects, but after experiencing what happened today, they had completely believed in Wen Qian's ability. Zhang Ziang stood closer and saw more clearly. He was even splashed with blood, and the body of the man with his head chopped off fell at his feet. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and even his legs were weak. Finally, with the support of his parents, he slowly walked into the gate of the base. Wen Qian was brought to Mo Han by Yi Xinghua. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Yi Xinghua impatiently complaining. "Report to the superior." Wen Qian just killed 3 civilians and one of our team members in front of the base. Please tell me how to deal with them. Wen Qian glanced at him speechlessly and couldn't help complaining in his heart. He is not good at anything, but he is the best at complaining. You are the only one who has a mouth. You are the only one who can talk. Mo Han was flipping through a document. He read it carefully, signed his name on the last page, and then slowly raised his head and looked at Wen Qian. Tell me what happened. Report to the commander. His report just now is wrong. To be correct, I killed one of your team members, 3 civilians, and seriously injured another civilian. Wen Qian had no expression on her face, and her voice was flat. Although the dog man whose were broken by her was still alive, he would definitely live a life worse than death in the future. You see, the safety of this gun is on, the bolt is pulled, and I will die as long as he hooks his finger lightly. I was scared to death. Wen Qian took out the gun and showed it to Mo Han, then quickly put her hands behind her back, fearing that Mo Han would ask for the gun. Yi Xinghua was shocked by her words. Scared me to death? How could she have the nerve to say such a thing? He didn't see that she was afraid at all. Mo Han listened to her words and nodded thoughtfully. Self-defense. Wen Qian. That's right. Sir, you are wise. Mo Han looked at Yi Xinghua and said, send more people to maintain order in the base. I don't want to hear this again. Yes, sir. Go out and bring Zhang Duo from the medical team. Yes, sir. Yi Xinghua turned and left, closing the door. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She met Mo Han's gaze, and she didn't expect that this man was so nice and reasonable. When Rang and Gu Ran both broke out in cold sweats. After all, if this commander ordered them not to leave, they would definitely be stuck today. Mo Han watched Wen Qian hide the gun, lowered his eyes, and continued to sign the documents on the table, reminding him in a calm voice. Go out and release the bullet, otherwise it will easily go off accidentally.
Oh.
Seeing that he was still thinking about the gun, Wen Qian curled her lips, a little unhappy. How could this man be so stingy? He had so many people and so many guns under his command, so what was wrong with giving her one? She came here to give away supplies for free today. So many supplies in exchange for useless intelligence and a gun. He wouldn't suffer any loss, right? When Qian turned and walked out, opened the door and fired a shot into the sky, scaring the people guarding the door. After she finished firing the gun, she came back, closed the door tightly, walked to the table, and put the gun down. When Qian saw it, and quickly turned her head away, as if she didn't see it. Mo Han stared at the crooked name for a long time before looking at Wen Qian again. I didn't provoke you. Why are you angry? Wen Qian wanted to say that she didn't have it, but then she thought of his perverted mind-reading ability, so she simply stopped pretending and said whatever she wanted. Who made you so stingy? It's just a gun, and you're still asking for it back? At most, I can get some more supplies in exchange from you. Did I say I want this gun? Wen Qian was silent for a moment. When Rang, who was behind him, lowered his head and held his forehead, wanting to pull his sister away and run. Mo Han sighed and continued to look at the next document. When Qian pondered over what he had just said, and then carefully took the gun back. Seeing that he didn't react, he walked back to Wen Rang. When Rang gritted his teeth and talked to his sister in a low voice. Can you control your temper? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Brothers and sisters, if you were not born on the same day of the same month of the same year, you must die on the same day of the same month of the same year. The two of them whispered, and Gu Ran listened beside them. His mood was very complicated. He was particularly sad today, but now those emotions seemed to have disappeared, and all that was left was worry. Can they really walk out of the base gate safely today? Gu Ran began to doubt his life. The room was quiet, and Mo Han had been busy, either reading documents or answering the phone. When Qian and the other two stood side by side against the wall, looking down at their toes, not daring to disturb them. They didn't know how long they waited, and finally, Yi Xinghua's voice was heard outside the door again. Report to the commander. The people have been brought here. Yi Xinghua brought Zhang Duo over. When Qian heard the voice, turned her head curiously, and stared at the door. Let her take a good look at what this stinky liar looks like to deceive Gu Ran so badly. After getting permission, Yi Xinghua pushed the door in, followed by a woman. Zhang Duo was very happy to hear that Emo Han wanted to see her. She even secretly put on lipstick and touched up her makeup on the way here. But after entering the house, she saw Gu Ran's figure, and her face changed immediately. This time, when Qian didn't need to remind him, Gu Ran could see her guilty conscience. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look Gu Ran in the eye. She never expected Gu Ran to appear here. Should Auntie be dead? It's so chaotic outside. How did he survive with that encumbered sister? The last time Zhang Duo contacted Gu Ran was more than 10 days ago. When she heard Gu Ran say that his sister had a high fever and wanted to take her to the hospital to see a doctor, she felt that this idiot must be dying. The hospital was so messy. How could he survive? Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he had no food or supplies, and he would definitely starve to death. Zhang Duo concluded that this person was no longer valuable, so she simply cut off contact with Gu Ran, lied to him that he was out on a mission, and then ignored his messages. Zhang Duo took a deep breath, looked at Emo Han, and asked anxiously, "Sir, what do you want to talk to me about?" Emo Han didn't say anything, but looked at Wen Qian. Gu Ran said coldly, "I want to talk to you about something." Zhang Duo's body stiffened. Gu Ran turned his head and looked at Emo Han, and asked, "Can I talk to her alone? There's no one in the next room." "Thank you." Gu Ran walked to Zhang Duo's side, saw her nervous look, and sneered. "Let's go. Do you want your leader to know what shameful things you have done?"
You.
Zhang Duo looked at him angrily, but Gu Ran ignored him and left to the next room. Zhang Duo bit her lower lip, and seeing that Emo Han and Yi Xinghua had no intention of speaking for her, she had to bite the bullet and go with Gu Ran. Wen Qian leaned against the wall and pouted. She thought Zhang Duo was some kind of fairy, but she turned out to be too ordinary. How could she be worthy of Gu Ran from head to toe? Wen Qian decided that after returning home, she would test Gu Ran's eyesight. This child is probably highly myopic, or he has glaucoma and cataracts, otherwise he can't be so blind. Wen Qian felt sorry for Gu Ran, and even more sorry for her batch of supplies. She turned to look at Emo Han and asked, "Let's find place, I'll give you the things." She thought Emo Han would happily arrange a place to collect the supplies immediately, but he said, "You can choose not to give it, but you have to do me a favor. Tell me first, and then I'll choose whether to agree or not." Wen Qian was not easily fooled, for fear that he would ask her to stay and work for him. "We have several scientists who are out for research, and their whereabouts are unknown. I hope you can cooperate with our team members in the search and rescue. No matter what the outcome is, it will not affect our agreement." Before Wen Qian had time to say anything, Yi Xinghua on the side became anxious. "Commander, how can she help?" Yi Xinghua quickly glanced up and down at Wen Qian and Wen Rang, and his expression was full of disgust. These two people were fair and clean, and it was obvious that they had never done any heavy work or suffered any hardship. Especially Wen Qian, whose hands were as tender as tofu. Taking her along, wouldn't it be just bringing a burden? This mission was already dangerous, and Yi Xinghua didn't want to bring two draggers to endanger the lives of his own team members. So he refused desperately. "I don't want to act with her. We can complete the mission successfully." Wen Qian smiled. "I don't want to go with you yet. What's so great about it? Isn't it just supplies? She'll give it to you. What she lacks the least is supplies." Wen Qian snorted and went to look at Emo Han. She was about to say, "I still choose to give you supplies," but the next second, the voice of the system rang in her mind.
Ding.
Limited time mission starts. Within 7 days, for every zombie killed by a member of the system, the host's combat power will be rewarded with 1% increase. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of other members of the system will be rewarded with 10% increase. Wen Qian. System. You are my father in another world. She carefully looked at the line of words that appeared out of thin air in front of her. She was not mistaken. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of all members of the system except her will be rewarded with 10% increase. Everyone, including her brother, including Gu Ran, even her parents and Gu Wanwan. Such a great thing. How could she miss it? But she had just expressed her dissatisfaction and disgust towards Yi Xinghua, and it seemed a bit bad to change her words immediately. So Wen Qian looked at Mo Han silently. "Commander, give me a way out?" Mo Han stared at Yi Xinghua and ignored his refusal. "This is an order. You can't refuse it. What's more, Wen Qian and the other two are very powerful. If they help us on this trip, the success rate can be at least doubled." Yi Xinghua looked incredulous. He had already investigated the information of Wen Qian and the other two. One was a college student, the other was a programmer in a startup company, and the only one who was somewhat useful was Gu Ran, a retired Special Forces soldier. How could this be considered extraordinary strength? But after Mo Han said that, he didn't dare to talk back. Mo Han and Wen Qian looked at each other. "The command of this operation can be handed over to you. It's my sincerity. Why don't you consider it again?" Mo Han's way out was too big. Wen Qian was shocked and said quickly, "Forget about the command, but if I have a different opinion at a critical moment, your people must listen to me. If you agree, I will help you." "I agree. Also, you provide the guns and ammunition. I'm poor and don't have that much stock." "Okay." Yi Xinghua was stunned. He began to wonder if their superior had any leverage over this little girl. Otherwise, why would she agree to everything? When Rang also frowned slightly beside him, vaguely sensing something was wrong. According to his sister's personality, if she said she disagreed, she would disagree. It was impossible for her to change her mind just because this Mo guy praised her a few times and gave her some benefits. Unless... When Rang took advantage of Yi Xinghua's inattention and silently said two words with his mouth. "Mission?" Wen Qian nodded, and when Rang almost laughed out loud. Mo Han asked Yi Xinghua to take Wen Qian and the others to choose guns. Yi Xinghua suddenly remembered that Wen Qian had killed his people and taken a gun, so he quickly told Mo Han, "Report to the commander. She has one of our guns. We need to recover it." Wen Qian. "I tell you, I'm a vindictive person, just wait for me." Mo Han. "I've recovered the gun. Take them to get a new one."
Vinrang.
"Commander, you are really good at lying." Mo Han said so. Yi Xinghua had to give up and reluctantly took Wen Qian and the other to get the gun. Wen Qian left the room, glanced at the door next door, and felt a little worried. She didn't know how Gu Ran talked with that woman. When she saw Gu Ran later, she had to take a good look at his face. If Zhang Duo took action, she would slap her so hard that even her own mother couldn't recognize her. In the quiet room, Gu Ran and Zhang Duo looked at each other. Zhang Duo felt guilty when he looked at her, and she was angry and said, "What do you want to talk to me about? Don't you have anything to say to me? What do you want to hear me say?" Zhang Duo was furious. "All network communications are down, and this is not what I wanted. I can't contact you, so you come to my leader? Gu Ran, are you crazy?" She became more and more angry as she spoke, and simply turned the tables. "You retired from the army and don't hang around here anymore, but I still want to continue. You made a fuss about this little thing and let my leaders know about it. How can I hold my head up in front of them in the future?" Gu Ran gritted his teeth and listened to Zhang Duoduo's accusations. "You have been pursuing me unilaterally for 2 years. Do you know how annoying I am? Gu Ran, don't look for me again in the future, understand? It's impossible for us. He is now just an unemployed vagrant. His parents are dead. He can't spend his savings, and he has a sister who is a burden, and he doesn't know whether she is dead or not. But she is a formal member of the base. Can enjoy all the welfare benefits of the base. She has a dormitory to live in and 3 meals a day. What can he compare with her now? What can he use to pursue her?" Gu Ran listened to her and suddenly laughed. "Is it annoying? Why didn't I see it before? 2 years, hundreds of thousands. Although this amount of money is nothing to those rich people, it is definitely not a small amount to ordinary people." Zhang Duo was stunned and listened to Gu Ran's words. 2 years ago, when I asked you if you had a boyfriend, you told me no. A year ago, I asked you if you had someone you liked, and you still said no. I believed it, so I have always been good to you. As long as you ask for something you want, I will buy it for you. As a man, making money is to spend on his wife and children. I don't feel sorry at all. But what is the truth? Zhang Duo, when did you start lying to me? Zhang Duo suddenly became flustered when she heard him say this. What does he mean? Did he know something? Zhang Duo, what did I lie to you about? You gave me those things voluntarily. I didn't force you. Gu Ran, think about it carefully. The gifts you asked for from the beginning were all couple gifts. You wanted 2 mobile phones in different colors, 2 clothes in different sizes, and even a pair of necklaces and rings. You said it would be convenient for you to switch between them, but in fact, you used them with your boyfriend, right? Zhang Duoduo's heart sank. Gu Ran, don't deny it. I heard from your leader that you have a boyfriend. Don't worry, I never thought of taking back the things I gave away. I just want to tell you that from today on, you and I have no relationship. No matter how miserable your life is in the future, even if you kneel before me and beg me, I will not give you a penny. I beg you? Gu Ran, what are you dreaming about? Zhang Duo simply gave up and stopped pretending. Do you think you are some great person? Stop daydreaming. You'll know later. Just live in your dormitory with dozens of people in one room. This is the limit of your life. Gu Ran sneered and turned to leave. Zhang Duo had been pursued by him like a dog for 2 years. How could she bear his sudden strong and contemptuous attitude? So she rushed over and grabbed Gu Ran's sleeve. Where are you going? You don't want to go to my leader and talk nonsense, do you? Gu Ran, I tell you, if you dare to say anything nonsense in front of my leader, I will smash your face. Gu Ran pushed her away. Zhang Duo didn't expect him to be so strong. She staggered back and hit the back of her head against the wall. The pain made Zhang Duo furious. She rushed towards Gu Ran again, raised her hand, and was about to hit him in the face. Gu Ran had already opened the door and left the house. He turned around when he heard the footsteps. Before he could hide, he saw a figure blocking him. When Qian saw this scene, when she came back with the gun, how could she bear it? She reached out and grabbed Zhang Duoduo's wrist, then slapped her hard in the face. Zhang Duoduo's face was immediately swollen, and even her nose was bleeding. When Qian, Gu Ran in our family doesn't hit women, but I don't have this rule. Yi Xinghua saw her take action and hurried forward to stop her. After all, Zhang Duo was a member of his base, and he couldn't just sit back and watch. Yi Xinghua, what are you doing? This is an official base. You can't do whatever you want. Did I do anything wrong? I'm just helping you discipline your subordinates who have bad intentions and behave improperly. The woman behind you, she obviously has a boyfriend, but she lied to my friend that she doesn't have one and took advantage of my friend's affection for her to ask for money and property again and again. Can you feel at ease keeping such a person by your side? Do you think it's possible to rely on such a person to protect the people? Zhang Duo, I don't have one. Zhang, I tell you, you'd better be like a cuckold for the rest of your life, hiding in the protective umbrella of the official base and not going out. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. When Qian finished speaking and pulled Gu Ran into Mo Han's office. Zhang Duo was so scared that her heart was pounding and her face turned pale when she saw that she could enter and exit there freely. Seeing her reaction, Yi Xinghua knew that what Wen Qian said must be true. He sighed heavily and said, You go back first. The base will investigate this matter thoroughly. If she has wronged you, we will do justice for you. Leader, this is just a personal grudge between Gu Ran and me. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, so why don't we just let it go? How can we let it go? This is related to your personal reputation and will affect your future promotion. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. Yi Xinghua said, patted Zhang Duo on the shoulder, turned around, and went to Mo Han. Zhang Duo was scared to death, and she wiped the blood from her nose in a panic, not knowing what to do. In fact, Yi Xinghua lied to her. The base is so busy now, how could he have the time to investigate her personal love life? He was just trying to scare her, but people with such character problems should be paid attention to in the future, and they should not be allowed to participate in important operational tasks. Wen Qian gave the guns he received to Gu Ran, and then said goodbye to Mo Han. We'll go back if there's nothing else. Contact me when you leave? Han, the combat team will leave tomorrow. Why don't you stay at the base tonight? When Qian thought about it and refused. No, there are dozens of people living together in your dormitory. I'm not used to it. I can arrange a single room for you. Han made a concession. No, you don't have air conditioning here. It's too hot. When Qian acted like a difficult-to-serve rich girl. When Yi Xinghua heard this, he felt extremely upset. Like the current one, it is already very difficult to live in an official base and have a bed. 2 single dormitories in the entire base, one of which belongs to the base's highest executive officer, Han. The other room is prepared for leaders from other bases who come to meet and discuss matters. This little girl actually despised this kind of treatment. She was too ungrateful. Han thought about it and didn't insist. He just asked Yi Xinghua to discuss the time and place of meeting with her tomorrow, and then let her go. The 3 of them left. There were still countless residents waiting to check in outside the base gate. Helicopters were hovering in the air, shooting zombies outside the protective net. When Qian and the other 2 walked side by side out of the protective net, chatting in low voices. Gu Ran, I'm really sorry to bother you today.
Thank you. Don't talk about this among us.
When Reng punched him on the shoulder, come on, let's talk about business. When Qian took out a map that Yi Xinghua had just given her.
She pointed to a certain point on the map and said,
We will meet up with the Special Operations team at the base here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and cooperate with them to go into the mountains for search and rescue. We don't know how long it will take to get back, so have a good rest tonight and kill a lot tomorrow. Gu Ren nodded, then asked in confusion, Why would the base want to cooperate with us? Because we are awesome. When Qian answered confidently, I've told you a long time ago that I am awesome and you are awesome too. Do you believe it now? Strength determines everything. If it weren't for their abilities, When Qian would have been shot by Han after killing someone at the gate of the base today. Isn't it because you think she is of some use that you show mercy to her? Gu ran, and when Reng thought about what she said, and both felt it made sense. When Reng, by the way, have you seen Han before?
No.
When Qian told the truth. In her previous life, the official base was not established until the 3rd year after the apocalypse. As for Han, let alone meeting him, she had never even heard of his name. When Qian looked back at the base and asked them, have you noticed that the number of people at the base is not right? Gu Rand immediately nodded in response. I found out. I didn't see any old, weak, sick, or disabled people inside. They were all young and middle-aged. This so-called base was actually converted from a large air raid shelter. Then some simple houses were built outside the air raid shelter as dormitories. Maybe because of the rush to complete the work, those dormitories were not decorated. Each room had 10 beds with upper, middle, and lower bunks, which means 30 people lived in one room. When Reng also shared his findings, many people saw the accommodation conditions and immediately wanted to go home. But the base was only responsible for picking them up, not sending them back. Bincheng City has a population of 30 million, but the official base cannot even accommodate 1/10 of it. Although the conditions are a bit poor, at least the base can guarantee their safety as well as food and accommodation. Compared to them, those who can't even enter the base gate are more pitiful. The 3 left the safety of the base and immediately steeled themselves to fight their way home. More than 2 hours later, they arrived safely. When Chongning and the others were relieved to see that they were safe, Li Mo hurriedly prepared food for them. While Gu Ran was accompanying his sister, when Chongning pulled Wen Qian aside. In fact, he and Li Mo accidentally overheard the conversation between Wen Qian and Gu Ran in the morning and roughly guessed what happened. But I was afraid of hurting Gu Ran's self-esteem, so I never mentioned it and pretended that I knew nothing. At this moment, when Chongning lowered his voice and asked Wen Qian with concern, "Did you find that person?" "Found it." When Qian sighed, Gu Ran has made it clear to her that they will no longer have any contact with each other. Oh, I guess that idiot Gu Ran has spent a lot of money on her. It's okay, just think of it as paying for a lesson. Next time he meets someone like this, he will definitely not be fooled. When Chongning was open-minded and knew that Gu Ran had let it go, so he didn't ask any more questions. While eating, Wen Qian learned that some residents in the community had already returned. Because he did not meet the base's accommodation requirements, he was sent back. In the short few hours that they were away, the doors of several houses in the community were kicked open, and all the supplies were looted. Even several groups of people came to their house, but when they saw the electric fence, they left without giving up. Wen Qian told Li Mo and the others that they were going out to carry out a mission tomorrow, then gave Wen Chongning a gun and asked Gu Ran to teach him how to use it. Returned to his room to rest at night, entered the space, and filled dozens of bottles of water from the well to save for drinking in the next few days. Had discovered before that this well water was very effective in restoring physical strength and was essential when going out. Then she checked the factory's shipment volume and sold half of the inventory, exchanging all the mall coins for bullets. Just when she was about to close the mall and go out to sleep, the system prompted her that she had unlocked a new achievement. Congratulations on unlocking the primary achievement of shopping mall consumption, and you will be rewarded with 3 pieces of constant temperature combat uniforms. The battle suit will be available in the mall later. If needed, the host can purchase it by himself. Combat suit attributes: increases defense by 100, maintains a constant temperature of 24 degrees. When Qian was delighted and had 3 more pieces of thin clothes in her hands. She looked at these 3 treasures and wanted to cry. The maximum temperature tomorrow is expected to reach 50 degrees Celsius. It also knows that it is hot outside, right? It doesn't want its host to die of heat. When Qian happily left the space and distributed the combat uniforms to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. At 3:30 in the morning of the next day, they took Xiaobai out and headed for the agreed meeting place. Xiaobai now weighs 40 kilograms and is still growing rapidly. After being cooped up at home for a month, it finally smelled the free air outside. It suddenly became a little excited and kept circling around Wen Qian. It was already over 30 degrees outside. After making a fuss for a while, Xiaobai collapsed at Wen Qian's feet and didn't want to move. Its eyes flashed green in the darkness. After it keenly noticed that a zombie was approaching them, it suddenly jumped up and pounced on the zombie. Xiaobai bit the zombie's throat. At the same time, he attacked with his claws. Just like that, he broke the zombie's neck in just a few seconds. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had not expected it to be so powerful. After watching it successfully kill a zombie, it came back covered in blood, and then lay at Wen Qian's feet and licked its fur gracefully. The two couldn't help but feel a little worried. This is zombie blood. Won't Xiaobai be infected? Wen Qian thought about it and said no. In his previous life, Xiaobai not only drank zombies' blood, but also ate their flesh. He had a strong ability to survive and was much more powerful than these 2-legged beasts. With the addition of a strong teammate, the 3 of them successfully reached the meeting point. At this time, Yi Xinghua and the others had already arrived. Wen Qian glanced at the time. She was not late and was even 10 minutes early, so she didn't feel guilty at all. Yi Xinghua's group consists of 15 people, divided into 3 teams of 5. When they heard that the commander had assigned 3 people to assist in this operation, they were extremely curious. So they set out early in the morning and arrived 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. At this moment, they looked at the 2 men, 1 woman, and not sure if it was a dog or some kind of pet, and they all frowned at the same time. Only one person in the team exclaimed in surprise after seeing Wen Rang. "Brother Rang? Why is it you?" Wen Rang looked up and found someone who looked familiar.
So he smiled and said hello.
Ji Fan, long time no see. Ji Fan quickly introduced him to his teammates. "This is my senior, a superb student. I heard that we offered him a high salary before, but he didn't agree and later went to a startup company." Yi Xinghua and others had different expressions after hearing this, and none of them believed Ji Fan's words. A startup company is just a small private company. Who would give up such a great opportunity to work in such a place? Ji Fan said he holds technical shares in that company and can earn 8 figures every year. Everyone was silent. Yi Xinghua, what's the use? No matter how much money you make, you still can't spend it now. He always harbored hostility towards Wen Qian and the other 2, and didn't want to say a word to them. Wen Qian didn't care. She followed them onto the helicopter transport and headed for the location where the scientists disappeared. They also brought 2 search and rescue dogs. After seeing Xiaobai, they kept hiding far away, grinning and looking very alert. Xiaobai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He lay at Wen Qian's feet, rolling over from time to time, exposing his belly and meowing a few times to ask for petting. The helicopter quickly arrived near the mountains and found a wide area to land. At this time, the sky was beginning to brighten. Several scientists disappeared on an island, which was inhabited by fishermen and had a permanent population of about 20,000. According to previous investigations, 19% of the residents on the island have turned into zombies, so the survival rate of the missing people is very low, almost zero. However, because they were accompanied by special forces personnel and the research site was on the mountain, far away from residential areas, everyone still held on to a glimmer of hope and came for a final search and rescue. After getting off the plane, Yi Xinghua turned around and looked at Wen Qian and the other 2 behind him. "Follow closely. If you get lost, we won't waste time looking for you. Okay, as you command." Wen Qian spoke lazily, and his nonchalant look made Yi Xinghua frown again. Although Wen Qian and the other 2 were sent by Mo Han specifically, Yi Xinghua and his group did not slow down the search and rescue efforts just to take care of them. As the sun rose, the temperature began to rise gradually. Even though they were in the woods, they still felt the unprecedented high temperature. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the temperature had reached 42 degrees. Search and rescue team members were wearing combat uniforms and carrying search and rescue bags and backpacks on their backs. They walked nonstop for 2 hours and were already sweating all over and a little exhausted due to lack of water. Seeing that everyone was in a bad state, Yi Xinghua immediately ordered them to rest for 10 minutes. Everyone slumped down on the ground, quickly replenishing their water, too tired to even say a word. Yi Xinghua leaned against a big tree and turned to look at Wen Qian and the other 2. He originally thought that since even they were so exhausted, Wen Qian would definitely be exhausted and might even cry and ask to go back to the helicopter to rest. But he didn't expect that Wen Qian didn't even look tired, and his face wasn't even red, and he wasn't out of breath. He was standing not far away, looking around with sharp eyes. After 2 hours, Wen Qian didn't encounter a single zombie, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. She did not dare to be careless and remained alert at all times. When she inadvertently met Yi Xinghua's gaze, she smiled and walked over. Yi Xinghua was still upset because she killed someone from the base yesterday, so he asked with a dark face, "What's the matter?" "I think our search speed is too slow. Why don't we split up? There are too many zombies on the island. It is not recommended to act separately. If there is a zombie attack, it is easy to get hurt or even die if you separate." Wen Qian showed a trace of doubt on his face. Yi Xinghua saw it and laughed contemptuously. "You have never killed zombies, so you don't know how powerful they are." When Rang and Gu Ran were drinking water and choked when they heard this. They looked at Yi Xinghua in disbelief. Didn't this guy go online? Didn't he see those videos of Wen Qian killing zombies online? Or did he see it but thought it was synthetic? Wen Qian probably understood what image she held in Yi Xinghua's eyes, but she still couldn't help asking. "So, how do you think I managed to survive the zombies I encountered on the way out to look for supplies, to discuss things at the base, and to meet up with you guys today?" Yi Xinghua glanced at when Rang and Gu ran behind her and did not hide her opinion. Those two seemed to be pretty strong, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to protect you alone. Okay. Wen Qian had nothing more to say, so she turned around and went back to Wen Rang. "If we act separately, I will be the one who suffers. Since he doesn't agree, I will just follow his plan. Anyway, whether those people can be rescued or not is none of her business." 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone continued to move forward. Wen Qian followed them obediently, acting as a mascot who wouldn't kill zombies. Just when everyone thought the morning would pass peacefully, Xiao Bai, at Wen Qian's feet, suddenly got angry. Walking at the front of the team also stopped and kept barking in a certain direction. Everyone immediately raised their guns and looked around vigilantly. A few seconds later, A black shadow emerged from the woods. When they saw what it was, they were all stunned. Even when Qian widened his eyes slightly, because it was obviously a mutated zombie. The zombie was more than 2 meters tall, with a rotten body and a swollen face. Its eyes, like those of a dead fish, scanned the people in front of it and finally fixed its sight on Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked into its eyes and raised her eyebrows, thinking that it had good taste. But at the same time, she also had a bad feeling and drew out the Tang sword behind her. Seeing so many living people, the zombie did not rush up immediately. Yixinghua's people opened fire as soon as it appeared, and every shot hit its head, but they failed to bring it down. Suddenly, Wen Qian understood why there were no other zombies on this mountain. Because this is its territory, and those low-level zombies dare not even step near here. When they realized that shooting it in the head was useless, Yixinghua and the others panicked. But no matter how scared they were, they couldn't retreat here. Especially after discovering that the zombie's eyes were fixed on Wen Qian, Yixinghua directly stood in front of Wen Qian. Yixinghua doesn't like Wen Qian since the first time they met in the mall. He felt that this girl was too flamboyant, not calm, and liked to use back doors. She also took 3 guns and 500 rounds of bullets from the base. But no matter how much he disliked it, Yixinghua could not watch an ordinary person die in front of him. Wen Qian frowned when she saw his actions. Why is this person like this? If he had been more resolute and had continued to ignore her, she wouldn't have felt guilty for not helping him. But now he was standing in front of her again, looking like he wouldn't care even if he died, which made Wen Qian suddenly angry. The mutated zombie locked onto its target and walked towards Wen Qian. None of the 15 members of Yixinghua's team retreated, and they all rushed to Wen Qian. Even the 2 rescue dogs rushed to the zombie and bit its thigh.
Go!
Get out of here! They fired their guns and shouted to the 3 people behind them. Wen Qian stood there and sighed. Noob. Wen Qian spoke in a stern voice, and when Xiaobai heard her order, he let out a wow and flew out. It stepped on Yixinghua's head and then pounced on the zombie's head. Yixinghua's body tilted, and he almost fell to the ground. After he stood up, he looked again and saw that the pet that Wen Qian brought had pounced on the zombie's head and dug out one of the zombie's eyes with its claws. The zombies began to go crazy, and their targets were no longer just Wen Qian. The few people closest to it were slapped away first, and another person was pulled by the arm into the air by it, intending to throw him into its mouth. Seeing that it was about to eat their teammates, everyone shot at its head even more desperately. But even after being shot so many times, it still did not fall down, and even its movements did not slow down. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom, and they were ready to die here today. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew past them, and a very faint fragrance drifted into their noses. It was a smell that only belonged to girls, like the scent of shower gel or laundry detergent. In short, it was completely different from the smell of these stinky men. And in their team, there is only one girl. Wen Qian's name flashed through their minds, and at the same time, a figure rushed in front of them. Since the end of the world, Wen Qian alone has probably killed more zombies than all of them combined. Unlike them, who use thermal weapons to kill zombies from a distance, almost all the zombies that died at her hands had their heads chopped off by Tang swords. Since bullets can't kill zombies, why not just chop off their heads and kick them like a ball? Will they still react? Wen Qian was very curious about this, so she tried it. The knife flashed, the zombie roared, and the arm that was grabbing the team member and putting it into its mouth was chopped off by Wen Qian. Wen Qian frowned slightly, feeling that the bones of this zombie were several times harder than ordinary ones. If it weren't for the combat power bonus given by the system before, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. She flipped backwards in the air and landed steadily, avoiding the zombie's crazy attack. She attacked again, holding the hilt of the knife with both hands, aiming at the zombie's neck. The annoying howling sound finally disappeared, and the zombie's head rolled to the ground without any blood splattering. It seemed that it had been mutated for some time. Wen Qian kicked the body lying on the ground, but there was no response. She turned around and picked up the zombie's head, lifted it up, and shook it without opening her eyes. Wen Qian was a little disappointed. She wanted to ask Yi Xinghua, weren't those scientists coming here just to study this thing? When she turned her head, she saw that the others were staring at her motionlessly, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Xinghua never thought that they would be saved by Wen Qian. He watched Wen Qian put the zombie's head into a large sealed bag and then threw it into his bag. Only then did he come to his senses and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to take it back and study it? You guys have shot its head into a sieve full of bullet holes, but it can still jump around so happily. It's quite interesting. So not only the head needs to be taken back, but the body as well." The zombies were so ferocious that Wen Qian felt that the survival rate of those researchers was not high. So she brought this back to Mo Han so that he wouldn't think that she had done nothing on this trip. Yi Xinghua and his group were so shocked by Wen Qian's actions that they were speechless. Wen Qian walked up to the people who had just been attacked by zombies and circled around them seriously. She wanted to see if they were scratched, and if so, kill them immediately. But after checking on several people, she discovered that none of them had any external injuries and their combat uniforms were not damaged. They looked like they were made of special materials. The only person who was seriously injured was the one who was caught and almost eaten by the zombies, that is, Wen Ranks Jr., named Ji Fan. He had a wound on his face where he hit a rock when he fell. "My arm is broken, but the rest of my body is fine." The people being inspected watched Wen Qian holding the Tang sword and stopping in front of them and then walking away, not daring to breathe, for fear that she would swing the sword down if she got upset. Fortunately, Wen Qian turned around and walked away, saving their lives. "What's going on? Even the gun doesn't work?" Wen Rang waited for her to come over and asked quickly. "It looks like that, but it's impossible that all zombies are like this." It was also the first time that Wen Qian encountered this kind of zombie. She wanted to take out the head and show it to her brother, but was seriously rejected by Wen Rang. He was a little hungry and wanted to eat later, so he didn't want to be subjected to this visual shock right now. The surroundings returned to their previous silence. Wen Qian leaned against the tree and looked down at Xiaobai rolling at her feet. When she heard footsteps, she glanced sideways and met Yi Xinghua's gaze. "Although we had some conflicts before, let's put aside. Thank you for what happened just now." Yi Xinghua thanked him with a stern face. Wen Qian thought about it and nodded. "I accept." "You're welcome." Yi Xinghua wanted to say something else, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally didn't say anything and turned back. Resting for another 5 minutes and briefly treating Ji Fan's injuries, everyone continued to move forward. Xiaobai was harassed by the 2 rescue dogs, which kept circling around it. It was so annoyed that it showed its claws and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Wen Qian at the critical moment. The dozen or so people walking in front turned back to look at Wen Qian from time to time, and the more they looked, the more familiar she looked, and finally someone recognized her. "I know. She is the female warrior on the internet. Right? Am I right? It must be her." This sentence reminded everyone of the video clips they had seen on the internet not long ago. Even Yi Xinghua couldn't help but frown and looked at Wen Qian. Ji Fan limped to Wen Qian's side. Because Wen Qian had just saved his life, he looked at Wen Qian with admiration. "That person is you, right, goddess?" "I knew it. The person sent by the commander to assist us must be extraordinary." Wen Qian saw how excited he was and poured cold water on him. "Flattering is useless. If you were infected by zombies, I would definitely chop you to pieces." "Well, if I were infected by zombies, you wouldn't have to do anything to me. I'd just shoot myself." These people had already written their suicide notes before coming here, and they never thought they could return safely. Because the previous search and rescue team members have not been found yet, everyone knows that this mission is most likely a one-way trip with no return. Ji Fan looked at Wen Rang again after he finished speaking. He had heard of Wen Rang's name when he was a freshman, but Wen Rang was already a junior at that time. The two had met several times in the club, but they never had much interaction. They didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to carry out a mission together this time. Ji Fan didn't talk much before Yi Xinghua called him back. Zombies could appear here at any time, so how could he walk and chat like he was strolling on the street? However, everyone couldn't help but communicate in a low voice, and they were all shocked by Wen Qian's strength. They had seen it when they watched the video before. The girl in the video was a professional martial artist. Every move she made was a killer move. But because Wen Qian always wore a mask and never showed her face, no one had ever seen what she looked like. When they were bored, they even made bets on whether she really had a face full of pockmarks and short legs as rumored online. Now that we have finally seen the real person, everyone can't help but curse those rascals who spread rumors online. Wen Qian is tall and has fair skin. She is a beauty no matter how you look at her. How can those people have the nerve to say that she is ugly? Everyone was extremely curious about Wen Qian. Finally, at noon, the temperature had risen to 45 degrees. Yi Xinghua ordered them to rest on the spot and have lunch. The group of people finally couldn't help it and all ran to Wen Qian to find a chance to chat with her. My name is Lin Yan. My name is Su Shua. My name is Zheng Yun. Everyone introduced themselves with a smile, then took out compressed biscuits and mineral water and asked Wen Qian and the others if they wanted to eat. Wen Qian shook her head to decline their kindness, then took out a few food containers and opened them one by one, making the smiles disappear from their faces. 3 of the boxes contained rice, and the other boxes contained sweet and sour pork ribs, tomato beef brisket, stir-fried kidney beans, and a fruit platter. When the people who had been eating compressed biscuits and mooncakes for a month saw these things, their eyes widened and their mouths watered. Ji Fan even tilted his body and leaned on Lin Yan's shoulder, looking like he was about to faint. Tell me, am I dreaming? I smell meat? Lin Yan slapped him on the face and asked, Does it hurt? Ji Fan. It doesn't hurt. I'll hit you and try again. Lin Yan, get away from me. Su Shua, very good. The smell of this makes the compressed biscuits taste a lot better. Zheng Yun, this mineral water seems to taste like mutton soup. Wen Qian didn't expect that so many people would watch her while she was having a meal, but there was nothing she could do. Her family was in such a condition that she couldn't keep a low profile, even if she wanted to. After taking off his gloves, Wen Qian wiped his hands with disinfectant, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. In order to prevent Ji Fan and the others from being too greedy, the 3 of them ate faster. After they were full, Wen Qian saw that Ji Fan and the others looked like they wanted to lick the plates, so she quickly threw the food containers back into her bag. Ji Fan swallowed again and asked curiously, Brother Rang, it's been a month since the end of the world, and your food is still so good? Well, there's a bit too much food at home, and we can't finish it. When Rang spoke the truth in a calm tone, which made people grit their teeth, Gu Ran saw that he was showing off his wealth again and quickly winked at him. When Rang noticed it but smiled indifferently. It's okay. Anyway, they have already investigated our family background. Even if I don't tell them, the MO guy knows it. MO Han knew their background clearly, so whether the base wanted to rob their supplies was just a matter of his words. A few people were chatting, and soon they talked about the rescue mission. Because the mountain is densely covered with trees, even with a drone you can't capture anything, so real people have to go out and conduct a carpet search. Ji Fan, luckily you guys followed me this time. Otherwise I would have died at the hands of that zombie just now. Lin Yan, that's right. The whereabouts of the 2 groups of brothers who came here first are unknown. I thought we were going to die here too. Wen Qian's eyes darkened as he listened to their words. She knew that this mission was definitely not easy, and that Mo Han would not do a business at a loss. But she didn't expect that they were already the 3rd group to die. Wen Qian was silent for a moment, then asked, How many people were there in the first 2 search and rescue teams? Ji Fan, about 100. What's wrong? What's wrong? Those people all disappeared on this mountain. You treat them as brothers, but they treat you as a snack. Wen Qian glanced at Yi Xinghua not far away. No wonder he disagreed with the team's separate actions. It turned out to be because of this. 100 professionally trained fighters turned into zombies. This is no joke. When Rang and Gu Ran's expressions also changed, and they looked around vigilantly. Ji Fan and the others also suddenly realized the crisis. The smiles on their faces disappeared. Listening to the rustling of leaves in the breeze, they thought it was the sound of approaching zombies. After resting for half an hour, at 12:30, everyone set out again to continue the search and rescue. The temperature was so high that it seemed to melt people. Wen Qian and the other two were wearing constant temperature suits, so they didn't feel it obviously. However, Yi Xinghua and the others were already sweating profusely, and their clothes were wet as if they had been drenched in water. After walking a distance, Yi Xinghua sent out a flare. If there are still survivors on the mountain, when they see this, they will definitely know that someone is coming to rescue them, and they will not hide and dare not come out when they hear the footsteps. At 3 p.m., they found a helicopter, and next to it were two bodies that had been gnawed to the point of leaving only bones, and some pieces of clothing. From the fabric and style, it was definitely someone sent by the base. With heavy hearts, everyone continued to move forward. After walking less than 5 kilometers, they were trapped by the oncoming zombie swarm. Just as Wen Qian expected, the search and rescue team members who had come before had basically turned into zombies. And unlike ordinary zombies that can be killed with one shot, 1/3 of them, like the one Wen Qian killed in the morning, have evolved. The evolved zombies are much stronger than ordinary ones and are all over 2 meters tall. And maybe it's because this group of zombies were once combatants, Wen Qian feels that their aura is different from those zombies he had encountered before. Everyone spread out. Deal with the ordinary zombies first. A cold female voice came from behind the crowd. Same time, gunshots rang out, and Wen Qian was the first to eliminate an ordinary zombie. Xiaobai, go and attract the attention of the evolved zombies. At her command, Xiaobai, who was guarding her, immediately took action and nimbly moved among the larger zombies. Xiaobai's strength isn't that great right now, but his jumping ability and speed have become amazing. It jumped up and jumped onto the zombie's shoulder, and just like in the morning, it began to attack the zombie's eyes with its claws. Shocked by its fighting ability, what on earth was this thing? A cat? A dog? A little lion? There were constant gunshots as everyone dispersed in the woods, dodging the zombies' attacks and blowing the heads of ordinary zombies off with their guns. Wen Qian, on the other hand, worked with Xiaobai to deal with those evolved zombies that could only be stopped by beheading. She tried to irritate the ghosts and lure them as far away from the others as possible. After working like this for more than 10 minutes, she heard the sound of the system. Ding! Unlock the combat skill. Attract firepower. There is no limit to the number of times you can use it every day. Within 3 minutes, you can attract all the zombies' firepower to yourself to ensure the safety of your teammates. Wen Qian. What the Hades is the skill? I don't need it. Take it back. What's wrong with the system today? Does it have no feelings for her anymore? Does it no longer love her? Does it want her to die? How could it bear to let her be the bait? Wen Qian wanted to cry, but had no tears. The next second, the system voice sounded again. While using this skill, for every zombie killed by a combatant in the system, the host's speed will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, any member of the system will be rewarded with a 10% increase in speed. After the skill is activated for 1 minute, the zombies will ignore the host's existence. Wen Qian. Give me a slap in the face, and I'll give you a sweet date, right? Okay. I'll take this one. Wen Qian took a deep breath and used the skill Attract Fire. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies that were chasing others suddenly stopped, turned around, and rushed towards Wen Qian. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Seeing that they were about to besiege Wen Qian, they rushed forward to rescue her. When Rang and Gu Ran were so anxious that their eyes turned red, and they tried their best to rush to her. Wen Qian discovered their intentions and shouted, "Don't come over here. There are only 3 minutes left. Hurry up and take action while they are chasing me." When Rang heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. There is a fixed time limit. It is a task issued by the system. 3 minutes. The zombies treated everyone except Wen Qian as heir. Everyone noticed this and started to output at full strength. Only Wen Qian, who was chased everywhere, had a lot of curse words in his heart and wanted to sit down and have a good talk with the system. These zombies were all people who had received professional combat training. They ran very fast, and they almost caught Wen Qian's hair several times. Time passed by every second, and they finally managed to hold on for 3 minutes. When Rang and Gu Ran killed 35 zombies, while Yi Xinghua and others almost got rid of all the other ordinary zombies, leaving only the last 5 or 6 and the evolved mutant zombies. I have to say that the people Mo Han sent this time were excellent shooters, and every bullet hit the target. It was obvious that he had brought all the elites from the base here. But even so, there are still 30 mutated zombies waiting for them to deal with. The 3 minutes were up when Qian immediately increased his speed by 35%. She watched the zombies pause for a few seconds as if waking up from a dream, then dispersed to hunt other people. She took a quick breath, and while they ignored her, she started to kill them. When Reng and Gu Ran were the closest to her, so when Qian turned around and ran towards them. Xiao Bai seemed to have sensed who her target was and cooperated with her, allowing her to use 2 consecutive attacks to chop off the heads of the 2 zombies. The intense battle continued, and when Qian took advantage of her brother and Gu Ran's break to throw 2 Tang swords over. During this period, they practiced Tang swords with Wen Qian at home for an hour every day. Although they could not use it as skillfully as she did, they also knew the basic techniques of chopping zombies. You must be strong. If you can't chop off the zombie's head with one, then turn around and run away immediately. Don't try to pull the Tang sword out of the zombie's bones and then chase it a second time, because such a time difference is enough for the zombies to counterattack, especially when facing these evolved zombies. 1 second can kill them. The 2 of them kept Wen Qian's warning in mind, stretched their muscles quickly, and rushed towards the zombie group again. When Reng saw his sister kill zombies, she used a Tang sword. After watching for a long time, he inevitably had the illusion that this operation is not difficult. Now it was finally his turn to play. When Reng tried his best and finally chopped off a zombie's head, he felt that his arm was about to be dislocated. Didn't the system increase his combat power? How could this happen? When Reng was numbed by the pain, and Gu Ran, whose combat power had not been increased much by the system, was unable to successfully cut off the zombie's neck. When Wen Qian saw him fail, she immediately stepped forward and struck him again, then took the Tang sword back and threw it back into his hands. In this way, after more than an hour of fighting, this group of perverted zombies was finally eliminated. 3 people died on Yi Xinghua's side. They were all scratched by zombies and then shot by him. The rest of the people were fine. They were already exhausted at this moment. They lay on the ground motionless, breathing so rapidly that their chests were about to explode. Wen Qian's condition wasn't as serious as theirs, but she also sat on the ground holding Xiao Bai, feeling too tired to talk. She hasn't felt zombies are so difficult to kill in a long time, and this is only the first month after the apocalypse. Can the combat power bonus given to her by the system keep up with the speed of zombie evolution? When Qian looked up at the sky, thinking about the skill he had just acquired. As long as she uses this skill, she will continue to gain the speed bonus, right? Okay, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. When she becomes the Flash, she'll see how those ghost zombies will catch her. When Reng saw that his sister looked like she had lost all hope in life, so he walked over and sat next to her. Wen Qian leaned her head over, let go of Xiao Bai, and hugged his arms tightly. Just now her mind was blank, and she didn't feel scared. But now it was over. She started to feel scared. She is not strong enough, still not strong enough. She must make herself stronger. She must protect her family and not make the same mistake again. Everyone sat on the ground and rested in silence for half an hour. Finally, someone broke the silence. Goddess. Ji Fan turned his head to look at Wen Qian and Xiao Bai at her feet, and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of species is this battle pet you brought?" His words perked up the others, and they all pricked up their ears to listen to Wen Qian's answer. Wen Qian glanced at Ji Fan and replied calmly, "A cat, you haven't seen one?" Ji Fan was stunned by the question. "I've seen cats, but I've never seen one this fat." Xiao Bai, meow. "What did you say?" "No, I've never seen one so strong and fierce." Ji Fan was afraid that Xiao Bai would pounce on him, so he quickly changed his words. "This cat must weigh 40 to 50 kilograms? Has it been like this since it was a child?" Wen Qian scratched Xiao Bai's chin. Xiao Bai stretched out comfortably, rolled on the ground again, and exposed his belly for her to touch. Everyone was so cute when they saw it, And then they remembered how it had just torn the zombies apart with its bare hands, and they immediately shuddered. Xiaobai is a stray cat. I picked him up and adopted him a month ago. He has a strong ability to adapt to the environment, so he has mutated. You can also observe the military dogs in the base more after you go back. There will always be differences. Wen Qian didn't hide it. After all, in the apocalypse, Xiaobai was not the only animal that had mutated. She believed that Mo Han must have more information and data than she did, so even if she didn't say it, these people would know it sooner or later. After hearing this, Ji Fan and others turned to look at the 2 search and rescue dogs they brought. 2 dogs also tried their best to join the battle today, but one was kicked several meters away by the zombies and now has broken bones all over his body. The other one also had an eye injury. The team doctor simply treated and bandaged it, but we don't know if it will be infected. The 2 poor little ones lay on the ground obediently, looking pitifully in the direction of Xiaobai. They looked like they wanted to go over but didn't dare to, and could only hum and groan to communicate with Xiaobai from a distance. But Xiaobai was too arrogant and wouldn't even look at the owner. He just wanted the scooper to rub his belly, so he could. Ji Fan began to feel curious about Wen Qian, because he really couldn't understand how Wen Qian, a girl, could be so much stronger than them. Ji Fan can say, without being modest, that each of the 15 people who came this time is an elite in the team. They had a sense of superiority, but today, that sense of superiority was completely wiped out. Because if it weren't for Wen Qian, they would have died here today. Goddess, you're so amazing. What did you do before? Were you a soldier? Wen Qian thought for a moment and answered softly. No, I'm just a bit of a fighter. My family was poor when I was little, and I couldn't afford to eat. My neighbors and classmates also looked down on me and always bullied me. As soon as Wen Qian opened her mouth, more than a dozen men felt a pang in their hearts and began to feel distressed. Especially Ji Fan. He wanted to slap himself twice.
He has.
Why is he asking this for no reason? Is he exposing someone's wounds? Ji Fan regretted it so much that even his comrades around him punched him twice out of anger. Wen Qian looked down at the ground and continued speaking slowly. When I was a kid, I even picked up my brother's old clothes, so they called me and wanted to take off my clothes to see if I was a man or a woman. That's when I learned how to fight. Ji Fan. He really deserves to die. Vin Rang. Why doesn't he remember when this happened? When Rang's face was full of suspicion. His family used to be poor, but things had improved when Wen Qian was in elementary school. Also, this little girl has never worn a piece of old clothes since she was a child. His parents would rather go without food than not buy their daughter a pretty dress. There was even one time when the skirt I bought for her was too big and didn't fit her, so I even wanted Wen Rang, who was already in junior high school at the time, to wear it as a nightgown at home. When Rang turned to look at Wen Qian, his brows furrowed. Wen Qian pretended not to see anything and continued to talk nonsense. In the end, Ji Fan and others had tears in their eyes. Even Yi Xinghua began to reflect on whether he had been too rude to the girl before. Finally finishing his speech, Wen Qian sighed lightly and concluded his speech. I am grateful to those who have hurt me for making me grow and become stronger. If we have the chance to meet again. Everyone's heart was lifted, thinking that she would say something touching again, but Wen Qian suddenly changed the subject and smiled leisurely. I will kill them and feed them to the dogs. Unless you are mentally ill, who would be grateful to their enemies? Wen Qian rolled his eyes, stood up and brushed the dirt off his body. It's getting late. Let's look for it before the sun sets. Otherwise, the zombies will move faster at night, and we may not have the good luck we had just now. Wen Qian was a little tired now. Although she had drunk the well water in the space, she still hadn't recovered. If possible, she wanted to go into the space and soak in the hot springs, but the time and place did not allow it. At night are completely different species from those during the day. When everyone thought of this horrible thing, they quickly endured the pain in their bodies and stood up to continue searching. Except for Wen Qian and the other 2, everyone else had some scratches and bruises. Dragging a body like this, no one dared to be careless, and every step had to be taken with extreme caution. So, when footsteps were heard in the woods again, Everyone, including Wen Qian, raised their guns at the first moment, with murderous intent in their eyes. Don't shoot. A trembling voice came from the bushes. Everyone looked sideways and saw a young man wearing a helmet and ragged clothes limping towards them. Bowen? Yi Xinghua recognized the other person and quickly stepped forward to support him. Guan Bowen didn't expect that it was really them. His eyes turned red instantly, and he choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Wen Qian leaned against the tree, silently observing the survivor. One of his legs was broken, and one of his arms was broken. It was really not easy to survive in this state. Yi Xinghua patted Guan Bowen on the shoulder and asked in a trembling voice, "Besides you, are there any other brothers who survived?" Guan Bowen shook his head. "They are gone, but Professor Ouyang and the others are still here." Hearing this, Yi Xinghua and others felt sad but also relieved. After all, their mission this time is to find those scientific researchers and bring them back to the base safely. "Didn't you see the flares we sent out earlier?" Wen Qian stood at the back of the crowd and asked curiously. Guan Bowen looked at her after hearing her and said with a complicated expression, "I saw you, but I didn't expect you to survive. The zombies have evolved." The team members who came to search and rescue were found by them after sending out the signal flare. No one was spared. So he waited until the flares and gunfire were over before he mustered up the courage to come out. Guan Bowen finished speaking. He took Wen Qian and the others to their hiding place for the past few days. Wen Qian was originally wondering how they managed to survive in such a situation, but when he arrived at the place, he suddenly understood. In the woods, there were many zombie corpses lying in all directions. Without exception, they were all wearing the same combat uniforms as Guan Bowen and the others. And below those corpses, there were several man-made pits. Those scientific researchers were in the pit. Guan Bowen first buried them with soil, and then piled their bodies on top. He did not bury the soil very tightly and left a few people with breathing tubes connecting underground and above ground. So even though this way of escape was very embarrassing, they still managed to avoid being tracked by the zombies. Yi Xinghua and others worked together to rescue several professors from the pit. "Lin Yan, the rest of you quickly carry the professor on your back, and let's try to leave here before dark." Yi Xinghua gave orders, not wanting to stay in this place for another day. The others had the same idea and immediately carried the researchers on their backs and ran towards the helicopter. Wen Qian had other plans in mind, but she didn't say anything, thinking about getting them back to the plane safely before bringing it up. But within 2 minutes, she felt something was wrong. Wen Qian frowned and looked at the man on Lin Yan's back. The high temperature for many days and the shock brought by the zombies had made him so exhausted that he couldn't utter a word. But at this moment, he was staring at Xiaobai beside Wen Qian. His greedy eyes made Xiaobai feel the danger. The hair on his body stood up, and he kept growling warningly at the man. The man looked at Xiaobai, then at its owner, and smiled at Wen Qian. Wen Qian didn't give him a good look. She rolled her eyes at him, cursing in her heart and having a bad feeling. The way out of the mountain was much easier than the way in. Without the attacks of zombies, they had a smooth journey and soon returned to the helicopter. Wen Qian watched Yi Xinghua and the others get on the plane, but had no intention of following them. "You guys go first." She stood there and said something shocking. "I have something else to do, so I won't go with you." Was stunned after hearing what she said. "Yi Xinghua, there are zombies everywhere here. You can't accomplish anything." "Lin Yan, that's right, and if you don't go with us, how are you going to get back? Isn't there another helicopter in the woods? I'll send it back to your base in 6 days." Wen Qian turned his head to look down the mountain and spoke slowly. "The zombies here mutate faster than in other places. I don't want to waste this opportunity to practice. Although there are tasks issued by the system, if she leaves here and goes back to kill ordinary zombies, she will gain more combat power within a limited time. But that was too easy for her. For the sake of the future, she had to improve her combat experience as much as possible." When Yi Xinghua and others heard that she wanted to stay here and kill zombies, they couldn't help but feel that she was crazy. However, Wen Qian refused to listen, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran had no opinion on what she said. They both looked like they had had enough of living and wanted to go crazy with her. When Qian had made up her mind, she smiled and waved goodbye to the few people. Then she heard the professor named Ouyang, who had been silent the whole time, speak. "You can stay, but I want to take this mutant animal away." He looked at Xiaobai with a dim gaze and spoke in a tone that brooked no rejection. "It has great scientific value. It's a waste to follow you." Sneered when she heard his words. She had originally felt that the surname Ouyang sounded familiar, and now she was completely sure of it. In the previous life, there was a very famous scientist named Ouyang Yong. His research on human experiment projects was so crazy. He was keen on studying the combination of mutant zombies and humans. I heard that in the end, he also began to study the possibilities between humans and mutant animals. When Qian had heard many rumors about him, but had never seen this person, unexpectedly, at the beginning of the end of the world, he met this perverted devil. Ouyang Yong finished speaking. He asked Yi Xinghua to take Xiaobai onto the plane. However, Yi Xinghua did not move after hearing this, and just looked embarrassed. "Professor, this animal is a venomous creature and we have no right to take it away." Ouyang Yong didn't expect Yi Xinghua to refuse. He glanced at him, snorted coldly, and went to instruct Lin Yan next to him. "You, go grab it."
No, no, no.
Lin Yan shook his head like a rattle. "Professor, we can't rob in broad daylight." "Are you kidding? That's the goddess's pet, and it's saved their lives." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ouyang Yong realized that he couldn't command this group of people, so he simply took action himself. He jumped off the plane and walked towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai was prepared and hit him hard in the abdomen, knocking him back a few steps and falling to the ground. Yi Xinghua and others stood by and watched. Only a few assistants brought by Ouyang Yong rushed forward and helped the man up. They looked at Wen Qian and felt that she was ungrateful. "How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? It's your blessing that the professor likes your work." "That's right. Hand over that beast." Wen Qian looked at them expressionlessly. The other party, relying on their special status, wanted to start robbing directly. Yi Xinghua and others stepped forward to stop them. Seeing that they still had some conscience and did not help the perverted professor to bully him, Wen Qian did not make things difficult for them. She stepped forward and walked straight towards Ouyang Yong. Maybe it was because she was too violent that Ouyang Yong could sense the danger even from a few meters away. Anyway, she had just taken a step forward when she heard Ouyang Yong's warning. Ouyang Yong thought that she was a Mo Han soldier just like Yi Xinghua and the others, so he threatened her. "What do you want to do? You were sent by a Mo Han to protect my safety, and you dare to attack me? If I lose a hair today, you will never be able to stay in the official base again." He said this. Yi Xinghua and others looked a little embarrassed. They really wanted to remind Ouyang Yong that Wen Qian was not from the base, and it was useless to scare her with the superiors. But Ouyang Yong seemed to have already determined Wen Qian's identity as a soldier. He also asked the people around him to catch Xiaobai, and he didn't take Wen Qian seriously at all. Wen Qian walked up to Ouyang Yong, took out a sealed bag from her backpack, and swung it towards Ouyang Yong's head. Yi Xinghua was standing at the back and saw clearly what was in the bag at a glance, and he shuddered with fear. Hey, don't do it." Yi Xinghua grabbed Wen Qian's wrist in a panic, but it was too late. Wen Qian had already knocked Ouyang Yong unconscious with the zombie's head and kicked him again out of anger. Ouyang Yong didn't expect that she carried a zombie head with her. He was so shocked and frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yi Xinghua hurried forward to catch the man. After confirming that Ouyang Yong was just fainted and was not in any danger of life, he sighed and couldn't help muttering, "Tell me, why did you have to provoke her for no reason?" Seeing that Wen Qian knocked Ouyang Yong unconscious, the remaining researchers became angry and rolled up their sleeves to settle the score with her. They kept asking, "Are you tired of living? And do you know who you hit?" As if they were going to execute Wen Qian on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Xinghua quickly signaled to his men to stop the man. Yi Xinghua brought everyone on the plane, looked at Wen Qian, frowned, and asked, "You really don't plan to go with us?"
No.
Wen Qian was angry, and Yi Xinghua heard it, so He didn't dare to provoke her. He said a few polite words and told her to be careful, then he left with Ouyang Yong and the others. Wen Qian looked up and watched the helicopter fly away, then spoke to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Ouyang Yong is well known for his research on mutant zombies. He must have discovered something when he brought his team here this time. The zombies on the island mutate very quickly. We must be careful next time. Wen let the two of them nod and looked around. It was almost evening, and it would definitely be unwise to go down the mountain at this time, so the three of them chose to spend the night on the mountain. They returned to the helicopter in the forest and set up a tent. Wen Qian then took out a few boxes of dumplings and a large bag of raw bones and meat for Xiaobai from his bag. She had taken the dumplings out of the space in advance. They were a little cold now, but it did not affect the taste. Gu Ran originally thought he would have biscuits or instant noodles in the evening, but he didn't expect to eat the dumplings he brought from home. He felt so happy that he even forgot to ask Wen Qian why the dumplings were still warm. Wen Qian took out the well water in the space that he had prepared earlier and shared it with the two of them so that they could replenish their strength. I went into the tent and entered the space under the pretext of resting. She took a shower, soaked in the hot spring, and changed into clean clothes. When she came out again, Gu Ran and Wen Rang were still guarding outside the tent, chatting in low voices while looking around vigilantly. Xiaobai was lying in the tent. When he saw her suddenly disappear and reappear, he looked like he was used to it. He turned over lazily, raised his forelegs in the air, and acted cute and begged for petting. Wen Qian and the other two took turns to keep watch and rest, and nothing happened. On the other side, Yi Xinghua and others returned to the base smoothly and reported the mission to Mo Han as soon as possible. Commander, Wen Qian and the other two are determined to stay on the island. We can't persuade them, so we can only. Yi Xinghua observed Mo Han's expression as he spoke. He thought Mo Han would be furious because he failed to bring Wen Qian back safely. But he didn't expect that after hearing this. Mo Han nodded calmly, said I know, and then said nothing more. Yi Xinghua was stunned and asked bravely, Sir, you won't punish us? Mo Han was surprised why he asked this. Didn't Wen Qian want to stay? Yes, otherwise who can force her? Yi Xinghua told the truth, then sighed with some regret. Although they didn't want to admit it, Wen Qian's strength was indeed above theirs. It would be a blessing if such a talent could be recruited into the base.
But now...
Sir, can she come back? Yi Xinghua already had the answer in his mind, but he still couldn't help but ask. It was as if as long as that cruel answer didn't come from his mouth, it would be able to alleviate some of the guilt in his heart. On the way back, Yi Xinghua kept thinking, if he had ordered to forcibly bring Wen Qian and the others back at that time, what would the success rate be? But no matter what the answer was, it was meaningless, because he had not tried his best to stop Wen Qian and the other two from committing suicide, so even if he regretted it now, it was useless. How strong Wen Qian and the other two were, it was impossible for them to survive on that island for a week. Mo Han was silent for a few seconds after hearing Yi Xinghua's question. When did she say she would be back? 6 days later. Wen Qian said she would send a helicopter to our base in 6 days. Well, it's getting late. Go back and rest. Mo Han nodded and continued to look down at the documents on the table, without any doubt about Wen Qian's promise. Seeing how calm he was, Yi Xinghua didn't dare to ask any further questions and turned away. Fishing Island. Late at night. Everything is quiet. Wen Qian sat leaning against a tree, looking up at the blood-red full moon in the sky, feeling that something was wrong. She thought about it for a while, and then it dawned on her. It's too quiet. There are always the chirping of insects and birds in the woods, but now it is so quiet that only the sound of the wind can be heard. Wen Qian gritted her teeth and glanced at the tent. Wen Rang and Gu Ran were resting inside. She turned her head and looked around again, and suddenly, she heard a burst of drum beats coming from the foot of the mountain. Wen Qian raised his eyebrows. Are there still living people on this island? Wen Rang and Gu Ran were lying in the tent, but neither of them fell asleep. After hearing the drum beats, they came out of the tent and looked at Wen Qian with a puzzled look. Wen Rang, where's the noise coming from? Gu Ran, Is there anyone down the mountain? I don't know. Judging from the clues provided by Yi Xinghua and the others, there is no way there are still people alive on this island.
But
Wen Qian looked hesitantly in the direction where the drum sounds came from, undecided. As is customary in horror movies, the more curious a person is, the more likely they are to die. But now is the end of the world. Even if she doesn't care about anything, she will still die when the zombies come to her. What's more, the noise down the mountain was so loud that the zombies must have been attracted by the sound. She just secretly looked at who was so bold, so it should be okay, right? Wen Qian made a decision and talked to Wen Reng. I want to go over and take a look.
walk.
The two of them said in unison and immediately stood up and set off. Under the moonlight, the three of them walked cautiously towards the mountain. As the distance got closer, the sound of drums from the foot of the mountain became clearer and clearer. Finally, within the visible range of the telescope, the three stopped and looked down the mountain curiously. It was pitch black at the foot of the mountain, and Wen Qian searched for a long time before she confirmed the exact location where the drum sound came from. But after seeing clearly what was happening there, she was so shocked that she got goosebumps all over her body. What the Hades is this? Beside them, when Reng and Gu Ran made sounds at the same time. They took down their telescopes and looked at each other. Then, as if they couldn't believe it, they tried to confirm what they saw again. Wen Qian's reaction was the same as theirs. She couldn't quite believe her eyes. After repeatedly confirming that there was indeed a group of zombies performing some kind of worship ceremony at the foot of the mountain, Wen Qian felt cold all over. There must be a reason why Professor Ouyang and his team came to this island specifically to conduct scientific research. Wen Qian had long expected that the zombies here were extraordinary, but to have evolved to such an extent was still far beyond her imagination. In the previous life, zombies did not evolve to have human consciousness until many years later. Some top-level zombies had even evolved to the point where they looked no different from humans. But that is also subject to conditions. As far as Wen Qian knew, even the most powerful zombie could only stay awake for 2 hours a day. But this life has just begun. How come there are zombies imitating humans to perform worship? Even Wen Qian, who had seen too many big scenes, couldn't help but want to swear at this moment. You really don't want to leave anyone a way out? Wen Qian raised the telescope again and looked towards the bottom of the mountain. This time, not only did she see it clearly, she also made direct eye contact with the zombies standing at the front of the team. Standing at the front of the zombie group was a little zombie who looked only 5 or 6 years old. In the darkness of night, it seemed to sense that someone was watching it. It slowly turned its head, twisting it into an arc that humans could never achieve. After its eyes swept across the mountain in confusion, it accurately located Wen Qian's position. Wen Qian's heart sank when she realized that the other person had discovered her. Let's go back. She didn't have time to say much to Wen Reng and the other man, and immediately turned and walked into the woods. When Reng and Gu Ran also noticed something was wrong. They both remained silent and returned to the helicopter in cold sweats, both looking as if they had seen a ghost. The woods were still quiet. They could hear no other sound except each other's breathing and the wind. There was silence for a long time, and when Reng finally couldn't help but ask, "What the Hades are those people down the mountain? They behave like humans, but their rotten bodies and eyes like dead fish prove that they are not human at all." Gu Ran didn't come back to his senses at this moment. He waved his hand and said nothing more. "Don't ask me. I have a low IQ and can't figure it out." Xiaobai kept circling around the three of them, and from time to time, he would grin vigilantly towards the direction of the mountain. Wen Qian originally thought that they would inevitably have a fierce battle after being discovered by the zombies. But after waiting for a full half-hour, the zombies didn't make any movement, and even the previous drum sounds disappeared. This situation is so wrong. Is there really something on this mountain that makes them worried? Wen Qian glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning. If he didn't rest, he might not have enough energy and strength to kill zombies after dawn. So she thought for a moment and said, "It's been so long since we caught up, so he probably won't come. You guys take a rest first, I'll continue to keep watch. I'll call you in 2 hours." At a time like this, How could Wen Rang and Gu Ran bear to let a little girl keep watch all night? Wen Rang, no, you should rest first and we too will keep watch. Gu Ran, that's right, you are the main combat force. You must get enough rest. They refused immediately, but Wen Qian couldn't help but ridicule them after hearing them. Just know that I am the main fighting force. These zombies have evolved so much that you too won't be able to withstand them if they really rush over.
Don't waste your rest time.
I will wake you up in 2 hours. Her words were so sharp that the two men were unable to refute her. In the end, one of them got into the helicopter and the other got into the tent. Wen Qian took advantage of the time when the two of them separated and immediately threw Wen Rang into the space. Wen Rang found himself in a space in the blink of an eye. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly went to take a bath in the hot spring to restore his strength. Wen Qian sat under a tree, holding the Tang sword tightly in his hand, with Xiaobai lying at his feet. He couldn't help but recall the scene he had just seen. If she guessed correctly, the little zombie that met her eyes should be the leader of the group of zombies. Normally speaking, children's combat effectiveness after becoming zombies is indeed stronger than that of adults. They are small but flexible, and they can become very terrifying after their strength evolves. Wen Qian folded her hands across her chest, wondering if she had any chance of winning if she fought that brat. The other party has evolved so quickly. Could it be that he has already acquired some special abilities? In her previous life, she had only encountered zombies with special powers twice. One was to enhance their strength, and the other was to copy human voices. I wonder what abilities the person I meet this time has? Wen Qian kept thinking about how to go down the mountain to kill zombies after daybreak, and how to deal with that little ghost if he met him. Time passed by second, and before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. Wen Qian gradually relaxed from her initial extremely tense state, and just when she thought that no more zombies would come to her door tonight, she suddenly felt a chill. It was difficult for Wen Qian to describe what that feeling was like, but in an instant, her scalp went numb and a chill spread from her spine to every part of her body. Wen Qian took a deep breath, and all her senses were magnified infinitely at this moment. Her grip on the Tang sword loosened and tightened again. After swallowing her saliva, she slowly raised her head and looked above the tree trunk she was leaning against. Just one glance, and she almost sent Wen Qian away. Because above her head, the little zombie that had met her eyes through the telescope before was now squatting on a tree branch with drooling. Its pale face looked like a blank sheet of paper under the moonlight. When it saw Wen Qian had discovered it, it grinned. Its 2 rows of small teeth were like fish teeth, sharp and pointed, as if they could bite through a person's throat at any time. Wen Qian took a deep breath and reacted the moment the little zombie launched its attack. The little zombie suddenly pounced towards her from the tree. Wen Qian rolled half a circle on the ground, swung the Tang sword in her hand, and chopped at its arm. The zombie didn't expect Wen Qian to be so powerful. He was caught off guard, and his arm was chopped off by her. After a howl, he turned around and ran away. Wen Qian looked at its back as it quickly fled without any desire to fight, and she was so angry that her head was about to explode.
Oh,
The zombies on this island have such poor quality. It's fine if you eat people, but why do you scare people? Wen Qian's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She heard Gu Ran's voice coming from the tent and immediately released Wen Rang from the space. Wen Rang was confused and didn't know what was going on, but he soon found the arm that his sister had cut off on the ground and asked nervously, "Zombies are coming?" Wen Qian nodded weakly. "Here it comes, it's a little devil," and when he realized he couldn't beat me, he ran away. When Qian finished speaking, Xiaobai came forward and sniffed it, then tilted his head back, picked up the arm and swallowed it into his stomach. This dog didn't show any fighting power just now, and now he was eating the meat very rudely. He even licked his lips with satisfaction, looking like he was not full. When Qian was angry. It's only been over a month since the end of the world. How could she let a naughty zombie bully her? You want to play with her, right? Okay. Wait for me, you little rascal. When Qian glanced around and made sure that the little zombie had run away, she turned her head to look at Wen Rang and Gu Ran. "I'm sleepy, and I'm taking a nap." Call me in 3 hours. After saying that, she turned around and went into the tent, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Gu Ran was stunned and asked Wen Rang in a low voice in disbelief. How can she sleep in this situation?
I can sleep well.
Gu Ran didn't understand Wen Qian, but Wen Rang knew her too well. His sister is a very adaptable person and she never gives in. He still remembered that when Wen Qian was in high school, he studied science. In the first test after the class division, I was scored more than 10 points higher in math by a boy in the same class. This is actually nothing, but the key point is that after the boy got his results, he mocked Wen Qian. They say that girls' brains are not as good as boys, so they should study liberal arts instead of science. Wen Qian was so angry that she retorted, "It doesn't show how smart you are to say such things," and then went to class as usual, as if nothing had happened. However, she went to bed very early after returning home that day. After dinner and finishing her homework, she went back to her room to sleep. When Rang remembered it so clearly was because Li Mo and when Chongning felt that she was unhappy at the time and suspected that she was being bullied at school. They were afraid that Wen Qian didn't dare to tell them the truth, so they called Wen Rang and asked him what was going on. Wen Qian had nothing to hide from Wen Rang, so when he asked, she told him what happened. Then she said she was unhappy, but it would be fine after a good night's sleep, and told him not to worry. Wen Rang even took a leave of absence and went home, fearing that his sister would act stubbornly. But after returning, I found that Wen Qian was indeed fine, except that he was doing the questions a little harder than before. Wen Qian was either sleeping or doing exercises during that period, and as a result, he never performed worse than the boys in the class in subsequent exams. Wen Rang also discovered one thing: the more stressed his sister was, the more she wanted to sleep. Even during the lunch break before the college entrance examination, his parents were so worried that they couldn't even eat. But she just finished her meal, turned around and went back to her room and fell asleep. So he was conserving his energy now and would probably go find the zombies' lair after daybreak. Wen Qian slept for 3 hours and was then woken up by Wen Rang. She stretched and climbed out of the tent, took out the gas stove and pot from the space, as well as the hand-rolled noodles that Li Mo had rolled earlier, and started cooking noodles. After cooking, they took out a bottle of beef sauce made by Li Mo, and the 3 of them started to eat breakfast. Wen Qian ate 2 large bowls of noodles, stood up, and looked towards the bottom of the mountain. Since arriving on the island, they have never gone down the mountain and have been searching in the woods, not knowing what the situation is down there. The 3 of them had eaten and drunk their fill. They packed up their things and started walking down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they found several statues around the mountain, which seemed to be what the zombies were worshipping last night. This island is inhabited by fishermen who make their livings by the sea. They are very respectful to the Dragon King, the sea god, Mazu, the river god, and so on. Guoran has relatives who are fishermen in his hometown, so he knows a lot about these things. These are customs passed down from generation to generation, so even though those fishermen have turned into zombies, they have not forgotten the habits they developed since childhood. It is precisely because of the presence of these statues that ordinary zombies dare not go up this mountain. In any case, there are only a few zombies that can go up the mountain, so there is a relatively safe place, which made Wen Qian and the other 2 feel relieved. Wen Qian looked at the zombies wandering near the foot of the mountain, distributed the bullets exchanged in the space last night to Wen Rang and the other man, and gave them some instructions. If you can't beat me, just run to the mountain.
Don't worry about me.
She finished speaking. She went down the mountain carrying her tang sword. Guoran looked at her aggressive appearance and felt that if he was a zombie, he would have run away long ago. Gu ran, and when Rang found a position that could be both offensive and defensive, and began shooting those zombies that did not appear to have mutated. Nearby zombies were attracted by the gunshots and were killed by Wen Qian, who was guarding at the foot of the mountain. The proportion of mutant zombies on this island is indeed higher than outside. Wen Qian suspects that they ate too much seafood that was irradiated by nuclear radiation when they were alive, which led to this result. She took out all the anger she had accumulated last night because of the little zombie on this group of unfortunate zombies. Xiaobai followed her, as if they were in an amusement park, jumping and running wildly among the zombies, and his movements of biting and killing the zombies became more and more skilled. Wen Qian also did not forget the unfortunate skill that the system gave her, attracting firepower. 3 minutes. For every zombie killed by a combatant in the system, the host's speed will be increased by 1%. For killing 100 zombies, any member of the system will be rewarded with a 10% increase in speed. Because there is no limit on the number of times it can be used, this skill will be activated as long as her condition allows. 3 minutes of extreme battle royale. The adrenaline rush is simply addictive. As more and more zombies died at their hands, Wen Qian's speed became faster and faster. The first day of killing ended just like that. Wen Qian did not see the little zombie that ran away after scaring her. By nightfall, the system prompted them that they had killed a total of 950 zombies, and 200 of them were killed by Wen Qian's attract fire skill. Wen Qian's speed increased by 200%, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran's speeds also increased by 10% respectively. Wen Qian was quite satisfied with the result. As soon as the sun went down, she immediately took Wen Rang and the others back to the helicopter, and then took out a bunch of food from the space to satisfy their hunger. Wen Qian suddenly wanted to eat hot pot, but her conditions were limited. She was afraid that if she took out more than a dozen boxes of hot pot ingredients from her bag, it would scare Gu Ran, so she had to step back and take out a few boxes of self-heating hot pot and a few boxes of self-heating braised pork rice. Although they are all fast food, being able to eat a hot meal in this situation is already a luxury. After filling their stomachs, Wen Qian asked Wen Rang and the other man to rest first, while she sat under a tree holding a tang sword and waited for the little zombie. But the whole night passed, and the little devil did not show up. Wen Qian, who was full of murderous intent but waited in vain, was furious again. After daybreak, Wen Qian and the other two continued to go down the mountain to hunt. They successfully killed 1,200 zombies that day. Wen Qian's speed increased by 400%, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran received a 20% reward respectively. After returning to the mountain after dark, Gu Ran and Wen Rang could clearly feel that their movement speed had increased a lot. As for Wen Qian, her speed was now so fast that the zombies could not catch her. Noticing the changes in Wen Qian, both of them were a little excited. But Wen Qian's reaction was very calm. She was changing, and the zombies were also evolving. There are not many ordinary zombies left on the island, and the remaining ones are basically mutant zombies that are 2 or 3 meters tall. Wen Rang and Gu Ran could no longer their heads off with bullets alone, so on the third day, Wen Rang and Gu Ran had no choice but to do the same as Wen Qian and engage in close combat with tang swords. As a result, the speed of killing zombies slowed down. After a whole day of hard work, the three of them killed more than 800 zombies in total, most of whom died at the hands of Wen Qian. The little zombie never showed up again, and the days passed one by one. Soon it was the 7th day since they came to the island, and it was time for them to return. Wen Qian was in a bad mood because she didn't find the zombie leader, but she also accepted this fact. After all, it was a rare species and couldn't be killed so easily. However, just when Wen Qian had given up and was about to go home, that little devil appeared in front of her again. Moreover, the arm that was cut off by Wen Qian a few days ago has now grown back. When Wen Qian discovered this, she couldn't help but chuckle. When Rang turned his head to look at his sister and felt that his sister's eyes seemed to be glowing green when she looked at the zombie. A moment, he couldn't tell which side was more like the villain. After not seeing each other for a few days, the little zombie saw Wen Qian again, and his little face was full of anger. Wen Qian didn't know whether it was angry because she cut off its arm, or because it was angry because she killed many of its men in the past few days. All in all, the angry little zombie actually looks kind of cute. If Wen Qian hadn't seen it squatting on a tree in the middle of the night, pretending to be a ghost and scaring people, she felt that she would even have an impulse to catch the zombie, put it on a leash, and take it home to raise it as a pet. Little Zombie let out a roar, and the zombie army surrounding it immediately rushed towards Wen Qian and the other two. Wen Rang and Gu Ran made a prompt decision and turned around and ran up the mountain. But this time, the mutated zombies did not stop, but followed them up the mountain. When Qian glanced at their backs and did not follow them, she couldn't stay with them forever, and there would always be a time when they would have to act separately. After this period of training, the combat effectiveness of both of them has improved a lot, so those dozens of zombies may be a bit tricky for them, but they will definitely not take their lives. When Qian confirmed this and stared at the little zombie, the air was filled with the smell of rotten fish. Zombies swarmed towards Wen Qian from all directions. After failing to catch her again and again, their movements began to slow down, as if they were expressing their doubts. Wen Qian easily dodged their attacks, occasionally taking out one or two with a swing of his sword. She looked at the little zombie hiding in the zombie group and spoke coldly. "Little devil, whoever runs away today will be a grandson." Little zombie seemed to understand what she said and stared at her with a sinister expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly rushed toward her. When Qian had been looking for it for almost a week, and seeing it come to him on its own initiative, he simply stood there without moving. She moved her wrist, and when the little zombie rushed in front of her, she dodged and went behind it. In the blink of an eye, the little zombie's newly grown arm was chopped off to the ground by Wen Qian again. It howled in pain, and then quickly grew a new arm, which looked much thicker than the previous one. A normal person would have been frightened to the point of weakness in the legs after seeing such a scene, but Wen Qian's eyes were filled with only excitement. This is a zombie with the ability to regenerate. The ability to regenerate is very rare. In a sense, possessing this ability means being able to achieve eternal life. Because as long as you are strong enough and regenerate fast enough, there is no such thing as a fatal injury. Little zombie grew new arms, and without giving Wen Qian any extra time to rest, it immediately launched a new round of attacks. In just a few days, Wen Qian's strength has risen to a new level. Little zombie couldn't understand why she was so much stronger than that night, and after several unsuccessful attacks, it started to act like a real naughty child, yelling in anger. Wen Qian watched it rush up again, and this time she didn't use a knife, but directly grabbed its wrist with her hand. When it bared its fangs and tried to bite off her flesh, she swung its arm and smashed it to the ground. Wen Qian is very powerful now. When dealing with ordinary zombies, she can even tear the zombies' heads off with her hands. So, after her ruthless, the little zombie's head hit the ground directly, and for a moment it was completely dazed. Realizing that he was no match for Wen Qian, the little zombie started to think about escaping again. But Wen Qian had already caught it, so how could he let it escape? In her eyes, and her gaze was fixed on the little zombie's neck. She wanted to try and see if the kid's regenerative ability was strong enough to even grow a new head. Little zombie struggled frantically, but its strength was far inferior to Wen Qian's. Suddenly, it raised the other hand that was not held by Wen Qian, pressed the shoulder of its held arm, and exerted force suddenly, removing one of its arms. Finally regaining its freedom, it no longer wanted to fight and turned around to run. But soon it found that not only was it not as strong as the female devil, but it was also not as fast as her. Wen Qian didn't give the little ghost a chance to escape. She raised her knife and cut off its neck. When she saw the little zombie's body fall straight to the ground without any changes, her eyes were filled with disappointment. TSK, Wen Qian sighed in disdain, bent down and picked up the little zombie's head, thinking of taking it back as a gift for Mo Han and getting some supplies at the same time. That perverted professor will definitely be very interested in this thing if he is with him. But before she could put the head into the sealed bag, she saw a fist-sized bead falling out of the zombie's head. Wen Qian caught it quickly and frowned slightly. What is this? A brain? This kid has a pretty big brain? She was puzzled and dodged the attacks of other zombies while retreating towards the mountain, hoping to find a place to study it carefully. In the distance, Xiaobai, who was fighting zombies, seemed to smell some tempting fragrance and rushed towards Wen Qian. Wen Qian was so busy dodging zombies that she ignored it for a moment. So she was hit on the back by it and fell face down on the ground. What's even worse is that when she opened her mouth to curse, she accidentally bit the white bead. A single FK earned him a mouthful of zombie brains. When Qian wanted to but couldn't, because the thing melted in her mouth and disappeared immediately. When Qian got up and looked at Xiaobai's innocent face, wanting to cry but having no tears. She didn't know whether she would be infected and mutated, so she didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Just when she was so anxious that she wanted to pluck all the hair off Xiaobai's body, the voice of the system came into her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the regeneration ability. When Qian's body froze, wondering if she was hallucinating because she had eaten something dirty. But the system's voice continued. This skill does not need to be activated, has no usage restrictions, and will change with the host's physical fitness. The host's blood cannot bring regenerative effects to others. According to the host's current physical condition, the fatal damage caused by the zombie attack cannot be regenerated for the time being. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the primary achievement of superpowers. You will be rewarded with 100,000 mall coins. The host's combat power will be increased by 100%, the space prosperity will be increased by 100, and the combat power of all members in the system will be increased by 50%. When Qian listened to the system's prompts and keenly grasped the key words, temporarily unable to regenerate. Temporary. That is to say, as long as she becomes strong enough in the future and the quality of this body can support the unlimited use of this supernatural power, then she may be able to ignore the harm from zombies. Even if she was bitten by zombies and her heart was taken out by zombies, would she still have a chance to regenerate? What kind of fatal skill is this? If others knew about this, wouldn't she be hunted all over the world? As far as when Qian knew, superpowers could be taken away. In her previous life, she had witnessed many cruel incidents of people killing each other just to take away each other's superpowers. There are relatives whose blood is thicker than water, there are lovers who accompany you day and night, and there are friends who share weal and woe. No matter what kind of relationship it is, it can turn into enmity when faced with enough temptation. When Qian bit the corner of her lip, suddenly feeling a little uneasy, the system seemed to sense her emotional changes, and suddenly the sound rang again. Due to the host's special circumstances, all skills are bound to the host's identity and cannot be taken away. All members of the system are required to maintain their current loyalty and not reveal the host's information to the outside world. When the loyalty of members in the system drops to 80, they will have the idea of seizing the host's supernatural powers. When the loyalty of a member in the system drops to 80, the system will automatically kill the member and will no longer issue prompts or notifications to the host. Update member information in the system. Gu Ran, loyalty. Never betray. Gu Wanwan, loyalty. Never betray. System prompts. For members whose loyalty reaches the top level of never betray, their loyalty will never change. When Qian. What should I do? I feel like crying. In the end times, when Qian knew very well that if he wanted to survive to the end, the best way was to turn himself into a cold-blooded machine and not have any emotions towards anyone. Because compared to zombies and ghosts, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart. How can people control matters like emotions? She was very afraid that her relatives and friends would turn against each other, which would be more painful than death. She didn't want to be worried all day and sleepless at night because of her special powers, and she didn't want to be betrayed by the people around her. Fortunately, the system understands her. The system gave her enough confidence to act recklessly. It forcibly mentally controlled everyone she cared about and ensured that they would never betray her. When Qian took a deep breath and a smile reappeared on his face,
She turned to look at Xiaobai.
the rascal seemed to realize that he had just done something wrong, so he stood behind her and bit the zombies desperately to atone for his sin. Noob! When Qian called out to it, asking it to retreat up the mountain together. She has earned enough money on this trip, and now she just wants to go home quickly, lie down in bed and have a good sleep, and get up in the morning to have a hot pot with her family. In the woods, although when Rang and Gu Ran were in a mess, they still managed to kill all the zombies chasing them. This was the first time they felt so clearly that they had become stronger. When Rang chopped off the head of the last zombie and caught a glimpse of his sister out of the corner of his eye, he turned his head to look, and then his face turned pale with fright. Wen Qian suddenly had an idea and wanted to see how powerful the regeneration ability was, so he took out a folding dagger and cut his arm. The system had given her too much defense, causing her to have thick skin and blood. The knife didn't cut her skin, so she had to change her method and stab herself with the dagger. When Rang saw was his sister mutilating herself as if she was possessed by evil spirits. It has been more than a month since the apocalypse, and Wen Rang has never been so scared, even when he was chased and bitten by zombies. Wen Qian. He shouted her name in a trembling voice, ran up to her quickly, and snatched the dagger from her hand. Wen Qian looked up and met her brother's red eyes, and found that there were tears in Wen Rang's eyes. "What are you doing?" Wen Rang nervously checked Wen Qian, and after confirming that she was not injured, his heart, which had been beating in his throat, slowly calmed down. Wen Qian realized what Wen Rang was afraid of and quickly explained. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just got the power of regeneration, so I wanted to see if it works." Wen Rang was stunned. Rebirth? This word sounds unreliable and has a hint of pyramid scheme. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Wen Qian pulled out another dagger from the space, and before her brother could react, she stabbed her little arm with force. The blood instantly dyed the blade red, but after just 3 seconds, the blood coagulated and the wound healed miraculously. Wen Qian and Wen Rang saw this magical scene, and they looked at each other. Neither of them said a word for a while. Wen Qian was ecstatic, thinking that this skill was really awesome. Although she would still feel pain when she was injured, as long as she didn't die, she could endure the pain. Wen Rang's nervousness disappeared all at once. He suddenly felt calm and thought it's over. If this continues, his sister will become a demon who destroys the world, right? She looks much scarier than those zombies now. Guoran walked over from a distance and looked at the brother and sister standing there facing each other, not knowing what they were doing. He moved closer out of curiosity, and before he could ask any questions, he saw Wen Qian take out a white bead and handed it to them. "Come on, take a bite each." Wen Qian broke off a piece of the zombie's brain for each of them, hoping that they would develop some superpowers. When Rang and Guoran reached out to take the things and put them into their mouths before they remembered to ask. "What is this?" Wen Qian, zombie brain. Wen Rang, Guoran. Wen Rang, Guoran, ugh. The two men immediately turned around and tried to dry heave, but the brain melted in their mouths and they couldn't get out even if they wanted to. Two big men, about 180 centimeters tall, held onto the tree trunk and felt nauseous. They looked at Wen Qian with an indescribable look and spoke weakly. Wen Rang, if you are not a human being, can you please stop pulling me? Guoran, you've killed too many zombies, and it's your retribution. Are you crazy? Wen Qian looked excited. Did you hear any voice in your head? The kind that reminds you to acquire skills? Wen Rang, Guoran. My head hurts. Someone come and drag her away. Wen Rang and Guoran stood up weakly and walked towards the helicopter, not wanting to accompany Wen Qian in her madness any longer. But Wen Qian held them back and said without giving up, "Oh, I'm serious. Look around carefully and see if there is anything different." Seeing that the two of them looked hopeless, Wen Qian thought for a moment and comforted them. "What's the big deal? I see you guys are pretty happy eating pig brains." Wen Rang, Guoran. It is better not to comfort them because they will have pictures in their minds again. Wen Qian sighed. "Let's put it another way. This thing is a crystal core. Is that okay?" Although she didn't feel there was any difference, since they all fell out of the zombies' heads anyway. Wen Rang and the other two were forced by Wen Qian to observe whether there were any changes in themselves. They were reluctant, but they couldn't do anything about her, so they just thought of just going through the motions for a while. As a result, after seeing the zombies crawling up the mountain, both of them were stunned involuntarily. Wen Qian looked at their reactions, followed their line of sight, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She finished speaking. She realized something was wrong. Wen Qian had previously focused all his attention on her regenerative ability and didn't pay attention to anything else. But now, looking at the faint light flashing on the zombies' heads, she seemed to understand something. She turned to ask Wen Rang and Guoran, "Can you see it?" The two nodded, and Wen Qian said, Try to aim at the bright spot and see if you can get a headshot. When Rang's marksmanship is not as good as Gu Ran's, after this period of high-intensity practical training, he has become very good. So, he raised his hand and fired a shot, accurately hitting the part of a zombie's head that was glowing white. As the gun went off, the zombie's head exploded instantly. The same thing happened to Gu Ran. After aiming at the bright area, the zombies were immediately shot in the head and lost their ability to move. They quickly dealt with the group of zombies that were chasing them, and after looking at each other, they had to admit that the zombie brains were really a great tonic. They also understood why they had not been able to the heads of these mutated zombies apart with guns before. Normally, the head structure of zombies is the same as that of humans, with the brain accounting for about 80% of the total brain weight. As long as you hit these 80% parts, you can basically kill the zombies successfully. But after evolution, the zombies' brains have undergone more or less changes. For some zombies, their brains have shrunk to the size of peanuts or melon seeds. That's why it happened before that the entire zombie's head was beaten into a sieve, but it still didn't die. Because they didn't hit the point at all. As for the little zombie with superpowers, Wen Qian hasn't figured out what it is yet. Wen Qian happily put the little zombie's crystal core into the space, thinking that after returning, if Wen Rang and Gu Ran's bodies did not have any resistance reactions, she would give some to her parents as well. Were used as experimental subjects by Wen Qian no longer looked hopeless, but now their faces were filled with excitement and happiness. Being chased by those mutated zombies for so many days, I feel as crazy now as I did before. The two men looked at each other, then went down the mountain with their guns. Wen Qian couldn't stop them and could only watch them kill the zombies in revenge. After venting their anger, Wen Rang and Gu Ran were as happy as two fools. After returning, they boarded the helicopter and set off for home. Gu Ran had practiced flying a plane when he was in the army, so he operated it skillfully, and soon, the group returned to the city smoothly. Wen Qian agreed to send the helicopter to the base because there was no place to park it near her home. When she arrived, she found that the base had undergone significant changes in the past few days. Are being built around the base, a lot of wire mesh has been installed above the residential area, and glass houses are also being built on the open space within the base. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw these preparations. In the next few years, and the blockades outside the base will definitely not last long. Building a wall is the right decision. Protective net in mid-air can effectively block mutated flying animals after the apocalypse, such as crows and bats. Bincheng has many mountains, many trees, and many bats. But in the future, bats and crows will really eat human flesh and drink human blood, and they like it very much. As for the glass house, is it a preparation for acid rain? Wen Qian jumped off the plane and fell into deep thought as he looked at the rows of glass houses in the distance. Someone inside the base spotted them and rushed over, thinking they were accomplices out for rescue and supplies collection. When they ran over, they saw 3 unfamiliar faces and a scary-sized animal that they didn't know if it was a cat or something else. They were all stunned. "Who are you? How did you get a helicopter from our base?" Wen Qian looked at the man who asked the question cautiously. He was wearing the same combat uniform as Yi Xinghua's group. "I'm here to give you a gift. Tell Yi Xinghua that I've sent the helicopter back." Wen Qian spoke softly, then remembered something halfway through her words, turned back to the plane, and took down a large bag of zombie heads. This was something she picked up in the woods before she came back, and she treated it as perfunctorily as possible. "By the way, give this to Mo Han and tell him that it was given by Wen Qian. Ask him to return the money to me." Wen Qian didn't care whether the other party needed it or not. After all, gifts had to be given, and she couldn't suffer any loss. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Wen Qian threw the bag of heads to the ground, turned around and left. But before she walked far, she was surrounded by another group of people running towards her from a distance. Wen Qian frowned slightly, and seeing that they were not wearing the familiar combat uniforms, she roughly guessed their identities. Ouyang Yong has been holding a grudge against Wen Qian ever since he was beaten and frightened unconscious that day. But because he had already returned to the base, He wanted to go to the fishing island to settle accounts with Wen Qian and continue his research, but was rejected by Mo Han. Without the protection of Mo Han's men, it would be impossible to rely solely on the people Ouyang Yong brought with him. So Ouyang Yong was very angry these days. He accidentally heard Yi Xinghua's men chatting and said that after Wen Qian agreed to come to the base in the next few days, he ordered his men to keep an eye on every plane flying back to the base. Look, he finally caught me. Ouyang Yong's men looked at the mutated pet beside Wen Qian and confirmed that she was the one they were looking for. So they said in a cold tone, "Come with us. Professor Ouyang wants to see you." After listening to their words, Wen Qian smiled with disdain. There are many people who want to see me. Who is he? Anyway, they had already fought each other before, and Wen Qian didn't think about meeting again in the future, so he couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. What's more, if the other party wants to steal her things, he is the enemy. She never had a good face towards her enemies. Got angry when they saw Wen Qian was so arrogant. They didn't know what qualifications this woman had to say such things. In their opinion, refusing to meet with Professor Ouyang was ungrateful. Professor Ouyang is currently the top biology expert in China and even in the world. Normally, countless people want to see him, but what did this person named Wen Qian just say? Who does he think he is? How dare she say those words in that tone? Ouyang Yong's team members were brought by him from their original places, and some were a small number of people drawn from the base after he arrived at the Binqing base to protect his safety. But no matter who they were, they all voluntarily came to Ouyang Yong's side because they admired his academic success. So now, seeing Wen Qian being so disdainful of the professor they admired, they all couldn't swallow this anger. To this kind of person who refuses to accept a toast and drinks a forfeit. If she doesn't want to leave, then take her away by force. Without saying anything else, they took 2 steps forward and started to take action. Wen Qian stood there, looking at them with cold eyes. Gu Ran came from behind her and knocked all of them down neatly. If it were in the past, it might take him more time to deal with all these people at the same time. But ever since coming to Wen Qian's side, just as she had joked before, Gu Ran felt that he had changed. He was much stronger than before, and dealing with these people was as easy as dealing with unreasonable children. Xiaobai squatted beside Wen Qian, licking his fur lazily, watching those idiots fall to the ground one by one. At the base did not expect to see such a scene, and they became alert for a moment because the opponent was too strong. What's more, Professor Ouyang is now a member of their base. Just watch a few strangers knock down our people and do nothing. The commotion here attracted the attention of people far away, and before long, dozens of people appeared in front of Wen Qian. Wen Qian lowered her eyes, feeling bad. She wanted to stretch her muscles. Just as Wen Qian was about to take action, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name. Wen Qian? The voice came from behind the crowd. Wen Qian looked over and saw Yi Xinghua and several familiar figures. When Yi Xinghua and the others saw her, complex expressions of surprise and joy instantly appeared on their faces. Wen Qian said on the day she parted with them that she would be back in 6 days. Yi Xinghua always remembered these words, even though he had no hope at all. Today is the day when Qian said she would come back, so since morning, Yi Xinghua has been arranging people to keep an eye on the helipad. He had waited for a whole day but heard no news about Wen Qian and thought he would never get to wait any longer. But just now, Lin Yan ran to his office breathlessly and said that Professor Ouyang's men were heading towards the helipad. Although they didn't know what happened here, they knew what was going on from the reactions of Ouyang's group. Yi Xinghua brought his men to block Wen Qian, the other 2 and Xiaobai behind them, and looked at the opposing group. People in the crowd. They were all from their base before, and were later selected by Ouyang Yong to become members of his team. "What are you doing?" Yi Xinghua asked, with a somewhat unhappy tone. The group didn't expect him to come, and after a moment of hesitation, they didn't want to be too tough. After all, Yi Xinghua was someone close to Mo Han, and Mo Han had the final say in this base. "Don't get me wrong, Professor Ouyang just wants to talk to this girl about something. Let's take her there." The other party answered politely with a smile on his face. What could Ouyang Yong want from Wen Qian? Yi Xinghua and the others knew it all too well. 6 days ago, this girl knocked Ouyang unconscious with a zombie head. 6 days later, Ouyang probably wanted to lock her and the zombies in a room for experiments. Yi Xinghua glanced at the people behind him. Even at this time, Wen Qian still looked fearless. He even had some doubts as to whether she would dare to rush up to Ouyang and beat him up again if no one stopped her. Yi Xinghua sighed in his heart and spoke to the person opposite him. What a coincidence. We have something to do with her, so we have to take her away. He finished speaking, he winked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan and his companions were smart and immediately took Wen Qian and the others to leave, but the other party still refused to give way and blocked them again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wen Qian stood at the back, watching the fun. She didn't expect Yi Xinghua to bring people to protect her. They have a conscience. Wen Qian coughed lightly, not wanting to waste time with them here. She patted Yi Xinghua on the shoulder and walked out from behind him. Okay, I'll go with you to see Ouyang. Wen Qian rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, which made Yi Xinghua and the others tremble with fear. They thought what she really wanted to say was, okay, I'll go with you to beat Ouyang. Yi Xinghua quickly stopped the person, fearing that she might cause some big trouble. The commander is not at the base right now, and will not be back until tomorrow. If something really happens, Yi Xinghua is afraid that he will not be able to protect Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked at Yi Xinghua's attempt to stop her and wondered what he was afraid of. But no matter how much Yi Xinghua didn't want Wen Qian and Ouyang to meet, it was of no avail. Because Ouyang is here. Wen Qian was happy when she saw Ouyang leading a group of people towards her. I'm so popular. So many people came to pick me up at the airport when I came back. Ouyang came over and just happened to hear her words. He snorted coldly and said, Mo Han is not at the base. Wen Qian? What does it have to do with me whether he is here or not? Ouyang, do you know what this means? Wen Qian. Does it mean that you are so annoying that he would rather leave his territory than see your old face? Wen Qian was silent for a few seconds and answered the question seriously. Ouyang's face changed. It means that no one can protect you today. Without him, I have the final say in this base.
Oh my.
Wen Qian was so angry that she was about to die. What is this? Is this the case that when the tiger is away, the monkey becomes the king? Wen Qian raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled at Ouyang. With Mo Han not here, shouldn't you be the one you are most worried about? You don't think that these little soldiers and generals you brought with you can really do anything to me, do you? Wen Qian mocked a bunch of people with just one sentence, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind Ouyang all turned pale. Maybe they didn't beat women before, but today they can make that exception. This sharp-tongued woman won't behave herself unless she's beaten, right? Seeing that they were unconvinced, Wen Qian stopped talking nonsense. It's okay if you don't accept it, just beat them until they accept it. The only person who could make her feel a little cautious is no longer in this base. So how dare they be so arrogant? Wen Qian took action, when Rang and Gu Ren also took action at the same time. Xiaobai understood the principle of capturing the leader first, so he went straight to Ouyang. Wen Qian moved so fast that these people had no time to react. Before they could even see her face clearly, she was already lying on the ground. Ouyang was frightened by the beast that suddenly rushed up, and he grabbed the nearest person to block him. In addition, there were people who spontaneously protected him, so he was safe for the time being. Ouyang looked around for Wen Qian in fear. He knew that this woman was quite powerful when he was on the fishing island, but he never expected that she was so powerful. It was obvious that Wen Qian could no longer be judged by normal people. She was like a monster in terms of both strength and speed. Even the two men with her were stronger than any combatant in this base. From a scientific point of view, it is impossible for humans to be this strong. So there is only one possibility. They mutated. When Ouyang thought of this, his eyes flashed with a greed that was almost crazy. Before, he just wanted to catch the beast for experiments, but now, he wants to catch these people. Especially Wen Qian. He wants to use her for human experiments. Of Ouyang's men were injured within just 2 minutes. Yi Xinghua and his gang were a little embarrassed at first. not knowing whether they should take action, but they soon realized that it was not their turn to take action. With Wen Qian's current momentum that can kick someone more than 10 meters away with one kick, let alone these 100 people, even if there were another 1,000 people, they would not be able to catch her. The men who were knocked down by Wen Qian were filled with shock and inferiority. They couldn't believe that they couldn't beat a woman. If you can't match her with bare hands, then use weapons. Ouyang saw someone pull out a gun and shouted, "Don't shoot. I want to live. Only experiments done on living people are valuable." After hearing Ouyang's words, most people put down their guns. But there was one person whose eyes always flashed with a fierce light. His name is Chao Wen, and he is Zhang Duoduo's boyfriend who cheated Gu Ran out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He already knew Gu Ran was a simple-minded person with strong limbs, and could be fooled by just a few words. Zhang Duoduo's contact with Gu Ran in the past 2 years was also done with Chao Wen's tacit consent. After all, who would be willing to refuse an ATM? Chao Wen had always looked down on Gu Ran, the fool, but now, he couldn't even take on one of Gu Ran's moves. The feeling of being killed in seconds made Chao Wen stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he was pierced by huge anger. He would lose to that loser Gu Ran?
Impossible.
Chao Wen raised his gun and pointed it at Gu Ran. Even after hearing Ouyang's words, he did not put it down. He knew that Professor Ouyang mainly wanted that woman and that beast, so even if he killed Gu Ran, it wouldn't be a big problem. And that woman was too arrogant. He wouldn't kill her, but he could shoot and break her legs and feet. Anyway, according to the professor, as long as they're alive, it's fine. However, before he pulled the trigger, another gunshot was heard. Everyone found the source of the gunshot. They saw Chao Wen lying in a pool of blood. One shot to the head, instant death. Except for Wen Qian and the other two, everyone present looked unhappy. It is forbidden to fire a gun without permission in the base. Who is so bold as to kill someone directly? Everyone rushed to look for the murderer, and soon they found the target, but they were all dumbfounded. Because the person who fired the shot was Emo Han. Yi Xinghua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Emo Han, but Ouyang's face darkened. Why did he come back early? Emo Han walked over with a gun in his hand. He seemed afraid that everyone didn't know that he was the one who fired the shot. He lowered his eyes to glance at the man lying on the ground, dead as Hades, and actually raised his hand to fire another shot. "What are you doing?" Ouyang asked in shock and anger. Emo Han raised his eyes and looked at him. "This is what I want to ask you. What are you doing?" Was stunned by his righteous tone. It was obviously him who killed the person, so how could he have the nerve to question him? Non-combatants in the base are not allowed to carry firearms. The scientific research team's guards are only allowed to carry guns in the laboratory where zombies are imprisoned and when they're out on missions. I thought this rule was very clear as early as the first day you came. Emo Han looked at Ouyang with a cold look, and his tone was even more so. He glanced at the gunman behind Ouyang, then looked down at the gun in Chao Wen's hand. The safety is on. I don't know who he's going to shoot. As the base's executive officer, I am only exercising self-defense when necessary. What do you think? You could tell with your feet that the person he wanted to kill was not you. Wen Qian. The reason of self-defense sounded familiar to her. Yi Xinghua, take them to my office. As soon as Emo Han gave the order, Yi Xinghua and the others hurried to Wen Qian's side, pulling and tugging her, fearing that this girl would not leave. After they walked away, Yi Xinghua couldn't help but ask Wen Qian in a low voice. "Do you know who Ouyang is? How dare you attack him?" If Ouyang died, the higher-ups would definitely investigate. In order to give an explanation to the higher-ups, the base would have no choice but to hand her over. Wen Qian was happy to hear this. It's because I know it too well that I can't let him have his way. If I really get caught by him, don't you know what will happen next? So, even though she knew that Ouyang had a high status, she still fought with all her might. Because once you are caught by him for experiments, life would be worse than death. Before the end of the world, when all rules and regulations were operating in an orderly manner, her resistance would have been a joke. But now, who cares? Survival is the most important thing. Yi Xinghua, The commander intends to protect you and will not let him use you for experiments. Do you think I'm so stupid as to put my life in someone else's hands? No matter how nice the words are, she won't believe others easily. Emohan protected her because of her space. There are no eternal enemies in this world, but there are no eternal friends either. He can protect her today and tomorrow, but can he protect her for the rest of her life? It's not her system that should always be based on her. When Qian rolled her eyes and didn't believe what these rascals said. Ouyang watched Wen Qian walk away. He controlled his temper and talked to Emohan. This Wen Qian has great scientific research value. You must hand her over to me. Emohan listened to his commanding tone and narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I don't? Ouyang didn't expect him to refuse. I told you, she has great scientific research value. Sacrificing her could save all of humanity. Then let all mankind die. Emohan's words were shocking and his attitude was firm. Ouyang tried to find a trace of joking on his face, but after trying hard, he found that there was no trace at all. Emohan looked at the people around him. These people included his men and Ouyang's men. He knew that what he had just said might chill the hearts of these people, but he had to say it. You use Wen Qian as an experiment today, and tomorrow you can target anyone in the base, including me. Ouyang, I made it very clear to you before you came to the base. I don't care how much you have achieved in your research field, but in my base, no human clinical trials are allowed. If you don't accept this, don't come here. What did you say at the time? Ouyang was silent. Emohan said again. You promised me that this would not happen, so I agreed to take you here. Why, now that your safety is guaranteed, you're going to go back on your word? The situation now is different from before. Wen Qian's mutation speed is faster than that of zombies. We must find out what is going on. Ouyang retorted emotionally. It's no different. If you don't accept my terms, get out of my base. Emohan said this and turned away. Ouyang looked at his back and became furious.
Mohan.
Aren't you afraid that I will complain to the people above and ask them to revoke your position as the base executive officer? Emohan stopped and raised his thin lips slightly, as if he had heard a joke. He looked back at Ouyang and asked, Do you remember why you came to Binching Base? Ouyang froze, his face pale. As one of the country's top scientists, he also enjoyed top-notch protection after the end of the world. However, the global climate became extreme, and zombies broke out. He wanted to find a safe place to continue his scientific research, but after moving to several bases, he almost lost his life. They became new zombie gathering places because people inside were infected. Ouyang fled for a long time until his superiors told him to come to Binching. Before that, Ouyang had never looked down on this coastal city. Because the transportation here is inconvenient and the population is dense, no matter how you measure it, it is not the first in the rescue line. But the people above told him with certainty that as long as he stayed with Emohan, he would be absolutely safe. There is some confidential information that outsiders don't know, but Ouyang knows it. Emohan's body had already undergone a mutation before the end of the world. He is the first person known to have supernatural powers. Although Ouyang didn't know what his special ability was, he tried to communicate with his superiors to let them hand him over for human experiments, but was severely rejected by them. Of the higher-ups was the same as Emohan's. They would not allow any human experiments to happen, otherwise they would no longer provide him with protection. Ouyang signed the agreement and was sent to Binching Base. He felt that as the situation got worse, sooner or later the higher-ups would give in and allow him to do those experiments. But after hearing what Emohan said just now, he was no longer sure. If he wasn't at the Binching Base, he wouldn't be able to build a laboratory to conduct experiments, and he might even lose his life. Thinking of this, Ouyang hurriedly chased after Emohan, not wanting to leave because of offending him. But when he ran behind Emohan, he saw that Emohan was already on the phone with a satellite phone, asking for someone to pick him up.
Mohan.
Ouyang shouted at him, giving in. I promise you I won't go after that girl anymore. I only want the beast next to her. Emohan didn't even pause as he simply and clearly stated his demands to the person on the other end of the phone, asking them to get Ouyang away within 3 days, otherwise he would just throw him out of the base. Emohan returned to the office and saw Yi Xinghua standing outside the door. He asked him to take people to watch Ouyang Yong and not allow any member of the experimental team to leave the living area within 3 days. Yi Xinghua went to do it immediately. Emohan pushed the door open, and the first thing he saw was Wen Qian sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching a variety show on her phone. He tightened his grip on the door handle slightly, then quickly relaxed. He closed the door and met Wen Qian's gaze and heard her ask, "What do you want from me?" Wen Qian had just finished a bag of potato chips. She threw the bag into the trash can, wiped her hands and mouth, turned off her phone, and looked at Emohan curiously. "I heard you brought me a gift." "Oh, a bag of zombie heads. Isn't Professor Ouyang going to do an experiment? Maybe they can be used?" "He will leave Bincheng within 3 days." Emohan sat down at the table and shared information with Wen Qian and the others, but those zombie heads will be useful. Wen Qian perked up. "What's the use? You've been on the fishing island for so long. You should have discovered some special mutant zombies, right?"
No.
Wen Qian lied without blushing or breathing hard, while Wen Rang and Gu Ren felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look Emohan in the eye. Emohan smiled and continued, "I just came back from another base. According to the latest news, the crystal cores of zombies can greatly enhance human functions." Wen Qian pretended to be clueless and asked, "Oh, how do I improve?" "The current method is to extract the harmless part of the crystal nucleus and then inject it into the body." "The crystal core has harmful parts?" Wen Qian was dumbfounded. "What side effects would there be if I ate the crystal core directly?" Emohan was silent for a few seconds, then replied, "It is possible to be infected, but everyone's physical fitness is different, so the situation is also different." Wen Qian asked again, "If infected, how long will it take for the disease to break out?" "According to current information, it is 24 hours. I see that the environment of your base is pretty good. Do you mind if the 3 of us stay here for a day?" Wen Qian changed her previous disdain for the base and said with a smile, "Not for long, just 1 day. The 3 of them are not through the critical period yet and cannot go home." Emohan raised his eyebrows. "We don't have air conditioning here." "No need. Just give us a bed. If there's no bed, we'll sleep on the floor at your door. Let us experience the life at the base, okay, sir?" Wen Qian's attitude became better when he needed help from others. She was afraid that Emohan would disagree, but unexpectedly, Emohan nodded immediately. "Okay, let's experience it." Emohan agreed readily, and Wen Qian silently gave him a good guy card in her heart. People are supposed to compete with each other. Compared with Ouyang Yong, isn't this guy much better? Good man. Emohan asked someone to take them to the accommodation area. Just like what he said last time, Wen Qian stayed in a single room, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran stayed in a double dormitory. When they arrived at the place, as soon as Emohan's people left, Wen Qian immediately spoke to Wen Rang. "Be careful tonight, and don't sleep too deeply, in case that guy surnamed Emo joins forces with Ouyang Yong to arrest us. We must always be on guard against others. They are now on someone else's territory, so it is better to be careful." When Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement. Emohan's attitude towards them was too friendly, and it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Wen Qian. "Also, you should observe each other more. If you find something wrong, go to the next door and find me immediately." Emohan's words made Wen Qian a little worried. She left Wen Rang's room and stood at the door, looking around. There are only 2 single dormitories in the entire base. One is where she lives, and the other is where Emohan lives next door. The accommodation area of the base is divided into several parts. Single dormitories and double dormitories are in one area, which are basically occupied by the base's senior management and those powerful people. There is a solar light every 20 meters outside the house, and the environment is relatively quiet. The 4-person dormitory and the 8-person dormitory are together and are occupied by staff members of Ouyang Yong's team, as well as scientific researchers and medical staff within the base. The remaining ones are dormitories for 16 and 30 people, which are occupied by ordinary people rescued from various areas. The dormitories for the combatants in the base are located in a separate area, with each room housing 30 people. Everyone entering the accommodation area needs to be tested by a professional machine to see if they are mutated, and only those with a green indicator light can pass. Such detection machines are installed at the main entrance of the base and in other areas. In the middle of the accommodation area is the base's canteen. All personnel in the base have the same meal standard, but the meal time is different every day, and each person's meal time does not exceed half an hour. The accommodation area were the glass houses that Wen Qian saw today. If she guessed correctly, they were used to grow fruits, vegetables, and grains. Further away is the office area, which includes the offices of the base's managers, Ouyang Yang's laboratory, other researchers' studios, medical staff's wards and operating rooms, etc. Wen Qian had never been into the air raid shelter, but from overhearing the conversation between Yi Xinghua and the others, he knew that the shelter should contain survival supplies for the entire base. Everyone in the base needs to work, and they rotate between day and night shifts. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, and most of the staff are still working on the construction of the base wall and the installation of the glass planting room, and some are digging wells. The entire base was busy, with fighters everywhere responsible for maintaining order to prevent riots. Rent to live here, and you can enjoy all free benefits as long as you obey the arrangements of the base. Wen Qian made a rough calculation and found that this base currently accommodated about 200,000 to 300,000 people. To maintain the food, clothing, and daily necessities of so many people, Mo Han must be very short of supplies. No wonder he was so polite to me. He must be impressed by her space and her abilities. Wen Qian sneered and planned to go back to rest. Seeing Mo Han and Yi Xinghua coming from a distance, he waved twice perfunctorily as a greeting and then pushed the door open and entered the house. Yi Xinghua saw her and couldn't help but ask Mo Han, "Sir, are you not going to recruit Wen Qian into the base? Do you think this base can keep her?" Mo Han did not answer but asked instead, which stunned Yi Xinghua. "But no matter from which aspect, our base is the safest place in the entire Bincheng. If she wants to ensure the safety of her family, she should choose to come here." Mo Han smiled and didn't think so. Wen Qian can't possibly stay in someone else's base. She's capable of protecting herself. If you want to have a chance to work with her in the future, remember not to ask her to stay in the base. Otherwise, she'll run as far away as she can. Yi Xinghua thought about what Mo Han said and felt that it was true. Like, Wen Qian be willing to work under someone else? What's the saying among young people? It's impossible to work part-time. Yi Xinghua felt that Wen Qian was the kind of person who would never work for anyone else. After Mo Han told Yi Xinghua some things, he went back to his room to rest. Next door, Wen Qian was worried that she would be infected, so she simply took Xiaobai into the space. She has been busy killing zombies these days. She takes time out of her busy schedule to go into the space, once a day to take a bath in the hot springs and feed the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and other livestock raised by her father. She has no time to do anything else. Now that she finally had some free time, Wen Qian went to visit her farm first and saw that the rice, corn, and other crops that she had planted before were already ripe. And her fruit trees are already full of fruits. Take a look around her several small factories. The grain processing plant, canning plant, and garment factory had run out of raw materials, so they had temporarily stopped operating. However, the steel plant was still operating, and her cloud warehouse system had already accumulated a lot of goods. Wen Qian remembered the 100,000 mall coins the system gave her, opened the mall system, and found that many new products had been updated. There are all kinds of cold and hot weapons in the mall now. Wen Qian looked back at the rows and stopped when his eyes fixed on the last one. Crystal.
Core.
Processor. Wen Qian was originally worried about what to do if he encountered the crystal core of a mutated zombie again in the future. Has great physical strength and regenerative powers, so she can do whatever she wants, but she can't risk the lives of her family. But now she is relieved. Wen Qian was extremely happy and wanted to buy this treasure immediately. However, when she clicked the purchase option, her smile froze. The price is 1 million mall coins. 110,000. Wen Qian took a deep breath and wanted to curse the system for being such a filthy profiteer. This is simply a money grab. She looked at her mall balance, 100,000 and 200. She was on the fishing island. She exchanged all the remaining mall coins for bullets. Now, apart from the 100,000 yuan reward from the system, she was a poor girl with only 200 yuan in her pocket. How can we live like this? Wen Qian opened her cloud warehouse system again frantically. She had originally wanted to trade the steel in it with Mo Han, but now she had to sell it all to the system. The system recycled steel at a price of 5,000 mall coins per ton. Wen Qian sold all the steel in the warehouse and earned 400,000. Sold the rice from the factory again. 1 kilogram of rice was 10 mall coins, and she made 300,000. Then he started selling canned food. Each can of meat cost 20 mall coins, and each can of fruit cost 10 mall coins. Wen Qian sold all the inventory and got 200,000 yuan. After clearing out all his belongings, Wen Qian saved up 1 million and immediately went out to buy the treasure. She looked at her remaining balance of 200, curled her lips, then ran back to the villa and began to study the processor. She looked at the product manual and found the operation was quite simple. She just needed to throw the crystal core into the container and press the switch to start the operation. The crystal core grades range from level 5 to special grade, and the time required for processing is also different. Level 5 is the lowest level and only takes 1 minute. Level 4 takes 10 minutes, Level 3 takes 20 minutes, Level 2 takes 30 minutes, and Level 1 takes 40 minutes. Special grade crystal core requires 1 hour to process. Wen Qian plugged in the power supply through the crystal core that she had taken a bite of, and her brother and Gu Ran had eaten a piece of each into the container, and then went out of the house to work. She first picked all the vegetables from the garden, packed them into storage boxes, and then moved them back to the shelves. After finishing all this, she went to pick up the chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. When she walked to the rabbit nest, she found that there were more than a dozen newly born rabbits in it. Wen Qian's eyes immediately lit up because she saw a nest of spicy rabbit heads. Wen Qian happily lay on the fence and watched the walking delicacies for a while, and then went to clean the sheep pen, pig pen, cow shed, and donkey shed. After finishing all this, an hour had passed. She ran back into the house and saw that the machine screen on the table had already shown that the processing was complete. In the small box under the container, there were 10 more vaccine-like things. Wen Qian quickly took these out and continued to look at the display screen on the processor. Successfully synthesized a special-grade crystal core medicine. This crystal core can give the user the locking skill, greatly improve physical fitness, and extend life by 5 years. Lock skill details can accurately locate the zombie's fatal point. After hitting the fatal point, the zombie will immediately lose the ability to move, but the crystal core itself will not be damaged. Storage conditions for medicines: store at room temperature and away from light. Wen Qian was stunned when he saw a few keywords. Prolong life? This really looks like what her brother said. Why does it have a sense of unreliability, like a pyramid scheme? And she thought that the zombie's crystal core was destroyed, so the zombie was shot in the head, but it turns out that is not the case. It seems that the same crystal core has different effects when used by different people. For example, she inherited the little zombie's regeneration ability, while others only have the locking skill. Wen Qian took the medicine back to her room and put it in a small box. Then she tore off a sticky note, marked the grade of the medicine and its effect, and stuck it on the box. She planned to give 1 bottle each to her parents after returning home tomorrow. As for little Gu Wanwan, she would wait until she was a little older before giving it to her. Wen Qian put the crystal core away, but because she was worried about the condition of Wen Rang and the other person, she decided to take Xiaobai out of the space. She stood inside the room and looked around the dormitory. I have to say, it was pretty good. Although the room is not big, only about 40 square meters, it is a 2-story loft. In addition to the bedroom upstairs, there is also a study. In addition to the living room, dining room, and kitchenette downstairs, there is also a cloakroom. So, strictly speaking, this house can accommodate more than 1 person. Wen Qian walked around the room and couldn't help but sigh. This person must work hard to climb higher, otherwise he would never know how good his life would be after he gained status. Look at those dormitories for 30 people, and then look here, isn't the difference obvious? Xiaobai lay at the door of the living room, drowsy. Wen Qian also went upstairs and lay on the bed. After a while, her eyelids became a little heavy and she fell asleep unconsciously. Next door, Wen Rang and Gu Ran's room. This place looks more like a college dormitory. The bed is an upper and lower structure, with a bed on top and a table on the bottom. In the house, the bathroom has a solar water heater, which is a very good condition in the current environment. But even in such superior accommodation conditions, the two still sat on the bed, staring at each other. They were very tired, but they gritted their teeth and dared not sleep because they were worried that they would be infected, and when they opened their eyes tomorrow, the person opposite them might have been gnawed to pieces of meat and bones. The two of them were trying to find topics to chat about at first, but how could two grown men have so much to talk about? Before long, the room fell silent. When Rang was so sleepy that he thought for a while and got out of bed. "I'm going out for a walk. You take a nap first. I'll call you when I come back." The two of them took turns like this and barely made it through the night. Wen Qian, on the other hand, slept through the night until dawn and was finally woken up by Xiao Bai's paw. Xiao Bai occasionally feels clingy. He will sleep with Wen Qian and sometimes even likes to sleep on top of her. It used to weigh only a few kilograms, but now it weighs 50 kilograms. If it falls on a person, it will make him unable to breathe. Xiaobai didn't know that his body's shape had changed. He just knew that he was uncomfortable lying on his owner. So he pawed at Wen Qian's face, trying to wake her up and make her change her position and go back to sleep. When Qian opened her eyes, she saw a big cat face. She blinked and was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that she was not dreaming. Wen Qian pushed Xiaobai down and then took a while to slowly get up. She checked the time, and it was already past 7 in the morning. Wen Qian quickly entered the space to wash up briefly, then went out to find her brother and Gu Ran. Rang and the other two felt nothing but a little sleepy. Wen Qian heaved a sigh of relief, but it was not yet 24 hours after they had consumed the crystal core, so they could only continue to kill time in the base. Because Xiaobai attracted too much attention, Wen Qian threw it back into the space. The three of them strolled along the way and unknowingly arrived at the office area, where they met Yi Xinghua and others who had just finished their morning meeting and were preparing to go out for lunch. Wen Qian even saw Emo Han in the crowd, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, he is an executive officer of the base, and he is eating with everyone? When Yi Xinghua's men saw Wen Qian, they immediately ran over excitedly. "Ji Fan, goddess, are you used to staying here last night?" Ji Fan is Wen Rang's junior. He had suffered a lot of injuries on the fishing island before, but looking at his spirit now, it seems that he is no longer seriously injured. Wen Qian could answer. Lin Yan leaned over and spoke in a low voice. "Goddess, don't worry. Our boss has already ordered that Ouyang be sent away. He will be gone within 3 days." In fact, Yi Xinghua and his gang looked down on Ouyang Yong. First, many of their brothers died because of him. Second, Ouyang Yong always yelled at them and didn't treat them as human beings. He always wanted to lock them up with zombies for experiments. But he is a famous professor and expert. No matter how much they look down on him, they're just a bunch of soldiers who can only fight and kill. It is useless. They still have to rush forward to protect his life at the critical moment. Unexpectedly, the matter was resolved by Wen Qian. After they heard last night that Emo Han had already contacted someone to pick up Ouyang Yong, they were so happy that they didn't fall asleep until late at night, and they are still excited now. After listening to their words, Wen Qian glanced at Emo Han. Thought he was joking yesterday, but he really took Ouyang Yong away? Yi Xinghua strode over and handed them 3 meal cards. "It's a coincidence that I met you. I was planning to look for you guys. Take it, let's go eat together." Wen Qian wanted to refuse, but then she changed her mind and realized that what she had told Emo Han yesterday was that she was coming to experience life at the base, so she had to go all out, so she nodded and agreed. Because of Emo Han's presence, these dozen people became the focus wherever they went. Wen Qian stayed away from him, fearing that someone in the base might dislike him and bring trouble to him. Arriving at the cafeteria, as soon as Wen Qian walked in, he felt countless eyes flying towards him. She paused and heard Han behind her ask, "What are you standing there for?" At this time of year, the combatants in the base are having their meals. They didn't expect Han to come here today because he used to have his 3 meals a day alone in the office. Everyone straightened their backs instantly, stood up and greeted the officer, while curiously looking at the girl next to him. They hadn't seen such a clean and beautiful girl for a long time. She seemed to be completely unaffected by the end of the world. She had fair and tender skin, a tall figure, and a curvy figure. The temperature today is as high as 50 degrees. Whether indoors or outdoors, everyone is sweating profusely due to this horrible weather. But looking at her, there was not even a drop of sweat on her forehead, her whole body was clean, and she looked like the kind of soft and sweet girl. For a moment, they even felt that the air in the cafeteria was purified. Being stared at by thousands of people like this, when Qian began to understand what it felt like to be a star. The group walked inside, took their plates to get their meals, and soon, when Qian saw someone he knew, it was Zhang Xiang's family, who lived downstairs from her. They were at 3 adjacent windows, responsible for serving food to people. Zhang Xiang didn't expect to meet Wen Qian here. The last time they met was when she killed someone at the gate of the base. Zhang Xiang was so scared that he had a nightmare that night and wet his pants. Wen Qian looked at the 3 people with great interest. In the past, Zhang Yang and Su Yan relied on their status as doctors and often looked down on others in the community. Now, the doctor has turned into the canteen aunt and met her. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet, and fate is wonderful. But then again, given the current situation, being able to work in the cafeteria is already pretty good. Because most people are doing physical work outside under the scorching sun, but in the cafeteria they are not exposed to the wind and sun, and they can even sneak a bite to eat at critical moments without going hungry. When Qian handed over the meal card, Su Yan took it and swiped it on the machine and was stunned. Everyone in the base will have a pass card with personal information such as name, age, member number in the base, and the area where they live. Su Yan knew that Wen Qian was a capable girl, so it was understandable that she was able to enter the base as a combatant. But at the moment, Wen Qian's card only showed her address, without any other relevant information. This meant that she was not a member of the base, but a guest. What's even worse is that she actually lives in single dormitory? A 0002 displayed on the screen. Area A only has single and double dormitories, and the core figures of the entire base live there. The smaller the address number, the higher the status, and numbers 1 and 2 are even rarer high-ranking figures. 1 and number 2 since she arrived. Unexpectedly, Wen Qian was among them. Su Yan was stunned and didn't respond for a long time. Wen Qian didn't know what she saw and felt a little impatient. "Have you seen enough? Let's get some food." Su Yan came back to her senses and glared at Wen Qian fiercely, but dared not say anything and quickly lowered her head to work. Zhang Yang and his son had the same reaction as Su Yan. They were all shocked after seeing the information on the card. The staple food in the cafeteria today is brown rice, and the dishes include cabbage vermicelli and spicy fried potato shreds. Wen Qian thought about the number of people in the entire base and felt that it was already very good to have such food. After a month, if the cafeteria can still maintain the standard of 1 rice and 2 dishes per person, then Han will be amazing. Wen Qian carried the food tray and quickly went to find a seat. She didn't want to sit with Han. But if she thought so, people like Yi Xinghua were even more so. When Wen Qian turned around, she saw Yi Xinghua and his group huddled together around a large dining table, looking at her with pity. Wen Qian gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to look at Han. "My goodness, I have only 1 desk by myself, and no one is around me." Wen Qian tried very hard to find another empty seat, but after some effort, she resigned herself to her fate and walked towards Han. When Rang and Gu Ren also followed along. After they sat down, they heard Wen Qian ask Han, "How many crystal cores have you collected now?" Wen Qian suddenly felt very regretful. If he had known that the crystal core was so useful, he would have picked up more zombie heads and thrown them into the space in the previous month. It hasn't started yet. The news was only confirmed yesterday. Before that, The crystal core has no use. Wen Qian. Relieved. The two chatted occasionally and finished the meal quickly. Wen Qian took the meal card, said bye to Mo Han, and ran away, without looking back. Zhang Ziang looked at her back from afar, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He has already realized the gap between himself and Wen Qian. It will probably become increasingly difficult for him to meet her in the future. So, he must seize this opportunity. Women will listen to you obediently once you sleep with them. Although he is no match for Wen Qian under normal circumstances, he can use other methods. All staff in the cafeteria must undergo a body search before entering the cafeteria every day. For safety reasons, staff are not allowed to bring any foreign objects here. However, Zhang Ziang discovered in the past 2 days that he had a special power. Although he didn't know how it came about, he did have a space. The space is not big, only 1 square meter, but it can store a lot of things. Zhang Ziang suspected that Wen Qian also had a space. Otherwise, how could she live so comfortably in the apocalypse? Zhang Ziang didn't tell anyone about this, including his parents. At this moment, in his space, there was a bottle of medicine, which he had prepared specially for Wen Qian a long time ago. Zhang Ziang lowered his head and smiled sinisterly, continuing to work busily until noon, when he saw Wen Qian again. Although the food in the cafeteria was not very good, there was no reason not to take advantage of the good deal, so Wen Qian planned to have lunch before going home. This time she deliberately squatted outside for a while, and only came in after making sure that Mo Han was not there. When Rang was asked by his junior to help solve a technical problem, while Gu Ran was asked by Yi Xinghua, who was mysterious and no one knew what the matter was. So now only Wen Qian comes to eat. Zhang Ziang was overjoyed when he saw her appear alone. He immediately took out the bottle of medicine from the space, and under the operating table, quickly poured half a bowl of medicine into an empty bowl, and filled the remaining half bowl with soup. Wen Qian took the food tray and found a seat to sit down. Just as he took a sip of the egg soup, he heard the system's warning. The host is taking harmful substances. Please stop taking them immediately and monitor your condition in time. Wen Qian looked at the spoon in his hand and smiled. Okay, you want to die, right? I'll grant you your wish. Wen Qian had chewed on the zombie crystal core before without causing the system to issue a warning, and now she just drank a sip of soup. Wen Qian threw down the spoon and looked up at Zhang Ziang, just in time to meet his gaze as he was stealing glances at her. Zhang Ziang was so happy when he saw Wen Qian drink the soup, but the next second, he found Wen Qian looking at him. His heart sank suddenly, especially after Wen Qian stood up. He felt a chill down his spine. What happened? She found out? This is impossible. The medicine was colorless and odorless. How did she detect it? Wen Qian walked straight to Zhang Ziang and said coldly, "Get out." Zhang Ziang was covered in cold sweat, but luckily there was a glass window in front of him, and there were people queuing outside the window. "Qian, I'm at work and don't have time to accompany you." Zhang Ziang forced a smile and spoke in a tone that sounded very intimate with her. "Can we talk after I'm done? Okay?"
You.
Wen Qian was in a bad mood. If she let him walk out of the cafeteria alive today, she would take his surname. Wen Qian looked around, found the door, and strode towards it. Zhang Ziang was frightened by her actions, and his hands trembled. The spoon for rice fell into the basin, and he looked towards the entrance in horror. That door is burglar-proof and is locked now. She probably can't open it. Just as Zhang Ziang had this thought, he saw Wen Qian kick the door open. She ran towards Zhang Ziang with an attitude of killing gods and Buddhas. Coincidentally, the people who came to eat at this time were the same group of people who came in the morning. They were originally curious about how this girl had the ability to sit and have dinner with the executive officer, but they were all dumbfounded when they saw her kick open the heavy door. The door slammed loudly, startling the staff who were squatting in the kitchen picking, washing, and cooking vegetables. They quickly ran out to see what had happened. Wen Qian glanced at those people and found that some of them looked familiar. They were her neighbors in the community. She looked at the man, go to Zhang Ziang, and help him get food. This neighbor had been taken to the supermarket by Wen Qian and his sister to collect supplies before and had a good impression of her. He knew that she had some grudges with the Zhang family, and he also knew that she had a bad temper. So after hearing this, he immediately did as he was told and ran to Zhang Ziang and pushed him away. Zhang Ziang's parents were unhappy when they saw this scene. Zhang Yang, Wenqian, what are you doing? This is not a place where you can mess around. Su Yan, what are you doing, you little witch? Someone come quickly. There's a lunatic here. Take her away. Zhang Ziang retreated step by step and had already retreated to the corner, trembling with fear. When Su Yan and his wife saw how frightened their son was, they guessed that he must have done something, so they tried hard to stop Wenqian from going over. Wenqian reached into his pocket, pulled out a rope from the space, and the two men. He then grabbed 2 rags from the table and stuffed them into their mouths to stop them from shouting. She dragged them outside and called for someone to take their place and continue working. Her movements were extremely quick and professional, leaving the fighters outside stunned. They wanted to step forward to stop her, but when they thought of her identity, they shut up and watched the fun. No one could protect Zhang Ziang anymore, and Wenqian came to him, unhindered. Zhang Ziang's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground while leaning against the wall. "What do you want to do?" he cried, full of regret. "What did you put in my soup?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Ziang's voice trembled, but his eyes were wandering, and he didn't dare to look Wenqian in the eye. "Don't know? Then let me help you think about it." Wenqian pulled out the dagger from the side of his leg. A cold light flashed, and the sharp blade pierced into Zhang Ziang's shoulder. The intense pain made Zhang Ziang's eyes go black, and he screamed. "Ah!" Zhang Ziang struggled desperately, but in front of Wenqian, everything he did was in vain. Wenqian looked at his painful expressionless face, pulled out the dagger and stabbed it fiercely, then pulled it out again, pointing the tip of the knife at the side of his face. From his eyes to the corners of his mouth, a winding bloodstain appeared as Zhang Ziang cried. His face was pale, and he looked at the people watching the excitement around him in despair, crying, "Save me." Wenqian smiled softly. "Save you?
Who do you think you are?"
Wenqian kicked him on the knee, and Zhang Ziang immediately knelt in front of her. She grabbed his hair and forced him to look up at her. "I should have killed you long before you came to the base. Do you know why I let you live until now? Because in the end times, living is more difficult than dying." Wenqian originally thought that killing him with a knife and letting him be relieved was a good thing for him, but now she regretted it. People like this are a waste of air while they are alive. Wenqian watched Zhang Ziang cry so hard that he was crying and trying to escape from her at every opportunity. She simply cut his tendons in his hands and feet and dragged him out of the window area by his arms. The road was covered with blood. Zhang Ziang was in so much pain that he lost his strength and begged for mercy weakly. "I was wrong. I will never provoke you again. Please forgive me." Wenqian was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he continued to cry. "You treat me like this just because I like you and I dare not do anything to you. Why don't you find another man to vent your anger on?" When Wenqian heard this, she swung him back and Zhang Ziang's body hit the wall, breaking several bones. She looked at him with disgust. "If you say you like me again, I will cut off your tongue." Liking someone is supposed to be a beautiful thing, but he made these 2 words become extremely disgusting. Wenqian squatted down and searched through several pockets of Zhang Ziang, but didn't find what she was looking for. Just when she was puzzled and suspected that he had hidden the medicine in the kitchen, she suddenly heard the system prompt sound. "It is detected that there is a space ability with the same attribute around the host. Please be careful and pay attention." Wenqian was slightly stunned, and when she looked at Zhang Ziang again, there was a smile on her face.
God is really blind.
Even a dog like this can awaken superpowers. Wenqian no longer hesitated. She raised her hand and stabbed the dagger accurately into Zhang Ziang's neck. Blood spurted out. Wenqian turned his head, but was still splashed with blood. Zhang Ziang opened his eyes wide, his look filled with despair and anger. Why is this happening? Is he going to die? By this witch? No, it shouldn't be like this. He had just acquired superpowers, his good days had just begun. He hadn't gotten this woman yet, The light in Zhang Ziang's eyes dimmed little by little, and finally, he fell to the ground. And at the moment his breathing stopped, the things hidden in his space exploded. At the same time, Wen Qian received another system prompt. Swallowing a power with the same attribute once will increase the space by 1,000 square meters and upgrade the space skill. All members in the system can store materials into the space at will, but only the host is eligible to take them out. In addition, the space prosperity degree is rewarded with 1,000. Wen Qian didn't expect that killing this rascal would bring her an unexpected gain. All members of the system can store supplies into the space. This is great news for Wen Qian, who is in urgent need of collecting crystal cores. She raised her lips slightly and went to look for the things that exploded in Zhang Ziang's space. Just as she was about to pick them up, she heard a voice of hello, sir, coming from behind her. Mo Han is here. Wen Qian frowned. In fact, she didn't want to see him under such circumstances. The footsteps stopped behind her. Wen Qian sighed and stood up. She turned her head and looked at the person in front of her in the light. Mo Han stood in front of the crowd, his face covered with frost. There was anger in his eyes, and it seemed that there were some other emotions that Wen Qian could not understand. Wen Qian was slightly startled, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly surged into her heart.
Had she
seen him somewhere before? Wen Qian's mind suddenly went blank. She tried hard to recall, but couldn't find an answer. Mo Han's gaze was fixed on her face. A drop of blood splashed under the corner of her eye, like a tear of blood, very dazzling. The body moves before the brain even reacts. Mo Han reached out and wiped off the red color. The warmth from his fingertips brought Wen Qian back to his senses, and then he heard Yi Xinghua's voice. One drop? What is this? Yi Xinghua bent down and picked up the white medicine bottle on the ground. After reading a few lines on the label, his face turned dark. In the cafeteria at this time were the sobbing and howling of Zhang Yang and his wife. They were unable to utter a complete sound because Wen Qian had blocked their mouths with a rag. But when they saw Mo Han, they still shouted desperately. They wanted justice for their dead son. The others witnessed Wen Qian killing Zhang Ziang and looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know how much hatred there was between the two men, nor did they know how to deal with this matter. Fortunately, the executive officer showed up, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all stretched their necks to continue watching the excitement, waiting for a result. Mo Han took the medicine bottle handed to him by Yi Xinghua and quickly read the information on the label. This is a bottle of drug/medicine, and it is a very powerful one. According to the instructions, just one drop can make a person unconscious for an hour, and half of the bottle has been used up at this time. Mo Han threw the bottle back into Yi Xinghua's hand and looked at Wen Qian. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Good. I feel a little dizzy, but I can hold on. She also felt that this medicine was quite powerful. With her physical condition, she could actually react to it. What would happen if an ordinary person took her place? Wen Qian was already prepared for Mo Han's trouble. After all, this was a base and had its own rules. But Mo Han didn't say anything else. He just told Yi Xinghua, send her back to rest. Mo Han turned his head and looked at Zhang Yang and the other man not far away who were looking at him for help. When the other person met his gaze, it was as if he had seen a savior. I'll take care of these two people. Mo Han's gaze retracted as soon as it was touched. He looked at Wen Qian again and spoke in a flat voice. Bringing foreign objects into the cafeteria gives us enough reason to suspect their purpose. We need to torture them severely to find out who is behind it. What kind of behind-the-scenes conspiracy could they have? They are just simply evil. Wen Qian knew it clearly in her heart, but she said nothing and followed Yi Xinghua. But when she passed by Mo Han, someone gently pulled her sleeve. Wen Qian paused and looked at the man beside her in surprise. He lowered his head slightly and told her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you really feel uncomfortable, go into the space, you will feel better. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, said and left quickly. She walked to the gate. She heard Mo Han sending someone to find out who had arranged the 3 members of the Zhang family into the cafeteria. Yi Xinghua escorted Wen Qian back to the dormitory area. He remained silent, only glancing at her occasionally to observe her changes in condition. During the time he had known Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua had almost figured out her personality. This girl has a clear distinction between love and hate, and is decisive in killing. Although she kills without blinking an eye, she will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Today's incident was indeed due to problems with their base's prevention and control. Fortunately, the commander suddenly felt hungry and wanted to go eat. Otherwise, who knows what would happen next. Returned to the dormitory door, her eyelids felt a little heavy, and she felt sleepy. She turned to look at Yi Xinghua. If my brother and Gu Ran come looking for me, just tell them I'm out of the base and don't tell them what happened. Yi Xinghua was a little embarrassed. So many people saw it. Even if I don't say it, I probably can't hide it. I can recover in an hour or two. I just don't want them to worry. When Qian finished speaking, he pushed the door open, went up to the second floor, and immediately entered the space. She drank 2 large bottles of well water, then went to sleep. She woke up again 2 hours later. When she opened her eyes, Wen Qian felt nothing. Just in case, she went out to soak in the hot spring, changed her clothes, and left the space. The room was quiet, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran were nowhere to be seen. Wen Qian pushed the door open and walked out. She was stunned when she saw Lin Yan standing guard at her door. "Goddess, are you awake? Are you okay?" Lin Yan asked nervously. He already knew what happened in the cafeteria. After hearing Wen Qian say that she was fine, he quickly reported the follow-up to her. "Don't worry, those 2 people have been detained. We also found out who arranged for them to enter the cafeteria. You know that person. It's Zhang Duo you were looking for before." Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. "Both of them are surnamed Zhang. Are they related?"
Right.
"No wonder they are all so mean." Wen Qian sneered. "Where are my brother and Gu Ran?" "In the armory. The commander said that we were wrong in what happened today, and to make it up to you, we let you choose whatever you want.
But
don't go too far." Wen Qian was silent for a moment. "Okay, since you are so sincere, I won't empty the warehouse. I have something to talk to Mo Han about. You go find them and ask them to wait for me at the gate of the base. I'll go over after I finish talking." When Qian finished speaking, he walked straight towards Mo Han's office. Mo Han's door, but he didn't stop her when he saw her. When Qian knocked on the door and pushed it open after hearing Mo Han's voice inside. Mo Han glanced her up and down, and instead of asking about her physical condition, he spoke directly. "You're just in time. Come and take a look." When Qian walked to the desk, on which was a map of Zhongbin City, Mo Han randomly pointed to 2 locations and asked her, "Would you mind working with me again? How do we cooperate? This is a large car modification company, and this is a large pharmaceutical company. How to distribute the collected materials?" When Qian asked, Mo Han suddenly smiled. He leaned back in his chair and looked at her, asking, "Isn't it you who has the final say?" No one knew about her space except him. If she wanted to, she could just take all the supplies away first, and then tell them that someone had already taken them away. How much supplies there are. Or, in other words, there are as many supplies as Wen Qian says there are. When Qian saw that Mo Han didn't seem to be joking and heard him say, "Pick the ones you like and the remaining 50-50. Is that enough sincerity? Action time? The base will set off at 5 in the morning." When Qian lowered his eyes in thought. She had indeed not stockpiled cars before. There was a gas station in the space, so she didn't have to worry about energy problems. The 3 cars in her family might be scrapped one day. As for drugs and equipment, no one can have too much of them. She raised her eyes and looked at Mo Han. "I'll meet you at the car modification company." Okay, I'll go first. I'll give this back to you." When Qian threw the dormitory room card on the table, took his map, and hurried home. Was more than a day later than originally planned, and her parents must have been very worried. Mo Han glanced at the room card, replied "Be careful on the road," and then continued with his work without saying anything else. After when Qian left, she headed straight for the gate of the base. From a distance, she saw her brother and Gu Ran had several submachine guns hanging around their necks, and many more on their waists. Yi Xinghua stood aside, looking extremely distressed, with an expression that looked as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. which made Wen Qian laugh. Seeing Wen Qian coming, Wen Rang and the other man smiled and showed off to her proudly. Wen Rang, look, Captain Yi is in a good mood today, so he gave it to me for free.
Yinghua.
Do you think I really look like I'm in a good mood? Gu Ran, I wanted to get some more, but these are enough.
Yinghua.
Thank you for showing mercy. The bags behind the two men were filled with bullets, tens of thousands of rounds. Yi Xinghua just watched them stuffing bullets into the bag like bandits. They were not satisfied with just filling up two large bags, so they turned around and asked him if he had any luggage bags to lend them. How could Yi Xinghua dare to say yes? He quickly shook his head and dragged the two people who were still unsatisfied out of the armory. Wen Qian saw that Yi Xinghua's eyes were always looking at the guns on Wen Rang and the other man. He felt really distressed, but there was no reason to ask for something back after giving it away, so he could only feel distressed and say nothing. Wen Qian was afraid that he would cry out of pain, so she quickly changed the subject. Thank you for the gift, Captain Yi. I just met with Mo Han, and he told me that we're going to collect supplies tomorrow. Are you the one leading the team? Yi Xinghua was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's me. Okay, I'll wait for you at the car factory tomorrow. Wen Qian was about to leave when she finished speaking. Yi Xinghua looked around her in confusion and asked, Where's Xiaobai? Xiaobai is sleeping soundly in the space. It turned into a butterfly and flew away. Wen Qian lied with his eyes wide open. Don't you know how powerful my pet's mutation is? No matter where it is, as long as it wants to go home, it can go back instantly. Yinghua? He believed this? Yi Xinghua looked confused. Wen Qian held back a smile and said goodbye to him, then took Wen Rang Gu ran away. After walking out of the base, Wen Rang handed the gun to Wen Qian, who threw it into the space. Gu Ran gasped in shock as he watched those things disappear into thin air. Where is the gun? Entered my space. Wen Qian no longer hid things from him at this point. With systematic mental control, he would never betray her and would never reveal the space to outsiders. I'll take you to the space when we get home. All our belongings are in there. Gu Ran still didn't react. What space? Where is the space? Wen Qian, by the way, now all of us can put things into the space. Try it. Just think about throwing things in. Gu Ran tried it according to her instructions, and sure enough, the gun in his hand disappeared immediately. Gu Ran was shocked. He put the remaining guns and bullets in it, and suddenly understood why they could continue to live a life of luxury after the apocalypse. It turned out that it was because of this space. Although this space is good, it is also too dangerous, isn't it? If outsiders knew about it, wouldn't it lead to fatal disaster? Gu Ran realized the seriousness of the matter and remained silent. No, he had to hurry up and become stronger so that he could help at the critical moment. Wen Qian didn't know what he was thinking, so he told the two of them about tomorrow's action plan, then looked at Wen Rang. Brother, I killed Zhang Ziang today. Wen Rang was not surprised to hear this, but Gu Ran had some reaction when he heard the word Zhang. He turned his head to look at Wen Qian and said, I have something to tell you. Yi Xinghua called Gu Ran today and told him something. He said Zhang Duoduo's boyfriend was dead, the one who was beaten to death by Mo Han on the tarmac yesterday. After Zhang Duoduo found out, she cried and made a fuss all night. Everyone in the dormitory couldn't sleep because of her noise, and they finally started fighting. It has been more than a month since the end of the world, and who hasn't had a few deaths in their family? So although they sympathized with Zhang Duoduo, they were not soft-hearted enough to let her cry all night, because they still had to get up early to work tomorrow. Zhang Duoduo didn't expect that her support would be gone just like that. Chao Wen had finally joined Professor Ouying's team, and she had hoped to rise to prominence with him in the future. But the result was, if he died, who would protect her in the future? How could she survive in the base alone? After Yi Xinghua heard his subordinates report what happened in Zhang Duoduo's dormitory, he was a little worried that she would look for Gu Ran again. So he gave Gu Ran a heads up in advance, and advised him subtly that the woman was not worthy of his love at all, and asked him not to believe her again. Gu Ran would definitely not believe it again. He now felt a little sick when he heard Zhang Duoduo's name. After listening to Gu Ran's words, Wen Qian seemed to be thinking about something. Mo Han killed that witch's boyfriend. What a coincidence. The three of them chatted and killed zombies all the way back home. Of the zombies in the city was not as strong as that on the island, so for the three of them, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. They sent all the zombies' crystal cores into the space. This slowed down their return home. When they got home a few hours later, when Changning and Li Mo were already like ants on a hot pot, restless. Having not seen them for more than a week, when Changning and his wife could not sleep well every day. Especially when they didn't come back at the agreed time, I was extremely scared. When Changning didn't dare to contact them using the satellite phone, because the creatures outside were extremely sensitive to sound. He was afraid that the ringing of the phone would attract the attention of the zombies and put them in greater danger, so he could only bear with it. I didn't sleep the whole night, and waited for most of the day, and finally the person came back. The tense emotions finally relaxed, and when Changning and Li Mo's eyes were red, they turned around and wiped their tears. When Qian knew that she had made them worried, so she apologized softly. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I was delayed by something and came back late. I made you worry. Family, don't say sorry as long as you are safe. Li Mo pulled her into the house and sat on the sofa to discuss with her. Qian, can you take me and Dad with you next time you go out? We can't stay at home all the time. We also want to fight with you. Yes. When Changning nodded repeatedly, although we are old and not as capable as you, we can probably help as much as we can. It's better than staying at home and doing nothing. This kind of waiting was so unbearable that they could hardly bear it anymore. Besides, how could it make sense for parents to let their children work hard outside while they stay at home and enjoy a comfortable life? Parents should protect their children. Even if they die, they want to die next to their children. After listening to their words, when Qian was silent for a while, before going to the fishing island this time, the system had issued a mission. For every zombie killed, her combat power increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of everyone else increased by 10%. In 7 whole days, the three of them killed 8,000 zombies. Because the zombies over there were badly mutated, the speed was a bit slow. As a result, not counting her, the combat power of everyone else in the family has increased by 800%, including the little kid Gu Wanwan. As for her combat power, these data can no longer be used to calculate it. Although she did not gain power-type superpowers, Wen Qian was very sure that she was definitely not weaker than those with superpowers in terms of strength or speed. So in this case, there should be no problem taking your parents out for a walk. If they really encounter danger, they can be allowed to hide in space so that they will not get hurt. When Qian thought about this and agreed, okay, I'll take you with me. She took out 2 bottles of crystal core potion from the space and a syringe and handed them to Li Mo. Mom, you and my dad took this medicine. Li Mo didn't ask what it was. He washed his hands and disinfected them before getting the injection. Then he heard Wen Qian say again, this medicine will allow you to clearly see the zombies' fatal points. Let's go to the rooftop and try it out. Several people came to the rooftop. Li Mo and Wen Changning picked up the telescope and looked downstairs. Sure enough, they saw a glimmer of light in the zombie's brain. Wen Qian, when you go out tomorrow, just aim at that bright spot and shoot. Li Mo and Wen Changning were both nervous and excited. After more than a month, it was finally time for them to go out and face the danger. When Reng found it hard to see his parents so nervous, so he sat on the sofa and watched for a while before speaking to comfort them. Dad, Mom, you can do whatever you want when you get out. Don't be afraid. We are here for you. That's right. Gu Ran said seriously. Uncle and Aunt, I will definitely protect you. When Qian pulled them back to the living room and talked to them again. We have to go out tomorrow morning. Our mission this time is to collect supplies and zombie crystal cores. Crystal cores are what fall out of the zombie's brain after it is killed. They are spherical like pearls, some big and some small. After extraction, they can be turned into harmless medicine that can greatly improve body functions. If we are lucky enough to encounter a special zombie, it can also bring us useful skills. Wen Qian patiently explained to them the contents concerning the zombie crystal core. In fact, she didn't know much about crystal cores because she had never encountered this thing in her previous life. In the previous life, Everyone's superpowers appeared naturally, and even more than 10 years after the end of the world, no crystal cores appeared. And in this life, before going to the island, when Qian had never discovered its existence. From the information from Mo Han, they only discovered this thing in recent days. When Rang and others listened to her explanation carefully, and then when Qian told Li Mo and the others. After you pick up the crystal cores, just use your mind to put them into the space. Now all of us can put items into the space anytime and anywhere, without restrictions. You can try it. Li Mo and Wen Chongning couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw her mention space directly in front of Gu Ran. But on second thought, they have been working side by side outside, so it is only a matter of time before they know this. Since when Qian chose to tell Gu Ran, she must have her own confidence and plan. This made them feel at ease, and they didn't say anything. Li Mo tried to put the tissue on the table into the space, while Wen Chongning threw a bottle of mineral water into it. Both of them succeeded smoothly, and were a little excited. Wen Qian, tomorrow we will be joined by some people from the Bincheng base. They are acquaintances, but we must be vigilant because they don't know about space. Everyone nodded like a woodpecker. They all knew how important the space was. It was related to Wen Qian's life safety, and must not be known to others. We are going to a car modification company and a pharmaceutical factory. I plan to arrive at the car factory half an hour in advance. Everyone should put their favorite cars into the space first, and then decorate them casually after they arrive. As for the pharmaceutical company, Mom, you have to see which ones we are most likely to need in the future. We will take what we need first and then split the rest with them 50-50. This operation is a sure win, but Wen Qian is a little worried about what will happen to little Gu Wanwan. Is only 3 years old, and we cannot take her out to take risks. Although it is possible to enter the space, the time spent in it is limited. Wen Qian is afraid that there will be emergencies in the future, so this time must be reserved. Wen Qian told Gu Ren all the factors and asked for his opinion. Gu Ren thought for a moment and said, "Leave her at home. I will talk to her." Gu Wanwan was sleeping in the room at this moment. Gu Ren came in and woke her up. Gu Wanwan looked at him with sleepy eyes and soon woke up. "Brother." She threw herself into Gu Ran's arms, feeling a little aggrieved. "Why did you come back just now? I missed you so much." "Brother misses you too." Gu Ren kissed her forehead and coaxed her. Sister Wen Qian said, "She wants to take us somewhere to play. Shall we go out and look for her?" The child's attention was immediately diverted, and Gu Wanwan jumped up and cheered. "Okay, I want to go play." Wen Qian was about to take them into the space to familiarize them with the environment, but when she remembered Xiaobai, who was sleeping inside, she quickly reminded him. "Dad, Mom, Wanwan, Xiaobai has changed a little bit recently. Don't be scared when you see him later." Wen Chongning agreed with a smile, thinking how much could a cat change? But the next second he entered the space, and he was dumbfounded. "This is called a little bit big?" Xiaobai has woken up. He just finished pooping and burying his. He is sitting there with his legs stretched out and licking his. Several scoopers and a few puppies suddenly appeared. Xiaobai heard the noise and looked up. He saw them staring at his motionlessly. He lay back on the ground silently and was surrounded by 4 puppies. Wen Chongning never expected that he would see a cat weighing more than 50 kilograms in his lifetime. He walked closer and saw that Xiaobai's claws were as big as a human fist. It has long white fur and 1 yellow eye and 1 red eye. As its body grows bigger, it looks more and more like a mutated white lion. When it saw Wen Chongning approaching, it nudged his legs lazily and almost knocked Wen Chongning down. Gu Wanwan hid behind Gu Ran, leaning her head to look at Xiaobai, feeling a little scared. "Brother, it's so big. Will it eat me in 1 bite?" "Of course not. Xiaobai only eats the bad zombies outside." Gu Ran picked up his sister and looked around. He didn't expect the space to be so large. It was already the size of a small village. In addition to a huge villa, there are fish ponds, fields, orchards, and a lot of livestock. Gu Ran was so surprised that he was speechless. Wen Qian didn't want to waste his and Gu Wanwan's time in the space, so he quickly took him into the villa, arranged a guest room for them, and let them take a shower and change clothes. when Changning and Li Mo hadn't entered the space for more than a week. Seeing that the crops and vegetables they planted had matured, when Changning instantly became full of energy again. The group stayed in the space for half an hour, and finally everyone left with a few plates in their hands, ready to eat. Xiaobai and the 4 dogs stayed in the space to have fun. When Qian had been craving for hot pot for many days. Her mouth was watering as she looked at the tripe: duck intestines, duck throat, duck blood, duck brains, crispy pork, beef and mutton rolls, potato chips, lotus root slices, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, Chinese chrysanthemum, baby cabbage, lettuce, yam, and wide noodles on the table. The hot pot base is still half spicy and half tomato because Li Mo and Gu Wanwan can't eat spicy food. After eating and drinking, everyone cleaned up the dishes together and started chatting on the rooftop. The temperature outside is now almost 60 degrees. The water level that rose due to the heavy rain has gradually receded, bringing with it the spread of viruses and diseases. All the windows in the house were installed with diamond mesh. Wen Qian looked at the 2-centimeter-long mosquitoes outside the window. They seem to be very sensitive to the smell of humans. There are basically only a few people left in our community. Li Mo frowned slightly and spoke softly. Because the young and strong had all been taken away by the base, the old, weak, and sick were left at home. Without sufficient food and due to the extreme weather, they soon lost their lives. In fact, the base's approach is correct. Because resources are limited, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled have little labor output. Wasting food on them will not bring any hope. Anyone would choose to be with those who have a better chance of survival. Li Mo watched as more and more zombies appeared in the community every day. Some of them were floating in the water, and some were wandering in the corridors. They were all once familiar neighbors, and Li Mo felt a little uncomfortable to see them become like this. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she didn't want to go and help those who survived. She is not a savior, nor does she have such great power. She only wants her family to be safe and sound, and the lives of others have nothing to do with her. Listening to Li Mo's words, Wen Qian pondered for a while and said, "Dad, Mom, take another half an hour's rest. I'll take you downstairs to kill the zombies." Their community is built on a mountain. Due to the terrain, part of the accumulated water in the community is evaporated by the high temperature, and the remaining part flows down the mountain to other places. Wen Qian planned to clear out all the zombies in the community. In this way, as long as the only entrance to the community was guarded, the community would become a safe area. Wen Qian told everyone his thoughts. After clearing out all the zombies, I will use the community as my base. Base?
Li Montag was puzzled.
Doesn't Bincheng already have a base? Wen Qian, that's the official base. There will probably be a dozen or so bases of varying sizes appearing in the city in the future. Wen Changning was a little worried. So we have to cooperate with others? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Wen Qian, we are too few in number. If we have conflicts with other bases in the future, it will be difficult to deal with. Excluding the 3-year-old child, even if her parents were included, there were only 5 of them now. In terms of personal combat power, Wen Qian was not afraid of anyone. But what if tens of thousands of people came to attack them with guns and artillery? With the enemy having the advantage in numbers and sufficient artillery shells, they are now in a very difficult situation to fight back, and the only option is to escape. Wen Qian. Actually, we don't need too many people. 100 people like Gu Rand will be enough. Let these 100 people live in the community. If their loyalty can reach never betray under the monitoring of the system, then she can even let them all enter the space. By then, she will be a team by herself. At the critical moment, she will release 100 people from the space, perform a magic trick on them, and scare those rascals to death. When Reng thought for a moment and asked, "Have you ever thought about cooperating with Emohan?" Wen Qian had mentioned the idea of building a base to Wen Reng before, but he hadn't mentioned it for some time. In addition, Emohan had a good attitude, so he thought his sister was willing to cooperate. We have been cooperating with him, haven't we? But it is impossible for us to return to his base to do things. Wen Qian thought of everything that happened in his previous life, and a murderous aura unconsciously emanated from him. Her brother was killed by people from the base in his previous life, so when Qian first met the people from the base, she didn't have any good feelings towards them. If it weren't for Mo Han, I wouldn't choose to cooperate with them. Speaking of this Mo Han, I think he is just a bug-like existence. When Qian talked about his doubts, he told me before that his special ability is mind-reading, but if he only has the ability to read minds, how could he have climbed to the position of executive officer of the base? Another thing is that I doubt his ability to read people's minds. Although sometimes he does know that I am cursing him in my heart. He is a mysterious person, and the biggest problem now is his attitude. Don't you think he is too nice to us? You can even say that he will grant us whatever we ask for. A base executive officer is so close to our team of only 3 people. But like I said just now, this is why I think he is a bug. I don't feel any hostility towards us from him, which is unscientific. Killed a combatant the first time he went to the official base, although he was forced to do so at the time. No matter what, they are Mo Han's men. Normally speaking, he should have the same attitude as Yi Xinghua. How many days had Yi Xinghua treated her coldly because she killed his people? It was only when she saved their lives at the fishing island that his attitude softened. But Mo Han is not. From the beginning, his attitude was friendly. Who would be nice to you for no reason? When Qian thought that Mo Han might be treating her as a warehouse, he knew she had space and supplies, so he treated her well. If he needed it in the future, he would kill her and take the supplies. After what happened to Zhang Ziang, when Qian could be sure that space could be taken away by others, and even other supernatural powers were the same. But the system had notified her before. What did it say at that time? It is said that because of her special situation, all her superpowers are tied to her identity and cannot be taken away. So from now on, she will be the only one who can grab other people's share, and no one else can grab hers. Her situation is special? Why is it special? Because she was reborn and suffered a lot in her previous life, so she should be treated better this time? When Rang and the others listened to her words carefully and looked at each other. Li Mo and Wen Chongning had never seen the man named Mo Han, so they could not express any opinions. It was Gu Ran who raised his hand silently. Well, I thought of a possibility. Gu Ran met the gazes of several people, feeling a little nervous. He licked his dry lips and whispered, "Is it possible that Mo Han likes you, so he agrees to your every request?"
Wen Kia, o ponto zero, Wen Ram 0.0. Li Montag, Wen Chengning.
When Qian took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat someone up. "I'll give you a chance, give me an answer again." "No, you've never been in a relationship, so you don't understand. We men will respond to any request from the girls we like. So you saying that the CEO of Binching Base is a love brain person?" When Qian rolled her eyes to the sky. "If I were Mo Han, I'd kick you away right now. And more." When Qian raised his hand and poked Gu Ran's shoulder with his finger. "Not all men are like you. What you did to Zhang Duo is not called acquiescence, that's called being a bootlicker. If you dare to use the supplies you exchanged for your life to lick others easily in the future, I will chop off your hand. Do you hear me?" Gu Ran was shaken by her and nodded quickly. "I heard it." When Qian glared at him fiercely again. "In short, we need territory and teammates now. But we can't rush to find people, otherwise it will easily cause problems. People's hearts are not united, and we can't accept all the monsters and demons." After the few people finished chatting, when Qian entered the space and began to pack up his belongings, selling them to the system in exchange for mall coins, and then exchanged them for 2 sets of constant temperature combat suits for Li Mo and Wen Chongning. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, Li Mo and the others couldn't help but feel nervous when they really had to go out to kill zombies. When Qian walked in front, Li Mo and Wen Chongning were in the middle, and when Rang and Gu Ran followed behind. A group of 5 people staggered down the corridor and searched every floor. When they encountered zombies, they were by Wen Qian before they could rush up to bite them. Wen Qian was holding a bundle of electrical wires in his hand, and he grabbed a zombie very skillfully, leaving Li Mo and Wen Chongning stunned.
So,
Is this operation still possible? From the 30th floor to the 1st floor, Wen Qian captured 16 living zombies. These zombies were by her, and she carried the electric wire like walking a dog, kicking the zombies all the way down. As long as they rushed over, they would be kicked. After repeating this kicking for more than 10 times, the zombies would either have broken legs or arms. The most pitiful one had its head pulled out by Wenqian with her bare hands, which made the remaining zombies so scared that they dared not attack her anymore. They walked out of the unit door smoothly. This was the first time Li Mo and his friend went out after the apocalypse. Although they were wearing the constant temperature suits given by Wenqian, the oncoming hot air still hit their faces, making them feel their skin burning instantly. The zombies active downstairs smelled the human scent from afar and gathered here. But because the distance is a bit far, and the zombies are distributed in different locations, the order of arrival is also different. Wenqian would capture those he could, and for those he couldn't capture, he would let Li Mo and Wen Chongning try to kill them by shooting them in the head. Several people waited at the door of the unit like they were waiting for something to happen. In just over half an hour, Wenqian had captured more than 70 living zombies. They were tied together by Wenqian. Each of them opened their mouths wide as if trying to bite people, and some even bit the zombies next to them when they were anxious. Dad, Mom, practice shooting at the spots of light above their heads. Wenqian dragged the zombie to a location several dozen meters away and asked Gu Ran to watch the zombie, while Wen Rang taught his parents how to shoot. As for Wenqian, he continued to search other apartment buildings and catch zombies. Li Mo and Wen Chongning have never touched a gun before, so they need to practice more. Wenqian planned to let her parents practice shooting with these dead targets today to get familiar with the feeling of shooting. Then when they go out tomorrow, they will only have moving zombie targets. The community is a bit large, but it only has 6 buildings, and the remaining 19% is green space. The more Wenqian looked at it, the more he felt it was suitable to be used as a base, because all this space could be used for farming in the future. It took them several hours to clear out all the zombies in the community. When the last one was killed, Wenqian heard the voice of the system.
Ding.
All zombies in the area have been cleared out and automatically divided into the host's defense space. The defense space range is expanded, and the automatic defense achievement is unlocked. The 2 notifications, Wenqian and the others, were stunned. Because the outer walls of the community have all changed, they have become 5 meters high and have electric grids on them. Even the door of the only exit had changed its appearance, becoming a professional explosion-proof grade, just like the door of Wenqian's house. Wenqian really didn't expect there would be such a reward. In this way, this community has completely become a base, and it looks very safe. But the system brought her more surprises than that. 1 minute later, the system voice sounded again. 50 people have been detected alive in the defensive space. The basic requirements for establishing a base have been met. The base system is activated. 50 people will automatically become ordinary members of the base, unlocking the base's primary prosperity achievement and rewarding the base's defense system upgrade. As soon as the system finished speaking, several steel bars appeared in the courtyard of the community. Above the steel bars was explosion-proof glass that covered the entire community. These glasses formed a roof in the community garden. Wenqian smiled when he thought of the acid rain in the future. Wen Rang and the others were extremely shocked. Gu Ran even couldn't help but say many times to express his excitement. In the community also noticed the series of changes and looked down through the windows. Some even came downstairs to look for Wenqian and the others. Just when Wenqian thought that today's surprise was over, the system sent another notification. It has been detected that the loyalty of 3 members of the base is below 80. The system has automatically cleared them. The loyalty of the remaining members has been forcibly raised to 19. Wenqian smiled slightly and praised, "What a sensible system." Wenqian walked to the nearest steel bar to check its quality. The steel bar was as thick as a man's wrist and looked very strong. She stretched out her hand and shook it again, but it didn't move at all. This way, she would be able to withstand a typhoon in the future. It was not a shoddy project. Wenqian was very satisfied and praised the system in his heart. Why are there words on it? Wen Rang was also checking the quality of the project when he suddenly discovered the word Chan, shallow, engraved on the lower part of a steel bar. Seeing this, Several people went to check the others and found that all of them had this word on them. Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, then thought of a possibility. This steel bar, couldn't it be produced in her space? Because it's hers, it has her name on it? That really is the wool coming from the sheep, not a single bit of it was wasted. They were discussing, some surviving neighbors in the community appeared in their sight. More than a month of water, electricity and food shortages has left them in a miserable state like refugees, even if they manage to survive. Because of extreme hunger and physical weakness, they even had difficulty walking. They chose to go downstairs because they were forced to do so. They looked at the zombie corpses on the ground with horror and looked around vigilantly, fearing that more zombies would attack. He walked and stopped like this until he came in front of Wen Qian, and without saying a word, he knelt on the ground. Wen Qian is very capable, and everyone in the community knows about this. She was killing zombies everywhere at the beginning of the apocalypse. Now, more than a month has passed, and she is still alive and well. Even her family lives a comfortable life and is not affected by the apocalypse at all. Compared with the Wen family, they are not even alive. The leading man knelt in front of Wen Qian, kowtowed to her again and again, and spoke in a trembling voice with a tearful tone. "Please, save us." Wen Qian still remembered him because she and Wen Rang had led a group of people to the supermarket to look for supplies before, and this man was one of them.
"Get up and talk."
Wen Qian raised her hand to support him and at the same time glanced at the people behind him. They all had pale faces, chapped lips, and were so thin that they were unrecognizable. "Why didn't you go to the official base?" Wen Qian asked softly. "Given your age, there shouldn't be any problem." The man burst into tears. "My wife and I are both qualified, but I have elderly parents and young children. My youngest daughter is only 2 years old and has congenital heart disease. We don't meet the base's requirements, so we didn't go." The man's wife knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Wen Qian. She spoke as she kowtowed. "Wen Qian, I know your family is very powerful. I beg you, please save my daughter. I will work like a cow or a horse to repay you. She is only 2 years old. She doesn't know anything. Her life shouldn't end like this." The woman was in tears. The hunger for days and the emotional excitement made her suddenly feel dizzy, and she lost consciousness. Li Mo hurried forward to check and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that her life was not in danger. Wen Qian frowned. "If you want me to help you, stand up, don't kneel on the ground." When several people heard this, they were stunned because they didn't hold out much hope. "I don't know how long this terrible situation will last. It is difficult for people to even protect themselves, let alone save others." Wen Qian looked at the information above their heads. The system had automatically marked the identities of these people for her, including their loyalty. Some of the people in front of them were under the system's mental control, while others were really desperate. So when Wen Qian, who was like a savior, spoke and said he would help them, their loyalty soared to 100. She is their only hope. As long as she saves them, they will do anything. They will never betray her, and they dare not betray her. Wen Qian was silent for a few seconds, then said, "You guys go home and wait. I'll bring the supplies to your door later. After you've filled your stomachs, you can pack your luggage and move to Building 2. 2 is right next to Building 1 where Wen Qian lives. There aren't many people in the neighborhood right now, so you can choose any room you want. I'll open the door for you in advance." After Wen Qian finished speaking, they all cried until they couldn't breathe. Without her, they really couldn't have survived. Wen Qian was not in the residential area a few days ago and did not know that 3 people had chosen to jump off the building and end their lives because they could not bear the shock and hunger. This Doomsday didn't even want to let them live, luckily. Luckily, Wen Qian was willing to save them. Wen Qian asked them to go back and rest, and asked Gu Ran to help send the unconscious woman back. Soon other neighbors came running down and asked Wen Qian for help. After meeting this group of survivors, Wen Qian found that things were not as bad as she had imagined. She originally thought that the remaining ones must be those with little labor force, but this was not the case. 47 survivors are from 20 families in total. Among them, only 7 are over 70 years old. The remaining are 20 children under 10 years old and 20 middle-aged and young people. This population structure was within her acceptable range, and she did not expect them to follow her out to do things. They just wanted them to grow vegetables in the base. When Qian took out some rice, flour, oil, grains, and vegetables from the space, divided them into 20 portions, and sent them to these people, then informed them to move to Building 2 tomorrow and wait for his notification later. After finishing all these things and returning home, the coolness in the house made Wen Qian feel better. When the system upgraded the community's defenses, she was still wondering whether it would turn the entire community into a constant temperature space. But no, it seems it is not good for everyone. Tomorrow, so after chatting for a while, we washed up and rested. 3:30 in the morning of the next day, when Qian, her parents, when Rang and Gu Ran went out on time and headed to the car company. Because some places were flooded and could be driven, their speed was relatively fast. It took less than an hour and a half to reach the destination. Wen Qian looked at the 3-story building built on the mountain and felt a little excited. It is impossible that such a good place has not been discovered by anyone. If the things inside have not been taken away by others, there is only one reason, that is, there are too many zombies at the foot of the mountain. Bincheng is not a big place, but it has a lot of people. There are densely packed office buildings and residential areas everywhere, which leads to zombies being everywhere. When Chongning and Li Mo looked at the hundreds of zombies rushing towards them, and their faces turned pale with fear. Wen Qian looked back at them and smiled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, I'll lead the zombies away, brother. You drive in first." After saying that, she opened the car door, jumped out, and activated the attract fire skill. When Wen Chongning and Li Mo saw the zombies running towards their daughter, they were so scared that their hearts skipped a beat, and their first reaction was to get out of the car. When Rang quickly stopped the man, started the car, and rushed inside. "Dad, Mom, Qian is fine. This is her combat skill. We have 3 minutes, don't waste it. Go in and wait for her." The zombies didn't react when they heard the roar of the car's engine and went straight towards Wen Qian. When Rang drove smoothly into the modification company compound, parked the car, and hurried into the building with his parents. 3 minutes, not too long nor too short, was enough for them to find a relatively safe room. On the 3rd floor, several people looked out through the window and found that the number of zombies nearby was far more than they had imagined. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had only seen the 100 or 200 zombies in front of them just now, but now, looking at the zombies swarming like ants below, their hearts almost stopped beating, and they hurriedly looked around for Wen Qian. Wen Qian was walking the nearby zombies like she was walking a dog. Because she had added too much speed value on the fishing island before, the zombies couldn't even accurately lock onto her position, let alone catch her. Using up 3 minutes, Wen Qian made perfect use of the next minute when the zombies ignored him and returned to Li Mo and the others. He also killed another wave of zombies on the way to increase his speed. When Wen Chongning and Li Mo saw her return safe and sound, they felt relieved and realized how capable their daughter was. In the building, they should all be the people who had worked here before. When Wen Qian came back, half of them had been killed by Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Wen Qian worked with them to clean up the rest. After picking up the crystal cores, the group began to wander around the building. This car modification company is 3 stories high. As it was originally built on a mountain, the previous floods did not affect this place. Wen Qian looked around for a while and soon found something useful in a warehouse. When Rang followed behind her, and their goal was the same. He said with a smile, this trip was really not in vain. A military-grade Hummer modified RV and a Mercedes-Benz Arox off-road RV occupied the entire warehouse. Wen Qian and his brother smiled at each other, then walked over and started looking at the car. With the Mercedes-Benz, which weighs more than 14 tons, the Hummer looks much smaller. It looks like a land tank, with an imposing appearance, but a comfortable and warm interior. The living room is equipped with booths, dining tables, and TVs, while the kitchen area is also fully equipped with stoves, refrigerators, and dishwashers. The bathroom area is separated into wet and dry areas, which can fully meet daily needs. Other living facilities, including washing machines, storage boxes, beds, etc., are all the best brands on the market. Next to it is an even more important treasure. This car costs more than 10 million yuan. One of its wheels is as high as a person's chest, and the car logo is bigger than a person's face. 8-wheel drive power, an 800L fuel tank, and 12 1320W solar panels on the roof. It can have sufficient escape capability on dangerous roads such as ice and snow, deserts, and tunnels. There is a separate double bedroom at the front of the vehicle, a bathroom in the front middle, a kitchen, wardrobe, and double-door refrigerator in the middle, and a tatami reception area at the rear, so there is no need to worry about lack of space. The living room is equipped with a liftable TV, a wine cabinet, and a coffee machine. It is like a mobile small apartment. Not to mention, the entire vehicle is equipped with imported marine-grade sunshades, mosquito nets, aluminum alloy automatic stairs, outdoor lighting, imported fully automatic water pumps, outdoor water interfaces, outdoor showers, reversing images, 8-way monitoring system cameras, waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, and other functional equipment. With this car, even if we can no longer live in our home in the future, it will be no problem for our family to drive it around and live outside for a few years. Wen Qian decided to take the 2 RVs without hesitation. They walked around the inside and outside of the RVs, the first and second floors several times, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Everyone sat together, eating breakfast leisurely, and discussing the difference between driving an RV and a normal car. Because no one had ever driven such a heavy vehicle before, it was definitely a bit difficult to get used to it. But when Qian thought about it and realized that there was so much open space in the space, so they could just go in and practice whenever they wanted. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about fuel consumption. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and finally, a commotion was heard in the distance. When Qian leaned on the windowsill and looked back outside, it was Yi Xinghua who brought people here. This time they also brought a few guys along. All equipped with weapons and with guns and cannons clearing the way, they finally arrived at their destination successfully. Was parked in the yard, and everyone retreated into the building while shooting with guns in hand. But there were still too many zombies pouring over, and just like on the fishing island, many zombies' heads were shot into sieves, but they were still alive. Seeing that the other party was having difficulty retreating, when Qian released Xiaobai from the space. Xiaobai jumped out of the window, fully understanding Wen Qian's meaning. He made various provocations in the zombie group to attract firepower, helping Yi Xinghua and his group to escape successfully. Then he returned to them with his tail held high and a ruthless pace. When Yi Xinghua saw the zombie corpses outside, he knew that Wen Qian had arrived. But after entering the building, he saw the 2 unfamiliar faces of Wen Chongning and Li Mo, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Wen Qian introduced, "These are my parents. They were bored at home, so I brought them out to get some fresh air and practice shooting." Yi Xinghua and others were shocked. Look at her relaxed tone. If you don't know her, you'd think she was out traveling or hunting. Although they were shocked, they still greeted Wen Chongning and the other 2 obediently. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Everyone spoke in unison, their voices so loud that Wen Chongning shivered. He looked at the people in front of him. They were all about the same age as a son and daughter. The youngest was in their teens, and the oldest was only about 30 years old. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. It is so hard for them to be children at home and be spoiled by their parents, but now they have to go out and collect supplies to save others. When Qian threw each of them a bottle of well water drawn from the space, and everyone drank while taking inventory of the supplies in the building. When Qian had already found the car keys in advance. After a round, he asked Yi Xinghua, "How do we divide them? You pick first and we'll take the rest." Yi Xinghua had a very good attitude. He was mentally prepared that Wen Qian, the bandit leader, would leave them only 1 car. But he didn't expect that his attitude was good, but Wen Qian's attitude was even better. She actually only asked for a 7-seater commercial vehicle. Yi Xinghua was so frightened that he couldn't speak, and everyone else around him was silent as well. Just like that, everyone was quiet for a moment, and Yi Xinghua walked to Wen Rang and spoke in a low voice. "Is your sister feeling unwell today? If she has a fever, Our action plan can be postponed.
Wen rang?
He looked at his sister speechlessly, and she shrugged her shoulders with an innocent expression. When rang, she doesn't have a fever. She just suddenly feels that you guys are having a hard time and wants to be nicer to you.
Ye vin kua.
The female Yama was so kind-hearted that he almost cried. They found a total of more than 20 vehicles here, most of which were 7-seater commercial vehicles, and the remaining 5 12-seater Toyota Coaster passenger cars, 3 sports cars, and 3 large trucks. Wen Qian's intuition told him that the 3 sports cars and the large truck should belong to the same group of people, because only the second-generation rich who have too much money to spend would buy such supercars with a starting price of tens of millions. Ferrari, Bugatti, Hennessy, each one is a global limited edition and the total price is more than 80 million. As for the 3 large trucks, it was obvious that they were sent here for fun. The front of one of the cars has been changed into a big skeleton, and the interior of the car is probably going to be changed into a motorhome or something like that, but the work has not started yet, so the car body still retains its original appearance. Yi Xinghua thought about it seriously, then asked Wen Qian in a negotiating tone. 3 sports cars, a 7-seater business car, a 12-seater minivan, and a large truck for you, and the rest will belong to us, okay? Wen Qian, didn't I say I only wanted one? Yi Xinghua, you still want it, otherwise I'm scared.
Okay then.
I'll do as you say. Wen Qian didn't waste time with him. Yi Xinghua brought more than 30 people with him this time, all of whom could drive. In the end, they were simply divided into several groups, with a few people in each car, and drove to the next pharmaceutical company. As for Wen Qian's 3 sports cars, because the chassis were too low, it was difficult for them to pass through many places, so everyone was a little embarrassed for a while. Wen Qian looked relaxed. Just leave it here first. I'll come back to get it later when I'm free. It's useless to drive it back, now anyway. There was really no other way but to do this, so the group searched the modification company carefully again, and after making sure that there were no other supplies, they set off for their next destination. Wen Qian took advantage of the fact that Yi Xinghua and the others were walking in front while she was following behind to throw the sports car into the space, and followed them away as if nothing had happened. Because the main purpose of this trip is to collect supplies, so when facing zombies, they will avoid fighting if possible, and do not want to waste time on the road. At the base have fallen ill, most of them suffering from symptoms such as cough, fever, and diarrhea, and require a lot of medication. When Yi Xinghua and his team came here, they drove 4 heavy trucks, and with these they got from the modification company. It was basically enough. If the pharmaceutical factory has extra drugs that cannot be stored, they will contact the base to send a helicopter over. Wen Qian and 4 others drove the Mercedes-Benz 7-seater commercial vehicle. When Rang was driving, Wen Qian sat in the passenger seat, Li Mo and Wen Chongning were in the middle, and Gu Ran sat in the back. Their car was sandwiched in Yi Xinghua's convoy, with tanks escorting it from all sides. For a moment, Wen Qian was so idle that he had nothing to do. The sound of machine gun shells never stopped along the way. Although many zombies died, there were even more zombies attracted by the sound. Wen Qian looked at the large group of zombies following the convoy behind the car, like chicks looking for their mother hen, and felt a little worried. I don't know whether Yi Xinghua and the others have enough ammunition belts. If they run out of bullets while fighting, she will be the one who suffers. With all these zombies, she couldn't kill them all even if she worked herself to death today. Fortunately, this group of people were reliable and they arrived at the pharmaceutical company safely. There were still many zombies in the factory. Everyone parked their cars and ran into the building. After closing the security door, they began to clear the zombies in the building. Although Wen Chongning and Li Mo were out for the first time and couldn't help much, they didn't hold back either. Wen Qian went to the fishing island a few days ago. They exercise seriously at home every day, so their physical fitness has improved a lot now. They followed the large group throughout the whole run without falling behind. When Wen Qian and the others started killing zombies, they first found a safe room, hid inside, opened a window, and took out their guns to work. With Wen Qian and others guarding outside the door, there is no need to worry about zombies rushing into the house. Under the high temperature, the flesh of the zombies began to rot. Some were even covered with maggots, and some had their stomachs hollowed out with a big hole, but they were still alive. Wen Chongning had watched too many zombie movies before, so now that he was face to face with these ghost creatures, he couldn't help but feel panic and nausea. He and Li Mo fought slowly, but because they had been injected with crystal core potion before, they could accurately lock onto the zombies' fatal points. So compared to Yi Xinghua and others who were confused and shooting everywhere, they basically did not waste any bullets. Yi Xinghua and his group soon discovered this and were shocked. But they thought about it again. It made sense. If their parents weren't strong, how could they give birth to a daughter like Wen Qian? They soon calmed down. Li Mo was firing a gun and killing zombies when her body suddenly froze. Her ears were always sharp and she seemed to have heard something in the house. When Chongning sensed something was wrong with her and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mo didn't reply, but slowly turned his head to look behind him. She scanned the room, her eyes finally landing on a row of cabinets. Movement in there. Li Mo quickly called Wen Qian over and told her about it. Wen Qian frowned and immediately hid the two of them behind her, staring at the cabinet. It was a row of low cabinets that adults couldn't fit into at all. Wen Qian thought of the little zombie she met on the fishing island last time. Could she meet another one? Let me see which naughty kid is playing hide and seek with me again. Wen Qian's voice was cheerful. She walked to the low cabinet, bent down, and opened the doors one by one.
Soon only the last one was left.
The closer you are, the clearer you can hear. Wen Qian was sure that there was something inside, and she was prepared to be pounced upon by the little zombies. But when she opened the cabinet door and raised her gun, what she saw was a dying little boy. No one knew how long the child had been hiding in there. After seeing Wen Qian, he was so scared that he cried at first. Later, when he found out that she was not a zombie but a human, he went to see her cautiously, trembling all over. Wen Qian noticed that his thin arms were covered with teeth marks. They must have been caused by him biting himself when he was scared in order to avoid shouting. She reached out and carried the person out, and when she turned around, she found that Yi Xinghua and the others had all come into the house. Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran entered the house one after another. Yi Xinghua and others thought that something had happened to their uncle and aunt, so they hurried over. Outside the house were howling and on the door. Wen Qian carried the child to the sofa and then found a lot of food packaging bags in the corner. She glanced around the room and belatedly noticed the name tag on the table. This is the office of the chairman of the pharmaceutical company. There is a family photo on the table. The little boy who was smiling happily in the photo was now lying next to her, almost lifeless. Wen Qian had just seen his parents, who had turned into two cold corpses, lying outside the door of this room. They committed suicide. One of the woman's arms had been torn off by zombies, and the man's legs had been gnawed by zombies until the bones were exposed. The two were probably afraid that they would become monsters like them after being infected, so they simply chose to end their lives in this way. Wen Qian stared at the boy in silence. The boy looked only about 5 or 6 years old. He hadn't eaten proper food for many days, so he was so weak that he could hardly open his eyes. He seemed to sense that he was about to die, so he spoke with great effort and in a very low voice to Wen Qian. "Sister, I am dying. I will give it to you to eat." Wen Qian watched his hand move, then slowly spread out his palm, revealing a chocolate biscuit in it. The temperature was too high, and he had been holding the cookie in his hand, so the chocolate on it had melted and turned it into a dirty mess. This was his last ration. He had already taken a bite and was reluctant to eat the rest, fearing that there would be nothing left after he finished it. But now he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. He no longer had the strength to raise his hands to put food into his mouth, and he could hardly even speak. This sister is so beautiful. The little boy thought, she must be hungry too, right? Then give her this cookie, since you are dying soon anyway. Children should be very unfamiliar with death. He didn't understand what death was, but he saw his parents die in front of him. Thinking of his parents' departure, his tears began to fall again. Li Mo and others stood aside, their eyes red. Even though they had seen too many deaths and lives, they could not help but be moved when they saw such a scene again. Only Wen Qian's expression remained unchanged. She just looked at the boy silently, at the small piece of cookie in his hand. Just when everyone thought she would remain indifferent, when Qian squatted down, took the biscuit, and put it in her mouth. She didn't mind the dirtiness. She chewed it slowly to savor its flavor, then touched the boy's head and spoke gently. "Thank you for the gift.
You won't die.
I will take you home." After swallowing the biscuits, when Qian stood up and looked at Liemo, then took out a bottle of well water from the backpack behind him and handed it to her. "Mom, you take care of him, I'll be back soon." Then he went to see Gu Ran and Wen Rang. "You stay here and guard." After when Qian finished speaking, he put on his goggles and mask and walked towards the door. Dozens of zombies gathered outside the door, on it non-stop. Just when the door was about to be knocked open, someone unexpectedly opened it from the inside. The zombies instantly lost their balance and rushed forward. When Qian kicked them away and walked out with a knife in hand, she activated the skill of attracting fire and led the zombies to the distant hall. When Yi Xinghua and the others saw that the zombies were chasing her, they quickly chased after them. Then they saw her fighting against hundreds of zombies alone. She had cold eyes and a murderous aura as she wandered among the zombies. Dust flew and blood splattered. When Qian looked at the monsters in front of him who were once human beings, who once had living bodies, who had experienced love and hate, family ties, joys and sorrows, but who have now become zombies. Emotions were surging in his heart. Today, no zombie can walk out of here alive. They couldn't find their way home, so she came to help them find their way home. As time passed, more and more bodies fell to the ground. When Wen Qian dealt with the last one, her arms felt a little numb. His body, when Qian stepped on the pile of corpses with one foot, threw down his tang sword, took off his goggles, and looked back at Yi Xinghua and others who were already exhausted. Although they were in a mess, they were still alive. And just now during the battle, when Qian discovered that there were people with special abilities among them. There are two people who should have just awakened combat abilities. One of them was caught by a zombie and was about to be bitten to death. His body suddenly turned into a ball of water. The water drops scattered on the ground and soon gathered together to form a human shape. This kind of water-based ability was the first time when Qian had seen it, and it was quite interesting. There was another person from the plant type who controlled the branches and vines to tie up several waves of zombies, but because his strength was not strong enough, the zombies soon broke free. When Qian knew both of them, the one from the water department was Yi Xinghua, and the one from the plant department was Lin Yan, who always liked to call her goddess. When Qian felt a little itchy and walked over to poach people, "Is Mo Han usually nice to you?" She suddenly asked this, and Yi Xinghua and the others were stunned. Before they could react and answer, they heard Wen Qian say it again. "Why don't you come to my place? I promise you'll have 3 dishes and 1 soup with meat for every meal, and the single dormitory will be warm in winter and cool in summer."
Yevinkua.
Are you trying to poach us now? Yeah, isn't it obvious enough? If I wasn't afraid that Mo Han would come after me, I would have thrown a bucket of dirty water on him, said some bad things about him, and then brainwashed you. But by the way, when did you awaken your superpowers? When Qian knew that they would never agree, so she simply changed the subject and tried to get some information. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan looked at each other and knew that they couldn't keep this secret. They were all life-saving skills that would be used sooner or later, so they replied happily. Yi Xinghua, it just happened suddenly in the last 2 days. Lin Yan, me too, when I woke up this morning I thought I was still half asleep. The two were talking. Ji Fan came over from behind them. He is Wen Ranks Jr., and Wen Qian has a deep impression of him. Goddess, I also have superpowers. He lowered his voice and whispered to Wen Qian, I'm amazing. I have space. He finished speaking, he took out a piece of candy from the space and handed it to Wen Qian with a smile. Here you go. I stole it from Lin Yan's pocket yesterday. Lin Yan, I'll just say you took it.
You didn't admit it at the time.
The fight between the two was so childish that it was unbearable to watch. Wen Qian. Forget it, they're a bunch of idiots. If I dig them over, I will have to worry about them. It's better not to come. However, Wen Qian didn't expect that they were so defenseless towards her and actually told her everything. She sighed and asked everyone to go to the warehouse and workshop to find medicine. The pharmaceutical company was not particularly large, but it still found several thousand boxes of medicines.
Wen Qian didn't cheat them this time.
She already had a large amount of medicine in her space, enough so she asked for some that she didn't have. The children who survived in the community all had congenital diseases, some had heart disease, and some had asthma. She had not stockpiled these medicines before, so she mainly wanted these this time. After everyone distributed the medicine, they looked outside the building. Inside had been cleared out, but there are still many outside. So Wen Qian and Yi Xinghua went out first and drove 2 cars into the warehouse, while the others provided fire support. After the 2 cars were full, they would bring in other vehicles. It was done again, and finally all the medicines were moved into the car. Completed the mission and prepared to go home. She watched them get in the car and leave, then looked dimly toward a factory building a few dozen meters away. For some reason, she suddenly had a feeling that something was staring at her. Xiaobai was at Wen Qian's feet and seemed to have noticed something strange over there. Its back was arched, and its fur was standing on end. It kept growling warnings from its throat, and its claws and teeth were exposed, ready to attack at any time. Wen Qian bit her lip. After seeing the door of the factory slowly open and the zombies in the yard fleeing in panic, she clenched the knife in her hand tightly. Slowly walked into Wen Qian's sight from the factory. On the fishing island last time, its skin was as white as a piece of paper and had no blood at all. But unlike that little zombie, it has a broad frame, a strong body, and heads on a neck. From the dim light into the sunshine, it looked straight in the direction of Wen Qian, eating the live mouse in its hand while walking towards her. The 2 people's eyes met in the air, and Wen Qian clearly saw it grinning, as if it had not met such a satisfactory prey in a long time. Wen Qian frowned, feeling that it was more difficult to deal with than the last little zombie, both in strength and size. But it has only been a month and a half since the end of the world. Why are there so many high-level zombies? She didn't even dare to call this kind of thing special, because it was too common. Wen Qian's mind went blank for a moment, and she subconsciously wanted to pull out her gun and kill it. But after finding that there were no fatal spots on its heads, she turned around and ran quickly towards the room where Wen Rang and others were. She returned to them as quickly as possible. Several people had heard the noise outside and were leaning against the window to look out. After seeing the giant zombie, they were all shocked. Wen Qian didn't even have time to say a word before reaching out and throwing them into space. The little boy was not a member of the system, so the reminder was triggered again. A wounded person with 0 attack power has been detected. Do you need permission to bring the wounded person into the space for treatment? The wounded person is still conscious, and his memory of the space will be automatically erased after leaving the space. Wen Qian agreed, without hesitation. After sending him into the space, she heard a loud noise. It was the zombies who kicked down the heavy security door at the entrance. Wen Qian took a deep breath and turned to look out the window. Low-level zombies outside had already hidden far away. Wen Qian smashed the glass with a punch, turned over, and jumped out. The space in the building is narrow, and it's hard to make full use of it. It's more convenient to be outside. The zombies were already outside the room, where she had just been. They roughly dismantled the door frame and entered the room. When they found Wen Qian outside, they became a little angry. It did not choose to return the same way. Instead, it knocked down a wall with a few punches. Looking at the prey only a few meters away from it, a greedy smile appeared on its faces again. Humans with such high combat power must taste delicious. Xiaobai launched a fierce attack from behind it, jumped up and jumped onto its shoulder, but it quickly raised its hand to grab it and threw it several meters away. Xiaobai was thrown heavily to the ground. He meowed and got up again with some effort. Wen Qian couldn't bear to let Xiaobai get hurt. Although it weighed more than 50 kilograms, it could easily deal with ordinary zombies, but facing this zombie weighing 700 to 800 kilograms, it was just a kitten. Wen Qian ran to Xiaobai, patted its head twice to comfort it, sent it into the space, and threw the Tang sword in as well. Then she rolled sideways on the ground to avoid the zombie's sudden attack. Although this zombie is tall, its speed is surprisingly fast. Wen Qian had lived for 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time he had seen a zombie with 2 heads on one body. If she guessed correctly, this should be the result of the initial zombie outbreak in the pharmaceutical factory, where everyone was cannibalizing each other. It's like a container for breeding zombies. A group of zombies killed each other, and finally only this one was left. Could this thing have superpowers? When Qian had this thought, the zombie disappeared instantly. The next second, it appeared in front of Wen Qian. Teleport? Wen Qian's breath was choked, and he was kicked by the zombie and flew more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Wen Qian was extremely grateful to the system for rewarding her with defense value through various tasks, which allowed her to not have any injuries even when she was knocked unconscious. But her pain nerves did not disappear, so she still gasped in pain, and then found that the zombie was in front of her again. "You rascal!" Wen Qian couldn't help but curse in his heart. It didn't use teleportation just now, but chose to walk step by step to find me. Was it teasing or scare me? Just like when a cat catches a mouse, it doesn't eat it right away, but teases it for a while before biting it to death? When Qian looked up at the zombie, his eyes flickering slightly, the zombies bent down, and 2 huge faces enlarged above Wen Qian's head, ripped off Wen Qian's other arm. Blood spurted out, and Wen Qian felt a huge pain instantly. At the same time, her regeneration ability was activated, the bleeding stopped, and her arm grew back in a few seconds. The zombies had never seen such a scene before and were stunned. When Qian closed his eyes, spoke in a low voice. "Ugly thing, do you know that this hurts?" Zombie. "Who is the ugly thing? Are you just in pain?" The zombie didn't respond at all. It just stared blankly at the broken arm in its hand, and then looked at Wen Qian's newly grown arm. It began to doubt whether the person in front of it was actually a human being. Wen Qian originally thought it had other abilities and wanted to see them again, but it turned out to be just teleportation. She lowered her eyes and glanced at her arm. Her clothes and constant temperature combat suit were torn. One of her arms was now exposed to the scorching sun, feeling a little hot and painful. The regeneration ability was activated, the system reminded her. Each time this ability is activated, defense is increased by 100% and strength is increased by 100%. The buffs she exchanged her life for, and it must also feel the pain she endured for them, appeared in Wen Qian's hand, and she took advantage of the zombie's confusion to stab it into one of its eyes. The zombie was caught off guard because she had no weapons in her hands. It roared in pain and subconsciously let go to cover its eyes. Wen Qian fell from a few meters away and landed steadily and flexibly. The zombie's other head stared at Wen Qian fiercely. Wen Qian tilted her head and smiled at it, but the smile was fleeting. At the same time, the Tang sword appeared in her hand again. She rushed towards the zombie as fast as lightning and chopped off its legs with her knife. The zombie tilted its body and fell to the ground with a loud bang, leaving a large hole. Wen Qian was even shocked so much that he jumped up slightly. She held the knife, took 2 steps forward, and looked down at the ugly thing lying on the ground. "I'm a reasonable person. You just broke my arm, so I'll cut you into pieces. That's fair. What do you think?" Zombie. "Help." The zombie's cloudy eyes were filled with fear. It activated teleportation again and disappeared on the spot. Wen Qian smiled slightly and accurately locked onto the location where it appeared. As she expected, even teleportation has a range limit, and its range is limited to within 10 meters. Moreover, activating superpowers is very physically demanding, so after just a few times, coupled with Wen Qian's constant pursuit and cutting off its arms and legs, it became tired and had no strength to run. Wen Qian just said that he wanted to cut it into 8 pieces, so there would only be more, not less. An expressionless face, she tortured and killed the zombie that had tried to eat her not long ago. Its howling scared the lower-level zombies around it so much that they dared not approach it at all. Wen Qian released Xiaobai from the space again. As soon as Xiaobai came out, he saw corpses all over the ground. After calling out to Wen Qian, he turned around and started eating his meal. Fell into deep thought as he looked at the zombie. which was still alive but had only its upper body and head left. 2 heads, so there must be 2 crystal cores, right? Wen Qian's eyes were filled with excitement when he thought of this. The zombies saw this and regretted their impulsiveness. In fact, it had already had a big meal in the morning and ate up another team that came to the pharmaceutical factory to collect supplies. Because it was not hungry, it did not appear when Yi Xinghua and others came. Later, after feeling Wen Qian's powerful fighting power, it wanted to eat her.
But now,
it has become the one being eaten. Wen Qian chopped off its 2 heads one after another, and the excitement in his eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only boredom.
Pooh.
It's useless to have 2 heads. There is only 1 crystal core. What a waste of resources. Wen Qian had unlocked an achievement reward when he was killing zombies in the building. For all bound members in the system, every time they killed a zombie, the crystal core would be automatically stored in the space, so they would no longer have to waste time picking them up one by one. After putting the crystal core in her pocket, Wen Qian released Wen Rang and the others from the space. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she was safe. When Chongning and Li Mo circled around her, checking her from head to toe for any injuries, their faces covered in tear marks. Gu Ran stared at the zombie body parts on the ground in a daze, while Wen Rang looked at the broken arm on the ground in the distance, with a dark face and no words. Wen Qian put the car and medicine in the building into the space, and then several people drove home in one car. It was Wen who gave way to the car. Wen Qian felt that he was angry and probably guessed the reason, so he didn't dare to say anything. When he returned safely to the gate of the community, Wen Qian discovered that the appearance of the community had also changed. The system marked the community as her base space yesterday and upgraded the whole space. The wall material changed, and the quality was comparable to that of a turret, and even cannons and tanks could not knock it down. Wen Qian and his friends went out too early in the morning, and it was still dark, so they didn't notice the difference outside the community. Now, she saw that the name of the community originally engraved on the outer wall of the community had disappeared, and the entrance to the underground garage was sealed, and she once again marveled at the invincibility of the system. The entire community, apart from a main gate, has only one entrance, which is the underground garage. Now that this place is sealed off, the underground garage is safe. The garage in their community has 3 underground floors, and each unit can access the garage through the elevator and stairs in the building. This was originally an emergency air raid shelter in the city with a huge space. In this way, children in the community can play in the garage in the future without having to worry about the noise of their play attracting the attention of zombies. Wen Qian was very satisfied. After several people got off the car, Wen Qian threw the car into the space. The gate of the base opened automatically. They fought off the zombies, walked into the gate, and returned home smoothly. After closing the door, Wen Qian saw Wen Rang rush into the room without saying a word to her. She first helped Li Mo settle the little boy down, then walked to Wen Rang's door and knocked carefully. Wen Rang rarely gets angry with her. It has been like this since he was a child. Basically, he agrees with everything she says. After he went to college, he started working part-time and transferred the money he earned to her. After she went to college, he even sent her money once a month, even though he knew that her parents would give her living expenses. So Wen Qian was always fearless in front of him. But she was also afraid that he would get angry because she knew that her brother was very scary when he got angry. There was no response from the room. Wen Qian leaned against the door and listened. After hearing the sound of the TV inside, he said, "Brother, I'm coming in." She pushed open the door and saw Wen Rang sitting on the floor playing games on PS. He was a killer in the game, but outside the game, he had a look of despair on his face. When Wen Qian came in, he didn't even look at her. Wen Qian suddenly felt a little nervous. She moved closer to Wen Rang and gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Brother, please don't be angry, okay?" Wen Rang said nothing. "I know I was wrong." Wen Rang paused for a moment as he pressed the key. "Really? I promise. I won't throw you into space next time." Wen Rang threw down the game controller and turned to look at her. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was very emotional. "What do you know? You know nothing. You are always like this. always rushing to the front alone when encountering danger. Tears welled up in Wenrang's eyes, and he looked at the girl in front of him seriously. And nurses, he was the first person to hold her after she was born. She started learning to speak. The first word she called was also brother. She never knew how much she meant to him. Wenqian, I can die, but you can't. I can accept my own death, but I can't accept your departure. Do you understand? Wenqian was slightly stunned, and in the blink of an eye, tears began to fall. Wenrang panicked when he saw her crying. Don't cry, I didn't hit you. Why are you crying? The warm tears made Wenqian feel unfamiliar, as she hadn't cried for a long, long time. She raised her hand and wiped her face roughly, then smiled at Wenrang. Brother, I won't let you die. In her previous life, everyone died to protect her. This time, she would never let that happen again. Let's become stronger together. I won't throw you into space easily anymore, so don't be angry, okay? I'm afraid if you ignore me. Wenqian tugged at the corner of Wenrang's clothes. Seeing his pitiful look, Wenrang sighed heavily. He lowered his eyes to look at her blood-stained body and cursed. Go back to your room and change your clothes. Come over and play games with me later. Good. Wenqian's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and left. Wenrang watched her go out. He spread out his hands and then clenched his fists. He has been feeling unwell for the past 2 days, but he can't tell where he is feeling unwell. Yesterday, he even wondered if he was hallucinating because he saw a ball of fire bursting out of his palm. Wenrang planned to talk to Wenqian about this matter later. After Wenqian left Wenrang's room, she was blocked by Gu Ran. His face was as dark as Wenrang's, and he looked as if he was about to send someone to the crematorium to be buried. After just a few words, the point was very clear. Don't send him into space in future battles. The Wen family took him in and saved his sister's life. If he couldn't protect them at the critical moment and instead hid in the space for refuge, then there would be no point for him to stay here. Gu Ran knew exactly what he should do. Although his strength was not as good as Wenqian's, he also had things he could do. Wenqian didn't think much about it when she was at the pharmaceutical factory today. She was sure she could kill the zombie, but she wasn't sure about its abilities and didn't want everyone to take risks with her. And she wanted to try out her regeneration ability, but she was afraid of scaring her parents, so she just threw everyone in. But then again, she was glad she did that. Because if the zombie had been hiding his superpowers and suddenly teleported to her parents. Wenqian didn't dare to imagine that scene. She called everyone into the space to take a shower and change clothes. After coming out, she went to check on the little boy who was still in a coma. Seeing that he showed no signs of waking up, she went to eat. At the dinner table, Wenqian talked about business with everyone. The zombie I encountered today has begun to show some human consciousness. If this continues, it will become increasingly difficult to deal with. I have noticed that more and more people have awakened their special abilities recently. It's too early, which is not a good sign. In the previous life, these anomalies definitely did not occur so early. Wenqian found it outrageous that even a piece of trash like Zhang Ziang could have space. Wenqian told everyone what he had discovered, and everyone's expressions looked a little strange. She raised her eyebrows. You won't also. No one spoke. Except for Gu Ran, the others all stretched out their hands in unison and spread out their palms. Wenrang's palm, Wen Chongning had a ball of water in his hand, and Li Mo had a ball of white light. Li Mo, I only felt something was wrong in the past 2 days, but because this skill is sometimes available and sometimes not, and is not very stable, I didn't tell everyone for fear that it would disappear again, and we would be disappointed. When Chongning and Wenrang nodded, it was the same situation. Wenqian looked at Gu Ran. Gu Ran looked around, stood up and went back to the living room to get a fitness dumbbell, then flattened it in front of several people. Wenqian. Got it, it's about strength. Several people awakened their superpowers was surprisingly consistent, all in the last 2 days. Wen Chongning is a water element, Wenrang is a fire element, and Li Mo is a healing element. After they discovered that they had superpowers, they had been paying attention to this matter and practicing secretly, but sometimes they couldn't use them even if they wanted to, so they didn't dare to tell Wenqian. After listening to their doubts, Wen Qian thought seriously for a while and then said, "The same supernatural power will produce different changes in different people. For example, in the water system, my father's ability is to produce water, while Yi Xinghua's ability is to turn himself into water. I think the reason your ability is unstable is because it is still evolving and has not yet taken final shape." Wen Qian can say with certainty that the people in her family are definitely stronger than those outside in terms of physical fitness and potential. Since the end of the world, they have been drinking the well water in the space and soaking in the hot springs in the space every day. This is something no one can compare to. Since superpowers have been created, they will not disappear. Next, it depends on to what extent these superpowers can be strengthened. Wen Qian's words made everyone feel more at ease. However, Wen Qian was a little puzzled. Why did everyone in the family have superpowers except her? The space was what she had on the first day she came back. The strength and speed were the bonuses given to her by the system, and the regeneration was what she gained after killing the little zombies. If she guessed correctly, she would go into the space and process the crystal core of the zombie she encountered today, and she should also absorb its teleportation. But why couldn't she awaken 2 more by herself? Wen Qian was very dissatisfied with this. The end of the world has begun, and those who survive are trying hard to adapt to this harsh environment in order to stay alive. Ziyang and Ji Fan should have been created under such circumstances because of their own extreme desire. However, their space is very small. Wen Qian saw that Ji Fan only stuffed 2 boxes of medicine into the space today, and it was full. Also, there is the issue of stealing supernatural powers. Wen Qian killed Zhang Ziyang last time. The system reminded her that the other party had supernatural powers. But today, neither Yi Xinghua nor Ji Fan gave any reminders, which means that as long as the other party has no hostile intent to kill her, the system will not allow her to kill innocent people. A few people were chatting and talked about the base. When Rang looked at Wen Qian, "What is the name of our base?" Wen Qian thought for a moment and said, "Xiaobai Base." Several people were surprised. They didn't expect that she would name it after Xiaobai. Wen Qian smiled slightly when he saw this. "Don't you think this name suits us? We are a bunch of newbies, we don't know anything, we don't have any supplies, and we don't have any fighting power. We can only stick together. TSK, it sounds very protective."
Wen Rang?
Do you want to listen to what you were saying? They also have a protective desire. When others hear this name, they will most likely rush over to kill these newbies and steal supplies. Anyway, Wen Qian decided to call it this. After dinner, when Rang called her to the study and asked her to look at the computer monitor screen. This surveillance camera was installed by Wen Rang before the end of the world, and its main surveillance image is the area in front of her house. But now, the surveillance camera showed her the entire community and the surrounding area within 500 meters. Wen Qian understood again what the system said that day, what defense upgrade meant. Then she remembered that the system had reminded her that day that the base system was turned on. After hesitating for a moment, she entered the space. In the space, there is a base system next to the mall system. Wen Qian clicked on it and saw the information of everyone currently in the base, including whether they had superpowers and their subsequent points. The system will calculate points based on their future work results, such as how much grain each person grows, with 1 point given for every kilogram of grain, and these points will be automatically deposited into their accounts. Only Wen Qian can see this information, and only Wen Qian can operate these points. Wen Qian could use the points they earn to exchange for some supplies in the base mall, such as liquefied gas tanks, small generators, stoves, honeycomb coals, and other items that would be urgently needed in the future, and then distribute them to them. In a word, it is absolutely impossible to do nothing in Wen Qian's base and wait for Wen Qian to feed you with your mouth open. The more capable people are, the more work they do. The more points they earn, the more supplies Wen Qian can help them exchange. A sensible system will never let its hosts suffer any loss. Wen Qian happily turned off the base system and planned to take them to start a pastoral life tomorrow in the community and pluck out all the flowers. They are dead anyway, so there is no point in keeping them. All the vacant land is used to grow crops and vegetables. While people outside are burning, killing, and looting, they are growing crops and raising chickens. It's perfect. Wen Qian prepared the tools and seeds he would need for tomorrow, and then worried about the water source. Although there is water in her space, she cannot take water out of the space to irrigate the fields every day. It would be great if the system could provide her with a well in the community with just ordinary water, without the need for the kind of water in her space that has the effect of strengthening her physique. When Qian had this thought, he heard a prompt from the system. The base's water well is located between Building 1 and Building 2. It has been prepared. Wen Qian. You can get whatever you want, right? Then I'm going to start talking nonsense. Wen Qian, I also want every member of the base to have a laser sword, a spaceship, and Ultraman. The system's silence was deafening. Wen Qian felt that if it could show up, it would definitely give her 4 words. You want nothing. Wen Qian smiled, turned around, and went into the villa to process the crystal core she brought back today. All the crystal cores were placed in the medical room by the system, including her processor. Wen Qian went upstairs and saw that the crystal cores were neatly placed in boxes and classified by level. She found the crystal core of the 2 zombies and saw the words marked on it level 2. Level 2? The crystal core levels range from level 5 to level 1, and then to special level, with level 5 being the lowest and special level being the highest. Last time, the crystal core of the little zombie was marked as special grade, but this time, the one with stronger combat power than the little zombie was marked as level 2. It can be seen that the level of zombies changes according to the mutation situation. The current special level may be reduced to level 5 in a year. Wen Qian frowned and threw all the crystal cores into the processor, then went out to clean the chicken coop, cow shed, etc., to avoid having to clean them when her father came in. When I came back from taking a shower, the processor had finished working. It seems that the system is also aware of how much of a waste of resources injections are. It is not appropriate for each person to need a needle and get an injection every time. Wen Qian lowered his head to check the information displayed on the screen, which contained the rules for crystal nucleus synthesis. In addition, all levels of crystal cores can greatly improve physical fitness, but the effect varies from person to person. Wen Qian brought back this time were level 5 crystal cores. She now had 20 level 5 medicines, 20 level 4 medicines, 30 level 3 medicines, and 5 level 2 medicines. Wen Qian casually threw a level 2 potion into her mouth and was immediately reminded that she had teleported. Sure enough, other people's superpowers are awakened, while hers are absorbed. Wen Qian was depressed for a while, but soon felt relieved. In fact, this is not bad. If you awaken yourself, you may only have 1 or 2 skills, but if you absorb, there will be no limit. What will the world lack the most in the future? Zombies. Judging from the current rate of evolution, there will be quite a few zombies with special powers in the future. She just wants some superpower to go out and catch zombies. The more Wen Qian thought about it, the happier she became. She even wanted to go out and play with zombies. She took the potions out of the space and distributed all the medicines to everyone. Everyone took the medicine like a meal and immediately felt the changes in their bodies. When Rang spread out his hands and the fire shot up several meters high, almost burning his father's hair. When Chongning was so frightened that he immediately let out a. After a commotion, the living room was in a mess. Liemo looked at the father and son expressionlessly. They immediately tidied up the house with their tails between their legs, not daring to make a sound. Wen Qian watched the fun with a smile and returned to her room. She lay on the bed and read comics for a while, then turned her head to look at the satellite phone on the bedside, wanting to find Mo Han for some news. There must be a lot of people with special abilities at the Bincheng base. Now that they have discovered the function of crystal cores, they will definitely collect a large number of them. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed the number. The phone rang twice before I picked it up. Mo Han's voice came from the receiver. What's wrong? I want to ask about the crystal core. Didn't you say before that the harmless part of the crystal core can be extracted and injected into the body? How is your research going? Has the extraction been successful? I'm in a meeting. I'll call you in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Wen Qian hung up the phone and frowned slightly. This guy is quite busy. Is he really in a meeting, or is he finding a reason to turn me down? He wouldn't have meetings every day, would he? Is it appropriate for him to sit in the base and hold meetings when there is chaos outside? Has never been seen leading a team to carry out missions. Look at others and look at himself. They are both the top leaders of the base, so why is there such a big gap? Wen Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, cursing for 10 minutes, and then received a call from Mo Han. The experimental team is still conducting research. It is difficult to extract 100% of the harmless part. The experimental results can only reach 30% at best. Wen Qian. Then you are quite slow. Wen Qian said oh, but didn't show off. Mo Han. What else do you want to know? Today I saw Yi Xinghua, Lin Yan, and Ji Fen all awaken their superpowers. You should have a lot of people with superpowers, right? They have awakened in recent days, but their number is not large overall. Including residents, there are only about a dozen in the entire base. There are nearly 300,000 people, but only a dozen awakened. That is not a lot. But whether it will increase significantly in the future is uncertain. Mo Han seemed to guess what she was thinking. If you don't awaken within the first 3 months of the apocalypse, it will be very difficult in the future. Wen Qian was surprised. Why do you say that? Only the fittest survive. The gap in strength will only grow larger in the future. All those chosen by the apocalypse are in the first echelon, and only this group of people will have superpowers. Wen Qian heard such a statement. She chosen by the apocalypse? Then what kind of person is she, being chosen to come back and challenge the apocalypse? Wen Qian laughed at herself, thought about it, and told him about her base building. By the way, I have set up a base, so you must be careful with your words in the future. Don't accidentally reveal any secrets that cannot be told, or you can blame me for stealing the secrets later. Mo Han was silent for 2 seconds, then asked, what is the name of the base? Xiaobai Base. Everyone is white and black. Wen Qian didn't expect that he was quite understanding, so she denied hypocritically, no, literally, they are all Xiaobai. There was a light laugh in her ear, but Mo Han didn't expose her. He just said, okay, if you need anything in the future, let me know and I'll help you find supplies. Wen Qian thought he was just being polite, so she also replied politely, thank you, I hope we can continue to work together happily in the future. After getting the useful information, she didn't want to have awkward conversation with him anymore. But when she was about to say goodbye, she heard Mo Han ask her, are you free next Friday? Wen Qian? In this last days, we don't have to go to work or school, so when will we have free time? Wen Qian, yes, did you find any new supply points over there? Where is the specific location? I'll go over and wait for Yi Xinghua and the others. I have something to talk to you about. If I have time, I'll take you somewhere. Then I won't go. Wen Qian didn't even ask where it was and refused directly. The other party seemed to have never been rejected before and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke again.
Why?
That's a good question. Wen Qian smiled. You really have no idea at all? With his mind-reading ability, who would be willing to stay with him if they knew about it? Went over all the details of his last meeting with Wen Qian, but couldn't figure out what he had done to offend her. Finally, Wen Qian asked him, does your mind-reading ability allow you to hear everyone's thoughts at the same time? You must be very busy at the base every day. Do you get enough sleep? There are 200,000 or 300,000 people. Your ears must be very tired. He felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, holding the phone in one hand and pressing his brow with the other. If I tell her now that mind reading is fake, she will definitely not believe it, and there is no way to explain it. Mo Han sighed in self-abandonment and replied, I can't hear others, I can only hear you. This is impossible. Wen Qian was confused.
Why?
Is she so unlucky? We haven't
seen it.
Wen Qian was halfway through her words when she recalled the familiar feeling that suddenly came over her that day at the base, and she swallowed the last 2 words back. Mo Han, nothing? Fine. Mo Han, for you, it's only in special circumstances, not all the time. Wen Qian was half believing and half doubting. So when does this special situation refer to? When I want to listen. Wen Qian gritted his teeth. Do you mind if I swear? I don't really want to hear it. Then there's nothing more to say.
Bye.
When Qian hung up the phone directly. What a special situation. How is this special? When Qian took a deep breath, rolled her eyes, and threw the phone back on the bedside table. She was not sure how much of Emo Han's words were true and how much were false, so the only way was to stay away from him as much as possible. The most powerful mind-reading skills have to have a distance limit, right? She didn't believe that he could hear what she was thinking when they were in different places. Emo Han glanced at the two invitations on the table, sighed, and deeply regretted what he had said to her about mind-reading. Emo Han was not in a good mood, so when Yi Xinghua knocked on the door and came in to report something, his first reaction was, is he coming at a bad time? When Qian threw down her phone and heard her brother knocking on the door, saying that the little boy had woken up. Bedroom door was always open, but they didn't hear any movement. Finally, Gu Wanwan lay down at the door and looked inside, only to find that the little brother was missing. She finally found him in the closet. After Li Mo carried him out, his eyes were full of tears. It was obvious that he was too frightened and had not yet recovered. When Qian passed by, he was curled up in the quilt, like a shivering puppy after being drenched in the rain. She lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at him. When he saw her, his nervous expression changed a little. Don't be afraid. You are safe now. This is my home. When Qian reached out and poked his cheek and asked, "What's her name?" The boy was silent for a long time, then answered in a low voice, "Fuyuan." When Qian looked at him thoughtfully, didn't ask anything else, and brought him some food. Li Mo and Gu Wanwan stayed to have dinner with him. After the others left the room, when Qian spoke in a low voice, "This little guy has superpowers." In fact, Wen Qian had felt it when he was at the pharmaceutical factory. He was the only survivor in such a large place. Even if his parents tried their best to protect him, it would be impossible. Soft and fragrant little one. How could the zombies let go? The smell of it would make you drool, right? But looking at the little guy's current condition, there's nothing I can get out of him. Let's wait and see. Wen Qian returned to her room and continued to act like Guyu, watching Country Love until 1 in the morning, then yawned and went to sleep. In the dream, she beat up Xie Guangquan and hung him on the wall of the base to catch zombies. The zombies below saw him like fish seeing bait, and the scene was extremely comfortable. Until dawn. After waking up, he had breakfast first, and then used the intercom to notify the people living in Building 2 to gather downstairs. Building number 2 is designed with 2 elevators and 4 households, and the remaining 20 households occupy just 5 floors. In the past 2 days, they have filled their stomachs, no longer have to worry about the zombies downstairs and in the corridors, and have had enough rest, so they all seem to be in much better mental state now. When Qian saw them downstairs, he got straight to the point. From now on, you will all be members of the base. You all know that there is no free lunch in the world, and I have no obligation to save you or raise you. So here, if I find someone who has different intentions, I will kill him. If someone is sneaky and cunning, I will kick him out. Although there is systematic and powerful mental monitoring, Wen Qian is still used to saying ugly things up front. Today's task is to clear all the trees and flowers in the community and then plant grains and vegetables. The water source is between Building 1 and Building 2, and you can get your daily water from here. Everyone listened to Wen Qian's speech carefully, then turned to look at the well, stunned. Their community is built on a mountain. Although the mountain is not too high, there is an underground garage downstairs. How did she dig this well? Everyone was stunned for a while and silently digested this matter. It's the end of the world. There are even zombies. What is there to be unacceptable? Wen Qian is the god sent by God to save them. They just need to listen to what the god says and don't worry about anything else. Wen Qian looked at the children snuggling next to the adults. They were like a group of little quails, with panic in their eyes. They looked around from time to time, fearing that more terrible zombies would run out. These children all have congenital diseases and have been unable to run and play vigorously since childhood. They are much quieter than normal children. This is not a bad thing in the current situation, because if it is a naughty child who is yelling and rolling on the ground, she will really punish them. Eat her food and drink her drinks and still make trouble with her? She doesn't have that kind of good temper. After assigning tasks to everyone started to get busy. Wen Qian originally wanted to let the group of little quails go to the underground garage to play, but they all shook their heads and stayed quietly beside their parents. Although I can't do heavy work, I can still run errands or help pass things. As for those elderly people who are too old to work, their farming experience is more complete than what is written in books. 20 middle-aged people brought their children and worked hard under the guidance of 7 elderly people. I used to be an office worker, never did any physical work, and had no experience in farming. So it wasn't long before the old people looked down on me, because I didn't know how to do this or that. A group of young people nodded repeatedly to show that they had learned it, fearing that his old bones would fall apart. The temperature had risen to almost 50 degrees. Everyone was working in the shade downstairs, but they were still dizzy and sweating from the heat. Wen Qian asked them to work, but she didn't want to work them to death. As long as they were not deliberately lazy, she would accept their rest. We worked from dawn to dusk and ate lunch and dinner together downstairs. Steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and boiled water, things that I used to despise, now seem sweet to me. They seriously felt the feeling of being alive, especially the older ones, whose eyes were filled with tears without them realizing it. It was getting dark, but the temperature was dropping. Mosquitoes and bats came out one after another, but the sky above the entire base was blocked by the glass roof, and the rest of the open space was also blocked by dense diamond nets, so none of them could fly in. There were solar street lights in the yard, and everyone continued to work by the light. They dragged the felled trees into the underground garage in case of emergency. Wen Qian had bought some soil when she went to buy seeds, so she gave them some. Everyone was full of energy, and after making sure that the zombies outside really couldn't get into the base, they simply took their tents outside and slept on the floor. Just as hot at home anyway, and there are no mosquitoes outside. It's so great. At around 4 a.m., everyone got up to work and went to bed at around 9 p.m., and after a week of continuous work, they finally planted all the open space in the base. Looking at the achievements in the yard, everyone was full of pride. After fetching water from the well and going home to wash and change clothes, they used the intercom to contact Wen Qian and asked if there was anything else they could do. Wen Qian didn't have any plans for the time being, so he asked them to exercise, running 5 kilometers every day and increasing it to 10 kilometers after a week. Everyone obeyed, so the next morning, Wen Qian saw a group of people running in circles in the community downstairs, young and old, fast and slow. The base system showed that there were 47 residents, and there were actually 47 people downstairs. For the elderly who are in poor health, if they can't run, just walk. If they can't walk, just rest for a while before continuing. After looking for a while, Wen Qian turned to look at the door of Fu Yuan's room. He appeared there at some point, and was stretching his head to peek at her cautiously. He hadn't left his room for a week and hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences. She hooked her finger at him, but she didn't expect that the little guy hesitated for a while and then really ran to her side.
Sister.
Fu Yuan spoke softly and looked up at him.
Good boy.
Wen Qian touched his head. Is the room comfortable? If you don't like it, you can choose another one. That's good. After Fu Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and looked behind him. When he didn't see Gu Wanwan, he asked in a low voice, were Wanwan's parents also eaten by the monster? Wen Qian. She wanted to say yes, but was afraid that the child would blurt it out. After all, Gu Wanwan is only 3 years old, so it's better to keep it a secret for a while. Wen Qian. No, her parents work far away, so they can't come back for the time being. Fu Yuan seemed relieved and was happy for Gu Wanwan. If there is no one, as long as there is mom and dad. Wen Qian observed his state and saw that he was not quite repulsive to her, so she asked him, can you tell me how you managed to avoid those monsters? Fu Yuan recalled those horrible memories. His face turned even paler, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he didn't run away and answered Wen Qian's question. I hid in the closet and didn't come out. But even so, they can find you. When you were in the closet, did you feel anything wrong with your body? Fu Yuan tilted his head and thought about her question seriously. Something's wrong with your body? He thought for a while, then looked at Wen Qian again and asked, is that so? Wen Qian opened her eyes slightly because she saw an almost transparent barrier appearing around Fu Yuan, enveloping him. When Qian reached out and touched it, but felt nothing, she asked, "Can I come in here too?" As soon as when Qian finished speaking, the pale, white light began to expand, protecting her as well. When Qian nodded thoughtfully, it seemed that this was it. As long as they are within this barrier, the zombies cannot sense the presence of humans. But Fu Yuan is still young and his ability to control his supernatural powers is not strong, so the maximum capacity of this barrier is probably only 2 people. Wen Qian called Gu Wanwan out to do the experiment. As expected, no matter how hard Fu Yuan tried, no third person could enter the barrier. Wen Qian smiled with satisfaction and asked them to go back to the house to play. Unexpectedly, Fu Yuan did not leave. He stood there and asked her, "Sister, can you teach me how to kill monsters?" Although he was still afraid and trembling when he thought of those disgusting monsters, he still wanted to kill them. When Qian was slightly startled and listened to what he said again. "Can you take me with you next time you go out? I will hide well and won't cause you any trouble." When Qian smiled, "Not next time, but I promise I will take you out. You stay at home during this time and take Wanwan and the kids downstairs to exercise together. I will teach you a few moves later. When you are ready, I will take you out. How about it?" "Okay. I will study hard." Fu Yuan had a tough look on his face. He turned around and ran back to his room, closed the door, and stayed alone again. When Qian had been staying at home for a week and decided to go out and find some zombies to play with today. While others have not yet extracted the harmless part of the crystal core, she must first increase the strength of her own and her family's superpowers. You are lucky, you might even encounter level 1 and level 3 zombies. The system divides zombies into different levels according to their combat power, so there must be a physical reference. In other words, there must be a special level zombie out there, but we just don't know where it is hiding. The more when Qian thought about it, the more excited she became. She turned around, changed her clothes, put on goggles and tactical gloves, called her brother and went out. Ran stayed at home, responsible for leading Li Mo and Wen Chongning to clear the zombies near the base, and also teaching them how to operate their superpowers. After leaving the base gate and looking at the zombies staggering towards him from a distance, Wen Qian finally felt the reality. She used the offline navigation to locate a food processing factory in the south of the city and said to Wen Rang, "Let's go here. My intuition tells me there will be big zombies here." Wen Rang, "Others go to food processing factories to look for food, but you go looking for zombies?" When Qian turned on the speaker to listen to her favorite music and joked in a good mood. Food is not as delicious as zombies. The two drove to their destination. When Qian looked out the window boredly and suddenly thought of the supernatural powers. "Brother, have you thought of any fun moves?" She turned her head to look at Wen Rang and asked curiously. Wen Rang was stunned by her question. "Funny moves? Yeah, you're a fire type, right? You can't just keep setting fire to zombies, right? That's so boring." When Qian has been thinking these days about how she would play if she had these special powers. Now everything is ready, except for the zombies to deliver superpowers. When Qian saw her brother lost in thought, and a smile flashed across her eyes, she reached out and patted Wen Rang on the shoulder. In an instant, the two switched seats, with Wen Rang sitting in the passenger seat and Wen Qian driving. Wen Rang was startled and shocked. "You little brat, don't mess around while driving. There's zombies everywhere on the streets now. What are you afraid of? If you kill them, it's their luck." When Qian held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled indifferently. "Isn't this trick of mine pretty good? Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also teleport all living things around me." Wen Qian's words gave Wen Rang an idea. He looked out the window, and his eyes became more and more excited when he looked at the zombies. 1 hour drive, the two met several waves of survivors who were out collecting supplies. Those who have survived until now and are not in the base but go out to find supplies on their own are not easy to deal with. But all the survivors combined are far outnumbered by the zombies. 1.5 months after the global apocalypse began, the number of people who died from disease, hunger, cannibalism, etc., plus those who were infected and turned into zombies, is estimated to have reached half of the original human population. This disaster came so quickly, and compared with the previous life, it was even more unreasonable. When they arrived near the destination, Wen Qian stopped the car, looked around to make sure there was no one, and then put the car into storage. The reason why Wen Qian suspected that there would be high-level zombies here was because this food processing factory was quite famous locally and had opened dozens of chain gourmet restaurants of all sizes throughout the city. At the headquarters is responsible for delivering semi-finished products and secret sauces to various restaurants. It has its own warehouse, which is filled with a lot of rice, flour, oil, and grain. Living nearby must know about this, so when food is scarce, they will definitely think of coming here to collect supplies. When there are more people, there will be more zombies. When there are more zombies, it is inevitable that there will be a breeding of goo situation like in the pharmaceutical factory, and a powerful one will appear. When Qian and when Rang got off the car, a large group of zombies immediately pounced on them, and they were ruthlessly dealt with by the two. When Qian led the way with a tang sword in hand, killing zombies one by one or two at a time. Wherever he went, there were ugly and grotesque heads everywhere. Because the crystal core had been automatically stored in the system, when Qian kicked the head that was blocking the way to the side without even bothering to take a look at it. When another team that came out to collect crystal cores saw this scene, they couldn't help but mock. These two idiots are really God's chosen workers, working for us for free. They stood on the roof and looked down. They had originally planned to come up and rest for a while before continuing down, but now they were no longer in a hurry. Looking at the way those two people didn't care at all about the zombie head, it was clear that they knew nothing about the crystal core. It would be better to let them risk their lives for a while, wait until they are bitten to death by zombies, and then go down to pick up the ready-made ones. A few people were joking and watching the fun. In the distance, when Rang glanced in their direction, he didn't expect to meet a living person here. When Qian also noticed their presence. The zombie crystal core can not only enhance a person's supernatural powers, but also strengthen a person's senses, so it is not difficult to discover them. When Rang, what do you think they are here for? When Qian, there are factories all around here. Some of them are here to collect supplies, or to get crystal cores like us. A team of 8 people would not dare to come to such a place without some skills. They might be from some base. When Qian thought of the dozen or so bases, large and small, in his previous life, he did not have a good impression of any of them, so he did not want to pay any attention to that group of people. But she didn't provoke the other party, but the other party couldn't help but want to do something shameful to her. As time went by, the people upstairs found that the two idiots downstairs were quite powerful. After such a long time, not even a zombie could hurt them, and they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving here. There are only 2 of them. They shouldn't be from any alliance base. How about we take them back? It's rare to see such a powerful woman. That man is also quite skilled, but it seems they don't have any special abilities. It's okay if you don't have superpowers. You can use me as a meat shield at the critical moment. Since they're not here for the crystal core, they must be here for supplies. We give them food and they work for us, isn't that perfect? Lively discussion. Several people finally decided to show up and lend a helping hand to Wen Qian and the others. Wen Qian thought that those cowards would hide on the rooftop, but they rushed straight to her. Going downstairs, their eyes suddenly lit up when they saw Wen Qian and Wen Rang. Because they were far away on the rooftop, they could only see the two people's general figures and could not see their faces clearly. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and there was a calculating smile in their eyes. With these two faces, it doesn't matter if you are trash. There are plenty of rich people who like you anyway. Whether in the past or now, it is the ordinary people who suffer. The rich and powerful heard the news early and stocked up on supplies, food, drink, and entertainment in advance. 2/3 of Binqing's food had been taken away by this group of rich people a month before the end of the world. The reason why prices did not skyrocket was because they were afraid that the news would leak out, causing panic and being suppressed by people from above. So when they first started discussing the deal, they threatened the sellers in an extreme way, intimidating them not to tell anyone about the matter, and sent people to monitor them 24 hours a day. Those who are obedient will be spared, while those who are disobedient will be kidnapped and dealt with directly. I heard that they had originally ordered a large batch of goods from the e-commerce company, as many as 60 or 70 containers. But on the night when they went to pick up the supplies, those things mysteriously disappeared from the compound of the e-commerce warehouse. The e-commerce people couldn't explain what happened. They just said that a woman suddenly appeared, and then the things disappeared. No one would believe such an absurd reason, so the buyers suspected that the e-commerce company deliberately took the money and then took the goods away, and the two sides had a big fight. Originally, they were planning to ask the e-commerce company to prepare another batch of supplies, but the end of the world had already arrived, and the people on the e-commerce side either died or ran away, so the matter ended up being left unresolved. Fortunately, these rich people have stockpiled a lot of goods, so their quality of life has not been greatly affected. Now that there is no law enforcement supervision, this group of rich people are more unscrupulous than before and do everything they wanted to do, but couldn't do before. Some like men, some like women, and some like both men and women. They had nothing to do but have parties in the villa all day long, with men and women mixed together, and the scene was disgusting. There are also some who have special fetishes and like to play sadistic games. In just over a month, they have killed hundreds of people. Therefore, people like the two in front of us, who are fair-skinned, beautiful, have some fighting ability but no special abilities and are not ridiculously strong, are the most popular among those people. Because of the good physical fitness, it is not easy to die. And looking at this face, I feel good. They plan to lure the two men back and sell them to rich people in exchange for supplies. From the moment the end of the world began, money has become a piece of waste paper. Now all that is in circulation is materials and gold. Just based on these two faces, they must be worth at least 200 kilograms of rice. The group of 8 people were full of calculations. They used guns to repel the zombies while talking to Wen Qian and the others. "Brother, bring your girlfriend out to look for supplies?" "It's my sister." What a misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding. "Hello, my name is Huang Zhi'ais, and I'm from the West City base." "What are your names?" "My name is Zhang San, and my sister is Li Si." When Rang said nonsense, and seeing the other party's face of disbelief, he explained, "My family is poor, and my parents believe that humble names are easier to raise, so they called her this, and my sister took my mother's surname." Everyone was skeptical. If it was true, the name was too casual. If it was false, it did make sense. Huang Zhi'ais smiled coldly, knowing that the other party didn't want to have too much contact with them. But he had already made up his mind to catch them back today. Even if he didn't sell this woman to others, it would be good to keep her for himself. His gaze stayed on Wen Qian, moving around her in an ambiguous manner. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was to his liking. "Huang Zhi'ais, you don't look like your family is poor. After the end of the world, it is rare to see such clean and healthy people. Looking at their complexion and physical condition, you can tell that they are not starving." When Rang casually chopped off the head of a zombie that pounced on him, he had his gun tucked behind his waist and didn't want to use his superpowers easily in front of this group of people, so he could only swing his tang sword to chop the zombies like his sister did. But he was not very skilled in using it, so he almost dropped the knife and cut off the head of the man named Huang Zhi'ais. "What are you saying? How can you tell whether someone is poor or not? Have you ever seen a rich person with as much strength as us? It's just because we've been doing manual labor since we were young. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together." When Rang has heard too much nonsense from his sister, so he can now speak without hesitation. "Even the clothes and weapons we wear are taken from other people we killed." Huang Zhi'ais was silent for a moment, and his words became more credible. Rich people live a life of luxury. Even in the end times, they would have hired people to protect them and live a life of luxury at home. How could they possibly come out to collect supplies themselves? Huang Zhi'ais smiled and advised, "In that case, why not come with us? Our base has food and drink, and we guarantee that you will not go hungry for 3 meals a day. We will also provide you with clothes and weapons." When Rang and the other man remained silent, Huang Zhi'ais glanced at Wen Qian and smiled. "Beauty, why don't you speak? Are you a mute? Call out for me to hear." His words caused the men around him to burst into laughter. However, their smiles did not last long as they were interrupted by the zombies that kept pouring in. The fragrance emanating from a dozen living people made the zombies very excited. Huang Zhi's and his companions all had weapons in their hands, but they couldn't figure out the zombies' fatal points, so they could only rely on weapons to repel the zombies, and then chop off their heads like Wen Qian and the others did. But before, the zombies in this area were relatively scattered. Why did they suddenly rush here like crazy? The increasing number of zombies made Huang Zhi's and others look more and more unsightly, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Wen Qian activated the skill of attracting firepower and lured all the zombies over. Then he and Wen Reng worked very well together to use Huang Zhi's and others as shields. She looked at their panic and sneered. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road and are destined to meet. When Wen Qian accompanied Yi Xinghua and the others to the fishing island to carry out a mission, she was asked why she was so capable and whether she had been a soldier before. How did Wen Qian answer at that time? She said that when she was a child, her family was poor and she could not afford food or even clothes. She could only pick up her brother's leftovers. So she was bullied and called a. She was also stripped of her clothes to check whether she was a man or a woman. That's when she learned how to fight. These nonsense are not entirely false. In her previous life, when Reng's departure left her completely unprotected, the people at the base killed her brother and wanted to use her as a plaything, so she had no choice but to escape from the base. A woman to be outside, so she cut her hair, put on warm clothes, and pretended to be a man. Trying to get away with it by disguising herself as a man is simply a joke. When the group of nasty men found her, they surrounded her and teased her, saying that she was a and wanted to check her body. It was that time that Wen Qian killed someone. And the person who was killed was Huang Zhi's. With a flick of the hand and a drop of the knife, killing is just a matter of a moment. It was also from that moment that Wen Qian discovered that he was actually quite perverted. She had never killed anyone before, or even been in a fight. From childhood to adulthood, she had been protected by her family like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the slightest wind and rain. But when all her family members were killed by her, she seemed to have learned the skills of killing without any guidance, and she became more and more proficient. Wen Qian tried hard to break free from her memories. Looking at Huang Zhi's and others being chased and bitten by the zombies and fleeing in panic, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The system's voice rang in her mind, reminding her again that there were people with special abilities around her after she killed Zhang Ziang, asking her to be careful. Wen Qian knew that Huang Zhi's and the others wanted to kill her and use her as a shield to escape, so the system allowed her to kill them and seize her superpowers. Huang Zhi's men had been dragged into the zombie swarm by the zombies, and several others were also injured. Huang Zhi's watched the zombies increase in number, so he grabbed Wen Qian, who was closest to him, pushed her in front of him, and then hid behind her and shot. Wen Qian met the other party's panicked and puzzled gaze, opened her red lips slightly, and gave him a few words. It's time to hunt. Now, she really hopes that someone with special powers or a zombie will come to provoke her. The 3 minutes to attract firepower were up. The zombies ignored Wen Qian one after another. Huang Zhi's watched the zombies pass by her without paying any attention. He opened his eyes wide and asked angrily and frustratedly, "You have superpowers? 2 people came to a place like this. Do you think they only rely on the knife in their hands?" Wen Qian didn't quite understand these people's train of thought. She watched Huang Zhi struggling to escape from the zombies and kicked him back. Killing him will give you superpowers, but killing zombies will give you more crystal cores. So let him be bitten to death first. Wen Qian made the best use of the waste, and when Rang stopped pretending when he saw her taking action, he threw the knife back into space, took out his gun, and aimed at the zombie's head. The bullet penetrated the skull and hit the fatal spot, and a ball of fire exploded with a bang. The power was so great that the heads of several zombies nearby were blown into pieces. When Rang fired a few shots, and the zombies died or fled in the explosion, and the scene fell into chaos for a while. Fire-related abilities are not just for arson, They can also be used in conjunction with weapons. The moment the bullet hits the target, the flame ignites and the power explodes like a bomb. Some zombies have begun to evolve consciousness and are aware of danger and fear. When they saw this scene, they fled faster than rabbits. When Qian heard the sound and turned around, seeing a sea of blue fire, and couldn't help shaking her head. It's so brutal. Her brother is planning to deal with the zombies in one go and cremate them directly, right? But there is a question. Why is the fire blue? When Rang had not expected such an effect. With an arrogant smile on his face, he looked at Wen Qian. Praise me.
Great.
Wen Qian praised in an emotionless voice, but her expression was very happy. She reached back and grabbed Huang Zhuai's, who had fought his way out of the encirclement and was about to escape, and threw him into the pile of zombies, then walked towards Wen Rang. Brother, burn me. Wen Qian raised his arm and made a request that made Wen Rang frown. He knew that Wen Qian had the ability to regenerate, but it's okay, control the power, I just want to feel the difference of this fire. Wen Qian was firm in his attitude, so Wen Rang had no choice but to do as he was told.
Then,
Wen Qian was numb. After extinguishing the fire on her arm, Wen Qian looked up at her brother and told him about her discovery. There is electricity in the fire. Wen Rang has the dual abilities of fire and thunder. Huang Zhuai's was fighting the zombies desperately in the distance. He caught a glimpse of the two people chatting leisurely, and he was so angry that he felt terrible. It turns out that both of them are psychics. Huang Zhuai's cursed. He didn't expect himself to be so unlucky. After Wen Qian confirmed her brother's ability, she turned back to look at Huang Zhuai's. Seeing that he was not dead yet, she raised her eyebrows. As expected, he is the one who can lead a team to collect crystal cores. He does have some skills. She turned and walked towards him. No matter what, she would not let him go back alive today. Huang Zhuai said that he was from the West City base. Wen Qian knew that the West City base was established by a group of wealthy people in the West District of Bincheng. There are many villas in Bincheng West District, and the housing prices are as high as those in Beijing North. The reason is to make clear distinctions between classes and not want to be neighbors with poor people. These wealthy people are not ordinary rich people. They have inherited their wealth from their ancestors, a level that ordinary people cannot even imagine. They can wear ready-made clothes from luxury brands that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, buy Hermes bags that cost millions of yuan, and drive sports cars that cost tens of millions of yuan. He lives in a manor villa of several thousand square meters, and when he goes out to negotiate business, he always asks for orders worth hundreds of millions. This group of chosen ones lived a carefree life before the end of the world, and they're still living a carefree and happy life after the end of the world. At the Mohan base, and they would never go there. So they hired mercenaries and formed their own base alliance, which was what Huang Zhuai's mentioned. The West City base has a huge amount of weapons and equipment. If possible, Wen Qian doesn't want to confront them now. With so many old, weak, and sick people in her base, they sent 2 fighter jets over, and after a few rounds of biu, basically all her people were wiped out. Although Huang Zhuai's didn't know her name and identity, it was not difficult for that group of people to find her. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people took pictures of her with their mobile phones and posted them online, so it was inevitable that someone would have seen those videos. Also, there weren't many people carrying knives and chopping off zombies' heads in the apocalypse, and that idiot Zhang Ziang had once publicly posted the address of their neighborhood online, so it was easy to locate her. When Qian caught up with Huang Zhuai's hurried escape steps and was about to reach out to grab his collar, but he turned around and a stream of water spurted out of his mouth. When Qian had just noticed that this guy was a water-based mutant, and he had been repelling zombies by spraying water from his palms. But she really didn't expect that spitting was possible. When Qian quickly turned her head to dodge, and the stream of water hit her shoulder and pierced through it. Appeared on Wen Qian's shoulder. Her entire arm was drooping and looked like it was about to break. But after just 3 seconds, it healed as before. Huang Zhuai's watched the scene with his own eyes, his feet panicked, and he tripped over himself. You! He rolled and crawled. You are not a human? Who are you scolding? When Qian was unhappy, You're not a human being. Huang Zhi's was really scared. He wasn't so scared when he saw Wen Qian dealing with the zombies with ease just now. No matter what Wen Qian said, Huang Zhi's was certain that she was no longer human. He had never heard of such a strange, supernatural power. She must be a zombie. A mutant zombie. A super zombie. A zombie leader. Huang Zhi's was shaking like a sieve, and the dirty thoughts in his mind were all scared away. He screamed like a thicker version of a screaming chicken, howling as he ran away, making Wen Qian's ears hurt. He able to scream like this in his previous life? Wen Qian's memory was a little fuzzy. She grabbed the man back and shoved him into the faces of the zombies chasing her. Don't you want to bite me? Bite me. No one can leave unless he is killed today. Huang Zhi's was caught by the zombies. His legs were so weak that he no longer had the strength to run, but his voice was still loud. He shouted until his throat was hoarse, then the sound gradually died down, and finally there was no sound. He fell to the ground, and half a minute later, he stood up again in a strange, stiff and twisted posture. His eyes turned white, and his body quickly expanded and grew until it was more than 2 meters tall. After all, he is a creature with superpowers, and his level when he turns into a zombie is higher than that of an ordinary zombie. But even though it turned into a zombie, the fear in its bones has not completely subsided because the time was too short. So it turned around and ran away, and Wen Qian chased after it. When Rang was dealing with the zombie soldiers nearby, he glanced back inadvertently and saw his sister feeding people to the zombies like a supervillain. The man turned into a zombie and ran away in fear, but she chased him and shouted, "Why are you running away now that you're here?" If an innocent passerby saw this scene at this moment, he would be unable to explain it even if he had a lot of words to say. After Wen Qian dealt with Huang Zhi's, he went to find his companions, counted their heads one by one, and took away the crystal cores they had collected before. After making sure that everyone was dead, she felt at ease to deal with the other little zombies. Before they knew it, the corpses of the zombies killed by Wen Qian had piled up into a small hill. She stood on the pile of corpses and looked around. The remaining zombies that were aware of danger had all run away, staying far away from her. Wen Qian frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. The zombies are evolving too fast, so they will run away now. Will they have to play hide and seek with her in the future? She lowered her eyes and was thinking about how to lure these zombies out when the satellite phone in her chest bag suddenly rang. Wen Qian always carries her phone with her when she goes out. Although her family has never called her and she is afraid that the ringing of the phone will attract zombies and put her in danger, she still carries it with her to avoid being unable to get in touch in case of an accident. The satellite phone's caller ID showed an unknown call, and the other party's number could not be seen, so Wen Qian didn't look at the screen and picked up the call directly, and then heard Mo Han's voice. "Where are you now?" The other party came straight to the point, leaving Wen Qian stunned. The last time they spoke was a week ago. She wanted to scold him, but he didn't want to listen, so she hung up. She didn't expect him to contact her again. Wen Qian thought about her location, which was 60 or 70 kilometers away from the Bincheng base. It was quite far away. Even if he asked her to go there, she had reasons to refuse. So she answered honestly, "In the south of the city. What do you want to talk to me about?" "I'll find you the exact location." "Are you crazy?" Wen Qian took the phone away from her ear and looked at it with a complicated expression. She was thinking, if she said the signal was bad and hung up the phone at this time, would the other party bear a grudge and go directly to her house? After a brief consideration, Wen Qian determined that the man was likely to do such a thing, so he put the phone back to his ear. "I have something to do right now, so it's not very convenient. Please tell me what you want to talk to me about." 5 minutes ago, Yu Xinghua received a distress signal from the radio station on Yunhai Road. The other party said that they had more than 30 survivors who were trapped in the Kanhai building and besieged by zombies. They requested rescue. Mo Han's voice was cold, and just like his face, he rarely showed any changes in emotion. Wen Qian was unhappy when she heard his answer. Yunhai Road is near her home, and she also knows Kanhai building. It is about 20 minutes walk from her home. Then go ahead and rescue them if you want. "Why are you looking for me?" I'm not from your base. Why should I work for you for nothing? After the benching base was built, that area was the first to be rescued. Kanhai Building is an office building. I personally led the rescue team at the beginning. It is impossible for there to be so many survivors. Emo Han explained with good temper. And even if there were rescuers, the company's tea room would have stocked up on snacks and drinks, but more than 30 people couldn't possibly hold out for so many days. Wen Qian's eyes flickered. Are you sure this is a distress signal from the Kanhai Building? Yi Xinghua said that when the signal was received, the directional antenna was indeed pointing in that direction.
So what you mean?
In fact, Wen Qian already had a vague answer in her heart. She had encountered zombies that could copy human voices in her previous life. I suspect it's a first-class or special-class zombie. I'm also in the southern part of the city right now. Tell me your exact location and I'll pick you up, and then we'll go to the Kanhai Building together. What is he doing here? Wen Qian was puzzled and asked again, why don't you go directly to meet up with Yi Xinghua and the others? Without them. Emo Han answered cheerfully, but his tone seemed a little helpless. How can I give you the crystal core if they're here? Wen Qian. This sounds reasonable, but it feels like something is wrong. Wen Qian had a headache, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of the crystal core of the advanced zombie and told the other party the location. Emo Han replied with 2 words, wait for me, and then hung up the phone. Wen Qian threw the phone into her bag, looked over there at her brother who seemed to be having a barbecue, enjoying burning zombies with fire, and called him over. Emo Han said he was coming to see us. Come here to find us?
Wen Rang was surprised.
What's the emergency? Wen Qian looked up at a 3-story small factory building not far away, tilted his head, and said, let's talk over there. The two climbed to the roof of the factory building, sat on the edge, and looked down. Wen Qian told Wen Rang what happened on the phone, and Wen Rang frowned after listening. The CEO of Benching Base went on a mission personally and deliberately left his subordinates behind, just to give his sister a high-level zombie crystal core? The crystal core is so important, the demand at Benching Base must be greater than theirs. Why does Emo Han open such a big back door? Wen Rang suddenly remembered what Gu Ran said that day. He said he suspected Emo Han liked Wen Qian. Wen Rang certainly didn't believe this at the time because he was very skeptical of Gu Ran's judgment. For example, Zhang Duo, who was obviously hooking him up and treating him as a backup, he could still love her wholeheartedly for 2 years, spending money and effort on her. How can the words of such a person with poor eyesight be credible? But now Wen Rang felt that what this experienced person said was indeed somewhat credible. Wen Rang glanced at his sister's straight girl expression and silently swallowed this discovery, without saying anything. Wen Qian thought back to the conversation she had with Emo Han that day about his mind-reading ability, and so she discussed it with Wen Rang in a low voice. Brother, when he comes, you can curse him in your heart as much as you can, okay?
Wen Rang.
Is it because my brother has done something wrong recently that you, my sister, are so anxious to send me to death? Emo Han said that he lied the last time, and he couldn't hear your voices.
We?
Wen Rang grasped the keywords accurately. What about you? That's the problem. He said he could hear me at the critical moment, but he could only hear me. Wen Rang was speechless and rolled his eyes to the sky. What kind of scumbag rhetoric is this? It is true that you can judge a person by his appearance, but not his heart. I didn't expect that Emo Han looked serious, but he was actually a scumbag at heart. And to be able to say such disgusting words, he must have had this experience before. He is shameless. Wen Rang was furious. Wen Qian didn't know what her brother was thinking, and he looked like he was going to bite someone. So she found a bag of melon seeds from the space, and while they were eating the seeds, they threw the shells at the zombies downstairs without any manners. This was the scene that Emo Han saw when he arrived. He parked the car downstairs, and when Wen Qian and the other person walked down, he was already standing in the passenger seat and opened the door. Wen Rang sneered at Emo Han's action, and his eyes looked like a knife. He strode over, sat down on the passenger seat without any hesitation, and said thank you. Emo Han noticed that when Rang's attitude was not right, his eyes moved slightly. He looked at Wen Qian and asked, did he eat explosives? whether her brother had eaten the explosives or not, but she silently gave her brother a thumbs up. Wen Qian just thought that when Rang agreed to her proposal just now. At this moment, she was cursing Emo Han in her heart because of that mind-reading thing. She sat in the back seat and started to watch the fun. Emo Han got out of the car and opened the door, his eyes chillingly sweeping over Wen Rang. Wen Rang would be lying if he said he wasn't scared when he saw him like that. He understood what Emo Han meant. Didn't he just want his sister to sit in the passenger seat? Hey, he didn't want to let him have his wish. Wen Rang fastened his seat belt, looking as if no one would let him leave his seat today. Emo Han glanced at Wen Qian, who was sitting in the back, closed the car door, and walked back to the driver's seat. The car started and no one in the car spoke. Wen Qian clasped his hands over his chest and turned to look at the zombies outside. She hadn't seen Emo Han take action yet, and didn't know what his special ability was. To be honest, she was a little excited. There are also zombies that can copy human voices. In the previous life, this level would have taken at least 7 or 8 years to appear. And now, it has only been less than 2 months since the end of the world began. Wen Qian once again lamented that the zombies were evolving too quickly. She even had an illusion that this game of the apocalypse was speeding up its progress. It seems that it really wants to eliminate humans as soon as possible and let zombies become the new inhabitants of this planet. When Rang sat next to Emo Han, he thought Emo Han would find a chance to talk to his sister, but this man remained silent throughout the journey. When Rang turned his head to look at Wen Qian again, only to see that his sister was so calm that she was resting with her eyes closed, not at all nervous about the special zombies she was about to see. Emo Han was driving. In fact, he could always feel that when Rang was staring at him with a look as if he was guarding against a thief, and he guessed the reason. The car sped all the way and arrived at Yunhai Road. Wen Qian waited until the car stopped completely before slowly opening his eyes and getting out of the car yawning. There are all kinds of companies around here, and there are many office workers. So, after the apocalypse, there are more zombies than in other areas. Wen Qian kicked a zombie that rushed towards him with its mouth wide open, then looked up at the crows circling above his head. Nowadays, crows eat human flesh and drink human blood, but this group of crows flew around them and suddenly turned around and fled. Because they flapped their wings too hard, several black feathers fell off. Wen Qian glanced at Emo Han, wondering what he had done. But Emo Han didn't react. After confirming that the building in front of him was the Kenhai building, he walked straight towards the gate. The entrance door of the building was open. Wen Qian looked at it from a distance and felt strange. Outside the building, but not a single one was seen inside. The door is open. Why don't the zombies outside go in? With doubts, Wen Qian stepped into the building. The moment I entered the door, a chill instantly hit me in the face. The sun is scorching outside and the temperature is over 60 degrees, but the temperature in this building is almost below 0. There was a thin layer of frost on the wall, and beneath the frost was the scarlet blood that had been splattered there for many days. The three of them stopped in the lobby on the first floor and looked at the schematic diagram of the entire building placed near the entrance. They took a few glances, memorized the distribution areas of the entire building, and then continued to walk inside. Outside, the building was gloomy everywhere. The corridor was extremely silent, and the walls along the way were covered in blood. It was as quiet as a teaching building at midnight. Apart from their footsteps, no other sounds could be heard. There was a dead silence. Judging from the atmosphere of this scene, anyone who has watched a few ghost movies knows that it is definitely not a good place. That kind of silent fear envelopes people, as if something will suddenly appear behind them, making them feel creepy. Normal people would have turned around and ran away after entering, but Wen Qian and the other two did not even look back, and soon their figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Searching all the offices on the first floor, they didn't find anything movable. Wen Qian walked up the stairs to the second floor. When he stepped on the last step, he saw something in the corridor, and his eyes were full of disgust. When Rang followed behind her and had no idea what she saw, he only heard his sister's cold sarcasm. Who is this idiot trying to show off to his parents what new skills he learned in kindergarten? When Rang curiously poked his head in, and then saw that the corridor was full of people frozen in ice. It's a human, not a zombie. They had hideous expressions, as if they had been captured and sealed in ice, freezing to death in fear. Humans hunt zombies, and zombies, which have gained independent consciousness, also hunt humans. When Qian was right to worry. This Doomsday game had gradually developed into a Hades level. With this life, what she experienced in her previous life was as simple as playing house. In fact, when Qian knew as soon as she walked into the building that there were ice-type zombies in the building, and the frost on the wall was proof of that. But she underestimated the zombies' desire to die. Apart from these tragically dead humans, nothing else was found on the second floor. When Rang felt that the zombies this time were different from the ones he had encountered before. He had never fought against special-class zombies, so he was a little cautious. He looked around vigilantly and was about to remind Wen Qian and the other two to be careful, but when he turned around, he saw the two men walking side by side. Wen Qian even kicked open the closed doors in a rage. They don't look like humans breaking into the zombie lair. They look like messengers from Hades coming to up the zombie lair. After searching the second floor, the three continued to move up. Emohan was at the front and suddenly stopped. When Qian looked up and saw a zombie hanging upside down on the roof like a spider, with a pale face and disheveled hair, staring straight at Emohan, facing him face to face. Seeing this scene, anyone with a weaker tolerance would roll their eyes and faint on the spot. But Emohan just frowned impatiently, reached out and grabbed the zombie's hair and swung it down, then threw it to the ground. When Qian watched it closely from the side, a smile flashing in his eyes. Seeing Emohan's temper, she almost thought that this high and mighty executive officer was afraid of ghosts. There is no doubt that this is a group of dead zombies who like to play tricks. Wen Qian quickened his pace, having already figured out how to deal with them. Catch that ice zombie later, but don't rush to kill it. Wen Qian spoke softly. It's so hot. Everyone in the base must be very sad, right? Why don't we build an ice cellar and let this zombie work and make ice for us 24 hours a day? It won't be over until it dies of exhaustion. In Wen Qian's words. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wen Rang's expressionless face, guessed that he was complaining about her in his heart, and simply made fun of herself. Yes, my surname is Zhou, and my name is Baopi. The zombie that was knocked to the ground by Emohan got up and ran away after realizing that he couldn't defeat it. Wen Qian and Wen Rang were watching the fun from behind, with evil intentions of getting Emohan to take action to see his special abilities. The zombies fled very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they ran to the other end of the corridor and were about to disappear. Wen Qian looked at Emohan, who was still standing there, too lazy to even move his legs, and didn't understand what he meant. What? That zombie is so good-looking that he can't bear to kill it. Does he have this habit? When Qian was wondering, she saw the zombie that had run several meters away turn around and come back. You can tell from the struggling expression on its face that it is not doing it willingly. It just went straight back in front of Emohan. Emohan raised his hand and twisted its head off as easily as plucking a melon from a vine. The crystal core fell from his brain. Emohan threw it back to Wen Qian and then continued to move forward. Wen Qian took the crystal core and looked at Wen Rang in silence. Both of them saw a hint of confusion, uneasiness, and shock on each other's faces. Wen Qian thought of a possibility. Could he have mind control abilities? Emohan walked forward a few steps, and when he saw that Wen Qian didn't catch up, he stopped. He turned around to look at Wen Qian and asked, "Aren't you going to grab your 24-hour automatic ice machine? Why don't you leave?" "Let's go. Who said we won't go?" Wen Qian muttered as she walked towards him. "It's just that I don't really want to walk with you." Wen Qian was a wise person who didn't mince words and disliked him to his face. But Emohan didn't care at all. When she walked to his side, a smile flashed in his eyes. The corridors in the office building are not very spacious, but it is no problem for two people to walk side by side. Wen Qian looked around as if she was shopping and didn't notice anything unusual about the people around her. The arm that Emohan held close to her remained tense. They were so close that he could hold her hand if he wanted. Emohan clenched his fists and pinched his knuckles. When Rang walked behind and took in the whole scene. He didn't know what Emo Han was thinking, but he could tell that Emo Han seemed to be suppressing some emotion. What should he restrain? When Rang couldn't figure it out. Did Wen Qian's words just now upset him? Not really, he wasn't that stingy. Moreover, Wen Qian had been treating him like this from the time they first met until now. She was indifferent to him and only addressed him as Sir perfunctorily when she needed help. He must have been frightened by the zombie just now. When Rang thought if he were frightened like that, he would definitely be angry too. On the third floor, except for the zombie pretending to be a ghost. But when the few people walked to the fourth floor, the situation suddenly changed. The corridor was full of zombies waiting in place. When they saw them appear, they immediately pounced on them with saliva dripping from their mouths like wolves that had been hungry for a month seeing meat. Wen Qian only took a glance and then pulled his brother in front of him. When Rang immediately understood what she meant. There were so many zombies, it would be a shame not to cook one. The flames mixed with thunder and lightning shocked the zombies to numbness. The zombies under the high-temperature flames twisted their bodies and tried to drag Wen Qian and the other two to die together. Wen Qian looked at their stupid behavior and chuckled. The three of them started to clean up the entire floor in no time. Wen Qian and Wen Rang can automatically enter the space, but Emo Han's cannot. Manually, Emo Han lost his patience, so he looked at Wen Qian and said something that Wen Qian never expected. Add me to the system. Wen Qian's heart suddenly jumped and started pounding.
He
not only knows about space but also about the system? Wen Qian subconsciously took 2 steps back, alert. She looked at Emo Han sharply and asked, "What do you mean?" Literally. Emo Han was not angry because of her behavior. In fact, the tone of his explanation was too gentle, giving people the illusion that he was coaxing Wen Qian. It's a waste of time to pick these things up one by one. I see you didn't pick them up. Can they be collected automatically? Since 2 people have the skill at the same time, they should be in the same system. So, add me to your system. Before Wen Rang recovered from his shock, Wen Qian vaguely understood something. He knows, so. He has it too? Emo Han guessed what she was thinking. No, I just know a little bit. Wen Qian thought of her system that was extremely biased towards its host, and asked again, uncertainly. Are you sure you want to do this? My system is very powerful. If you have any bad intentions, you will be wiped out immediately. The system said that if it detected that members within the system had murderous intentions towards her, they would be automatically killed if their loyalty level dropped below 80. Although Emo Han's attitude so far has always been friendly, there are always unexpected things. He and Wen Qian both have bases now, and they might have conflicts in the future over grabbing resources. If he wanted to hurt her because of a conflict of interest, he would be courting death. Wen Qian always thought that Emo Han was a smart person. If it were her, she would never do that. But Emo Han didn't hesitate at all. His firm attitude made Wen Qian feel a little excited. That's right, excitement. Adding such combat power to her own system would only benefit her and not harm her. She didn't force him, he was willing to do it, so why was she still hesitating? Wen Qian was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, don't regret it. After both parties agree, the system prompt sound will sound.
Ding.
1 more member is added to the battle preparation team. The reward space prosperity increases by 1,000 and the farm production increases by 100%. Wen Qian was shocked. When Gu Ran joined the system, he only gave a prosperity level of 20 and an increase in production of 20. This thing can also distribute rewards according to people's combat power? Wouldn't Gu Ran cry to death if he knew about this? However, before Wen Qian could finish being shocked, the system voice sounded again. Unable to detect the member information. The system seemed to have encountered a bug and fell into silence. Wen Qian turned to look at Emo Han, only to see that he seemed angry, and then the system came alive again. Member information updated.
Name, Montag Han.
Gender, male. Height, 857 cm. Age, unknown. Type, A. Occupation, unknown. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian had seen information about many people, including those of members of the base, but this was the first time he had seen the word unknown. She looked at Emo Han's age and occupation in silence, then lowered her gaze and fixed it on the 4 words, "Never betray." Never betray means that loyalty is further upgraded on the basis of 100%. Once you reach that standard, it will never change. No matter what happens, Wen Qian will be the main focus. The loyalty and kindness of her family. Why did he, Emo Han? Wen Qian looked at the man in front of her again. He has a very handsome face, the kind that stands out no matter where he is, and people will remember it for a long time after seeing it. Wen Qian tried very hard to think whether she had seen this person in her previous life, but the answer was no. Wen Qian suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and planned to go back and have a good chat with him. But she didn't hold out much hope. After all, she couldn't force others to remember something that she herself didn't even remember. And even if Emo Han remembered, he might not tell her. If he really wanted to tell her, he would have told her the first time they met, and he wouldn't have used the space thing as an excuse. When Rang didn't know what happened. From his point of view, his sister just seemed to be in a bad mood after binding with Emo Han. Is there something wrong with this man? When Rang moved closer to Wen Qian, quietly blocking half of her body, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, there's just a bug in the system." When Rang, what idiot wrote this? How could it have bugs? Now that a bug has occurred, what should we do in the future? Will it hurt his sister? Wen Qian didn't react, but Emo Han sneered. He looked at Wen Rang meaningfully, then turned and walked upstairs. Wen Rang felt mocked. Although the other party didn't say anything, he felt that the way Emo Han looked at him could be described in 2 words: idiot. Wen Rang was unhappy and felt wronged. What does he mean? If a program has a bug, all programmers are to blame, right? With this attitude, you still want to pursue his sister? No way. He will be the first one to disagree with this marriage. Wen Rang cursed in his heart, but actually he really wanted to find Emo Han to argue with him. But he had only met Emo Han a few times. He was not a stranger to him, but he was not that familiar with him either. So he swallowed his unhappiness and followed behind silently. The upper floors were full of zombies, just like the 4th floor. But these zombies that didn't play tricks were the easiest to deal with for Wen Qian and his friends. Their way up, the number of crystal cores in Wen Qian's space doubled. Unknown Floor seemed to sense that the number of their own troops was decreasing rapidly, so the temperature in the building became even lower. Wen Qianwen was wearing a constant temperature suit, but her face could still feel the temperature changes. They glanced at Emo Han. He was only wearing a black combat uniform. Would he freeze to death if he continued like this? If he couldn't move, he would lose some combat power. Emo Han had no idea of the brother and sister's evil intentions, and he calmly dealt with the zombies in front of him. Wen Rang just watched from behind. With him around, Wen Rang had no chance to make any move. The 3 of them went up a few more floors, and the zombies finally began to get scared and fled in all directions. It was rare to see any of them rushing towards them desperately. As a result, Wen Qian was unhappy. The whole building has nearly 40 floors. Will she be able to find this dead zombie floor by floor? The cowardly zombie didn't show up, and now he won't even kill the soldier zombie? Wen Qian stopped and didn't move forward. Emo Han and Wen Rang turned around to look at her, and then saw her angrily saying, "Let's not look for it anymore, let's go back." Wen Qian turned around and walked downstairs. Wen Rang remembered the famous phrase "since we are here," and was about to persuade his sister, but a figure flashed by, and Emo Han followed him obediently.
Wen Rang? Haha, Mann.
The movements nearby. The zombies won't let them go easily. Isn't the purpose of sending out a distress signal on the radio to lure them over? So, we can't just allow it to fish, right? As expected, after they walked down 2 floors, the corridor was blocked by a thick layer of ice. And the zombie that had been hiding in the dark finally showed up. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it.
Why? Because it still looks like a zombie.
The tattered clothes revealed the rotting body of bones. Wen Qian looked the zombie up and down and thought to herself that it was a good thing that it had not evolved into a human form, otherwise she would really have collapsed today. The ice zombie thought that after it said there were more than 30 survivors, the base would send many people to rescue. This way, It can have a full meal of fresh food without having to eat the previous stock that was frozen to death. But it didn't expect that only 3 people came. However, these 3 people all have special abilities, which is also very good. Humans with special powers taste much more delicious than ordinary people. That feeling of fullness and satisfaction, as well as the power that fills the whole body, is what every zombie with awakened special powers pursues. The zombies were drooling at the takeaway that Wen Qian and the other 2 had delivered to their door, while Wen Qian and the other 2 were discussing its appearance. Wen Qian. He has a beer belly, and you can tell he's not young anymore. And Mohan looked at the few remaining hairs on the zombie's head. This zombie had died not long ago, and some of its characteristics from life were still there.
Mohan, Mediterranean, Programmer. Wien Rang.
How did the programmer offend you? Why are you making personal attacks? Just seek truth from facts. And Mohan finished speaking. He glanced at Wen Rang's hair again, making Wen Rang so angry that he almost exploded. Then Wen Rang was the ice zombie. As a zombie that has evolved advanced thinking in a short period of time and possesses ice-related abilities, it is a bit proud of itself. Moreover, after becoming a zombie, an instinctive contempt for humans will naturally arise. Humans are fragile and are subject to birth, aging, illness, and death. But zombies, as long as their fatal points are not 100% damaged, they will continue to live. How many people dream of this? If humans can't do it, zombies can. Therefore, once they become zombies and develop advanced thinking consciousness, all zombies become arrogant and look down on humans. In their view, the end of the world is their battlefield. They are new humans, so they should cooperate with the end of the world and eliminate those low-level, weak trash. At this moment, this ice zombie looked at the 3 low-level humans who were not afraid of it, but had the leisure to chat with it. Anger quickly dominated it. Its eyes locked onto Wen Qian. A chill that could cut human skin instantly flew towards her. The zombie raised its hand and tried to pinch Wen Qian's neck, but the next second, its hand was grabbed by another person. The zombie looked at the officious man and smiled smugly. And Mohan lowered his eyes to look at his arm wrapped in ice, then looked at the zombie's face. The zombie's smile froze, because no matter how hard it tried, its ice could not freeze even half an inch of the man's skin. Even the small half of his arm that had been frozen before had returned to its original state. How so? The zombie opened his eyes wide in disbelief. And Mohan grabbed the zombie's wrist with one hand, preventing it from taking even a single step back. He broke the zombie's arm with his bare hands and tore the entire arm off. A series of fierce actions were performed under Mohan's expressionless face. To be honest, it looked scarier than a zombie. The zombie did not grow another arm after losing it. And Mohan wanted to continue, but he suddenly paused, a look of impatience on his face. You come. And Mohan grabbed the zombie's collar and kicked it in front of Wen Qian and Wen Rang. The zombie was surrounded by 3 people and heard Mohan say, "If I take action, the balance of power will be disrupted." Wen Qian looked at Mohan, his brain working rapidly. It is known that Mohan has the ability of mind control. If he wants to, and if his ability is strong enough, he can quickly eliminate a large number of zombies. He didn't do it? Was it because he didn't want to, or was it because he didn't have the ability? To destroy the balance of combat power? What are the consequences if the balance of combat power is destroyed? Wen Qian swallowed his questions one by one, looked at the zombies again, tilted his head, and smiled. Come on, sir, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's change someone else. The girl has a sweet smile, but when she fights, she is more ruthless than a man. Wen Qian pulled out the few hairs on the zombie's head, which gave Wen Rang a headache. If the skin directly touches the zombie, it will be frozen by its ice. Wen Qian kicked the zombie in front of Wen Rang. Wen Rang's fire made the zombie scream and run away in panic. But how could its speed be faster than Wen Qian? Always blocking the way forward for his escape, behind him was the brat who played with fire, and at the stairs was the man in black, who didn't take action but was no less intimidating than those 2 men. All its roads are blocked. The zombie was burned to ashes. Wen Qian stepped on its head and asked, "Where is the zombie that can speak human language?" This was definitely not the one that had been lured here, by the radio signal. Zombies love to show off, just like that zombie who used the radio to lure humans, and this zombie who froze humans to death and displayed them in the corridor. They are always eager to show their strongest side to humans. But this zombie, apart from whimpering, never uttered a complete sentence. The knife in Wen Qian's hand pierced the zombie's body and nailed it to the ground. The zombie struggled again, and then quieted down under the threat of Wen Rang's firepower.
Zombie, just.
Wen Qian sneered, "You can't even speak coherently. Who are you?" The zombies were so angry at her that they wanted to pull out her teeth and tongue to make her mute. Wen Qian looked at its helpless and furious look. "You're not going to tell me, are you? Well, when I skewer you and roast you over the fire, you'd better have some nerve and bite me to death before you tell me. Ice type is most afraid of fire and sunlight." Wen Qian's words almost knocked the zombie unconscious. It knew that this girl could really do it, and that guy who plays with fire kept squatting in front of it, burning its face and hands with fire at any time. This was undoubtedly a form of torture for the zombie. The two tortured the zombie for a while, and it finally confessed. Could speak human language had already left after sending a distress signal to the base, leaving only this one guarding its own territory, waiting for humans to deliver the takeaway food to it. Its answer was similar to what Wen Qian had imagined. No matter how you looked at it, that zombie was smarter and fully met the standards of a top-grade zombie. However, Wen Qian felt that the zombie should not be very powerful, otherwise it would not be hiding like this. It must come out to show off its skills. Maybe the only ability is to copy sounds. But it will definitely send a distress signal to the base again in the future. If Yi Xinghua and his team come out to rescue people again, it will be dangerous. It's not that she looks down on them, but to be honest, the IQ of Lin Yan and the others is on the same level as Gu Ran. There was clear stupidity in their eyes, and they could be fooled by just some sweet words. Wen Qian left the ice zombie to Mo Han to watch over, while she and Wen Rang went to another floor to deal with the remaining minions. Although they ran and escaped, they were ultimately unable to resist the attraction of the Attract Fire skill, and all came back. Wen Qian under this skill is like the most poison that can drive zombies crazy, and they simply cannot resist this temptation. But when he came back, he was dead. Wen Qian cleared out the zombies in the entire building and returned to the second floor. She looked at the people who were frozen to death in the corridor, asked Wen Rang to melt the ice, then threw the bodies downstairs and burned them. Mo Han the ice zombie and dragged it away. After leaving the building, he handed the zombie to Wen Qian. The zombie still had one intact arm left, so making ice wouldn't be a problem. Wen Qian decided to take it back and do some work for free. If the effect was good, then it wouldn't be a problem to lend it to the Mo Han base. This place is not far from Wen Qian's home. We can just walk back. Wen Qian took the rope that the zombie and planned to go home. Mo Han looked in the direction of her home and asked, "Why don't you invite me to the base?" Before Wen Qian could say anything, Wen Rang squeezed in between the two of them. The two bases have not yet officially established friendly relations, so it is not convenient. This excuse was so awkward that Wen Qian felt embarrassed after hearing it. She turned her head away and stared at the zombies on the ground, listening to her brother and Mo Han's awkward conversation. Mo Han, I thought I was friendly enough with my sincerity. Wen Rang, look, you said it all. This is what you think. Mo Han raised his eyebrows, then tell me, what else do you need me to do? Wen Rang glanced at Wen Qian, quickly approached Mo Han, and said in a low voice, "Stay away from my sister. Scumbag." Wen Rang didn't dare to say this in front of Wen Qian because it was obvious that his sister hadn't thought about it that way yet. Wen Qian once said that those who fall in love in the end times are all crazy, and Wen Rang thinks that is right. But then again, from a man's perspective, Wen Rang also felt that Mo Han's face was indeed not bad. She was pestered by a man like this for a while and knew that Mo Han had that kind of intention towards her. The development of the situation would be difficult to control. Human beings are like this. If you don't want to think about something, then it doesn't matter. But once you think about it more deeply, you will care. Therefore, Wen Rang must not give his sister any hints or let her think of the clue of falling in love. Wen Rang's gnashing warning had no effect on Mo Han. He walked around Wen Rang and towards Wen Qian. I'll take you home. No need. Wen Rang grabbed his sister's hand and ran away. Captain Mo, you should go back to your base quickly.
Bye.
He pulled Wen Qian and ran very fast, even faster than the zombies chasing behind them. Wen Qian grabbed the zombie, and the zombie was dragged with its face on the ground. The two people and the corpse ran away quickly. Mo Han leaned against the car door and looked at them, then lowered his head and lit a cigarette. Coming and going passed by him, but seemed to not notice him at all, ignoring him as if he were air. Mo Han looked in the direction of Wen Qian's house, finished smoking, got in the car, and left. Wen Qian led the zombie back to the base, scaring the people who were exercising in the base yard. It can't move. Everyone was skeptical, looking at the scary zombies at Wen Qian's feet, and then heard Wen Qian say again, I caught the ice machine specially for you. If you don't obey me, I'll burn it. Zombie. Otherwise, you should be the zombie.